say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? Hey.
Welcome into the SMITE Pro League waiting room, your one-stop shop for all things SMITE Pro League. We do this every time, except for SMITEProLeague.com, SMITE Pro on YouTube, SMITE VOD on YouTube.
Reddit. Blues Ultras Twitter.
Is the SMITE Pro subreddit a good stop shop for all things SMITE Pro League?
I would say that there's actually some decent conversations that get held on there. If we were to dial back like maybe year and a half or two, maybe not so much. It's mostly fans going, man, I can't believe my team is so bad. But now there's actually some decent discussions that go on there.
All right, so one-stop shop for all things SMITE Pro League, except for all those things we already talked about, and Reddit will include in this one. Go ahead. Do you have something?
Twitter.com/MifflinTV.
Is not a spot you should go for any SMITE Pro League content.
I'm like a SMITE guy. That's like my thing.
When was the last time you tweeted about, like, you know, the action of the SPL or something?
I think it's when he apologized to the EUSCC teams.
That might be true, actually.
If you want to see Mifflin's apologies, follow him on Twitter.
A lot of my tweets are apologies, though. I would say the vast majority of my recent tweets are just saying sorry for something.
Yeah, you're right. They don't happen often. Well, I'm filling in for Gore this week, and so I can only hope to do half as good a job as Gore Miser normally does. Another stop shop for all things SMITE Pro League is Blues Ultra, who does the breakdowns on Twitter, and I believe they have an Instagram. It's at Blues Ultra over on Twitter. They do great graphical breakdowns of everything that happens during each week of the SMITE Pro League. Gives a great insight into a lot of the data and the analytics, and other things you might not otherwise see. Top kill participation, despite a brutal week, goes to Captain Twig, which I find interesting. I guess 47 team kills. Yeah. Right, and like the Gladiators didn't have a great week. All right, so kill participation, I'm now learning.
41 out of 47? That's insane.
Very impressive for Twig, but
I'm looking at the 7.6 KDA on Jake right now, topping the leaderboard with the supports, 10, 4, and 41.
Is Jake on MVP case for Phase 1?
I think there can be an argument made for Jake.
It could be literally any warrior. I mean, like,
sure.
That doesn't matter. Like,
sure. So yes is the answer. You could make an argument for awesome Jake. Well, speaking of the Warriors, most kills, Panatom 23, Oath 1 behind at 22, Adapting also at 22. So the junglers getting some killing happening this week. Poor Twig. This was a tough week for Twig. 20 deaths, 4 per game.
I like how you gloss over Variety, who does beat out Twig.
Right, but we were talking about Twig in the kill participation department, and so
I had to knock him down a peg. Yeah, I
was just thinking, in Variety, those two, if you think about the Kings matches
and why they lose, it's always these guys.
I was just going to say it feels like mid and right side of the map have had some troubles for this Kings team.
We're going to have another apology coming soon.
Yeah,
on TV.
Yo, my bad at Twig and Variety. You guys are world champions. That's all me.
This one's literally data being presented to us in wonderful form, though, by Blues Ultra. Surprising or not, that Lasbra has fastest first blood at 55 seconds.
15:05 Fire Giant by the Warriors.
Yeah, that one's least surprising, I think.
Dragons are getting things done quickly.
They are. Losing this week is what they were getting done quickly, unfortunately.
Right. There's a Dave apology coming.
I'm sorry, did they win a lot this week?
I'm just saying, like, you didn't have to say it like that.
Here's the good news. Is we can move on, and I want to talk about Mifflin this week in fantasy because
why?
Some fun stuff happened with Mifflin in fantasy. However, what we need to talk about first is everything that goes on with Chat. Remember, Chat and Jordan, they drafted a team together at the beginning of this phase, and every time Jordan had an actual head-to-head matchup, each week he did. And when Jordan/Chat's team won those matchups, Chat was eligible for, I believe, chest drops.
Yep.
Sundays. And so the question is Jordan had 2 bites at the apple. Jordan and Chat had 2 bites at the apple to try to grab a win this week.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
No chance.
Wow.
Right. And it was against Frost was attempt number 1. And
Frost has been bottom every week.
Frost is last every single week so far. But in matchup number 1 against Jordan, Frost able to pull out the win. Who overperforms here for Frost? Scream had a big one.
Yeah.
Genetics had a pretty good week. Who underperformed?
Scary D dropped a big 15.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's almost.
Yeah, Snoopy put up a 23.
That's a big old. Oof.
Are the Gladiators poison for fantasy drafts?
Maybe.
Maybe.
They don't do a lot of winning. Unfortunately, for Jordan and chat, chance number 1 against Frost was not a dub. However, don't you worry, Jordan and chat, because you got a second chance, and it was against Hazer this week.
Well, surely that one was.
It was worse.
Oh no.
Jordan and chat, you guys get nothing for this week, and this one was worse. Hazer
you're
with
relishing it. You are cheesing right now.
Oh, I am. Big old smile on my face. Hazer, goodness. That must have been one of the top performances of the week. Haddix goes crazy with 80. Jake with 76. Man. Zap, 59. Big performers there for Hazer. Who's the big letdown here for Jordan? It's got to be Scary, right, with 15.8.
Scary's
got to be like lowest performer of the week with a 15.
And then Paul at 41. Right below Yark, which is crazy to me to think that the Ferrymen, with like the weekend that they had, are still getting low points. But I guess a lot of the kills did go over to Baskin in that one game that they kind of dominated in up against the Hounds. It was like a 10-1 game.
Yeah. Goodness, Hazer had a great week between Haddix, Jake, and Shinto. And Zapman had a pretty strong week as well. So sorry, Jordan. Sorry, chat. No drops for you this weekend. Your team underperformed. You led Jordan astray. And therefore you led yourself astray. However, what we get to look at are the weekly totals for all of us. And this is something I'm excited to look at.
Hazer was top.
Hazer was top of the week, so that's a tough swing for Jordan. Now, who was bottom this week? Now, if only only Jordan had played against Mifflin, who was 60 points beneath anyone else in the league.
Kiermy did less than Scary.
Who let Miff down?
Kiermy,
15, inbound 25,
Bobby,
Cyclone 29, Biggie 36.
I'm shocked that Baskin was only at 49.6 despite his. I guess his other three games.
One good game. Yeah.
His other 3 games must have been just like mediocre.
Yeah,
but like
Biggie dropped a stinker too.
Let's see. Miff had the lowest performing ADC. He had the lowest performing support.
I'd argue this is
jungle.
I would argue.
Didn't have the lowest mid. That goes to Frost.
That does go to Frost. But three of your roles, Miff, were lowest in the league. Does this surprise you, though? Because, look, remember, going into this final weekend, there was a lot to play for. In-studio cosplay, potentially at risk going into the final week of Fantasy. And you're now 60 behind anyone, but also almost 100 behind any of us who are here in studio. Miff, I'm thinking there's a chance you finished last and you might have to cosplay.
Well, what you're not taking into account is my placement in weeks prior. I was 3rd overall going into this week, so I'm surely I'm surely allowed one bad week in the fantasy.
I'm not sure that's.
I don't know. With how close it was, like in the middle.
Was it close?
It was. We were all like 20,
close.
30, 40, 50 apart.
I think everybody was within like 50 to 100 points in the middle.
So here's a bit of philosophy one of my football coaches have given me. Saying something is close is a loser's mentality, all right? Only people who say, well, it was close are the losers.
All right, well,
it was hand grenades.
You were close to not being last place in studio.
And I'm still not.
You are last place.
How do you know? Where do you see that?
I don't know. If I had it on my laptop, which I don't have.
You don't have a laptop.
Well, I have more power in my pocket than we went to the moon with, Miff. Can you fathom that? I'm not going to
get back to that moon, though. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
You can't get back to not cosplaying. I do believe Miff is last place. So I'm sure he'll put out a tweet since you're a one-stop shop for everything.
That's right. And what was that at?
At Dolson Live on Twitter. I haven't tweeted in a while, so you want to go to Mifflin TV.
That's right.
Is where you want to head. I'll allow you first bite at revealing that you were last place in studio and you have to do cosplay. How about that? So that's our final fantasy. I just want to relish in the fact that my team was like upper 2 or 3.
Can I just say,
for the first time in a while? Go ahead, Trell. You can say.
Me and Jordan are the only ones who didn't have any warriors, and I think I was still like top 2. So I went pretty crazy this phase.
Yeah, but you had Ven and Bera.
Yeah, but no warriors.
You had the carries for the other first seed.
I mean, J-Mac had a top performer every week in Oxy. Like, he at least got 100 from Oxy every week.
That is true. That's hacks. That's hacks for sure.
Yep.
What happens when you draft a good coach early?
Let's segue this conversation in just the general path to Masters recap. We had one phase broken down into 5 or 6 weeks of play. Remember, every team played each other in their own division twice. They played the other team just once. That ends with the Gilded Gladiators being our 8th seeded team. Miff, what'd you see from the Gladiators here in phase 1?
I mean, they beat the Kings
and the Dragons.
The Dragons.
Yep.
And I'm thinking I'm going to have selective blindness for the rest of the phase. And that's what I saw from the Gladiators.
Okay, you provided no actual information there to me. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Trelly, did you see some growth from this Gilded Gladiators team? Expectations weren't in the best spot.
That is true.
But
talk about the Kings.
You get a win against the Kings. You get a win against the Jade Dragons. You look competitive in some of your sets. Is there at least an air of confidence, hopefulness maybe moving forward for the Gladiators?
Most definitely. And it's only because when they beat the Kings, the Kings were undefeated, right? It wasn't like they didn't. If anything, the Gladiators caused the slump, right? They weren't.
Maybe.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If it was like the Kings were already on their big loss streak and then the Gladiators beat them, I'd be like, man, there's not many high points. But that's one high point they could look to say, hey, we did something right. How do we replicate that? I do agree with Miff. They were stinking it up.
There you go.
And there is. The expectations were not high coming in. Let's be honest.
Your truth.
When we saw this team, we were like, this is an 8th place team.
Yeah, cook them up.
And that's just the truth. But they got some wins, so there's positives to look at. That's all I'm saying. They know what they have to grow on. Every time we get to hear them in interviews, they always have good things to say about, hey, we know what messed up. Let's not weigh on that too much. We also know what we're doing right. So that's the mindset you have to have. Of course, if they're, we talk about this a lot. Dave, I believe you quoted Aggro and saying, if this team is trying to win Worlds, they are way under the ballpark, right?
Yep.
But they've got time to try and pick it up.
Go ahead, Miff.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. What are you giggling about?
I was waiting for you to call me an Aggro fanboy or something.
No, dude. I think you should standing on the shoulder of giants is a great strategy, and it's one that someone of your stature should probably lean into.
Gotcha, and that's what you do with me when we're casting together, right? You stand on me. All right, so that's the Gilded Gladiators. Look, they are a team. If you have long-term goals, you got to start building up and looking towards the future. You have a couple springboard wins that maybe you're able to look at and feel confident in potentially moving forward. So outside of the Gilded Gladiators, you look at the other teams that we had here throughout phase number 1. Jade Dragons, J-Mac, they're a team I think that came in with lofty expectations and did not meet those expectations.
Yeah, this is a team that I feel kind of disappointed over the course of the phase. They had their high moments, but they had a lot of low moments throughout. I think inconsistency is probably one of the biggest things to pull from this team, is that we didn't really get that true identity of the Jade Dragons. We came in, we had Mike, we saw some of the Warriors and what they were doing last season whenever it was, that core 3 of the former Oni Warriors team. We said, okay, this could be a team that could run it down. You got some new aggression with Mike, with Lasper over here. This could be a team that could really get some stuff going. But sieging at the end of the day kind of became the hardest thing for this team, what I feel. And sieging overall in year 10 has been a very difficult thing for a lot of teams. But I think more than anybody, the Jade Dragons struggled with the siege over everything else. Even when they're coming into sieges with a 8, 10, 12,000 gold lead, they're not getting anything from it. They're maybe taking a Phoenix and they're sitting by kind of twiddling their thumbs saying, okay, well, I guess we'll wait for the next enhanced fire giant. Then it comes, and then they're still sitting there twiddling their thumbs because they can't break into the base. I think that this is a team that if they have a middling performance when it comes to playoffs and even potentially up towards Masters as well, I could very well see parts of this team maybe potentially breaking apart, because the core 3 of the Oni Warriors that stuck around with this team, Mike and Lazarus joining through, I just haven't been impressed by this squad at all. And I would not have been surprised with how the second half of the phase is going if it was a team that ended up being the bottom in their division, only ekes out by them being one set ahead of the Gilded Gladiators at the end. But yeah, this is a lackluster performance by this team over the phase.
Yeah, I think the Jade Dragons, I mean, they tended to have one of the longest average game times in the league. They were able to stall out games, had difficulty closing things out. So now in our bottom 2 seeds, we've gotten 2 of the Chaos Division teams right. And if I remember correctly. I don't think that changes because you look at the order side and how chaotic a lot of that felt, whereas the chaos side, for lack of a better
orderly.
So orderly in a way. Yeah, well, maybe from 2, 3, and 4, where the Oni Warriors just sort of ran things. So Jade Dragons, they're our 7th seed after phase number 1. We're going to stick with the chaos side of things. The Leviathans, another team that struggled to really string together wins. Only a few throughout the phase, but it's enough to grab themselves 2nd seed in the chaos side. But in the overall SPL, they're your 6th seed team. Mifflin, what's your read on the Leviathans and their phase?
Man,
or you can go to Trelly since he said woo.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit and then we'll toss the ball over to Trelly.
I just want to show the Slaney tweet. That pretty much sums it up. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was just me and the boys getting 2nd seed in our division while going 3 and 7, and then it's just the whole squad dancing.
Right. Oh, nice.
That's it. That's their team mentality.
Well, truly for win-loss, right? Doesn't matter. Once you aren't going to beat the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where you are in the bracket, I guess depending on where you stand against the Kings, you're either on the top side or the bottom side of that bracket. But you get a bye into the 2nd round of playoffs the moment you knew you weren't going to beat the Oni Warriors. And so now it's about improvement moving forward.
It is. Man, I thought I had weaseled my way out of doing any analysis here.
Trelly really threw you a life raft.
He
there.
did.
I tried, but
cycled back to me.
Couldn't dunk it. I don't know.
Dave pointed at me, man. Look, the Leviathans are a really hard team to break down in that they haven't been able to play at full strength for a while. Shinto just recently makes his way back to the stateside, so I'm willing to give them a bit of leniency, especially for the earliest portions of this phase. The Leviathans have historically been a team that struggle in the early phases as well. I would argue this is a bit more of a struggle than we're used to seeing from them, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a bounce back. I've got a little bit more faith in the Leviathans than I do to the Dragons, and I think those two probably have the closest parallels. The Jade Dragons are a team with high expectations that have severely underperformed. The Leviathans, very similarly, high expectations, severely underperformed. But there's something about it, a little je ne sais quoi with the Leviathans that I just think they've got a little bit more in the tank.
You're bilingual.
Could you give us the accent, though?
No, that'd be
okay.
That'd be in poor taste.
We'll move on from that. We're going to be moving on from the Chaos division for a little while. We've gone seed 8, 7, and 6 all on the Chaos side. We're officially jumping to the Order division to discuss our 5th seeded team after phase number 1. And it's one of the qualifier teams. It's the Eldritch Hounds, who are our 5th seeded team coming out of our path to Masters. They just lost their tiebreaker to the Styx Ferrymen. But J-Mac, traditionally we have placed the qualifier teams a bit lower on our mental standings going into the phase. I think the Eldritch Hounds, we're finally starting to discuss a team that has maybe surpassed some expectations for their first phase.
Yeah, I mean, every single year, whether it was in Season 8, Season 9, and now here in Season 10, when we see a team who is mostly made up of rookies and maybe have a couple of veterans kind of sprinkled in there, we kind of go, okay, this is a team that's going to take a phase to ramp up. You know, they might find a win here and there against some of the lower seeded teams, maybe against one of the other qualifier teams or kind of the lower end of the SPL. But this is a team that came out, they beat the Kings, they were able to beat the Ferrymen, they were able to find wins at their season. They finished at a 5-5, and this is probably way higher than I think anybody was going to give this team credit for, because you have 2 players in Quig and Oath who haven't had SPL talent at all. You have Vaporish Coast, who played in the Console Pro League, but not at the SPL League at that time. But he was also just kind of running it down at Worlds and finding success there. And then you bring up some veteran talent, at least in Ducky, who hasn't had the best performances whenever he has been SPL. It's typically been on those bottom-seeded teams, typically either that 7th or that 8th-placed seed there as well. And then Benny Q, who also it just had his first season, didn't have the greatest performance at the top level there. So as a team essentially kind of full of rookies kind of trying to jump themselves back up and some lower-end veteran talent. And I think they blew expectations out of the water, finishing 5-5, being able to tie up there. While, yes, 5th seed doesn't sound the craziest when you look at the teams and the names that they've been able to beat over the course, I think this is a team that has done nothing but impress, at least for everything. It started off very tough for them. They had a difficult time sieging. Their team fights weren't all that great. But once they started to kind of rally together, they got that, that experience together with each other under their belt. This is a team that can really stack up against some of the top end of the competition. Are they going to be able to beat the Oni Warriors within another week or two? Maybe not, considering how good the Oni Warriors are. But the fact that they're able to go toe-to-toe with just about every other team in the league when we didn't have that expectation for them coming in, I'm just gonna say I'm proud of what the Eldritch Hounds have been able to do with their first phase.
Yeah, admittedly, I think it's a split between the Hounds doing better than maybe we and they thought they were going to do, and then some other teams that are now behind them in the standings probably doing worse than we were expecting them to do. And so the Hounds have put themselves in a really good spot where I do think there are growing pains that they'll figure out. But they were able to rely on talent and early team chemistry to put themselves into a fifth-seeded position. Trelly, what's your read on Coast here? Phase 1, there was a lot of conversation around him finding himself on a team. Surprised that it had to go through he had to go through a qualifier path. Do you think he lived up to expectations in his first phase?
I would say he surpassed his already high expectations, given the fact that he's still not here. If he's if he's doing what he's doing on ping, it's just gonna get more gross when he's here. I mean, yeah, let that sink in for a second. Like, if he's
knocking on the door, the sink.
No, we can't let it in yet. But when he gets here, we'll let it in. And in that case, yeah, I think, Coast had high expectations. He's still bringing the heat. He's still spam taunting. He's staying true to himself, which I love to see. And he makes the league fun, There's not everyone that's going to look for those 1v1s. Think about how boring ADC is when Coast isn't playing. It's very rare that you're looking for 1v1s. Sure. You're sitting under lane. You're just under tower saying, hey, there's a chest camp up. See you later. Coast is looking to fight. And I think that's the kind of stuff that adds a little fire to these matches.
If you weren't a fan of that, to let that sink in?
No, I thought it was great.
I could do the full-blown podcast guy thing. Let me blow your mind for a second, if I can. Let me take you on a bit of a journey here. Vaporish Coast, right? You guys with me right now?
Uh-huh.
SEC player, plays on the world stage last year.
Yep.
You guys hanging in there with me for now? Let me blow your mind for just a moment. Let me. Chris is walking out right now because he's heard me talk about this about 16 times this week. That's what all the podcast guys always do.
Yeah, Jamie, pull that up.
That's right. No, that's a TikTok trend. There's probably 3 or 4 people in chat who have seen that guy, and I'm directly ripping that from him. So that's the Eldritch Hounds, your 5th seed at the end of phase number 1, and we're officially in the top half of our seeding after phase number 1. Don't worry, we're going to be getting to the Ravens. We're going to be getting to the Oni Warriors here in just a minute. So the question is, who do we have at 4th seed after phase number 1? Well, we're down to 2 teams who finished first in their group, and so it's between the Kings and the Styx Ferrymen. Only one of those 2 teams had to play in their tiebreaker today. So the Styx Ferrymen still on the order side of things. They're your 4th seeded team after phase number 1. Miff, it's a team that traditionally is a bit of a slow starter, but this team strung together some wins here, put themselves in a competitive spot, and come out of the order side 3rd seed, overall 4th seed in the SPL.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very obvious Paul Aurora Cyclone team, right? I mean, this is just their MO. Take a little while to start spooling things up. When things start to look a little bit better, they tend to stay better. It's a team that will run with momentum. I would argue that more than ever, you can look at one player on this team and directly tie him into the success of the squad. Now, I think that's Sino out of the jungle. I'm not going to make any qualms here. He has probably one of the worst first couple of weeks for a high expectations team that I've ever seen, likely tied to the fact that he was completely unwilling to play any assassins or any mage jungles when those 2 were in the meta. It was Nike inserter every single game to some success, couldn't quite string together any set wins. And then all of a sudden we get an assassin jungle and things start turning around. Fenrir starts showing up. Kleena starts showing up. Naja gets picked a little bit more consistently. We throw Hunbots in there, and all of a sudden, I'm not dreading Sino's pick in every single draft. And all of a sudden, the Ferrymen start winning. So I think this is a team that is always going to have the talent. They're always going to have good decision-making. They've got a great in-game leader in Cyclone Spin.
Yep.
It's just the draft, and it seems like they're figuring it out.
Miff, there's only one more team that we could possibly look at for our 3rd seed because they're not one of our 1 seeds coming out of these 2 divisions, and that team is the Camelot Kings.
Whoa.
Difficult team to break down, I think, because this team started off 4-0. They were going head-to-head with the Oni Warriors, trying to remain undefeated, but JMac, they lost 5 of their last 6 sets. Are they still a good enough squad to be considered 3rd seed?
I honestly don't even know what this squad anymore because, I mean, there are moments, there are high points with this team, but the lows of this team is lower than I'd even say that we saw from them back in Season 9 with this team. I think the change up to the map has really affected this squad. There's not nearly as much to fight over. It's your neutral camps, your buff. I think this more kind of scrappy early game style has favored other teams more than anything. But I think for me, and it's something that we kind of, maybe glanced a little bit over as far as, when we're talking about Blues Ultra, well, the right side of the map of the Camelot Kings has been severely underperforming. Captain Twig has had many a games where he's going 1-5, 0-8, 1-9. Variety's been having a lot of games. We joke about him being the sacrificial lamb of the team, the designated inter of the team. But I think it really has started to affect, because where Yarkor is doing fine, where Genetics is doing fine, where BMT is solidly probably the best performer on the team as far as consistency's sake, the right side with Twig and Variety has not looked good for the Camelot Kings. And I don't know if it was the loss to the Gilded Gladiators is what put them in this mental spiral downward, starting out 4-0 and then now going 1-5 for the back 3 weeks. But this team has just not looked good. I think we need to see a step up Variety. We need to see a step up from Captain Twig. Otherwise, I could see this team falling down very early in future tournaments and even future phases.
Yeah, it's difficult because Variety has died a lot in the past, but it's been in the name of starting a team fight, setting up for his team.
Yeah, Variety dies, get Gold Fury. Classic Soul Lane.
Yeah,
stuff.
now it's Variety dies, and nothing is seeming to be going right on the map for the Camelot Kings. But it's a team of talented individuals, some downtime after playoffs might put them on the right foot. So that's our third seeded team after phase number 1. We're down to our division winners, though, with our final 2 teams. Highland Ravens, the number 2 team, I have to imagine, because the only Warriors untouched.
Unscathed.
And that's the Camelot Kings. Trelly, Highland Ravens.
Yep.
Ahead of expectations, behind expectations, perfectly expected.
Certainly ahead of our expectations if you go to our blind predictions, but I would say once we all got a little bit of
Can we
data.
stop going to those?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We had no data. It was just, hey, look at these 5 players in a list.
Data?
Data.
No. We're too far behind. Keep going.
This is true.
Say it again.
Given the fact that once we got into actual territory where we all knew what this team was capable of, I think they've been looking even better than expectations for sure. I don't know if second seed was ever in that realm of possibility. That was probably still going to the Kings, but they've been impressing. I think they've meshed together extremely well, and they're playing a style of Smite that is, of course, different from the Oni Warriors, but still uniquely their own that I think other teams are having trouble with.
Yeah, it feels like the Carries, Ven, and Bear have found a team and a roster that really fits their style. Scream playing really good Smite for this team. And Haddox is back to doing Haddox things. That leaves one team.
It's Trelly here, and the SPL playoffs are just around the corner. June 1st through June 4th, mark your calendars. The top team from each division automatically qualifies to Masters. That leaves us with 6 teams left. They'll play each other in a double elimination bracket to determine seeding going into Masters. 2 best-of-5s every day, 4 days, all live for you to see on twitch.tv/SmiteGame, and we can't wait to see you there.
We appreciate all the support that you've ever given us, and go Cog Prime.
And I want to make sure you get your trophy here as well, man. MVP, Sino, and his heavy, man. Make sure you hold on to it for me. MVP, raise it up for him, man.
It's just so incredible. I'm so happy, and I've always wanted to tell my parents that I finally won this tournament. So Mom, Dad, I finally won Worlds.
Feels like I'm in a dream. I haven't woken up yet. Hopefully, this dream never stops.
Splice are going to be your Season 5 World Champions! This is their moment! Untouched, unscathed, bow down to your kings! The Camelot Kings, champions of the world!
Good morning, Smite fans, and welcome in to the Smite Pro League playoffs here in Season 10. We've had a long road to Masters already here in Season 10. The road continues, though. Now in the Smite Pro League playoffs, we've whittled down to just 6 SPL teams that are playing here this weekend. This will be a seeding event for, of course, Masters, which will be coming up in just a couple weekends. If you need a reminder on how the road to Masters broke down, we can look at the standings from the first phase of things. The Oni Warriors, spotless, 10-0 in the Chaos Division. Then we jump to the Order side, where you got a whole mess of teams that are essentially the remainder of our seeds, with the Highland Ravens getting a bye. Camelot Kings, Styx Ferryman, Eldritch Hounds. After that, we go back to the Chaos Division for the other bottom 3 teams, really in the league and, of course, in their own division. So we will not see the Oni Warriors or the Highland Ravens this weekend. Those 2 teams have won themselves a bye to Masters, which will happen in just a couple of weekends. Well, what are seedings matter if you don't have them placed into a bracket? Let's take a look at that bracket. Because remember, on the last day, we had to find ourselves a tiebreaker. We had a tiebreaker match between, I believe it was Styx Ferryman and the Eldritch Hounds. That was the tiebreaker the Styx Ferryman won, so they will be facing off against the Gilded Gladiators in the top of our bracket. The Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds, they'll fight later today over on the other side. That is a lot of words, a gore miser, to say we finally made it to playoffs. And we'll start today here with 2 big best-of-5s in the first round.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really excited to see what both of these teams have. I feel like the Ferrymen, by the end of the phase, were just cleaner, right? I think that there were definitely some stumbles in the middle. Even they had mentioned it, that it was, struggles figuring out the meta, what they wanted to do. And then slowly the grass kind of tightened for them. They were like, oh, okay, when we do this, we're starting to win. We start to win. And figuring out, I think, more of what their identity was going to be, at least for that meta. Of course, there's been a couple of changes coming into this week that maybe is going to alter some things, but I think they did a good job of figuring themselves out. And I think the Gladiators is a pretty simple team for them to look at and say, okay, we know what we need to do against those guys. What do we have to do to stop them? Right now, it seems like it's their jungler, right? You shut down Kiermi, you seem to shut down the rest of the team. So I feel like this is a team that has done a good job of improving themselves, as well as really being able to go up against a team that's kind of easy to get homework against.
Well, Gormizer, the dual lane of both of these teams is going to be a spotlight throughout the set. And for the Styx Ferryman, Cyclone's has been really a treat to watch. Rejoins a lot of his old teammates here this year, and looks like has returned to form and really feels like such a power point for the Styx Ferryman team. Playing a lot of Jabalanke, Hachiman, the build has been set, and the build has looked good for Cyclone Spin. And Gore, I think, a real win condition now for this Ferryman team.
Honestly, I think that it's just been, again, clean play, and I think you're going up against Stewart, which I think is not going to be like an easy 1v1 match, but Cyclone's been doing it forever, and he's been doing it better than a lot of people throughout a lot of that time. And so I do think that this is going to be a fun one to watch. I also think that you're getting a much wider god pool. I mean, obviously there's solo lane to be accounted into it, but like Cyclone's got a massive god pool to lean to. And so I think that this is just something and someone who has been nothing but a benefit to the league and to the team.
That's right. He's going to get you a few kills. He's not going to die a lot. And he's going to be great for the Styx Ferryman. He's also standing by with J-Mac for the pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. I've got Cyclone Spin, the carry for the Styx Ferryman with me. Cyclone, kind of talk to me about maybe your opinions on the performance of your team so far this phase and leading up to this event.
We've been struggling to the start of the phase, trying to figure out how to play with each other. But towards the end, we started learning how to play with each other, so we're doing a lot better now compared to the earlier phase.
Okay, so a nice little bit of an upward trend for your team here. Cyclone, going up into this bracket, you had to do a seeding match against the Eldritch Hounds just a week prior. That way you could figure out if you were playing against the Gladiators or the Dragons. Now, I know that every team always likes to say, well, we got to beat everybody if we want to win, but do you feel that maybe this makes your path maybe towards that higher seed a little bit easier on this side of the bracket?
I don't think it matters that much, because it is true you do just have to win in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, basically you just have to win.
So you got to keep getting the wins out there. Cyclone, going up against the Gladiators, you're going to be facing off specifically, at least in your lane matchup, a Stewart and inbound team that you've only had to play one time so far this year. And I think since the first time that you played them, we were able to get a couple of wins under their belt. How do you feel that dual lane might be going up against inbound and Stu?
They're probably going to be a lot more cohesive at the start. They're probably learning how to play with each other, since they haven't played with each other since Season 8 or Season 9, maybe. But they should be pretty good now.
All right. Well, Cyclone, thanks for coming out for the pregame review. I'll get you back with your team. Good luck in your set, and we'll throw it back over to the desk.
Earlier on this phase, when the Styx Ferryman fought up against the Gilded Gladiators,
I was looking at the same thing.
in favor. Were you looking at the first match?
I was trying to, but mainly because I was just like, man, I know they had to play each other. When was it? It was the very, very first win that the Ferryman got.
It was a while ago, and unfortunately for the Gladiators, took them a little while to start stringing some wins together. However, Gladiators, a team, remember, they beat the Camelot Kings. They officially ended the Camelot Kings' undefeated streak at the beginning of the Road to Masters and started what has now become a difficult run of things for the Camelot Kings. Yeah. So the question for the Gilded Gladiators after that match was, is this a one-off? Is this going to be consistent? Are the Gilded Gladiators here to play? Are they here to win? Well, they didn't exactly string together a bunch of wins, but they did win another match or two and started winning some of the individual games within their sets. So, Gort, this seems like a team you're still probably not favoring in any of the matchups they go into, but I think you're giving them a fighter's chance. And you have to remember, this is a best of 5. In a best of 5, it's all about adaptation and consistency. Some would argue a better team will almost always win a best of 5 because you got to win more consistently in a set like this, but it does change the dynamic.
Yeah.
And the god pool of that guy right there is going to be tested.
It's the thing that you kind of mentioned, and specifically that you look at when it comes to best of 5s. We've talked about it a lot, but like Game 3 is when you start to see more specifics, right? Like the meta bans are there in Game 1. They start to slip maybe a little through in Game 2. And then by Game 3, it's, okay, what are y'all playing that is causing us trouble, and how do we deal with this? So I think that the first couple of games are ever increasingly important, but we'll probably see some adaptation, like you said, Kiermy. Look, it's just so easy to talk about him, because when you say the word, when you say, is this team going to be consistent? He's the one who's been consistent. I mean, even in their bad games, he looks good. And that's the thing I think that the rest of the Gladiators have been trying to step up to. I think Kiermy has done a fantastic job so far this season. It was just always coming with the question. Scary D, when he's having a great day, then all of a sudden this team is just rolling over people. But sometimes there's not been the great days. Sometimes we've seen the issues come from the solo lane. So there's consistency questions there. Same thing I think has to be said for Snoopy over in mid, because there's been a lot of moments where a couple of good plays from the mid lane might be able to change the pace of the game, and something's just gone wrong, right? I mean, I'm thinking of a defense at one point where he flickered forward out of the Phoenix.
Yep.
And sometimes things like that happen, but you just got to make sure that this is one of those days where the mistakes we've seen, albeit spread across 5 weeks, right? It's not all happening at once. Across 5 weeks, if all of those just don't show up, they just can't show up today, can't show up tomorrow, can't show up on Sunday. And as long as you can do that, like you said, consistency is key. One good weekend, this Gladiators team, I think, has shown us that they can and will take it to the top teams in the league. It is just making sure that the clean play is there.
Yep.
I think the duo lane, much to what Cyclonesman had said, has done a great job cleaning things up. I think everybody on this team has done a great job cleaning things up from week 1 to week 5. And so seeing what they have to offer is going to be huge. But Stewart has been a pillar. Inbound has really, I think, stepped into that role. There's still some I'm going to call it classic inbound games. But there's some really, really phenomenal. The Terra play highlights were in there for a reason. Really, really phenomenal plays. I think that have balanced things out for the Gladiators. This is a matchup, I think, wholeheartedly. Not only they can win, despite the fact that the record, they only played the Ferryman once. It was in week 1. It was an 0-2. That's pretty much negligible, right? A lot of meta changes since then, but also this team didn't know what they were doing at that point.
Sure.
Now they've got a better grasp on who they are, what they want to do, their comms with each other, things like that. And so I'm looking at this team and looking at this matchup completely different from how it was at the very beginning. This is a team that right now could beat anybody in the league. Everybody, I mean, even the Warriors are on that list. Everybody is beatable. The Warriors made it magical and didn't lose somehow, which is absolutely insane. But I think that there's a world where this team could run an absolute gauntlet. They just have to make sure that they're in the right zone.
Now, remember, for the Styx Ferrymen, they had to battle in one more tiebreaker match against the Eldritch Hounds, a match that they were able to win.
Yeah.
And also remember, for the Styx Ferrymen, just because of the way things broke down, they were 5-5 along with 2 other teams in the Order division. They were better than all but the Oni Warriors in the Chaos division, so they'll be going up against the Gilded Gladiators. But this Styx Ferryman team, the conversation in the past has been, when do they start to find their consistency, right? Because they've had kind of middling regular seasons and then really good tournament events. Is this the start of one of those good tournament events for the Styx Ferryman? That's the question. We'll find out in Picks and Bans for Game 1 just how they want to set the stage. Eyes, of course, will be on the jungle matchup in Picks and Bans, not only because what is Kiermi going to get to play, but what is Sino going to choose to play at this event is always going to be an important topic of conversation. Is he going to stick with the Assassins, move into the Warriors? Is Baskin gonna get to play Vamana? Nope, immediately no, so they go with Gladiators. And Inbound has played a lot of healers recently, been a lot of Terra, a little Aphrodite, a little Umoja. And one of those picks immediately taken away by the Styx Ferryman. And I suppose Gore in a best of 3, or best of 5 rather, we're in best of 5s here. Game 1 is you stick with a standard. You're doing a little bit of this is what we've thought about over the last couple weeks. From there on, it's full-on adaptation until the end. Not much being revealed, though, with the first pick. Hachiman, pretty standard from what we've seen. Recently got some changes in a good way, and the Hunters are liking him right now.
Honestly, I'm really curious to see where these picks go. Serket was at the top of the list for a long time. Not something Sino has liked, but something that Kiermi has been really good at. Seeing that it's available and open, it's probably not as high priority, but only because the Ferrymen aren't going to play it. And that brings me to what you had said, right? What does Kiermi get to play, is how you worded it, because what are they going to allow through? What is he going to be allowed to pick up? And the other half is what does Sino choose to play? Because he played a lot of Osiris towards the end there, and I don't think anybody was, like, really vibing with it.
No.
But at the same time, I don't think he did, like, it wasn't bad. They won all of the games. And so if you're able to make it work, you're able to make it work. So you have to give him credit where credit's due. I'm also, again, watching over some of these, I guess the bans more so in this, but picks as well, right? A lot of these gods got hit with nerfs. Vamana still got hit with a nerf. I think Hercules, Serket did. Like, there's a lot of gods that are still on the board that got smacked with a nerf on Tuesday that are still showing a lot of prevalence. And honestly, I think you're getting a lot of presence from both teams, right? You've got a good team fight present already from the Gladiators with a Terra and a Hercules. A little bit of healing, good self-sustain, a lot of frontline control. And we saw highlights of Stu on this ROM. It's something that works beautifully and that I trust a lot to be able to play. I'm going to just use the word cleanly, right? I can expect it to go into lane. It's going to hold its own. It's going to come into the late game. It's going to find good damage, good snipes, and a lot of stuff like that.
I'm Gore, excited about. No, I'm not Gore. You're Gore.
Yeah, I'm Gore.
Gore, I'm excited about a Baskin tier game. I think what we saw from the Vamana, was that last weekend? Feels like forever. No, it was 2 weekends.
Yeah, it was a while. It was forever ago.
We had no broadcast last weekend.
In my brain's terms.
My brain scrambled. May 21st, Vamana, 10-1-1 against the Ultra Chowns. Just prior to that, won a game on a Guan Yu in that very same set. So I haven't seen the tier in a little while from Baskin, but he's able to play mechanically up to par. Could be a very disruptive game. Remember, tier had some changes. You can stun on the ultimate now, depending on what stance you entered the ultimate from. Provides a little extra utility into the kit. And had some viability in as well. Mixed bans in the second wave. Speaking of waves, Hebo taken away, Merlin as well.
Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga is probably where Paul would have gone. He's not going to get the opportunity, and the Gilded Gladiators will scoop her up.
Honestly, Baba Yaga, the best performing yet somehow most forgettable mid laner that has existed. It's so interesting, like, going through the list. Maybe it's just because for so long after she released, she was not very prevalent. But the damage output has always been there, right? It's the late game damage. But right now, with the builds you're going, you're not really having to wait till late game to get some of that good damage out there. Plus, at this point, you needed a good mid laner with Hebo, Merlin, and the Agni off the board. I'm not saying you're scraping the barrel, but you're definitely going to the point where you're like, all right, so where are the other, like, 3 gods in mid that we've been watching? Baba Yaga's been at the top of that list. So it's an easy pickup for them. Also gives Kiermi a little more time to think about what he's going to match up into. And lets us see the full lineup for the Ferryman, specifically to see what Sino's going to be playing there on the other side of the screen. Because Sino has a lot of weird gods. Sino has a lot of meta gods. Sino has a lot of, you're going to question him, but he still somehow makes it work gods. There's an entire list over there. And this is one that always ends up being made to work. Naja. Has good stuns, good setup potential, good damage follow-up potential. And something that I am really, really excited to see is that pair up with Ishel.
Gore? It's been so long. I forgot eShell is now available in the SPL. We're going to get our first eShell game in game number 1 of the SMITE Pro League playoffs. Another aggro god. And Gore, Maui was, I was going to say, this one a lot of fun. Maui was also a lot of fun to play. I know you love Maui. I love playing some eShell.
I have struggled this year to just, anytime I'm playing, to not play Maui. Like, every single time I look at the Guardian style, I'm just like, why would I pick anything that's not him?
Give me a big landfall, reel someone in. I want to talk about eShell, though, Gore, because it's a pick that, honestly, I have really enjoyed playing.
Yeah, she's fun.
Really good kit. And you're able to layer the CC, the in-kit CC on top of one another somewhat effectively. If you're hitting one of your circles, it feels like you're also going to be hitting the other. Worth mentioning, the blind in-kit is somewhat surprising sometimes. You hit your one, you can hit that little tiny triangle up front for the secondary.
Not a lot of those in the game, too.
Not many. And the ultimate, it's got some great utility. In a meta where we've been thinking about sustain and healing, eShell, a kit that has a bit of that in kit as well. So I wonder where our expectations should be laid for this pick.
You know, I always go in whenever I see it, especially if the god hasn't been the talk of the town since their release. Middle, right? I'm thinking, okay, she's probably going to do fine. Then, at least for this matchup, you add the Paul factor into it. So the fine for anybody else comes into, well, she's going to do great. Because Paul's going to do great. It's just a matter of whether or not the team does great around it. That is going to be the big question. I'm excited to see it. I think actually having Paul on this pick as well is going to be really eye-opening. Yeah, we got to talk to the mid laners not too long ago, and a few of them just hadn't looked at her too much. And knowing that Paul's eyes have been on this pick, it really kind of, at least to me, opens the conversation to where she can be. Not on the ban list, very low in the priority, which I think kind of speaks to at least where a lot of the pros are thinking for her. You know, still not valued over like the Merlin, the Hebo, the Agni, even the Baba Yaga, at least if you're looking over towards the Gladiators, but valued enough to be able to get locked in here. And like you said, adds a good bit of magical damage to a team that desperately needed it, right? I mean, you're looking at a team that otherwise is nothing but physical gods. You get a little bit of sustain on top of that, along with the Horus, that can help balance out what the Terra is going to be bringing, what Hercules is going to be bringing. And then, like you had mentioned, utility, movement speed as well, pretty heavy in her kit. So even though she doesn't have like that traditional escape that we might see on some other mages, or like a dash or a leap that you see on other gods, she's still got, I would say, more than enough survivability to get out of there. With a Naja beside you and a tier along your side as well, there's a lot of CC follow-up, a lot of control that can come from this god. Or not even from this god, from the team to help this god. And I think that from mid lane, I mean, if you get a really good sash early on, damage is TBD, right? Depending on some of the builds, what the pros are going to be doing. There's definitely something I think to be worried about in those first few levels.
Remember, a little bit of healing in kit, and I bring that up because Paul has really liked these mid laners that have some type of heal in there. Yeah. I'm looking at his Hell games. He went Lotus Sickle, Regrowth, built Regrowth on Plash. Has had a couple of Hell games in recent memory, so I'm wondering if he's going to try to find synergy with those types of builds and this eShell pick specifically. A lot of weight in Paul's hands right now. He can single-handedly have a 100% win rate for eShell across the SPL, or 0, one or the other. In game 1 of this best of 5 as the SMITE Pro League playoffs kick off.
That's right. It is our first game of the SPL playoffs. It's the Six Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators in a best-of-5 bout. See who's going to move on in the bracket. I believe they're to face off against the Atlantis Leviathans later on through. And it's going to be a tough bracket for a lot of these teams going through there. Remember, seeding towards Masters, oh so important for this playoff event there. Getting your foot in the door very early. Going to be a big one for it. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 1 between the Ferrymen and the Gladiators. And Miff, I'm noticing a lot of sustain on the side of the Ferrymen, whether that be self-sustain, throwing from like Baskin or Sino, or team sustain from Paul and Aurora.
Yeah, I'm not so certain about the efficacy of Ixchel in sustain. I almost view her similarly to Baron Samdi in that he's got healing, but you're not exactly reliant on it. So often you're going to have to make that decision. Do I want to throw it at my allies? Do I want to throw it into the back line of the enemies? We'll see how Paul decides to address that come late game. Of course, if the fight goes long and you're able to reset, plenty of opportunities to resustain there. As well as with the ultimate. So Ixchel, an untested factor and one that I'll be keeping my eyes on throughout this match. I imagine the Gilded Gladiators feel like they checkmate the Styx Ferryman and P's and B's when Snoopy's able to pick up that Baba Yaga, perhaps forgetting that Paul has always been that guy to test out the new mage regardless. And it's a mage that I think fits his playstyle. Very poke-centric. I call them spammer mages, the ones that are just constantly throwing out their abilities. Ixchel is firmly within that camp. Just watch him. He's going to be going for poke constantly.
Yeah, especially just that within that first ability. Hit an enemy god, you get the cooldown right back, throw it again, try and get the blind shot immediately after, so a ton of spam. A lot of utility in this god's kit. I mean, Des highlighted it. Blind, knock up, heal, root, movement speed. Feels like this god just does about all of it. And
Kind of aggro gods. Like that's a theme now, isn't it, with the aggro gods?
That's the thing I've noticed with some of the designers. You kind of figure out, okay, what does this design like to do? You get the stance switch designer. They like to design gods that have stances. So far, I've noticed with aggros, gods that have empowered autos and passives. That's the only consistency I have immediately.
Yeah, empowered autos, every form of CC in the game, and a ton of utility as well. Maui and Ixchel both give over additional movement speed too. Maybe there's something to be said about that.
Movement speed, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be very difficult to lock down Paul and the rest of the Styx Ferryman, for that matter. I mean, Aurora and Cyclone playing two of the most slippery gods in role. Sino, pretty slippery on the Naja, self-sustain. If you've got that ultimate available, a very good disengage tool. Basket on the tier. Just a phenomenal pick right now thanks to some of the buffs he's received recently. A 1-second stun and defense stance on ult, or just additional damage if you're in the power stance. But most notably, slippery because he's got 2 dashes and a whole lot of immunity for CC.
Aurora taking a lot of pokes. So is Paul in the mid lane. A dive in by Kiermi and Snoopy, and it's first blood to the Gladiators. Paul caught out of position, and now Sino low, but not out. Yes, he is. Snoopy finds the shot after, and it's a double in mid to start the game off.
Man, that is exactly what Fenrir gets done. He just gets involved so early. The Unchained stun makes it difficult to know when you're allowed to step up. Stun into damage combo from the Baba Yaga. I believe Snoopy had potion in pocket, so a whole lot of burst for Paul off that initial burst of CC. Sino tries his best to peel out for his ally, but can't get a whole lot done. Worth noting that both Paul and Sino do hold on to their beads, though. Maybe could have had one of them avoid a death, but we'll be able to do it once more. Not really an opportunity for the Gilded Gladiators to continually rotate through and do it again.
Paul throws out a near full combo on inbound, but just scares inbound away and secures the green buff. Make sure he gets the XP and that's not stolen away.
Is Ixchel that mana hungry, J-Mac? Goodness gracious.
I mean, he did throw, from what I saw, at least 3 abilities at inbound. Maybe a
3
fourth
abilities.
one if he got the full combo.
He just got back from base. He's half mana already. That's ridiculous. I mean, Sands of Time will help out a bit with that, but gonna be a while till he stacks up a good deal of MP5. I haven't had too many opportunities to play Ixchel. Play tested her once or twice, played her in a few matches when she became available in ranked, but still trying to figure out exactly how that god feels throughout the early. And if that's the case, it's going to be real difficult to use that poke.
Sino's here. Ultimate's available, but might not even need it. The triple body block inbound.
Oh, that's
is just
disrespectful.
Against the wall. And the Styx Ferryman pick up a first blood. The power of body blocks, and honestly, one of the reasons it's one of my favorite mechanics in Smite.
I mean, they stopped hitting him, J-Mac. They stopped hitting him and just watched him squirm. That is awful for inbound. Fortunately for inbound, the rest of his team doing pretty all right at this point. Jungle and mid still ahead, so if anyone's got to die, support's a good place.
Oh, use the beads. The knockup's not going to stop Kiermi, and there's the power of the Fenrir into that matchup. No way to stop the Brutalize, and Kiermi teamed up with Snoopy pick up their 3rd kill in the mid lane.
Well, I'm seeing now that Ixchel is going to be suffering in this matchup, right? Kiermi has figured that out as well. Without the beads, next rotation from Kiermi will be even easier. It's 2 kills through beads or just ignoring it. Now, without it, Ragnarok should find some value. With Jotun's in first slot, Ragnarok will come back up pretty quickly.
Baskin finds the push on a Scary. Sino does get the sash afterwards. Scary's still alive, thrown up in the sky by Sino. Kiermi's here, no ult, no way to help out. It's an extra stun by Baskin, but one by Kiermi to try and bail out Scary, but it's just not enough. Baskin has the damage on the tier with that Bluestone to take down Scary D and notch a 2nd kill for the Ferryman.
Looked to me like Unchained was timed a bit poorly there. Lands into the stun from Baskin, does not stun Baskin, and just takes a whole lot of damage, maybe even immune a bit of that Unchained damage from Kiermi. Unfortunate, that's really tight timing, and pretty unlikely that Scary D makes it out alive from that position regardless, especially after that Windfire Wheels placement from Sino. on one of his signature picks at that. This Naja has served Sino very well in the past. Seems like he's having a good day of it so far. Abilities are landing. 1 and 2, maybe not the most impressive slash line, but as far as actually hitting his buttons and aiming his abilities, I don't think I've seen Sino miss just yet. And 5 minutes in, that's no easy task. Naja is a very high skill demanding god.
Typically why in the past we've seen it banned away from Sino. I mean, he joined back in the SPL Season 9, got 1 game on Naja on his debut back in SPL, and then didn't get to see that god, I don't think, again until the very end of Worlds, if not even all the way up until here in Season 10. Paul going to be leveling up that first ability on the E-Shell. The higher spam of the abilities, the lowest cooldown by far compared to the rest of her kit. And I think the Death brings up maybe an interesting point there. One thing that Dave brought was maybe how much of the utility style route that Paul goes into. As mentioned on the healer gods, goes in towards things like regrowth, Lotus Sickle as well, but at least for the time being, seems to be just be more damage for Paul.
Yeah, I just don't see Ixchel as a dedicated healer. It's not the same as an Aphrodite. You're not a Hell. You've got sustain, but you're not a sustain god, is generally how I view it with Ixchel. So I imagine we see standard just throw out damage style of build here. I mean, I know there's, all right, look, I know there's a heal, Doug, okay? I understand. But when are you using it like that? Not super often, I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe on some sieges, pretty much. Resustain up around a Gold Fury. So you get a decent bit when it is leveled up. I think it was 150 or 180 max rank whenever you do have that fully stacked up there. So it could be good if you can get some cooldown in the build, which Paul has elected towards, 20% so far. Hor's been playing very aggressive on this horse, and maybe rightfully so. The damage output to inbound. He'll throw out the Monolith and break it to escape. Sino's been lurking his way on this left side of the jungle.
Yeah, I was surprised Cyclone Spin holds on to the ultimate there. It likely, due to Sino making contact with Kirimi in the jungle, you don't want to get involved too far up the lane with Kirimi hovering so nearby, but inbound was really low. Ultimate plus 1, maybe 2 auto attacks likely would have finished off that kill. Instead, a reset to neutral. Your support's already 2 levels up. Why risk it for the 0-1 Terra? I can get behind a thought process like that. But with that said, Cyclone Spin has just now ticked over to level 8, whereas Stewart has been sitting there a little bit longer. Inbound behind not only from death, but because he's been hovering in the jungle so frequently, has allowed Stu to solo farm this lane. That'll start to slowly build up a lead for the ADC. But it's a tight balancing act, J-Mac, in that Inbound can sacrifice his own farm and make sure that his carries pull ahead. But it's going to have a topple-on effect where all of a sudden you just don't have a tank. You don't have someone that can get the fight started consistently. Now over to level 7, starting to slowly work on those Thebes. Inbound's, he's traversing it, but he's got to be careful. 2-3 levels in support, very difficult to catch up. It's one of the most difficult roles in the game to gain experience in.
And speaking of trying to catch themselves back up in experience, has been Paul. He's been about 2 levels down since that level 5 mark. It was 5 for Paul, 7 for Snoopy. It's been sitting pretty consistently at that 2-level lead for Snoopy ever since that point. That coming from the 2 deaths on Paul. One that went to Snoopy's hands and one that went over towards Kirimi earlier on. Kirimi now showing presence on the left side of the map, trying to alleviate some pressure, potentially over for Stu for inbound, or maybe just even set up for Gold Fury, possibility, but maybe with Stu going back to base now, that one out of sight. At least for the Gilded Gladiators, so Aurora going to do his best to make sure that he gets some vision control around here. It feels like we're, despite maybe the faster kills that happen in the game, it really feels like the pacing of the game has slowed down pretty dramatically, is what I should say, but Sino's going to get things active on the right side. We'll throw an ult on the Scary D, gets a push immediately into the tower. Nice combo, but the ring toss misses from Sino.
Yikes.
Should still be a kill on the Scary
Yikes.
D.
Yikes!
If the sash had connected, but because it missed, and so did Baskin, Scary D will get to run free on the right side while the Gold Fury goes to the Gladiators on the left.
Man, that is yikes. Yikes, I think, the operative word there. Lot of missed abilities. Even if the slow just connects, if ring bounce just connects, you're probably getting a double tap because you're so close to those bastions. Maybe could have been. No, you're on your own side of the map. Wouldn't have hit off the bastion, but still would have found the slow. Would have been massive. Would have kept Scary D in range for Baskin's stun. A lot of things could have gone differently, right? I mean, so many abilities miss. But it's the dedication and timing of it that are really costing the 6th frame. The classic response is always, hey, two in solo, go to gold. The Gilded Gladiators were ready for it. And when you look at the 6th frame into the ADC, where Cyclone Spin was, where Paul was, there was just no opportunity to put a defense around the neutral objective. So good call from the good Gladiators to go ahead and punish the 6 Ferryman. And even had the Ferryman found the kill, if the Gladiators go for the same play, I'm pretty certain they come out ahead regardless. There just really was not a whole lot of fight back potential from the Ferryman on the left side of the map. Got to prevent this though. Aurora falling around Pyro could cost you Pyro.
Get the double dash away. Paul is here, throws out the beam just to get a little bit of damage towards Kirmi and inbound, but I think the little is the big word there, is that it's not doing a whole lot this stage of the game. Mostly just trying to ward off the Gilded Gladiators around that Pyro. So Aurora gets to live for the time being, but half HP, it'll be a while before he resustains up.
Interesting point about Ixchel Ultimate is that it is not only essentially an Anubis ult, but also a heal.
Well,
would have liked it there.
Yeah, probably would have been nice, but nothing. No Aegis still in level 11 for Paul, so it doesn't have that damage immunity, and it's a lather, rinse, repeat for Kirmi. Dive on top of the E-Shell, no way for him to be peeled off, and now that's going to net at least a Pyromancer for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Aurora and Sino have got their work cut out for them. I mean, they're the only two that can consistently deal with the Brutalize. You don't want Tyr doing it. It would cost him his ultimate. You really don't want Cyclone Spin doing it because it costs him his dash. So if Paul's going to be the target in the backline of all these fights, I'm thinking this Horus and this Naja are going to have to play primary peel for their mage. And if that's the case, you're allowing Snoopy free reign in his own backline. We've seen the Paul version of Baba Yaga and how much damage it can do. I'm sure Snoopy will be able to do something similar with all the space created by Kirmi. It's going to be a difficult team fight for the 6 Ferrymen on next rotation of neutral objective. I don't see the Gilded Gladiators grouping up and pushing any structures anytime soon. So for the next minute or so while we wait on that Fury to respawn, it's just about collecting as much farm as you can on map.
Even despite the fact that Paul just went down in the mid, he's still standing up, at least towards tier 1 to get that wave clear out for himself. But still 2 levels down to Snoopy. So that gap hasn't gotten any larger for Snoopy as far as the XP deficit, but it's still been sitting consistently there. And that's been one of the problems and one of the talking points about the Gladiators has been maybe Snoopy's inconsistency for his farm, his positioning in team fights, but so far here in game number 1 has worked out pretty well for he and Kirmi. Both of them, the only ones who have been able to be on the receiving ends of kills for the Gladiators this game.
Yeah, Kirmi, the progenitor of a lot of that aggression, and likely will be for a good long while, has elected for a slightly different build for a standard assassin. Gets a little bit of defense stacked up, and we'll be moving in towards more. So he can do things like that. Rinse, repeat. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah.
Paul walks up the lane, eats a Brutalize, and wishes he hadn't.
Well, it's a repeat on the right side, but let's see if a kill nets this time. Scary D on landing, has the push to get away, tries to bail himself out, jukes away from Baskentoll, but does get stunned by Sino, throws out the Runic Bomb to bail himself out, but it's just too much damage and too much CC from the Ferryman. A kill onto Scary D.
That might be the highest value Runic Bomb I've ever seen. Snoopy in a bit of trouble in the back line, forced to use his ultimate defensively. Didn't know who was coming with the roar, if anyone were nearby. So use that CC immunity. And actually, the Runic Bomb from Scary D there forces out the beads from Sino. Loses out on some CC immunity there. Had that knock-up connected, likely would have bought enough time for Scary D to get driving strike back, create some space, potentially disengage. Sino not willing to leave that to risk, decides to use his own relic. So 2 minutes now with no CC immunity easily available. You'll get your ultimate back in about 30 or so seconds. So if Kirmi can make contact once Ragnarok is back up, could just be a free kill there.
Baskin still holding on to a lead in solo, and in fact going towards a little bit of extra damage, Transcendence in that second slot, as opposed to Scary D, who's just doubling down on his defense with Glad Shield and a Wing Blade immediately after. Maybe worried about the slows that Sino's been throwing out there from that ring toss, and maybe from what the rest of the team can offer with Aurora, Baskin, those 2 players able to really easily proc that for themselves too. So Scary D might be a difficult one to get if he does get hit by one of those slows in one of these team fights.
Could be. Take a peek at the builds, J-Mac. Snoopy picking up the Prophetic Cloak. I want the fans at home to keep their eyes on this. How quickly this Prophetic Cloak is going to stack up and how tanky Snoopy is about to become. Not only is he potentially the highest damage dealer on the map right now, but he's also going to be a pseudo frontliner for the next couple of minutes. This is a major turning point for Snoopy and the Gilded Gladiators to leverage Baba Yaga's massive power spike.
Pick out towards Aurora, he gets picked up by the Ragnarok, dragged back to Snoopy, and Aurora goes down to Stu's damage. The heal beam from Paul is not going to do too much for the entire squad, as it's now a 5v4 around the Oni Fury. Scary D here, Baskin to the right side. Paul's going to get rid of the blind instead, go for the heal to try and top him and sign off on HP. As inbound front lines, the Fury slowly being pulled by the Gladiators inbound. And just barely jukes out that blind. The Styx Ferryman, they're zoned out of this Fury. Baskin's likely the only one who can have a line to it. Only Fury down to a quarter HP. Sino picks up one in the sky. Baskin with a triple stun in the back line to keep this fight going for himself. Forces Stu out, but it's now Cyclone in danger. Aegis is away from the boulder and has got to use the ultimate out.
Sino now in some trouble as Scary D finds one more stun. Pull just off the mark, so Sino disengages Bobby. Are you as lucky as Slow from Stu? Confirms it. Snoop, though, knocked down.
Baskin gets the kill for that one, and now it's the Fury over to the Ferryman. Kierme, Scary D, it was a 4v5 going into that fight, but bailed out just enough time for the rest of the Ferryman to respawn back in, and now it's an Oni Fury to the Styx Ferryman.
Just an ugly engagement from the Good Gladiators. Everything perfect until Aurora died. Everything afterward, not so great. That Fury was really burning so slowly that the Styx Ferrymen were allowed to maneuver the map and line up a 3-man stun from Baskin, or have Sino poke inbound down to a quarter HP. Styx Ferryman will confirm the Pyromancer, a knock-up on the Scary D. Takes away any potential for a steal. The Good Gladiators in that position, I think, essentially have two calls to make. Dedicate your time to burn and actually deal with the Gold Fury, or look for the team fight before Aurora respawns. They do neither, and they're punished heavily. A massive swing for the Styx Ferryman. And in the SPL, at the highest level of play, small mistakes cost you greatly. The Styx Ferryman, they're not going to make similar mistakes. They have not in the past. Objective play has been one of the strong suits of this team ever since Cyclone Spin has rejoined with Aurora. Having that dedicated in-game leader has served them well in these high-stakes late-game engagements. The Guild of Gladiators, I mean, it's an unforced error there.
Now, how do Gladiators even respond? Because there's no Fury, there's no Pyromancer, so no objective to fight over. Maybe no reason to fight in general now for the Gladiators. Where before, they were fighting. That way they could maybe set up for one of those objective plays, just like we saw prior. Get a pick on Aurora, start up the Fury, but too slow on the trigger. Aurora will drop down his Runic Bomb and a Tier 1 tower with it. Sino by himself in the back line. Might need to use ult to get away. Does do so. And Tino the Aurora, but Paul's in the back line. The beam is doing a lot of extra damage to Snoopy, and Paul will take him down. Kierme does pick up Baskin, but Baskin's got ultimate. He will get out of the tower right away. But the snipes
heal
from Stu, not going to be enough. Baskin a little too tanky and too much sustain from the Ferryman.
Man, the damage output there on a Snoop, he was not ready for it. I'm still not impressed by Ixchel ultimate damage. The rest of the kit looks pretty good to me. Great healing, great poke potential. That ultimate, a little bit lackluster so far. Maybe as he gets a few more points into it, it'll start to stack up a bit more. Or maybe it is just that the healing is just so much more valuable than the actual damage itself. We'll see as the game develops and as Ixchel herself has a meta that develops around her. But for now, seems like he's just been playing as far back as he can, Paul that is, applying damage, and then running away once Kierme can close gaps. So if the rest of the team on the Styx Ferryman can jump onto Kierme like we saw in that last fight, there's not a whole lot of threat on Paul.
Was one pick for the Ferryman. Everybody backed up, and it's now a Fire Giant scared. He's here. Keep your eyes on Boulder as a possibility. Baskin's going to have to CC him soon if he wants to stop this Boulder from going through. It does land into the back line, but the Gladiators steal away the fire. Was that Snoopy who steals that one away? Because Scary D's cooldowns were expended. It was a single Baba's Brew potion tick that does take that one away. And now it's the fire on all 5 of the Glads.
Just after I'd said the Styx Ferrymen aren't going to give you any freebies, they give over a freebie. Scary D on chase, preventing some backs here. Could be an immediate push into Phoenix with the positioning from the Good Gladiators. Instead, they'll take their small win and say thank you. We're not going to leave it up to risk. Let's actually play with this Fire Giant. They've got time to maneuver the map. I'd like to see them pressure the towers on left. Got to play careful here, though. You don't know where all the Ferrymen are. 2 have now shown themselves in the center of the map, so you know there are 3 hovering the jungle. But the Good Gladiators have got eyes for objectives nonetheless. A tough situation. I mean, even the call, J-Mac, to do Fire Giant is perfect. 2 members of the Good Gladiators on the left side. The only one nearby is Scary D. You got to think, wow, this is so simple. 5 versus 2 at the worst of times. And then to lose it to 300 damage from Snoopy. Well timed by the Good Gladiators mid laner. A fortunate windfall for them as well. Puts them right back into the driver's seat, and for the next minute and a half, they've got firm control of the map. It's not often a Fire Giant this early in the game will net you a Phoenix, but a Gold Fury, a couple of towers, maybe a Pyromancer as well. You're feeling pretty good about the next Fire Giant.
Gold Fury to the Gilded Gladiators. No one from the 6 Ferrymen within the same zip code to try and take that one out. So the Gilded Gladiators, they make the best out of the worst situation. They lost a team fight in mid, lost their tier 1 tower and a life. They steal away with fire and now get quite a few towers and maybe a pick on a Cyclone. Ultimate forced away. Inbound unable to get that wall in time to stop him. And now the Gilded Gladiators at least force the ultimate away from Cyclone, but it's a Pyromancer on the opposite side. Pyromancer leashed away, and now Scary D up in the sky. Should be down on death, but still needs a little bit more damage. One person's got to hit him.
They got him.
It's got to take him down.
They got him?
Baskin's going to back away. Side will grab him, but it's a left side Phoenix instead. Aurora's already down. Cyclone uses both relics, and it's what? Scary D for a Phoenix on the opposite end.
A trade the 6 Ferrymen regret making, absolutely. They don't want to risk the Pyromancer being stolen, so they dedicate their time to shutting down Scary. Scary's playing Hercules, and it's a defense stack movement speed build. It's going to be difficult to shut down Scary D, who survives for a good deal longer than I think anybody had expected of him. Left side Phoenix taken. And I just said the Gilded Gladiators likely not expecting to grab themselves a free bird, but if there's only 2 defending on the left against the 4-man stack, the Gladiators are a smart enough team to take advantage of an opportunity like that. So now, the most significant, advantageous Phoenix lost for the 6 Ferrymen. Enhanced minion waves will be working themselves down the left side of the map, while the Fire Giant, which resides on the right, spawns in about a minute. That means if the 6 Ferrymen want to show presence on the right-hand side, they will start to slowly lose map state, just naturally to the PvE, as the waves are stronger for the Gilded Gladiators. One of the most difficult lanes to defend while simultaneously contesting the Fire Giant. I mean, the Gilded Gladiators, they've gotten away with murder this game. There's just so many small mistakes now by the 6 Ferrymen that are really starting to cost them. Gold still within striking distance, though. 3,000 this late in the game. Experience not exactly significant either. So a team fight not overly favored to the Gilded Gladiators. It really is just map state separating them.
We'll fire here in about 15 seconds for the Gladiators, but they're going to get an extra tower before they work their way back towards the objective. And now will the 6 Ferrymen answer by stepping up to fire, to even take an opportunity to try and take this one away. You got Sino and Aurora standing by. Baskin could maybe jump in with that ultimate, but it's a 5-stack of the Gladiators at the Fire Giant. Scary D on zone duty. Try and keep some of these players out. Sino not gonna grab anything. Baskin gonna be picked up by Kierme, dropped inside of the Fire Giant pit. A lot of damage to him, forced to ult out. And Baskin's gonna have to come back to the fight on his own regard now. The 6 Ferrymen on the run. It's a collapse into Aurora, but Aurora's got ultimate. He's able to get himself out. Instead, it's Sino now to the sky, waiting for the follow-up on the 1, but inbound is very tanky on this Terra, not going down to the damage of Paul yet. And now it's Kierme jumping in to try and take down Paul.
Sino, just a little bit more HP, puts himself into immunity stew, secures the kill, but the fight has erupted around him. 2 members from the Gilded Gladiators dead. Baskin's still alive, a double kill. Inbound, can't turn it around. Snoop versus Cyclone. I like Cyclone in that fight.
Baskin's going to try and take down inbound, but Snoopy's going to roop around back with him. It's just a frontliner and a carry.
Woony.
Potion misses. This time the knockup there, at least the blast off. Baskin misses the Fearless. And inbound gets the credit for the kill there. But Cyclone had to go back to defend the Titan all the while. A 4-for-3 trade on the right side.
Man, I don't know what happened to Baskin there. Maybe he forgets that Terra is knock-up immune. You know, when there's a Monolith out, puts the Fearless in the wrong target. That was not an attempt on Snoopy. Legitimately just tries to knock down inbound. An unfortunate situation. But there's something about Baskin and his play where you think, this could happen. It could be a 2v1. This could be a game-changing moment. And nearly is. If he connects the Fearless on a Snoopy, things are different. Bobby does not have the damage to secure that kill. Instead, it's the Gilded Gladiators who notch one more, and Baskin off the map for 10 seconds, and no teleport available. Has to use it in that last fight. Means the Gilded Gladiators have got some time now to play in the 5v4.
Sino steps up. Might be a mistake for him as there's 4 there. He gets the sash, but takes Kierme to the sky. He'll likely be dead on landing. Paul not able to get the heal out there, but does manage to take out inbound with the ultimate. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And the Gilded Gladiators, I mean, they had 4 surrounding Sino to start that.
Yeah, but Sino buys some time. Inbound doesn't want to allow the 6 Ferrymen to step up and secure the kill off of Naja ultimate. so has to dedicate his body to creating space. And when you're standing against that many people this late in the game, tanks not exactly as tanky as they once were, especially considering he's only 3 or 4 items deep into his build. So Inbound makes the decision, my life for Kyrmi's, I'll do it every single time. Sino goes down and trade on the other side. So even in a one-on-one, the Good Gladiators come out with the pressure.
Fire started by the Gladiators, but this time does not seem the 6 Fairmen want to step up. Their Phoenix, after all that, had just respawned and went down to a minion wave. Even Baskin trying to use his ult to kill off the archers before the Phoenix goes down, but it was just a little too late. And when I had to play with yet another Phoenix down, Gladiators get Fire and Pyromancer, can make their siege that much easier. And that's been some of the difficulty, Myth, of teams this season has been being able to siege. But now with Fire Giant and a Runic Bomb, feels like that simplifies the siege of the Gladiators.
Should do, and you've got so much sustain on the side of the Good Gladiators. Scary D can essentially just tank a Phoenix indefinitely, and it should own healing in kit to resustain it very quickly. So I can see the Good Gladiators going about this one or two ways. You either want Kyrmi acting as a solo agent, which would leave him in a 1v1 up against Sino. A precarious situation, as Sino does have crit inherent to the build, or to the kit, excuse me, but with all the tankiness that Kyrmi's already established, I think you could trust that he can distract this Naja long enough. And in that situation, you'd have a 4-stack on the opposite side, and it would become a war of attrition. Is Scary D tankier than how much sustain the 6 Ferrymen have got? I'd argue probably yes at this point of the game, especially the Runic Bomb tipping the scales even further in favor of the Good Gladiators. Or they could just go for the true 5-on-5, which has worked for them a fair deal in neutral territory. Fights around the Fire Giant, the Gold Fury. The Good Gladiators have seen a good deal of success in those situations. Would create scenarios where it's a little bit easier to jump onto Paul, which has been the win condition of the team fight. If Paul goes down, the 6 Ferrymen unlikely to dig in their heels and defend without him. So we'll see. Call a lie. It's a 2-3 split. Scary D and Kyrmi running down the center with a 3-man core of the Good Gladiators on the right-hand side. Scary D likely will act as a floater, though. Could either go towards mid or go towards right, depending on where the pressure is.
Kyrmi going to keep up the push. Scary D bouncing between the 2 different lanes. Sino sits under the Phoenix. Thundershot onto Snoopy, gets a lot of damage to start out. Paul putting out some poke early on, but has received quite a bit back towards himself. Phoenix, for a moment, under fire by the Gladiators, but Paul and Aurora are going to show the level of sustain that they have. Scary D gets rooted and hit by the combo of Paul to keep the poke up, but man, the damage back towards Paul. You can't just sit there and re-heal that. Back to the fountain for Paul, and a fight now for the Gladiators. They're going to go towards the Phoenix. Cyclone Spin on the horse to run out. Kyrmi doesn't pick up anybody with the ultimate in time, but the right side Phoenix will instead be the first casualty.
Right side Phoenix down. Mid Phoenix has a minion wave right next to it. Left side already has minions in base. Sticks Ferryman. A precarious situation.
Try to pick onto Kyrmi, but not going to find anything. The root just off the mark. Inbound under Phoenix. Not enough damage. An ultimate from Paul. It's not doing a whole lot to the backline. Instead, it's a pick onto Scary D. Potentially CC'd before he has an opportunity to hit the ground. Gets taken out. And a dive in by Aurora and a couple. Snoopy might be left alone here. The root forces out the bead. Snoopy trying to get over the wall and does do just so. The stun off the mark by Aurora.
Man, I love the pathing from Snoopy there. Realizes the only way out is into the jungle, but have you stuck around too long? Baskin leading the charge. Still has Lawbringer. Snoopy no leap. That's a stun.
Does get the Aegis away from Baskin, but a push under tower. The damage from Paul and Aurora is good. And the 6 Ferrymen have now found 2 in this fight. Aurora, though, taking a lot. The tower not focused on him. Snipes have got to be on point, and they are for Stu. Only 1 necessary to turn it back around for the Glads.
Man, I hate the pathing from Snoopy there. Realizes the only way to die is to go into the jungle once more. And does exactly that. Baskin able to secure that kill, and now turnaround damage onto Kyrmi, who has to place carefully. Inbound as well, under threat. Sino's on the opposite side of the map, though. Tries to deal with those enhanced waves. Inbound, pulled back in. And Baskin's just doing it all for his team. What is going on, Gladiators? Disengage! Get out of there! Teleport in from Scary D, maybe? What makes them confident enough to step up, but for why, though? You're already on the back foot. Snoopy had died 30 seconds ago. Reset, you're not losing much on map. Now you're likely losing Fire Giant because you got to play for 30 seconds without your support.
We saw a small shimmer of what Paul's ultimate damage can do now that he starts scaling late game. Fire Giant under the eye of the Styx Ferryman. Kiermy, Scary D, the rest of the Gladiators starting to funnel in. This Fire Giant slow to go down though. Paul does get the heal for himself. No knock available. Root towards Scary D, but Kiermy in the backline finds the stun. Oh no, Paul has to use the Aegis to get away from Ragnarok, and Kiermy picks up the wrong target, but still gets the right one at the end of the day. But it's a double for Sino under the Fire Giant pit. And with Snoopy and Stu standing by, the Styx Ferryman not confident in pulling the fire.
No reason. Not without Paul. We've seen that Snoopy has got greatest secure on map even when Paul is alive, so play carefully here and find equilibrium on the map. Call for the Styx Ferryman. Left and mid Phoenix is already back up. Right Phoenix not too far behind it. Easy to defend the right Phoenix and the Fire Giant at the same time. So I think that is the call from the Styx Ferryman. Wait for the Gilded Gladiators. Maybe they get a little bit over aggressive, step out of line, try and find a pick while they're still desynced. 3 members alive, 3 members in front of the Styx Ferryman. But with the rest of the Ferrymen slowly working their way to the Fire Giant pit, Aurora was just being annoying, seeing if maybe he could burn some resources.
Inbound's the only one here. We've seen a lot of Terra Steals in the past. Can Inbound repeat that performance, or will he be CC'd before he gets an opportunity while Baskin zones out Stu in the backline, gets the beads away from the Rump, and Fire Giant still active. Now Scary D is here, has the boulder, but the Ferryman will get the fire. The snipes from Stu is not going to be enough, but Scary D will finish the job. Sino takes one to the sky, and it's Inbound, and on landing, not going to be enough. Aurora's ult was canceled out. He couldn't land in time, and it's a turnaround. Snoopy gets the double kill, and the Gladiators will chase out the Ferryman. Over half of Paul's health and 1 ability. Say goodbye to your mid laner, and maybe even game number 1. The Ferryman funneling in to try and keep this game alive, and Baskin is going to do his best to keep Kiermy busy, but the rest of the Gladiators can rush down the Titan to take the first game.
All Kiermy has to do is hold on to the stun to prevent the teleport, or just buy a bit more time. Does exactly that. Baskin attempts to channel, will not do so, and instead, the Titan will fall. The Gilded Gladiators play patiently as they wait for their teammates to respawn. The Styx Ferrymen try to make the best of a good situation. Pull the Fire Giant, lose their lives, may have grabbed the objective, but you can't do much from the Grayscale.
I mean, you've called it multiple team fights. As soon as Paul goes down, the damage output from the Styx Ferryman is just not enough in these team fights to fight back against the Gladiators. The immediate sustain that maybe Paul has available to them goes out the window, and because of that, we see in that last little team fight, Paul goes down, Gladiators collapse right back in.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough situation. I don't think either team can say that this was a cleanly game. Neither one of them held control for the entirety of it. It was a whole lot of back and forth, especially around those objectives. Fire Giant steals, Gold Fury team fights going one way or the other. But good information gathered from both sides. 1, Snoopy's got a Baba Yaga, so maybe don't allow him to have that. 2, Ixchel not exactly the safest pick.
Yeah, especially not into a Fenrir more than anything else.
Yeah, it's
bullied
tough.
Heavily in the early game. I think 3 deaths within the first 12 to 15 minutes of the game onto Paul. So not the greatest early start, decent turnaround by him, but just not enough. The Gilded Gladiators come out on top of game number 1, but it is a best of 5. They got to get 2 more. Can they do it for game number 2? Find out right after this break.
the Gilded Gladiators in game number 1 that came to play, and they'll take it over the Styx Ferryman. Takes a Fire Giant steal, piling on Paul a little bit, but the game plan felt clear by the end of it. We'll give a game 1 win over to the Gilded Gladiators. A big win for you at home who have not gotten in on the V Shoujo event yet is that it is the last week at the highest discounted rate, the best value you're going to get if you buy either the full bundle, buy some direct skins or items in the V Shoujo crossover. This is the final week for the discounted prices. Next week, direct purchases will go up by about 400 gems. The buy all option will go up by about 800 gems. And then 2 weeks after that, prices will increase yet again. So right now is the best time to get in and get all your V Shoujo crossover stuff. The chest's still available, of course, but it's a really awesome crossover and a great way to support some of your favorite VTubers out there. Styx Ferryman, though, they're in need of support after game number 1. Felt like the right side of the map was looking good, but Gormizer, the mid lane was a graveyard by the end of the mid game here.
Yeah.
Paul was just not looking clean on the E shell.
And graveyard, but not in the both of them were dying a lot.
No.
Like it was just one grave
side,
a lot of times. Yeah, no, the E shell. I think there were a lot of really good moments throughout that game. You got to see some really shining moments. Yeah, Mifflin had even talked that he was saying that he wasn't sold too much on the ultimate damage. Unfortunately, by the time that those moments really started to exist, it was too late, right? I mean, you get some clap back from the Ferryman, but I think that you got really good pick opportunity. And I think even though some of their sieges weren't as clean as you would like to see from the Gladiators, there were definitely a lot of moments where you probably should have gotten out of there faster, or you should have made a full retreat instead of just a half retreat. I think that they were able to accomplish quite a bit on the map outside of that. And kind of amass themselves a pretty healthy gold lead. A couple of fights that are really good from the Ferryman. When you look at the caliber of player over there, that's just going to happen in a game. But it's whether or not you can make up for this deficit that your team has been in. And as much as I hate to say it this way, make up for the fact that the mid lane on the other side, I mean, Snoopy's just going to have a whale of a time compared to what the E-Shell is doing. And so you're getting a lot of good damage from the Baba Yaga. I'm actually really curious to see how it patches up or matches up specifically to what Paul did. Because those are the numbers I think that are really going to separate some things. Not that big of a difference, right? Damage dealt, only about 2,000 separating them. About 3,000 if you give Snoopy about 200, 300 more. But it's the effective damage, right? I mean, you get 30,000, almost literally one off of 30K from Snoopy. And all of that felt like it was getting something done. You get 27,000 on Paul, and a lot of it felt like it was a little bit of, like, I'll shave a health bar there, do a little poke here. Nothing that was really as concrete in terms of kills. There were some good kills, there were some good fights, but it didn't really get to stand out as much. You get a good performance out of the Fenrir, really good performance from the Gladiators in general, top to bottom. Baskin held on as best as he could for the Ferryman. I think if there weren't for those few plays that the Styx Ferryman were able to make, that game's probably over about 5, 6, 7 minutes sooner.
Well, Game 2 is always my favorite Gormizer in a best of 5 because of just how differently things will look by the end of it. Either the Gilded Gladiators are on set point, or the Styx Ferryman guarantee us at least a Game 4, depending on the results here in Game number 2. Remember, there is a lower bracket here at this event, so not entirely out of things either way just yet. But we've got at least another couple games to go before we get there. I'm glad you say Baskin tried his best. He held on. That's something the Gilded Gladiators will need to look at throughout this set. If Baskin heats up and Baskin starts getting the opportunity to control a game or two, one of those games will turn into a win eventually for the Styx Ferryman. So not giving Baskin too much and maybe starting to put some of that focus towards the right side of the map could be a good opportunity for the Gilded Gladiators. Instead, they're left side of the map as far as bans go, receiving some love. Ram and Marty both banned away. Gilded Gladiators, if they sense, could be a first pick Hachiman again for the Styx Ferryman, which we haven't really talked about. That was an interesting first pick. It's not often we've seen hunters outside of maybe Marty locked in first and foremost. It's gonna happen again for Cyclone Spin with some of the viability and the availability of gods that are on the board right now, Gore. Styx Ferryman feeling like Hachiman is it, and Hachiman worth the first pick.
Yeah.
And giving up what's looking like a Baba Yaga and a Terra.
I don't hate the Hachi first pick. I don't know that it's going to be... When I look at first picks, admittedly, a lot of the time I think you need to have a performance that's going to make every other pick in this game I don't want to say look embarrassing, but you've got to make sure that its priority has meaning. But I do think Hachi brings something else, and that is that you're taking an A away from Stu, but you're also balancing some things out. You got rid of the ROM this time. Kern just got hit with a pretty massive nerf. Marty is banned on the other side. So you're not really getting much from the Hachi. You're getting a really good hunter, but you're also taking away a really good hunter, and I think that's what the Gladiators are going to suffer from. You still get what is one of the top mid laners and the Baba Yaga, one of the top supports right now in Terra. But when I see Hachi tier Agni, I think you've got one pick that performed incredibly well, one that did okay, and then one that's just a blanket better pick than what we saw. The E-Shell did not look great. Agni has consistently looked good. I think that the Ferrymen have put themselves onto a better start already. And really, they've only shifted up one big pick and one ban.
That said, the Gladiators still in a really strong spot. They got Terra, they got Hercules, they got the same front line. There were moments where the front line crumbled a bit for the Gladiators, but by the end of the game, space control, tankiness, sustained for the team was really strong. But I do think the Agni pick going to make a big difference here. And especially if you're going off of what Myth talked about, being swayed by the E-Shell damage on the ultimate. Well, Agni's got a lot of it. A couple Agni bombs onto a carry, and suddenly we're talking about an entirely different team fight. The Gladiators are going to have to look outside of the Fenrir or the Hunbats for their initiation, so Kirmi takes a couple hits in the ban column here. Sino one as well as the Nasha banned away. The Ganesh will fall by the wayside. I wonder if you need to pick your jungle pick here if you're Kirmi.
I think they hold on to it.
Plenty of options. You're right, Gore. They do hold on to it. A Heimdall for Stu make his appearance in game 2.
Honestly, I don't mind this pick. I think that it's been interesting watching the changes over hunters the last, few weeks, I guess, at this point, right? Having crit kind of get killed off, disappear, suddenly you're getting replaced, and, you see some buffs to like Hachi, you see buffs to Tier at that time. I think Heimdall fits the builds right now, does a lot of damage, plays relatively safe, right? Depending on who's piloting him, it can be a better Jingwei. In some cases, it can be worse than Jingwei. In other cases, again, depends on who's piloting him. Stu has a good Heimdall, good engage, good CC immunity. Again, survivability is pretty huge there for him. And I think he's going to be able to escape a lot. A lot of stuns that are going to be coming from Agni. Have to be careful about the tier, right? You don't want to be using your ult just for something like that, especially, Fearless. And Agni is going to be on a way smaller, shorter cooldown than what a Heimdall is going to have to do if he doesn't have his beats. Has to be worried about that. Doubly so has to be worried about something like a Thor, because what does Thor do? Thor can CC you with his ult. He can CC you with a wall, and the wall, you might be able to dodge the stun part of it, but the wall part of it's still a pretty big deal. I think that what the Ferrymen have done here is blanket improvements. I feel like we're going to get a decent performance out of the jungle. We're going to get a better performance out of mid. Those were some of the big notes from Game 1 to Game 2 that they needed to change, and they've done exactly that. That being said, Dave, even with some nerfs, Kirmi has an insane Circuit. And so I do think that needs to be a little worried about, right, going into this. Is the fact that even though it's a last pick, even though it's not something that was super highly prioritized, that is still one of Kirmi's best gods. He is carried on gods that have done far less. I think that this Circuit could be a very frightening look for the Ferrymen.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Think about all the conversations we've had about the Circuit.
To the point where I think a few weeks ago, if I was watching the Gladiators and Circuit was left open first pick, they were first pick, I'd be willing to say that game's 80% done by that point. It is a majority of the way finished because Kirmi was really good at that. I am curious about some of the changes. The nerfs themselves weren't crazy big. The prot debuff, or prot reduction debuff, I should say, getting reduced, especially because it was a percentage, feels like it's going to hit pretty hard, 10% to 5%. That's actually kind of massive, so maybe that changes up a few things. But a lot of the others was, passive crit chance and your decreased madness duration. I feel like the crit might make a bigger difference. You're going to have some times where you need that extra punch that you didn't need before, 10% off the top at the max rank. But at the same time, I think it's really just the prot reduction debuff that is going to change whether or not this Circuit is as heavy-handed in the past as what we've seen, or if we're just going to end up seeing the same old Kiermy. I mean, do you really care about prot reduction debuffs if you're jumping on the squishies? Not as much.
Man, go the Gladiators. So this would be quite a statement, Core, if they're able to take Game 2 here of the Styx Ferryman. Game 1, it feels like they got away with one at points. The Fire Giant steal, I think, delays that game pretty heavily, really shuts down the momentum that the Styx Ferryman had going. But the Gilded Gladiators, I think, showed us a lot of good in their ability to push that advantage, where maybe in weeks of past, it would have been kind of sit back and wait for the rest of the game to happen to you. So I think really great in taking advantage of a moment that you won for yourself in Game 1 from the Gilded Gladiators. But all this conversation around the Styx Ferryman and being a tournament team might not matter if you start really letting this set get away from you. Some really important factors to look at here in Game 1. Goran, we have talked about them enough. The Styx Ferryman, the Gilded Gladiators, they'll battle it out in Game 2.
That's right, Game 2 in the best of 5, an important one for the Styx Ferryman to try and stop the momentum of the Gilded Gladiators and turn this one back around and try and get themselves back in the swing for this best of 5. And in game number 2, it's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug back here to bring you the action for that game. And maybe now a full swap here, at least for Paul, regarding his mid lane selection with a high utility E-Shell last game. Didn't quite like how the game was going for him, so instead now switching over to the Agni up against this Baba Yaga. And do you like maybe the swap up for Paul this time in game 2?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think Agni is good. I'm going to get ahead of that. I think Agni's like top 6, maybe top 7 mages in the game right now. And there's like 40 mages. It's top tier. That's pretty good. I'm not going to hate it. It's got great application of anti-heal, really good at proccing Divine Ruin, good poke potential, a lot safer than Ixchel was. Maybe a little bit less team-wide utility as you've got a bit less sustain, 0 sustain unless you pick up Soul Gem. But you can make up for it with a stun as long-range initiation and survivability. So into this composition, I think Agni makes a good deal of sense because what Surcat brings for Kiermy is going to be very similar to what Fenrir did, which was a lot of early game pressure, high mobility, and very fast jungle clear. Very difficult for mid laners to deal with Surcat unless they've got some sort of dedicated escape button, and Paul has that in his 3 key. So, yeah, long short, I'm behind the Agni.
Now let's maybe talk about the Surcat a little bit. You know, Gore brings up on the desk, did receive a few nerfs this time around in this patch. Has less prot reduction on that first ability. Madness lasts a little bit longer, or a little less time, I should say, on that Cobra's Kiss. Maybe for me, at least early, maybe the most impactful of those changes, the crit chance went from 10 to 30, scaling all the way down now to 0 to 20. So for me, losing that immediate 10% crit, you feel that could be maybe at least impactful on Kiermy's early game damage output.
Could be. I mean, you had to get a little bit lucky to exploit that crit previously. Now you're going to get a little bit luckier, right? So seems like Kiermy's doing just fine on damage output from that small exchange in the jungle. Sino down to about half HP. Kiermy untouched and unscathed in that skirmish. Now, a bit of pressure towards the neutral camp, but Aurora and Cyclone are healthy, and they're here first.
Cyclone going to team up, but with a 3-stack versus a 2, unless a steal happens to the buff, unlikely that there'll be any major skirmish around there. And Snoopy and Paul will just trade out clears in the mid lane on these 2 mages, but if dash is expended by Paul, it looks like it just was. Opportunity maybe for a jump in by Kiermy, and it's just that. As Kiermy strikes first blood onto Paul, take him out, and stripping the bees all at the same time.
I spent an entire minute and a half there waxing poetic about how much safer Paul was going to be on this Agni. And I'll stand by it, safer still, but maybe not safe enough to stop Kiermy, who's on a bit of a heater today. Great rotation from the Surcat, getting involved early on, facilitating Snoopy, which has been an exploitation point for some of these teams in the past when they play up against the Gladiators, is let's pressure Snoopy, put him behind, make sure that he has a difficult time transitioning to that mid to late game. The good Gladiators have addressed it, or Kiermy has, by putting his own pressure there. And it's serving them well. But first rotation, early kills, things like that, not quite as valuable as they used to be in year 9 or year 8. Here in year 10, there's so many comeback mechanics, so many ways to fight your way back into the game, bounties, the treasure chests, objectives, and how long they take to knock down. I'm thinking this first rotation not going to have major implications until we start to see how it develops on map. And as it is, maybe about a half level for Paul, maybe about a half level for Kiermi. It's what you could do while those beads are still down that interests me. You've got 90 seconds to do it to Paul again. We'll see if Kiermi's got it in him.
Kiermi does have ultimate now, so it'd be that much easier. Did catch Paul dashing through the minion wave, at least to my knowledge from what I could see on the map during that time frame. So good catch out there by Kiermi, good call by Snoopy to make that rotation in. There'll be another rotation in at least for this shield buff. That one does go to the Gilded Gladiators once more to try and secure some of that neutral farm, keep themselves ahead of the curve. Even going for these mid camps, it feels like Sino's struggling to find some of that neutral farm, has mostly just been relegated to dealing with what's in his own jungle and soaking a little bit from these waves as well.
Yeah, Sino has gone for a slower build too, hasn't he, Jamek? Likely Transcendence in that first slot. There is a world where you start to fall behind in the early game and you say, well, I don't have time to go down the Transcendence tree. I don't have the opportunity to sit in the jungle and farm. If Kiermi's going to keep up pressure, maybe Sino decides to pivot the build straight into a Hydra's Lament, as it's just a much faster power spike. So we'll see. But Sino has always been a player in the past that has liked to go towards these slower builds. I wouldn't be surprised to see a trans in that first slot.
Or thrown through the realms on landing, ulted by Inbound. He gets a dash over to Cyclone and able to just dash away. Inbound unable to catch him out with the CC afterwards. Wall just off the mark. And the double ultimate used in the dual lane, but it comes up empty for the Gilded Gladiators. And now maybe an opportunity for Sino to go over towards that left side of the map. Stewart's expended his CC immune ult. Inbound doesn't have his utility back. But at least for now, Styx Ferrymen hold out on their onslaught.
Doug, can you show me the ability priority order here for Sino? If it's Transcendence first slot, maybe you max out Hammer? No, Berserker's Barrage. And it is going to be Transcendence as he's gone down the charge to Morningstar tree. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's consistent damage. You're not missing Berserker's Barrage. It's much faster since the minor rework to it. But you're not leveraging the additional power that you get from the Transcendence build nearly as much. Could indicate one of a few things. Sino thinks that the majority of his fights are going to be in 1v2s or 2v2s, or there's going to be multiple targets there. Could say that he's going to rotate towards duo a little bit more consistently, or he thinks the support's going to hover towards mid. Doesn't necessarily want to lean in towards poke, as Paul is playing an artillery mage, but not the longest range artillery mage. Difficult when you max out Hammer to actually secure your own kills. Berserker's Barrage a little bit better at situations like that. Or could be that he's just got eyes for farming, and it's much better to farm your own jungle with Berserker's Barrage. So we'll see. Transcendence on 2 stacks. Kiermi, an entire level up. This Surcat essentially has Rain on field in that the 1v1 up against Thor favors Surcat, and she's already online with a Jotuns.
Aurora's already dashed away. Cyclone may just let him be, because on landing it's CC out the wazoo for the Gilded Gladiators. Aurora cannot get through the ult in time. And he's taken down a second kill now for the Gilded Gladiators, and both of them onto Kiermi to start this game out.
Yeah, Kiermi has just been playing so well today, hasn't he? Massive pressure on map. He's established the pace now both games. Game 1, it was Fenrir, and Paul was suffering for it. This time around, he's spread that love across the map. Has pressured Paul a bit, now rotates over, helps out his duo lane, Stu, on the Heimdall. Maybe doesn't love his odds in a boxing matchup against Hachi, but if you're able to establish a lead, that boxing match becomes a little bit more simple to start executing on. The Gilded Gladiators need to do something after the kill, though. It's not easy to do in the first 5, 6, 7 minutes of the game, but now that we're starting to approach that 8, 9, 10-minute mark, I'd like to see them try and leverage that pressure into objectives. The Gold Fury is pretty feasible with this composition. You've got great secure between Snoopy and Kiermi, the burn potential pretty decent as well, and you really want to fight before Baskin can start rotating out of this lane. That tier was so massively disruptive in Game 1 that any time you could take a fight and Baskin isn't there is a good opportunity in my mind.
Yeah, even kind of talking about Sino and maybe the slower pace style of game. I mean, I dial back to Season 9 Worlds. He's running around on Thanatos, spending 7-8 minutes before he's going back to base to even get first item initially. So really did play slow early, and now Paul under fire by Inbound and Snoopy. Stun's not there from Inbound to try and lock down Paul, try and take those beads away, but Snoopy loses half his HP. A Duncan from Sino and Aurora, but it's still not enough damage. Snoopy goes into the home, and now Kiri finds a taunt onto Sino, gets the beads away, wall off the mark, and Aurora playing zone duty. to keep the low HP Gladiators back. The Ferrymen live through, but not much they can do off those initial pushbacks.
Yeah, you lose the shard and the beads on Cyno, as well as the hammer, or the Righteous Dawn, excuse me, so the ultimate from the Thor. No longer available either. You're not exactly in a good position. Should Kirmi be able to rotate back out of base, doesn't use his own ultimate, by the way, to take a fight anymore. The Circuit with a lead, now no CC immunity available to Cyno. One ability rotation might just be it, especially if Kirmi's got enough gold to finish up his item, and he does not. 18 stacks on this Transcendence. It's been going real slow for Cyno. Power should favor Kirmi as well at this point. I'm concerned now for this Thor's output. These ultimates need to start connecting. Cyno needs to start matching pressure. Fortunately for Cyno, the rest of the team has been doing a good job of staying afloat, even in spite of a few kills. 0-1 for both Paul and Aurora, but about experience parity between the supports, and Paul about half level down, I think, expected at this point. So it's not all doom and gloom for the Styx Ferryman, but if you're a Ferryman fan or just a fan of competitive Smite, you'd want to see some fight back from him soon.
But as of now, haven't seen much. It's been a lot of reactionary defense more than anything by the Styx Ferryman. Or, at least in the case of the left side, it's been Aurora trying to play active, trying to be aggressive. And then Cyclone, as soon as he sees the dash go through, says, well, maybe not the best idea because now Kirmi is here. We're probably just going to have to bail out at this point through. So very aggressive plays by Aurora. Ended up netting him at least one death this game, but he's had a couple of bailout moments for himself. But trying to be active on the horse. I mean, it's exactly what you call for, at least to start out for the Ferryman, but maybe some attention over towards Baskin on this right side of the map. He has been unfazed by anything happening elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm just not certain that there's a whole lot of threat that could come Baskin's way, right? It would take a massive rotation, of which Cyno's got the advantage. Comes in first, but Scary D is just about as tanky as Baskin.
In fact, maybe a little bit more as he heals up just about everything that Cyno had done to him. I believe he popped that heal right before the ultimate connects through, and Scary D will walk away, probably laughing at this point, for how little was actually done to him. Paul trying to throw out some poke over towards Snoopy. Aurora's stun gets caught out, but has at least that healing surge to get back over towards Cyclone. Styx Ferryman still without a kill on the board, but only 500 gold down. But man, we talk about Baba's late game damage output. Snoopy showing off what he can do early with his double flat pen start.
Yeah, I mean, that is tough. Paul's been playing very wary of that poke potential, has been using that dash very defensively, even at max range at points, but one ability doing upwards of 20%, I think gives us good reason that Paul has been playing so cautiously towards the center of the map. Seems like neither side quite able to find an opportunity to get active. The Styx Ferryman are doing a good job of just farming, although haven't they? Considering game state and kill state, gold hasn't really separated. Experience just about the same as well. Cyno spends a whole lot of time in the jungle farming. It's been serving him well, considering Kirmi has slowed his pace as well. Neither side really at an advantage state towards the objective. Almost like a gentleman's agreement here to just farm up for a little while. So if that's the case, who's going to have the advantage once it's a 5-on-5 stack, or even a 4-on-4 if soul laners don't get involved? And I'd argue in team fight, if the initial start doesn't go the Gilded Gladiator's way, the longer the fight goes, you might favor the Ferryman.
You're going to use ult to try and help secure Pyro. Baskin's going to dive in and will steal it away with ult.
It's illegal.
He used his ultimate to get in. Now he's got to use his dash
He's
to
not
get
living,
out.
right?
And an ultimate in from Aurora to dunk in. That's going to bail out Baskin to escape from this fight. Instead, it's a turn and burn back onto inbound. Runic Bomb picked up by Aurora. Cyno's joined in. And a slow and stun from Cyclone Spin. But a double knockup by Scary may have just been enough to bail out inbound. But a dive in by Cyno off the mark will cut off the path for Scary D. Nowhere for the Hercules to go except to the grave.
That has got to be some sort of war crime, J-Mac. This cannot be allowed. Baskin is doing everything again. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Take a fight before Baskin get involved, because once he does, he's just going to do it to you, and does it once more. Not only does he take the objective, he survives. He's doing crazy things like pushing through Thor wall. Kirmi going to fall down on the tail end. Get away from Woon Young Kim. He's better. He's just better.
I didn't think that was even legal. I didn't think that was even possible what Baskin is doing.
This has got to be so. I'll talk to the admins. We'll get a competitive ruling. This can't be allowed.
It was 0-2 a moment ago, a 500 gold lead for the Gladiators. Now it's 2-2, maybe. Potential for more, but Aurora just off the mark with a stun. And then a Pyromancer in response as well for Styx Fairman. I mean, they turned this game back around.
J-Mac, he lived.
Yeah, he's alive.
That's the worst part. Steal the objective.
He
okay,
ulted
look.
in.
Yeah, it's a Transcendence tier. Okay, he's got a little bit of power. Maybe he steals the objective. I'm pretty sure it was a defense stance ultimate as well, so it wasn't even as if that was the maximum amount of burst that he could have had there. But it's the fact that he lived afterward. And not only did he lived through abilities that landed. Circuit ultimate connects. He's not sustaining whatsoever. I believe there was a root from inbound. Snoop was already in the home sweet home, so a little bit of firebolt damage on the tail end just wasn't enough. Can't stop Baskin. It's going to take a little bit more than all that. And now it's Baskin with a 2-level lead, who has itemized for the lead before he had it. That Transcendence was purchased from Triple Goose Egg, dead even, and he said, it's going to work out. Now it's Transcendence from ahead. The tier is tanky, survivable, and he does damage. Baskin's a problem, and I'm not sure who's going to address it.
I mean, that was a conversation we were bringing up just earlier. Is, how do you even deal with Baskin at this point? Scary D lived through a double gank at that point. He had double defense, so
yeah, he didn't steal a Pyro, though.
But he didn't take a Pyromancer. He didn't secure a Pyromancer. Inbound did his best to throw out the wall to help some of the boulder taps to connect there, but Baskin steals it away, lives at the end, gets an assist. Sino dunks in and throws out the wall to block off Scary D's only escape path through. What Sino and Baskin have done as a combo in just this game alone, just in the early stages, a dangerous indication of what may to come in the late game.
And now it's the Styx Ferrymen who are very quickly starting to move over towards the Fury Pit. It's on the Gilded Gladiators and whether or not they're able to defend. Soullanders never tell lies, at least on rotation on map, and if Baskin's there, I think there's going to be a real attempt on the Fury. You got to play very cautiously here. A Fearless is a death sentence, and if it doesn't kill you, it's sending you back to base regardless. So keep your eyes on Baskin as one of the major key players here in this next engagement, I think. Very significant to at least poke him. Don't allow him into the back line. Easier said than done. Otherwise, Mage is always key players. If you can dive on a Snoopy or if you can jump on a Paul, that is a major advantage to either side. It comes down to ease of play, who's got an easier line in towards those mages. I'd argue it's the team with globals, and they've got two of them, and one of those globals teleports the entire team. Keep your eyes on the Thor ultimate, and keep your eyes on Kirmi on the other side. It's on him to try and replicate some of that pressure.
Yeah, man. I might go cross-eyed trying to keep up with all the semi-global that the Styx Ferrymen do even have on their side, and that's not to even count just the inherent damage that's along with their team as well. I mean, Cyclone on this Hachiman, a lot of damage output for him. The fact he rotated over to Pyromancer during all of that just to get that first kill on the board for the Styx Ferrymen, then follow up immediately afterwards. Paul having a much better performance here in this first game. Still did die in first blood, but hasn't gone down 3 times, at least like he did in game number 1, so making sure to hold down the fort on this Agni, playing a little bit safer after that first blemish for them. So now maybe a turnaround opportunity for the Styx Ferrymen. Remember, they were down 500 gold before that Pyromancer even started, down 2 kills, evens up those kills, and turns that gold on a full 180 and a little bit more beyond there.
Yeah, so clean play to the Styx Ferrymen, who are now in the driver's seat. I imagine it will be them pulling the objective. They really want to force the Gilded Gladiators in towards them, force the Gladiators to walk into the defensive positioning. Much easier to hold ground around the Gold Fury as opposed to taking it. So we'll be getting a good eye on that as soon as we're able to get back into this game. I just think that Baskin, as far ahead as he is in this current state on map, may as well be a checkmate situation for the Gold Fury itself. Slow rotation from the Gilded Gladiators.
Inbound, trying to zone away, finds a stun on Aurora. Gold Fury low, but does get reset by the Ferryman. Into the backline goes Baskin, gets the P's away from Stu and Sino, though. In the sky, dunks down, finds the both carries in the backline. And it's just Sino against Snoopy and Stu. Baskin joins back in. Scary D does take down Paul. And inbound, caught, but it's a triple stun back at him. Snoopy is getting so much damage to this fight, and now Kirmi rotates in. Aegis from Sino buys him a couple extra seconds to get out, and the Gilded Gladiators take a 2-for-1.
Kirmi is just different as well. Richard Lee makes his stamp note on this map. It's a double taunt in the back line that keeps this team fight alive. Baskin tries his best to create space, buy some time, forces the beads off of Stu, and Stu says, all right, well, now you're staring at me, and I built kin size, so you're not exactly as tanky as you had thought. Able to slowly whittle away at Baskin, keep him off the playfield through the 9 realms. Makes it very difficult for that tier to be as disruptive as he needs to. And Kiermi hits pay dirt very quickly, burns through both of Paul's relics and his life on the tail end. Styx Ferryman, though, can slowly start to move back up, is what I would have said, but Sino's just dead.
Well, Sino's gone. Baskin finds Kiermi, though, 1 for 1, and Baskin again to the backline. Doesn't get a stun with the ult this time, as he was in that power stance, but jungle for jungle now down. Scary D does have ultimate. Maybe that is one of the larger threats to the Styx Ferryman. So the Gold Fury completely reset. At the end of it all, a fight that breaks out. Now a push back on towards Paul, no relics. And damage from Snoopy has got to connect, but Paul gets the dash out. Stun in place by inbound with the root. And knocked down. The Gilded Gliders take yet another 2 for 1.
Paul is playing so far up, isn't he? It just don't need to be that far up. You don't want to be frontlining on this Agni. The displacement from the Gilded Gladiators, a stun into a pull, into a knock-up from Snoop. I mean, that is picturesque CC chaining, but seems like it's just an opportunity they shouldn't have had.
We just turn into a deathmatch at this point, because every time we turn away from these Fury fights, another one breaks out. That's the Ferryman pulling. Still down a man. Paul has not respawned yet. Fury down to half HP. No real secure on the side of the Ferryman. An ultimate and a stun from inbound will scare away the Ferryman from the Fury. Paul's back on the map. The Gilded Gladiators might want to reset quickly, because if the last 2 fights are an indication, there's going to be another breakout around gold in just a moment. Yeah,
Snoop needs to get back to base. He can't just rotate back to the Fury. But it seems like he won't need to either. The Styx Ferryman, even with the notification that Pyromancer had fallen, will not keep their pressure on the Gold Fury pit. The Gilded Gladiators' 3-man core hovering nearby, as well as the vision afforded to them by Oracles. Enough to dissuade the Styx Ferryman from sticking to the objective. So a smart play once more from the Gilded Gladiators, who split the map. And in a stalemate around the Fury, back-to-back team fights, call it TDM, say, well, if we can't break the doors, if we can't grab the Fury, let's do something else. Let's grab the Pyromancer. Now we've got a Runic Bomb, and things get a little bit easier. If we do want to rotate back to the Fury, we've got Secure now. 1,000 true damage, or threat to objectives elsewhere. Even the Fire Giant, Tier 1 Tower, both probably pretty decent targets now for either side. Styx Ferryman, though, won't leave this open for too long. Gold Fury pulled once more. The Gilded Gladiators have been allowed to reset.
Baskin's here before Scary D. Kiermi goes in with the taunt, gets the beads away from Paul. Fury reset once again, but now Scary D is back. Baskin rotating through the backline. Very aggressive pathing by him. Once again, another pull and reset on Gold Fury. Styx Ferryman, with Paul a little bit lower in HP, is going to need that extra sustain from Aurora to stay healthy for these fights. And Sino all the way to the far left, waiting for that opportunity to dunk in.
I'm so worried for Paul, man. 2 minutes, no beads, and Kiermi on Surcat just does not bode well for the mid laner. Keep your eyes on Sino. He's up to the sky.
He is, but where will he dunk down? Snoopy is pretty far away, and so is Stu, but he'll go right on top of Snoopy, gets the beads away. Gold Fury to the Styx Ferryman, but will there be a fight after, or will it just all be to escape? Kiermi cuts off Baskin's pathing, and before he can even Lawbringer away, it's Scary D to put him in the dirt. A 1-kill trade for the Gladiators, but the Gold Fury over to the Ferryman.
The Gladiators are healthy. They've got 30 seconds on respawn for Baskin, so they've got options. Tier 2 Tower or maybe the Fire Giant, if they so choose. With Minion Wave here and Runic Bomb in pocket, seems like it's Tier 2.
Cyclone takes down inbound in the back line. Kiermi's trying to grab tower, but even with Runic Bomb, it's not quite enough damage.
The chase.
He's going to taxi the team into the mid lane, brings only Sino with him. Questionable decision by the Ferryman's support. Aurora goes down. Paul just narrowly avoids the knockup from Scary D. The Gladiators, they'll take 2 and a Tier 1 tower for that Fury.
I couldn't even tell you what hit Aurora there, J-Mac. I could not do it. He was there and then he wasn't. It's got to be Snoop. That Baba Yaga damage really starting to stack up, and he's tanky as well. That Prophetic Cloak, blink your eyes, you would have missed it. Already fully stacked into a Charon's Coin power spike. Snoopy, a major player in the next couple of team fights. Cyclone Spin had considered going with Aurora into that back line, and I think the consideration serves him well. Says, you know what, maybe I don't. And avoids dying immediately. If that's able to happen to Aurora, can only imagine how quickly Cyclone Spin would have vanished. That would have been a Fire Giant play for the Gilded Gladiators immediately afterward. Instead, only able to poke out that Tier 2, take the support's life. But small team fights, small skirmishes now, could lead to even further gold leads for the Gilded Gladiators. Kiermy can have a much easier time pressuring map. It's a play we've seen from Lasbra a whole lot around Fire Giant Dance, which is, look, I need to be a solo agent on this Surcat. I'm not exactly the best at getting involved in the team fight. AoE damage just really deals with Surcat very well, and Agni has got AoE in spades. So instead, you want to be a solo agent. How do you do it? How do you find your 1v1s? Either hover in the jungle and pray someone is isolated, or you create threat on map and force somebody to rotate in towards you. With the tier 2 tower in mid as low as it is, it's a clear point on the map that you could generate some threat. Just group up, push some waves, and Sino will be forced to respond.
Now it's the Gladiators stacking up around Pyro, but a pick on a Sino could start things off a little bit better. Taunt does connect from Kiermy, but not quite enough damage to Sino to take him down, though gets the Thor about half HP. And will likely force Sino to go all the way back to base. And that opens up the Pyro for the Gilded Gladiators. It's all a setup to start out by Kiermy, get the objective for his team.
It burns the beads away from Sino, but all the while, Cyclone Spin is on the left. Scary D decides to TP in, should be able to defend this tower, won't be able to threaten Cyclone Spin himself. I had thought maybe the Gilded Gladiators let that tier 2 fall and try and group up around that Fire Giant.
Laners have that TP fully maxed out to try and get these quick rotations through, but a lot of walking done by the solos of these two squads this time through. The Gilded Gladiators, a small lead for themselves, only to the tune of about 1,000 gold at this point, which is basically nothing 23 minutes in. XP 2,800 up as well. Maybe a little bit more significant, but level 20 is already starting to be achieved on the map. So as we start breaking in towards this 25 or so minute mark, no Fire Giant threatened just yet. How's this late game look for these two teams as they start to square up around the fire?
It really comes down to execution on field. And I know it's a cop-out answer, it's a non-answer, but if an ultimate connects from Sino, if Baskin's finding a multi-man Fearless, the team fight's just going to go to the Ferryman's way. If it's allowed to continue as it has been, where it's the Gilded Gladiators establishing dominance on map and choosing where the fights happen, they've got a superior pick-based composition between Kiermy and the displacement of Scary D, or even Stu and his ultimate and how it interacts in the team fight could turn things around very quickly. So in a completely even state, I don't favor either of these teams overly so. And even with the golden experience as it is now, I don't think either side has got enough of an advantage to really leverage it. It's just, are you there on time? Are you hitting your abilities? Who's starting the fight? As of now, it's the Gilded Gladiators.
Fire started by the Glads. Baskin has already made his presence known. Now Aurora's here, finds stun on a Scary D, but Scary's going to get a nice shield from that starter of inbound. Fire Giant to half HP. It is going slowly for the Gilded Gladiators. Not a lot of damage done back towards Paul. Gets pushed back in, holds onto the beads and the Aegis though. Scary D not able to go through. Sino to the sky. Where is his dunk target? Snoopy has already crashed down the house, and Aurora will be the first one out of this one. Paul needs a bailout, and he's going to get it. The boulder just doesn't get it. The bounce off the mark, and Scary D unable to find a pick onto Paul, but maybe someone in the back line. Scary D lives through all of that, and it's Kiermy who takes out Paul. Baskin immediately after. It's a double for the jungle of the Glads.
Man, the Gilded Gladiators, 2 games in a row now, have found the priority target. It's Paul. It's always been Paul. When you play against the Paul team, I don't care if it's the Tartarus Titans or the Styx Ferrymen, you gotta deal with Paul. And the narrative around his teams in the past is you can't deal with Paul. He's either too tanky, he's too far back, he's playing too safe, or he's already killed you. Those are the generalities that have been true and attributed to Paul. Not this set. Not at all. I mean, pulled back into the Fire Giant pit with both relics still available, holds on to it to the very bitter end. Absolutely wild. Props to Scary D for finding that opportunity. Props to the Gilded Gladiators for pushing the Styx Ferryman to this point. And their reward, Fire Giant. It's going to be on all 5.
Sino and Cyclone will try and take down Kiermy. Dunk is off the mark. Got to have the stun there if you want to find the pick. The wall's not there. The double tap cancel a little bit early, but with the help of Aurora, will secure 1. So that's Fire Giant for the trade out of Kiermy, who was just defending on the left side of the map, not letting that tier 2 go for free. But it nets his team Fire and a tier 1 on the right.
And they're about to find out that there's 3 on the left, all 3 of which have just shown themselves. Inbound nearby, could have been in position to stop those packs. I thought it would be a stop back call immediately into a tier 2 or potentially the Phoenix, considering how long, or taking into consideration rather, how long inbound would have been able to prevent those backs. Instead, a reset back to neutral, and off the back of a team fight win, as well as the Fire Giant, you've got a good deal of gold to spend up. Some power spikes that still need hitting. So the Gilded Gladiators will do exactly that. Fire Giant off of Kirmi, not as significant as you might imagine. Kirmi in the 1v1 now still has advantage over Sino, just by nature of how Circuit's damage works and how safe it is in the 1v1. But any bit of poke that hits Kirmi is going to stick. It's really just inbound for Team Sustain, and if he's using his Monolith to re-sustain Kirmi, that means his initiation has taken a pretty major hit. So likely that Kirmi just needs to play a bit safe on Siege, or just play spoiler to the Styx Ferryman. So often in the SPL, the answer is not to immediately group up as 5 and give over a team fight in a tier 2 tower. It's pressure the map, see what you could do, and scrounge up some resources while the siege is happening, especially in this first rotation of Fire Giant. So if you're going to send Sino to split push or Cyclone, Kirmi very good at dealing with either of them. Go to Gladiators, knock down the tier 2 in mid. Good deal, Golden Pocket once more. Group up on left. Potentially another tier 2 here, but the base defense from the Styx Ferryman is very good. Displacement from Baskin, Paul's AoE damage, Cyclone Spin AoE damage as well. Good chase down potential between Aurora and Cyclone in their ultimates. Means that the Good Gladiators really need to play intelligently here.
Paul sitting very far back, does have both relics now. And Scary D's taking effectively no damage with all these shields afforded to him. Tier 2 tower taken down by the Gilded Gladiators and immediately pull away from the lane. Still 45 seconds on the Fire Giant buff. It seems their final prize with that buff will be the Primal Fury to make this next Fire Giant that much easier for the team. Not a significant gold lead just yet, about 3,000 for the Gladiators, but considering that was dead even just a few minutes ago, maybe the most significant spike up the Gladiators have had moving forward. But with no birds taken down means that the Ferrymen should be able to step up to the next fire.
Should be able to. Weren't quite able to do it from a more even state. Now, potentially could get caught out here. Scary D on chase. Pull no good. Walled off. Stun. CC. Damage is there, but not enough to kill the Hercules. Just enough to make him turn around. He's very tanky, and it's a good deal of sustain. Even with Divine Ruin procs. Good deal of anti-heal from the Styx Ferryman. Scary D proven that he's just incredibly difficult to deal with, and now with an entire Spirit Robe purchase. That's tiers 1 through 3. All that CC that kept him locked down, just going to make him a little bit tankier.
He was already tough to kill. Now you got to expend even more resources to do so. That mitigation once he gets hit by that CC. It's going to make it so difficult to lock down this Hercules. Make it so tough to actually net that kill through. Gladiators now with advantage around the Fire Giant pit. Nearly 5,000 gold up from their prior siege. Have a pretty strong advantage moving forward. Still a few more seconds till this Fire Giant comes back through, about 15 more. And the Ferrymen, they are stepping up to the pit to try and get in position.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Paul, key player here. If he's caught out again by Scary D, I mean, that's just it for the team fight. He's all of your AoE damage. He's who's keeping the squishies back. Otherwise, it's easy for the Gilded Gladiators to jump on a Cyclone Spin or even Sino. So Paul needs to play safely here. It's a massive, massive bit of damage in the build already. Pendulum finished, Soul Reaver finished as well, so you've got some threat for that front line. Good luck connecting with priority targets, though. Now with Scary D, the Iron Wall Scary D, standing between the entirety of the Styx Ferryman and his own backline.
Kirmi can aim for a wraparound, though, to clear out a minion wave, and is keeping the Styx Ferryman antsy about this fight because they don't know exactly where Sino has stepped back up for this wave. He and Scary D, or at least for Kirmi, not going to know what's going to be happening. Gilded Gladiators, they started the fire, immediately pulled away from it, and now Sino is going to have to go back and deal with the minion waves. It's going to keep your Thor out of commission for a moment as the Gladiators start the fire once more.
Fire Giant pulled, but burning slowly. I think it's the fight that they're looking for. Blink in from Kirmi. Connects with Aurora, but he's tanky.
Aurora able to dash back away, so ultimate and the blink expended by Kirmi. Sino finds the wall on a Scary D. Still tanky on this Hercules. Gets a lot of sustain back through. But an ultimate from Snoopy is not going to find as much value as the Gladiators may have hoped. Paul down to half as well as Baskin, but Baskin can TP right back to the fight.
And the longer the fight goes, that damage on Paul will not stick. Aurora already putting some effort in towards resustaining his mid laner. So now it's the Styx Ferrymen in defensive positioning. Start moving themselves forward. The Gilded Gladiators have given up the Fire Giant pit in exchange for the Pyromancer. 2 runic bombs in pocket.
Sino as well on Scary D, but Scary D able to walk right back through. This Fire Giant pit now given up by the Ferrymen. Instead, he goes to the Gladiators once more. And Snoopy, even through all the defenses Baskin has up, is able to start doing some good chunk damage with those Baba Brew potions. And Gilded Gladiator still trying to find a pick on a Baskin, may have just done so. The stun was there, the root knockup. Not going to be enough because the Lawbringer is there to get Baskin out, but they have all this time without TP, without ultimate. Could be a call up for the Gladiators or for Sino to step in. Kirmi uses the ultimate and it forces the jungler out.
It does. Forces the shell off inbound as well. But it's just poking and prodding from both of these teams, J-Mac. Neither one seeing that golden opportunity, that pick opportunity to shut down the other. The Styx Ferrymen take a peek at their resources. Beads off Sino. That's pretty significant. No teleport for Baskin. Means if you send him back to base, he'll stay there. On the other side, it's beads off of Scary D. And good luck exploiting that. Feels like it was a Herculean effort just to get the beads off of him, let alone kill him. So 40 seconds until those are back available. Both sides, very safe still. Relics in relatively good spots. Blink, 20 seconds on Kirmi. He's been the progenitor of aggression a good deal so far this game. Could do so once more. And if he connects with Sino, Sino's not fast enough on that ultimate. He could just die to the combo.
I was wondering why Baskin's taking so much from Snoopy, and then I look over in his build, and he's going another damage item last slot. And his only magic defense is what little he's getting from the Stone of Binding at this point. Baskin is not tanky up against Snoopy. And that could come back to maybe bite Baskin later on. Scary D eats a CC chain and a heap of damage, but he'll be able to sustain that one back up with his own regard and with what inbound can provide to him. Feels like the Ferrymen, all they're doing is just poking and poking, but all that poke has netted them nothing so far against the Gladiators.
Gladiators haven't got a whole lot done either, J-Mac. Neither side making any headway in towards the Fire Giant. Pulled once more and reset. Baskin just testing the waters of the Gilded Gladiators. Neither team has got the most phenomenal, like, full global presence, so it's not as if a Chernobog's in this game. You can't just go split push, then rejoin the fight. There's no Yanis either, which means if there were going to be a split push, maybe you send Sino down mid or right, but left is no man's land for either of these teams. If anybody shows up on left, the other team would just immediately take the Fire Giant. How do you break this stalemate? Sino hasn't gotten a whole lot done playing with his team here. He's been in the 5-on-5 for a good long while. Maybe have him act on the edge of the team fight. Could just be it, but then that opens him up to the 1v1 up against Kirmi, and that's just not somewhere Sino wants to be. It's difficult, J-Mac. Both these teams racking their brains for ideas of how to break this stalemate, where to go, what do you do? Now this side quite able to figure it out. Fire Giant defensive positioning once more to the Gilded Gladiators, but they're not willing to do anything with it, not before they find some sort of headway. They want to poke someone out. They want to burn some relics or potentially find a kill first. Paul's dashed. Gilded Gladiators don't have the bird's eye view, so I'm sure he's just fine. We're just waiting, just teetering on this knife's edge.
I found a secondary reason why Scaredy's living so long. It feels like he's taking no damage. If he's standing near inbound, that heroism's giving a massive shield over to Scary. A pick on a Sino could start things out for the Glads, but Kirmi's just missing out. Stu finds the damage, though, and that's one pick. Maybe one on a Cyclone spin. Taunt just off the mark. Aegis used by Cyclone, but didn't get what he needed for the damage to take him out, but does send him back to base. Could open the door for something more, though. Aurora, can he get out in time? No, he cannot. It's Kirmi coming up big. And 2 down on the Ferryman. The Gladiators might just give up on the fire. They're going to at least work towards the Phoenix.
Mid-Phoenix off the map. That's exactly what I was concerned about. If Sino lines up against Kirmi, and it's no slight against Sino the player, it's not Brooks, it's Thor. Thor does not beat Circuit in that 1v1, and Kirmi clearly very knowing and knowledgeable of that interaction. So tough situation for the Styx Ferrymen who wanted to break the stalemate. Generally it's junglers who could do it, but not in this matchup. The Gilded Gladiators take their 2 for none, as well as the Mid-Phoenix and the Fire Giant to boot. The Styx Ferrymen can only watch on from in the distance. Can't even go for the counter Fury, right? Can't even grab the Oni Fury on the other side. So they haven't got the damage, and they need to be concerned about any sort of rotation. The Gilded Gladiators, patience wins the day. They find their one opening, and they punish heavily.
3 runic bombs in pocket as well. 2 Phoenixes and a tower still standing for the Gladiators to knock down. Plenty of opportunities to use those runic charge bombs. to try and take something out, whether that be Phoenix's towers or, if given the opportunity, can even just barrel them right into the Titan room at that same time. So for the Six Ferrymen, now that they do have to deal with an actual defense, do they have decent tools to keep the Gladiators at bay on these siege defenses?
AoE damage is almost the entirety of how I evaluate whether or not a defense is good. Does your mage have burst, and is it easily attainable burst? Can you connect that damage consistently, which is why you want an AoE. Bigger damage field, easier to hit. Agni's got it. Certainly does. And up against how the siege is going to happen from the Gilded Gladiators, likely inbound or Scary D walking in first, and then Stewart behind them. I think the damage should be able to connect with priority targets. So deal with Paul, defense is awful. Don't deal with Paul, defense is good.
Oh no, Cure Me does get the taunt onto one, but Paul's beads last long enough so he doesn't get thrown back. And the Ferrymen, they're just trying to go back to base after what looked to be a potential wraparound attempt, but now they're just letting Oni fire minions into their Titan room. They've got to walk all the way back. No back channelings for them. Paul at half HP during all of that. Will keep the minions out, but now Phoenix under threat by the Gilded Gladiators, and that left side bird may just be down. Basket finds a nice stun to start this one out. Sino to the sky. Where's his dunk target? It's on top of Stu. Doesn't have relics to get through this one, and Sino finds a pick onto the carry and one on an inbound for Paul, but the bird is down. The response from the Ferrymen is to get their kills.
Overcommitment for the Gilded Gladiators. They do knock down the left side bird, but you'd already burned through the bees from Paul. You don't need to commit that heavily to taking down the objective. I think if it were a hit and run, play it slow, things would have been all right. But instead, they give the Six Ferrymen an opportunity to go for these turnaround plays. A 2- or 3-man stun from Baskin. Sino finds a major stun in the backline with his own ultimate. Paul allowed time to reset and then rejoin the fight. Puts out his own damage. And the Gilded Gladiators, they can say, well, at least we broke the base. At least we knocked down the Phoenix. But that early into their Fire Giant play, I think they could have got a bit more. Now it's the Six Ferrymen knocking on the door. A return Phoenix could be massive.
Roar does have a Runic Bomb. Will tank up the Phoenix, but the damage output from Snoopy. Taunt onto Sino, thrown against the wall. A lot of damage through, but Kirmi will go down. Aurora just barely still alive through all of this. Snoopy trying to pump out damage with that house, but not quite enough. The door isn't opening up in time. Snoopy gets a pick onto Aurora. Paul dashes aggressively, and it's a double for Snoopy. Unfortunate for them. Door stuck, nowhere to go.
Just a miserable situation. You gotta wait for those doors to open. If every Phoenix is up, if there are no Phoenixes down, the doors are locked, and you gotta slowly pick your way through them. Knock a Phoenix down, the door will open up for you. Unfortunately, for the Six Ferrymen, they hadn't done the hard part just yet. So an overextension from the Ferrymen, which I thought was going to be backbreaking for the Gilded Gladiators. When Kirmi had fallen, I thought that's just it. Desynced deaths. Phoenix is going to go down. Fire Giant to the Ferrymen. We're back to an even game. Instead, the defense clean from Snoopy. The damage output just enough to keep that Phoenix alive and create opportunities now for 30 seconds. For the Ferrymen got to play without their mid or support.
Sino avoids a stun. Basket to the back, stuns 2. Stewart pushed back under the Phoenix, and a lot of damage followed by Sino, but not just enough. The Aegis is there, but now Sino up to the sky. 40 seconds,
dead,
no
right?
beat. Stu has got the juke away from the ult. He does so, sends one to the sky, and he just can't die. Sino misses everything. Stewart takes down Baskin, and Sino the only one alive for another second. Aurora just now coming up. Paul right after. It's going to be 2 versus 4. At the pace, Aurora puts the stun onto Stu. Paul is back in, but Paul picked up. Paul pushed back. Beads are down. Aegis still available. The Titan's still under siege. And another push-pull from Scary D puts Paul out of position, but he takes out Stu. He's got to take out Snoopy as well to stop this defense with Kirmi showing up. The Gilded Gladiators start the best of 5 off with the 2-0.
Man, that is backbreaking for the Six Ferrymen now, who are on match point. One more loss for them would just end their winner's bracket run. The Gilded Gladiators, I don't think anybody expected them to have as emphatic a performance as they had so far. Clean play. Clearly, they're keeping their heads clear. They have really played through patience. That Fire Giant dance, what was that, 8 minutes, 9 minutes? Where they're just staring each other down, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an opening. And it's Kirmi who finds it, exploits it, and executes on it by dealing with Sino so quickly, completely opening up the next 5, 6, 7 minutes of that game.
You were asking early in the game, how do we even deal with Bastion at this point? Well, I guess it's just wait for him to get to late game. Don't have any magic defense and let Snoopy be the one to deal with him at that point. It just felt like Snoopy was untouched this entire game. Nobody dealing with this Baba Yaga and allow him to free cast through. The Gilded Gladiators start this best of 5 off with a 2-0. 1 game away from moving on to the winner's bracket. Can they do so? Or the Ferrymen fight back? We'll find out in Game 3 right after this.
Who is playing me in my own movie? Simon Pegg. I don't know why. Looks nothing like me, but I just like the guy. I like his movies. I think he's a good actor. So probably Simon Pegg.
For the role of Awesome Jake, you know, that's just a really big role, and I'd needed to like go to someone who is really just going to capture the role. So my first choice would be Ryan Gosling.
I think with the blonde hair and the height and kind of that jokey vibe, the slight humor undertones, literally nothing else, I'm going the greater of the Hemsworths.
I think you get a Nick Cage in there. That'd be a powerful casting choice.
Seth Rogen, that's the one.
Christian Bale, for some reason, jumped to my mind. And maybe it's just because he's a good actor. I'm going to go with Christian Bale. And not because of American Psycho.
Well, I'll go ahead and beat the YouTube comments to it. Spider-Man's best friend from the Tom Holland films would probably play me. If I would lose some weight, Jason Momoa could play me. But if I got to choose, and you know, it's someone who embodies my spirit fully, I think in the film This Is the End, Michael Cera's character is the closest analog I've seen to my personality in film. So maybe Michael Cera.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the most versatile actor of all time. And, you know, I really think he would show how versatile I can be and my character can be, and how much I can change with, you know, different moods that I have. So it'd have to be Leo.
I mean, people say for some reason I look like Mr. Beast, like with a different hairstyle, but yeah, they say I look like Mr. Beast, so maybe Mr. Beast. I don't know.
Oh, well, I've already had this discussion. So I asked my fiance, I was like, hey, could I, you know, I don't want to be an actor, but could I play a young DiCaprio? And she's like, no, you can't, not even close. She's like, you could maybe pull off young Johnny Depp, but young DiCaprio, no. So I guess because of the facial hair and Leo's like way more handsome than me, I guess it would have to be Johnny Depp, but I'd prefer Leo if I could get him.
When I was in like high school, I would sometimes get the nickname McLovin.
I would say Kubo Fett. You know, I grew up with him. You know, he's one of my best friends. He would probably know what I do and what I would say in certain scenarios that nobody else would. And yeah, that would be easy for him.
I will burn away soul. Run away, you gods.
That's right. The SMITE Advanced GG action continues in the Godslayer bundle. It's still there. You can grab yourself an Ice Shaker and the Godslayer Energy Formula over at advanced.gg. Make sure you use code SMITE as well for 10% off your order. If you don't, I'm going to yell at you. So use code SMITE. Wait, people might want that. All right, depending on whether or not you want that, I'll yell at you. Whether you use it or you don't. You just have to ask me. The Godslayer bundle with Advanced GG, Ice Shaker, and Energy Formula. It's really good energy as well. I might take some later on today before my cast. Gore, you might have had some pre-desk just now.
Honestly, I'm feeling the same way whether I did or I didn't, man.
What did I say that tickled you?
Just, I did not expect that if you don't, I'm going to yell at you.
Yeah, well, when I used to stream many moons ago, one of my incentives was for me to yell. And then I realized
you also had, like,
that
show legs on there.
I did.
Yeah.
Game 2, over to the Gilded Gladiators and Gore. This one feels much more convincing and straightforward. This feels like a game where there was some scrappiness, some fighting back and forth. This is a game where it feels like the Gladiators didn't need a Fire Giant steal. They simply controlled the map a little bit better. And now the Ferryman down 0-2 in this best of 5. I did not see this happening in the first 2 games of this set.
Honestly, yeah, I agree with that, right? If you had told me that this was 1-1 after the first 2 games, I think that in my mind is maybe the most realistic thing. After seeing the drafts, though, I very specifically have to give Kiermy a lot of shout-outs. I think that getting the Circuit, you know, we were talking a little bit about it, the nerfs. I didn't see that big of a difference. I think that it went from a must-grab, first-pick, must-ban kind of god to someone that is a little more flexible in there, and what we got to see was someone who was a little more flexible in there. I think that Kiermy, you know, lower in the pick order, lower in the pick priority, still made it look like one of his premier gods. Goes 5-4-5. Isn't even the shining light here. I think Snoopy, again, a lot of last hits, but a lot of damage, man. I mean, 44,000 throughout this game. Only dies once. Looks really good. I saw Zapman in chat, I think, after the first blood saying Snoopy greater than Paul, ? And just little moments like that where it's just you're getting a performance out of Snoopy right now that, honestly, I don't think we've gotten to see for a lot of this phase. So I think he's playing clean. I think you're getting a good performance out of Scary D. Baskin, unfortunately, unable to do a lot of the clap back that we saw in Game 1 on the tier here. And Sino, I mean, you got to call it out when you see it. The spade's a spade. He missed a lot of ults that just did not impact the game because they were missed. And does that change as much if he hits, just one of them? Maybe not. But if you're hitting 2, 3, 4 of those missed ults otherwise, suddenly I think you're in a very different portion of game. And maybe still going. Maybe you're winning.
Yep.
But things just didn't quite click really from top to bottom there for the Ferryman. They had some good moments, but nothing I think that you're leaning back and going, that's something we can look at with pride. No. Definitely a lot of changes that have to come. I'm starting to look at the Baba Yaga. I'm starting to think, do you need to ban Afro? Do you need to ban Guan? Baba might be a good ban in one of those spots. If you don't, let the ROM through, ban the Baba there. I think that there's a lot of opportunities. I also think, and it's easy to glance over, Inbound is having an insane time on this Terra. I think that Inbound's Terra was already one of his better gods prior to her being strong in meta. Now that she's strong in the meta and pretty high priority on top of that, it just feels like the perfect combination right now. I mean, it's easy to talk about Kirmi because he's getting in there and active and is doing the jungler, or Scary D or Snoopy because of their slash lines. But I think the control that Inbound is giving to his team, is setting up for his team because of this Terra, is really one of the biggest strengths here. And that's 2 games in a row that they've gotten to play it, in 2 games in a row that he's looked really good on it. So that's, I think if he gets it one more time, 3rd time's the charm, I think they win the set. I think if you can control a little bit more, Heimdall looked good there, even though the ROM was taken away. I don't think you need to ban out Stewart. I think you need to look towards mid, you need to look in the jungle, and you need to look at the support. I think if you get rid of the Terra, you get rid of the Circuit, you'll probably be in a much better position.
Yeah.
The problem then comes, where are you banning those? I think you ban out the Terra instead of the Afro. I think that's just an easy claim to make. I feel like right now Afro probably pretty easy to deal with in the grand scheme. So letting that through might not be the end of the world, even if you're going up against a team that has played it relatively well. I think you can get rid of the Terra there, and I think you don't need to worry about Stewart's pick this early. I think you can ban a Circuit relatively early on. You could even wait. I mean, it was Finr or Hunbats last time around. Kirmi's got 5 good gods that he's going to play. But if he's looking stellar on 2 of those 5, those are the 2 you need to get rid of. The Finr has been really good. I think the Circuit is still really good. So as much as I appreciate the Hunbats ban, I feel like there's a list that needs to get hit in priority here for the Ferryman.
Gore, I'm glad you bring up Inbound. Combined in the first 2 games, both on Terra, 2-7 and 23. The last 2 games before that, he went 1-8 and 10.
Yeah.
So significantly better, almost twice as good as
He's
the
playing
last couple
really
games
well.
that we've seen the Terra get played. I wonder then if you've mentioned picks and bans,
Yeah.
you mentioned the Hachiman. That's something I wonder if the Ferrymen start to look at. Early priority of that Hunter right now, and we know Cyclone Spin will play. He'll play X-Ball, he'll play Rom, he'll play Hachi. I mean, there's options depending on how picks and bans go. But there's a lot of value in that first pick slot. Wonder if swapping out Hachi for something else is a viable opportunity here for the Ferryman.
I'm really interested to see if they do, because like I said last time around, when you first pick something, your first pick's got to do a lot for you. And when we were go back to the days when you're seeing Daji first pick, Circuit first pick, I mean, those are going into the game. They were making huge impacts. They were absolutely proving their worth minute by minute by minute in the game. I haven't gotten to really see that out of the Hachi 2 games in a row. And then on top of that, I feel like if you're locking in a Hunter first, you're typically locking them in because they're just so much better than every other Hunter that they're going to provide something for your team. But I'm even right now, I'm just looking at the numbers that were changed for Kernanos. And it's a hit, but I don't think it makes them that bad. I feel like there's still a lot of Hunters. I don't know, Hachi's probably still the best. But is he so far the best that you have to pick him over everything else or worry about getting him first? I don't think so.
Stuart, plenty of variety in that god pool as well. The Ferrymen and the Gladiators, they'll have a bit more time to discuss what they want their Hunter and other picks to be. A slight tech issue. We're going to be sorting that out, and we'll be getting into picks and bans for game number 3 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 just around the corner. I would pick Frostbound Hammer so I can smack people and just keep chasing them down and smacking them more.
I think I'm going to go with alternate timeline because I would love to have the ability to, when I fuck up really badly, just whoop and try it again and get to run it back. I'd like to be able to redo.
Like, it would be cool to have Guardian items because you're like, maybe I could get hit by a car and it'd bounce right off because I got all this armor now. But realistically, I'm just going to go with, what's the item called? Oh, shoot. It's the katana item. Is it Hastened Katana? The one where if I punch somebody, I don't have to slow down because that'd just be really funny.
I would probably take a prophetic cloak in real life just because it looks really cool. And I think that'd be something I could actually like utilize in some way. You know, it gets cold in the winter, put on my cloak. I don't know, I'll probably go prophetic cloak or Dawnbringer, one of those two.
I'd say Aegis then, just to be able to eat something. Like, as I'm getting into learning the depth of all the new items in year 10, you know, Aegis, it's always kind of been there. So if someone's coming at me or, you know, just happen to be in a bad spot or whatever, throw up Aegis, be like, all right, cool, we're good. And then wait a little bit, use it again. I'm here for it.
Wow, I was gonna say Charon's coin because you get 1 gold every time you get a kill, but that would mean you'd have to murder people, so never mind. I would probably go with shielded teleport, so I can teleport places.
we're good. Okay, welcome into rapid fire. The questions that are so rapid that they heat up and they're hot, and we're doing it with hot sauce. Pagon's gone for to bomb. You haven't done it yet, right? You've already done
time
to bomb.
bombing?
Yeah, but all right, show the camera. Flip that out. That is a chunk of DeBomb. And then Sot and I, who have also done DeBomb, are doing something a bit more tame. All right, I'm doing spoon inspections after this, so everyone cheers on your hot sauce.
Way. Cheers.
Oh, that's still spicy for me. That's still hot for me. Okay. It's a little tingly. Okay. Ooh, the spoon inspections. Everyone, show me your spoons. You got spoon. You got spoon. Your spoon's good. All right, we're all clean.
Oh my god.
So, who's the freest solo laner in the league to lane against?
Oh my. This is not good.
I don't know. I'm gonna say like.
I got the hiccups.
Probably Ducky.
Ducky's the freest. Jake, who's the freest duo lane?
The freest duo lane. Right now. I mean, last year it was Neil and Vote. This year it might be Bobby and Stu.
Bobby and Stu, so free. Pagon, who's the freest mid laner to go up against?
Venenu?
Ven, freest mid. And you have data to back that up. It does have knockup and does have water carbon. Pagon does it again! Twice in the same game!
Oh yeah. So I have a hot take.
Go ahead.
If you get up and you go on your computer and you're not like that active all day, you don't need a shower. Okay.
I think it depends what you're doing at your computer, right? What if you're like leaned over sweating during Smite games?
I mean.
Or you're thinking if you're just at your PC, no matter what.
If you're at your PC, if you're not exercising or going to the gym, like you don't need a shower. Like it's not that bad.
Oni Warriors. Sot, who do you think your closest competition is in the league right now?
No one.
No one. Jake, who's the closest team to you guys in the league?
Probably the Kings.
Pretty close to you guys. Pagon, who do you think the closest team to you is?
Ferryman.
Really? Six Ferryman? Why?
Paul.
Paul, I guess he's close. Is that mid lane bias?
Yeah.
appreciate everyone's patience on the technical pause. I got some good news and some bad news, Score.
Yeah.
For both you and the folks at home.
Okay.
Bad news first. If you were enjoying listening to that nice, soothing, calm music and not listening to this fella and I talking about SMITE, unfortunately, you're going to have to do that now. The good news is therefore, we're moving into picks and bans here in just a moment.
By the way, just got to give you credit. You did it the right order. It's always bad news first, then good news. I don't any other way is just wrong.
Well,
which I guess there's only one other way.
The bad news for the Ferrymen is they're moving into what could be the last picks and bans of this set if they're not able to win.
But the good news for the Gladiators is that they're one win away from moving on in the bracket.
Getting out of here. That's right. So a couple things that we want to key in on, Gore. I think one is the Hachiman first pick going to continue 3 games out of 3 for the Ferrymen. Ferrymen have been in first pick now all 3 games. They've picked Hachiman first pick in 2 of them. TBD on number 3. Do you pivot away from the Terra? I don't think you do by your own choice if you're the Gladiators, but do you force inbound onto something else? Maybe. Baba Yaga taken away from Snoopy, who's put together a really nice set for himself already here so far as well. A couple Baba Yaga games in a row, and Snoopy has gone a combined 11, 4, and 20 in Game 1 and Game 2. And Gore, the 0-2 Hachiman, going to get run back again. I'll give Guan Yu and Terra over to the Gilded Gladiators. I don't think you'd put. I like this. I think you keep Bobby on the Terra. It's been looking too good.
Yep.
And Guan Yu is too sought after. I think the Gladiators get a great first 2.
Absolutely. Not only that, I think that trading Hachi for those 2 is just wrong. Like what we have seen out of that pick, like there's not a lot of times in drafting that I think that there's. I don't even want to call it a mistake, but where something is made where the choice just has me questioning what your draft is. I don't think this Hachi is provided enough for you or is so well sought after right now that it was worth giving those 2 picks up. Maybe it's just something that the Ferrymen are bringing. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. The first 2 games didn't really get me over there. I'm even more surprised. I feel like in this pick, I mean, if you're already banning the Baba Yaga and you know mid laners have been, I think, a little more iffy so far this set, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Snoopy loves Merlin. Merlin's still available, has been banned a few times from him, to the point where it was actually, Hebo, Merlin, and Agni in Game 1 that was banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if they grab up a mid lane pick here, knowing that pool has been a little shallower than normal, which then gives the Gladiators plenty of room to just lean heavily into those bans. If you grab, a Merlin, ban Agni alongside a Hebo, and suddenly you're really limiting a lot of that. Maybe something like the Morrigan as well, since that has been just on the cusp of being picked. I don't know. I feel like the bans have gone well. I like some of the adjustments. I don't know that the Afro needed to be there. I think the Terra's been looking good. Guan Yu just feels like it's going to be a blanket upgrade, and then you get the Merlin as well instead of the Baba Yaga. It's going to be a different style of play, but something that Snoopy's really good at. I really like the Gladiators' top 3. That's not to say I don't like the Ferrymen's top 3. I just don't think Hachi is deserving of his spot up at the very top right now. Naja, Hercules have both looked incredibly good. It's just whether or not they can make the rest work.
I guess the argument is with a Rom, a Marty banned away. The argument, I guess, for the Ferrymen is that the gap between one of Rom, Marty, Hachiman to the next tier of Hunters or the next tier of ADCs is bigger than the gap of Guan Yu and Terra or some combination of healing frontliners to what the front line is that the Ferrymen are going to get. Again, I suppose my argument would be there's a bunch of, or a handful of ADCs right now. But this is why I'm here, Gore. And
well, I don't know. I feel like we have data to back that up now, right? I mean, in Game 1, Hachi gets first pick, Rom outdoes him. Then in Game 2, Hachi gets first pick, Rom is banned, and Heim outdoes him. So if you've got, I mean, that's already 2 so far that have at least stood up to Cyclone's Hachi and looked good against it. And so I think that maybe there's a conversation maybe we need to talk about in the vacuum, but this isn't in the vacuum. And so from what we've seen so far, I like going back to the Heim. I feel like the Gladiators have come up with a just better draft for them. All they need is something that's just key for Kirmi. The Cirquet's still available. They banned out the Finra and the Hunbat, so and with the Naja locked in, I sincerely doubt that's not going to anyone other than Sino. So realistically, you could probably just run that back in the jungle and still look incredibly good on it if you're Kirmi.
Yep.
But there's also, I mean, Bakasura was one that he's looked insane on that is still right there and could still do a lot to this team. I feel like Gladiators are in a really, really good position right now for their draft and for how their play's been going.
That said, the Styx Ferrymen still get a really, really solid draft. I mean, Hachi, Naja, Hercules, and Horus, if you're looking at frontliners that have really been highly prioritized throughout the road to Masters, Hercules and Horus are just about at the top of that list. So this is where the argument gets some nuance, right? We're talking about Hachiman first pick versus what you're giving up. Well, the front line that the Ferrymen are able to get in return is still Hercules and Horus, which is, again, one of the highest priority front lines that we've got. And so there's absolutely a conversation to be had there. And it's not like in Game 2 the Ferrymen were just blown off the map. You know, it's a pretty competitive Game 2. And the Gladiators have cleaned up some of their shot calling, which has really done them some good here in the first 2 games of this set. Remember, there is a loser's bracket opportunity throughout this playoff event. But, of course, life always made easier if you're able to stick up on the top side of the bracket. But the Gilded Gladiators, a 3-0 would be quite a statement, especially against the Ferrymen who ended their phase on a bit of a hot streak. Tiebreakers holding them at a 2nd seed. And took a tiebreaker to give them 3rd seed. So it was very competitive over in the Order Division. 1 pick remaining for the Gilded Gladiators. We are looking for a jungler. Gore, you mentioned the Serket. Pretty good for Kirmi. It's still an option there. I think Paul, though, is looking for something that's just going to survive this game. Morgan Le Fay has the ability to do a bit of that. CC immunity in the kit. Some self-peel as well, as always what we talk about with Morgan Le Fay. Going to be trying to peel out of Susano, though, because Kirmi has feasted in mid so far in this set.
Yeah, honestly, I really like this pick, too. Again, something that we've seen a lot in the weeks coming up to the playoffs here. And has carried games, looked really good, has a lot of good CC for it. And when you're locking people down the way that a Susano can inside, let's say, Merlin damage, that's just a disastrous combo for anybody that gets caught out there. You're going to be forcing a lot of beads, maybe Windfire Wheels, I think, early on from Naja just to stay safe. And I feel like, you know, your Horus dashes, Hercules pushes, like a lot of what could be otherwise engage tools maybe getting used just for disengage to try and create some space. Susano's still good at chasing people down. If you're trying to match mobility that Serket brings, Susano does that. But he does it with, albeit different, but still similar styles of CC, right? Your 2 is a little smaller, maybe harder to hit, though you only have to hit one person with it. You pull them back in. And then, of course, your ult being a massive knock-up instead of a throw. But a massive knock-up can go wild in a lot of these jungle corridors. Hell, it goes wild in mid. I feel like that 2v2 that we've been seeing, Susano Merlin now versus the presumably Naja Morgan Le Fay. I like Morgan Le Fay. I think the damage is still going to be there, but I really like what Susano Merlin bring to the table. Then when you start looking at the front line, I have to give a lot to Hercules, because I think Hercules can change the pace of any game with a really good pluck. But Horus, so far this set, has left me wanting a little bit. Haven't gotten to see anything too crazy with him. Most of the time when a Horus is doing really well, it's not really in the base kit that we're seeing it. Maybe some knock-ups, maybe in the prot shred on the 2. But realistically, it's that you're seeing the ults being used in such a proactive way on the map. We haven't gotten to see that too much, so if the Ferrymen can do that, I think with the damage output they have, it should look really good. But I think just the way that they have been playing, if I took this draft and drop it into Game 2, which is essentially what a Game 3 would be, I favor the Gladiators here.
And I think what's worked so well for the Gladiators today, because remember, this is always a team where the conversation has always been, and it's felt like the same for a lot of the qualifier teams, where, yeah, they can fight and they can scrap early, but come shot calling, come team fight, come group time, that's where they feel a bit outclassed. That has not felt like the case so far in the set for the Gilded Gladiators, where they've been able to fight and scrap and find kills early. A lot of those in mid, a lot of those centered towards Paul. But the Gilded Gladiators have been able to make good decisions on the map, and they've cleaned up a bit of that aspect of their play. Are they able to do so again here in Game 3? Will the Gilded Gladiators 3-0 the Styx Ferrymen down to J-Mac and Mifflin to find out?
That's right. Game number 3. The Gladiators on match point up against the Six Ferrymen, who would have to go with a full reverse sweep to win out the set and keep their winner's bracket chances alive. But that's a tall task to go up against the Gladiators. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 3. And Mifflin, the Gladiators, at least from what I've been seeing of their performance over the last couple of weeks, go all the way back to their win up against the Camelot Kings, always feels like a team that can really punch up to the competition, one that can really play to the strengths of who they're going up against.
And have done so beautifully so far this set. Talk about winning over the fans. I believe the first game it was 80-20, 70-30, maybe somewhere in there. Then it was 60-40. Now we're all the way to 50-50 on the Twitch poll. Nobody knows who's going to win this one. I think the Des do a great job priming some of the key players for the early game. I think that mid 2v2, which has been significant so far every game this set, will continue to be so here in game number 3. Kirmi and Snoopy, Susano and Merlin respectively up against Naja and Morgan Le Fay on the other side. I don't think I as heavily favor the Gilded Gladiators mid 2v2 as Gore did, but I do certainly still think that there's a little bit more leeway for action when you're looking at Kirmi on the Susano. The ease of displacement to set up for Snoopy can just be massive. But that's not taking into account the chain CC lockdown potential that Sino and Paul have got together. Once you connect a sash, you're getting the Sigil Fear or slow, and you're getting the Dragonflight knockup just about every single time as well. It's a whole lot of CC to deal with throughout the early.
A lot of the action has started off in this mid lane for these two teams, and in both games 1 and 2 has started with a pick for Kirmi. Now, I'll be honest, I'm surprised he actually dashed away from Paul. I thought we would have seen a commitment by Kirmi and Snoopy to dive in aggressively, but maybe fearing what the archers and the rest of the minions inside that lane can deal damage-wise.
Or like a sash, you know, that would have probably put a pretty heavy stopper on that one as well. Snoopy had just used his entire kit, so there was not a whole lot of follow-up. Would have taken maybe 3, perhaps 4 auto attacks to finish off Paul from that position. So good defensive mindset from Kirmi to not overextend there, and instead, why risk it when you can do the exact same thing which you've been doing, which is fish for the pool, wait for the ice storm.
Sino versus Kirmi. Sash connects in. Kirmi dashes out because Roar's on the way. Slow connects to the ring toss. Roar dashes in. Quick beads to get away from the stun of Aurora, but that's now a beads down for Kirmi for the next 2.5 minutes. Sino does manage to get the buff, but runs into Inbound, who will just keep him away from the wave for a moment before immediately turning themselves back through. So net positive for the Ferryman, stripping away a defensive relic from Kirmi.
Yeah, great rotation from Aurora. Not easy to make that rotation at level 3, catch out Kirmi in the jungle. Kirmi losing the beads, of course, pretty massive, but I understand the idea from Kirmi, which is you win the fight up against Sino, so you want to take the fight up against Sino. Send him back to base, and all of a sudden you've built a little bit of safety on map for your side lanes. Just wasn't quite accounting for that rotation from the Horus. Aurora's always been a player that has looked to get active on map. He's always been a player that wants to rotate out early, wants to be in your face. Picks like Horus certainly favor his play style. Just hasn't looked so great so far this set. But I'd argue the individual play of Horus has not been poor. The fractures have been connecting, the knockups have been there, the heals have been consistent. Maybe some of those ultimates a little bit suspect in the games of past, but I'm thinking we're at an 80% hit rate on the ultimates as well. So if the Six Ferrymen find themselves going towards Horus for the rest of the tournament, I wouldn't be so surprised. My primary concern is Paul's God Pool, which seems to have taken a pretty significant hit, hasn't it? If Hell and Baba Yaga aren't available, Paul's been largely mitigated in his efficacy.
And I wonder if maybe that's just maybe lack of experience on some of the new stuff this time through.
Can't be that. This guy plays everything.
Or maybe it's just Paul's trying to experiment with some new stuff, potentially. So we've seen 3 different picks from him this game, or this set, I should say. We saw the E-Shell in game 1, Agni game 2, and now Morgan Le Fay. Haven't seen very much of her in general this phase. I think only a couple of games by, I want to say Venenu.
It's Ven, yep.
Has been the one that's kind of pricking this one out there. So maybe some experimenting for Paul more than anything. But you're right. I mean, it just has felt like once this Hell is taken out, you know, once you kind of remove a couple of those power picks from Paul, he's been a lot quieter in his set performance.
Has been, but can certainly turn things around here. Looking at some of the direct matchups that Paul has against the Gilded Gladiators, you don't love Morgan Le Fay. You actually hate Morgan Le Fay into Guan Yu. That is a miserable matchup. Dragonflight will not peel. The Talu Assault with knockup immunity means that he's just going to stick to you regardless. Has great chase down potential with the cavalry charge and the slow. But otherwise, up against maybe Snoopy directly or Kirmi if he's barrel stuffing, and Susano so often does after that pull, Dragonflight will find a good deal of value there. Man, I mean, I'm doing the top to bottom. Inbound's got a great matchup in a Morgan Le Fay as well. It's going to be a difficult one for Paul to survive in that back line.
Even Stu, if he's able to at least maybe channel that Gallarhorn a little early.
Yeah, if Stu's in Dragonflight range, I'm thinking things have gone either great or bad.
South, or could have gone completely positive. But let's see how that goes through. Stu back on the Heimdall a second game. We saw it in game number 2, where it was used multiple times to kind of reposition Aurora to set up for ganks for his team. Sends Aurora through the realms a couple of times through. Ultimate in by Scary D to try and find Baskin. A pull is there, finds the stun after, but Baskin's fairly tanky now with a full defense item online, and not much just comes through that gank. Didn't get any kind of relics from him, didn't even get the ultimate.
Yeah, that was a wishful gank. Kirmi at least holds on to the Typhoon, which might need to be used here to defend the blue buff. Goes unchanneled, need to be safe.
Sino misses just about everything there. Typhoon channeled up onto Baskin. Will find the knock up there. Now Baskin's got to find a way out. Jetstream locks him in place. Kirmi goes in with a boulder. Double tap is good. A pickup is good. And Baskin shoves him against the wall. And it's one for both Baskin and Sino. An early double for the Styx Ferryman.
You got to stop playing around Baskin. Don't play with him. Stop playing, all right? Baskin's going to do it. He is so good at these early game fights, the placement of the pull, the punch timing. Perfect. I think the best answer any team could come up with to dealing with the Styx Ferryman is to absolutely limit the portions of the game that Baskin can be involved. I mean, even go back to game 2. What happens? Everything's Gilded Gladiators until one team fight on Baskin's side of the map, and he turns things around entirely. This time around, it's the Gilded Gladiators getting over-aggressive around that blue buff. A reinitiation from Kirmi, which I think just does not need to happen. Costs him greatly. It's a 2-0 start for the Ferryman.
I mean, good on at least Baskin for waiting for that Jetstream to come through, too, because I was sitting there going, okay, how long is it going to take Kirmi to actually teleport back in and keep going? Kirmi waited as long as he could. It was a perfect moment for Baskin to drop the boulder down, double tap both of them, and set up for Sino immediately after. A brief pause in the action while we get the players set back up for the game. But game number 3 now, starting off on the opposite foot. I mean, game 1 and 2 were first bloods, first double kill bloods, I should say, at least for the Gilded Gladiators. Everything starting out in mid. So now, like for the Styx Ferryman, being able to find one kill, not just for Sino, who's been struggling a little bit through these mid-game fights, but also getting a kill for Baskin, who was that shining hope in game 2.
But early game leads aren't what they used to be, J-Mac. It's not like that double kill first blood is just going to stifle the entire map like it used to. Now, 1,000 gold in the early game, immediately caught back with one bounty kill, or maybe you go grab a chest or fall back to the objectives. The lowest gold or experienced player also has a bit of spooling now here in year 10. So it is difficult to turn these small leads in the early into something significant, to something that is really tangible. It seems like the only team in the league right now that has been very capable of doing it consistently is the Oni Warriors. So whether or not we see the same level of aggression from the Ferryman, TBD. We're going to look back at how this fight played out and just look at the patience from Baskin. I think the most important part of this, holds on to the ultimate until after the Jetstream is channeled, and then immediately finds the double push right afterward. Baskin just places his abilities perfectly, and if Hercules is doing all that, I'm not even sure you needed Sino there to get the second one.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of unfortunate moments where like you want to be stacked up because you want to be able to get those kills in the jungle, but at the same time you don't want to stack up against a Hercules when he can find those pickups and find those consistent pushes like Baskin did in that last little engagement there. So great patience by him and Sino. Does net at least the first 2 kills of the game for the Styx Ferryman. Apologies for delay. We're still trying to get ourselves back here in a game number 3. Remember, it is a best of 5 set. You see 2 on the top of the board. Most of the time you're thinking, hey, we're done. We move on. We go to the next game. But it's all best of 5s this weekend here in the playoffs, all seeding up towards the Masters event in just a couple of weeks. Because of that, it's going to be a tough battle throughout the course of this weekend, a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket, double elimination for these two teams. So a loss today is not the end of the road for either team, but makes your path towards a better seeding in Masters that much easier.
And seeding all important, of course. You're going to have so many opportunities to play against the best teams in the world, some challenger representatives as well. So keep your eyes on these next couple of weeks. A lot of high-impact Smite, high-implication matches. You really, really want to make sure you're tuning in for everything. But, J-Mac, it sounds like we've got a break. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Appreciate the patience as we get ready to jump back into game number 3. A couple small tech issues that we should be working out just now and should be ready to jump back into the game in any moment. So apologies for the delay, but we should be ready to throw ourselves right back now into game number 3 with no further delay from the players, leaving off exactly where, or I should say jumping back in exactly where we had left off. 2 kills to the Styx Ferryman on a first blood to the right side of the map to start things out, but there's been aggression pretty much across the board. A lot of action has taken place over in this dual lane, Inbound and Aurora, both trying to get active for their carries.
Yeah, not a whole lot of action actually taking place, right? Not a whole lot of pay dirt, I should say, in the duo lane. Seems like solo's the place to be if you want things to happen, and that's only true for one of these teams. The Styx Ferryman, a significant lead on that side of the map. Unfortunately, if you were to evaluate where you want pressure in the early game, it's probably in the duo lane. There's a Gold Fury on that side of the map. Pyromancer not going to be here for a couple more minutes. So for now, Baskin gets to twiddle his thumbs and say, all right, Scary, don't fight me. I'm ahead. A full entire level for Baskin now. Scary D just now taking over to level 8 from Wave. Baskin sitting comfortably at level 9. I wonder, though, with Sino having a lead, I think for the first time this set throughout the early game, what is he going to do with that pressure? Where is he going to go? It's not Transcendence. It's a much faster build. Jotun's Wrath in the first slot, 20% CDR. Eye of the Jungle. Really could start to get involved. Seems like it is that dual lane. He's found Kirmi.
Kirmi dropped down through. Cyclone charged in with the ult, but a quick teleport out by Kirmi gets him out of danger, but does cost him his beads all the while. An ultimate from Inbound used as well to try and help deter the Styx Ferryman from pushing forward. This Ferryman will do just that, giving up and having gotten the relic from Kirmi, a win for the Ferryman.
A small win, to be sure. What can he do while those beads are down? Sino will just have to wait for his ultimate to come back up and try once more. It was a beads post-ultimate, worth noting, so that is a no sash required, hands free. Mom, look at me, no handlebars. Finds the Windfire wheels. Kirmi now really has to play safe on map, because it's not just Sino that has CC output. Cyclone, Aurora, Paul, even Baskin have all got ways to lock down targets. So Kirmi, I think, probably going to spend the next 2 minutes farming in the jungle and waiting for that relic.
Yeah, that 1 level lead isn't just for Baskin, though, as mentioned, Sino as well, having about a level up over Kirmi. On the opposite end, the Gladiator's mid laner Snoopy getting the better end of farm against Paul, at least for the time being, and that's been true for pretty much the entire set. This has been one of Snoopy's better performing sets in mid. Getting early first bloods, taking early leads up against Paul, who's one of the league's well-known farmers from seasons of past. But now, a fight over to the duo lane. Stewart stunned out, does charge the horn. Make sure he doesn't get knocked up by a roar, but ultimate in, doesn't connect with the roar and has the Bifrost out. And luckily for him, there was nobody on the other end of that Bifrost waiting for him.
Yeah, I think Cyclone, just assuming that that wasn't going to happen, had already turned on his heel, starts to walk away. If Cyclone stands his ground there, that's probably a free kill. It even takes Stu a little while to channel through that Bifrost. It's a long-distance teleport. Ultimate available to the Hachiman. Maybe a small missed opportunity to the Styx Ferryman's duo lane. But a win, nonetheless. Getting that ultimate off of Stu means that could be time for another rotation from Sino, who is now 2 levels up on Kirmi. Sent back to base just a moment ago. Kirmi was. Time in base is time spent not farming. And Sino's very good at staying on field and collecting all that neutral farm on map. Massive power spike as well. Brawler's beat stick already finished. I want to see him get involved.
Pick onto Paul, potentially. Quick ultimate from Paul, but it's not going to save him from the Typhoon and Blizzard damage afterward. And that'll be a first blood, or for the Gilded Gladiators, at least in this game, to get themselves now on the board.
Yeah, Paul has been really struggling in the laning phase here today, J-Mag. I couldn't tell you what's going on with Paul. Great concentration from Kirmi. 3 games in a row, rotates through, get involved, shuts down Paul early on. Snoopy was already ahead, so putting him even further ahead probably feels great, especially considering how much burn potential Merlin has for these objectives. Pyromancer has joined the map. Styx Ferryman have had the advantage on the right-hand side. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try and leverage it soon, but with Gold Fury on the opposite side, you got to be careful. These objective trades can be really iffy this early in the game.
I mean, it looked like Paul had channeled the ultimate and then canceled it once he realized nobody was on top, but didn't elect to use the Aegis afterwards. That may have been enough to save his life, but we'll have it for the next fight. Might need it here. Does take a lot of damage. Stun
Wow,
just
that
connect from
connected?
inbound. Pulling by Snoopy is ageist away. And Paul will be able to walk out, if only barely this time through. Now Sino and Aurora on the way through. Sash by Sino connects to inbound, but that's inbound, a very healthy Terra. Not going to have any further follow-up there.
Man, that stun must have been pixel perfect from inbound there. I mean, Paul, it looked like to me like he was almost out of that range. A TKO significant with objectives on the map. Pyromancer pulled, burned, and taken by the Gilded Gladiators. No response on map from the Ferryman. If they want to do something, it's going to have to be more than a purple buff to mitigate that loss. Thought maybe it'd be a dive on a Stu, but Heimdall's just so safe. Sino?
He whiffed?
That happens. It happens.
He was against the wall.
It doesn't happen.
He was stunned. And he missed it. Maybe a kill taken away for the Ferryman, but a Gold Fury started up. Inbound is here. Steal opportunity and along with Stu. But Paul's going to utilize his ultimate. The Ferryman will get the Gold Fury. Inbound only finds a stun on the tail end of it. And the Ferryman, with nearly a 3,000 gold lead, that first blood started a nice little spike upward for the Ferryman, but has since been mitigated a bit by the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's experience that I'm more concerned with right now. That is a significant lead over to the Ferryman. 2 levels in support. That is very difficult to close that experience gap. 2 levels for the Hunter as well. Cyclone Spin has access to second relic far before Stu does. Stu's been exactly where he's standing right now for just about the entire game. Locked in this tower, has not been allowed to leave. Cyclone really leveraging some of those Hachimon buffs very well. Essentially more attack speed and more power on that first ability. Just really makes it difficult to box up against this god. And Stu has just decided for the path of least resistance, which is won't box him. I'll fight wave in my tower and I'll lose a little bit to it, but won't be falling down anytime soon with this very safe style of play. The Good Gladiators need to find some sort of leverage on map, though. Need to find some sort of footing. That Pyromancer was a good start, but the immediate reset to Gold Fury for the Styx Ferryman off the back of a failed gank onto inbound. I thought Snoopy would have the time to rotate through, but that burn was just far too fast from the Styx Ferryman. And they grabbed the larger of the 2 neutral objectives. Can't evaluate the full value of Pyromancer until that Runic Bomb is used, though, J-Mac. Keep your eyes on Kiermi. He's the one with it in pocket. If you can knock down a tower, I'd argue just about equal value to the Gold Fury, but with the added edge of, you know, fixing up that map state a little bit and putting a bit more pressure on the map for the Gilded Gladiators should they knock down a tower.
Aurora's lead continues to grow. They're still 2 levels up. Nearly 2.5, 3 over inbound, but it's hit him at a level 12 compared to level 10, so now access to that second relic and nearly fully upgraded on both of them. Actually got the Ankh entirely upgraded all the way to the top end and that Bracer to its second tier. So now Aurora has a significant advantage, not just in the build, but in those relics. Up over inbound. Stun connects to inbound. It's a 2 versus 3 with Kiermi sitting by. We'll find the pull on a Cyclone Spin, but a Sash in return through. Now Kiermi's got to dash out. Uses the Typhoon, and it does hit 2. And with Stu, maybe could turn something back around. The ultimate connects, but Sino's got a beads and ults away. The Styx Ferryman, a lot of ultimates used just to bail themselves out.
It's good ultimate placement from Kiermi there. Found 2 priority targets, but Scary D's rotation a little too slow. Wasn't quite able to get involved, get in that cavalry charge range. So the Styx Ferryman disengage easily. Looks like they had written it up exactly as such as well. Roar to the skies, lands directly on Sino, post Windfire Wheels, gives him that HP shield and crushes the hopes of the Gilded Gladiators in securing a kill. But they do secure something. It's a bit of map pressure. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Given a small opportunity, Kiermi able to rotate through mid, drops the Runic Bomb on the tier 1 and knocks it down. The most valuable tier 1 tower on the map. Now the fight starts to go south on either Pyromancer or Gold Fury. Generally, we'll see teams retreat towards the center of the map. It's the closest tower. Easy to disengage that way. Gonna have to retreat a bit further in the future. Could be that the Gilded Gladiators have really opened the door to some early objective play. Try and go for picks, TKOs, Styx Ferryman. They're gonna have to play safe.
As we continue to push a little bit further through, I mean, for these 2 compositions that score up fairly evenly late game, is this another kind of execution on field style of late game, or is there maybe one that kind of pushes a little bit more advantageously towards team fights?
I feel like I would give the edge to the Gilded Gladiators here just by how their team fight starts to synergize with each other, right? The Typhoon has a massive bit of AoE CC. Feels like he's going to bring, Kiermi that is, a little bit more to these late game fights than Sino is, whereas
You know, he's got the AoE CC on Susano. It's single target from Sino, Windfire Wheels. Generally, you're looking towards your mage then, who's got the massive damage follow-up for it. I wouldn't say Morgan Le Fay is exactly in that department. It's not a Kraken. It's not a Searing Pain. And then just ease of play, I think, likely goes to the Gladiators as well.
Pyromancer, half HP. Run Sino taking a while to drop this one down. Scaredy and Kirmi have rotated in. Inbound throws out the wall to pull them away from Pyro. Kirmi to the backline along with Sino. There's no ult available for Sino, and Gladiators steal the Pyromancer away. Scaredy up on the Cavalry, now wants to retreat as that boulder slammed through, but Paul will send him back on the express trip. It's a kill for the Styx Ferryman, but a gilded Gladiators Pyromancer at the very least.
Yeah, not much they could do on map, the Ferryman. 30 seconds until Scary D respawns, but it's so early in the game, you can't necessarily look towards fire. Primal Fury maybe. Could be a good target here, but you got to reset first. You'd already used so many of your team fight resources. Baskin, no teleport, no Sunder. Paul, no ultimate. So I think that's just going to be it. Unless you could find a pick on an inbound or at least a TKO.
There's no ultimate from Sino and not enough lockdown to keep the Terra at bay. Inbound has now hit that level 12. Hasn't had a chance to buy his relic yet. Primal Fury.
Can't step up.
Half HP. Inbound not willing to. Stu has an opportunity to steal, but will wisely walk away from the objective. Primal Fury to the Styx Ferryman.
Yeah, inbound hovering in the jungle near Gold Fury, concerned about Styx Ferryman going for the play. Leaves himself exposed to damage. Caught out. Forces Snoopy to use a bit of his kit for peel. Immediate disengage from inbound, uses his entire kit to create space, which means you're not allowed to walk up to the Fury itself. So the Styx Ferryman take the trade once more. It's Pyromancer for Fury, this time Primal, and the bomb in the pocket of inbound for the Gilded Gladiators. Other side, pulling too far ahead just yet, but gold is starting to become a bit of a concern. You're going to hit some very major power spikes shortly. Bracer fully upgraded for Aurora. Yeah, Cyclone Spin really starting to spool up a good deal of damage in his build. Tankiness for Baskin, who has gone for Sovereignty in his last slot. A little bit of aura defense for the rest of the team. The Gilded Gladiators, I think, really want to avoid taking a fight for the next couple of minutes. Some of those power spikes for the Styx Ferryman just give a massive edge in the engagement to them. Even Sino, to a certain extent, with that Titan's Bane already finished up. The tanky targets of the Gilded Gladiators aren't exactly tanky just yet. It's usually around that 5th item that you're solidified in your frontline role. With Titan's Bane, might push that back a bit.
I don't even know if I would call inbound tanky at this point. Aurora comes through, wall stops 3 of them in place, but inbound separated from the rest of his team is just trying to get to the tower. Paul pumps in damage, and it's just enough with the Dragonflight after first kill of the fight for the Styx Ferryman, and maybe more. Snoopy kind of in an awkward position inside the jungle, but the Ferryman, instead of a continued fight, will just take a tier 1.
Did you see that damage Snoopy's already putting out? That's just the first ability in Ice Stance on a Sino, about 20% of his HP. Scary. Takes a very precarious pathing here and is punished for it immediately.
Cyclone and Paul on landing a lot of damage thrown, but Scarity's still alive for only a moment before Paul shuts him right back down and puts himself on a killing spree for the mid laner. Standout performance by Paul here in game number 3 after a rough start in this set.
Yeah, just took him a couple of games to figure out where he wants to be, and it seems Morgan Le Fay the place to be for the Styx Ferryman and their mid laner. I would argue, though, that is a fall and a death for Scary D that is so avoidable. Playing aggressively in the purple buff camp, spotted out on the ward by Styx Ferryman, tries to rotate aggressively through lane, caught out by Sino. Again, just path through the jungle, path towards Kirmi. Maybe you would have been fine. Instead, the level 16 Guan Yu, going to be very squishy for a good long while, and had to spend some time in the grayscale thinking about it. Styx Ferryman, this lead is now significant enough, I think. They could potentially just go ahead and group up on the Pyromancer, force a fight there if it goes well. Fire Giant's right next door. Gilded Gladiators seem like they're unwilling to start moving over towards the Pyro. The last 2 objectives started up, the Pyromancer, were the Gilded Gladiators getting proactive on map, but at this point, you got to play reactively and hope the Styx Ferryman leaves some openings for you.
Yeah, still holding on to the Relic Bomb is inbound. Hasn't used it for any of the other towers, only that initial one by Kierman to take the mid tier 1, but now left tier 1 gone. Scaredy holding on to the last threads of his tower. We're on the right side of the map, but not a very important tower necessarily for him to hold on to. Does offer some safe space, but with that low of HP, not going to do much. And a Pyromancer, what's normally started by the Gladiators, has been initiated at least by the Styx Ferryman, and no answer back from the Gladiators. I mean, another objective going to the Ferryman and another pool of gold in their hands. As we're sitting in a 4,000 gold lead up for the Ferryman.
And the Ferryman will not go to the Fire Giant. Instead, can wait just a moment, 10 seconds to be exact, and rotate over towards the Oni Fury. If the Good Gladiators let this one go, I think that is essentially a Fire Giant guaranteed to the Styx Ferryman. So they'll show up, put up a bit of a defense, or even potentially try and sneak it away on Styx Ferryman's reset. They've got eyes on Aurora. It's one of the primary strengths of Heimdall, is the vision he affords his team. But there's not a whole lot they could do to Aurora. Knowledge is half the battle. The other half is the strength to actually enact in the fight. And they haven't got it just now. The Gilded Gladiators, I mean, who is a good target for them? Jumping in the back line, it's just not easy.
Here to half. Inbound Scary D want to try to get through, but they got to deal with Baskin and Sino in the back line. And instead, it's Baskin who's solo agent zoning. The Gilded Gladiators, Styx Ferryman get an Oni Fury. Now move over towards mid. Kirby not even a part of that fight as he's split pushing on the right side. Recognizes not much that my team can do. Play safe as he takes her away. The last tier 1 for the Styx Ferryman. But Baskin punch take him onto Snoopy. Does hit him with the boulder tap afterwards. And Aurora up in the sky. Where will he take the squad? Looks like it's immediately over towards Fire Giant Pit.
I mean, you've dropped 4 people down to about 60% HP. Throw it a little bit more poke on the way out. And Fire Giant will burn incredibly fast. Hear me? Not even nearby. J-Mac, he goes back to base, so there is 0 threat of steal. Clean play. And classic from the Styx Ferryman. This is what you love to see from Horus. Group up, force a response, pressure the tier 2 and mid. 4 members of the Good Gladiator to show up, throw a little bit of poke out, and they just can't keep pace with you. They can't follow you into the jungle as quickly as Horus can ferry your team. Fire Giant knocked down. And the Styx Ferryman, I mean, this is potentially the first clean game of this set. They establish control, and they hold on to it.
It's been a bit spotty for both teams in games 1 and 2, but here in 3 it has been commanding for the Styx Ferryman. The Ferryman have already knocked out all the tier 1 towers on the Gladiator side, so it's just tier 2s to work on with this Fire Giant buff. Could work towards at least just a single tower to start this thing out. Best one to go for if you want the fire is maybe to work on that left side, but we'll have to see where the Styx Ferryman group up. Talk about some power spikes that have come through as well. I mean, Soul Reaver and the Pendulum online for Paul. He was already swinging hard. Now it's Morgan Le Fay with that extra little bit of cooldown to their name and that extra damage towards these tankier targets. Paul's got to be dealt with soon. I mean, game 1 and 2, it was all taking down Paul. That was an easy one for him, but it feels like the Gladiators just don't have a way to answer to him this game.
Yeah, Morgan Le Fay is very self-sufficient in the backline. Really difficult to deal with Paul on a pick like this. I call it unreactable CC, and I'll do it again. Dragonflight, if you're point blank, you're getting knocked up or you're pre-beadsing. But it's a guess on the pre-beads. As well as CC immunity available in the ultimate. And then something people don't talk about enough is the additional movement speed that Morgan Le Fay gets from that third ability. I believe it's 20% if you connect with a priority target or a god. Just really makes it difficult. Yeah, 24%. Goodness gracious. Yeah, the Wildfire, not only a great poke tool, but just makes it so difficult to chase her down.
Just the damage that you get from it as well. The tier 2 tower in mid under threat. Cyclone will walk in with a minion wave and poke that one down. 2 towers wiped away with this one Fire Giant buff, and still a minute left to play with it. The immediate call for the Ferryman is to head right, but they don't have a minion wave this time. They're going to have to do it with brute force. It doesn't seem the Gladiators are going to step up to answer this one anyway, so no call back through. First Fire Giant of the game for the Ferryman will net them all 3 towers and potentially a Fury after. That one's going to respawn in about a minute. Could grab that one on their way out the door, but they'll start with the Pyromancer at the very least. So 3 towers, Pyro, and potential Gold Fury. Massive swing up for Golden XP for the Ferryman.
We've seen the Gilded Gladiators in positions like this in the past, J-Mac. You're so far behind, you don't want to contest any of your lesser structures, towers. You don't want to group up on tier 1s, tier 2s. You don't really want to take a fight in neutral territory either. So generally, especially with Merlin, this is something they've done consistently. Sit on base, hide in Phoenix, and force the Styx Ferryman to earn it. 10,000 some odd gold by the time they're actually moving into the Phoenix, I would assume. Fury goes down, Fire Giant goes down, reset, go back, and then regroup for your push. But up against a Susano, a Merlin, a Terra on defense, Going to be difficult still to break that base with the unofficial 6-man in the Phoenix. Both teams grouped up in the jungle, though. Six Ferrymen trying their best to catch the Gilded Gladiators around the Fury. Gilded Gladiators trying their best to catch anyone around the Fire Giant itself, and instead have taken this time to set up a wall of vision around the Fire Giant. I may have a poor read on this, J-Mac. If they're going to spend this much time and this many resources just doing surveillance around fire, seems to me the Gilded Gladiators might be willing to take this fight in neutral territory.
You can see that Kirmi stepped up to check by the speed buff, at least stole that one away from Sino, so good for Kirmi to try and get some XP back and earn a little bit for himself, because this whole team down, as we saw on the graph, 7,000 between these two squads. And now Fire back on the map. Gladiators, they're not going to sit and wait at their Phoenixes. They're stepping up to the pit. They've got some decent poke damage with Snoopy. He's been the one getting consistent damage across some of the tankier targets. Some of these backliners have been hit. That was on the Baba Yaga. The Merlin, maybe a little bit trickier to get some of that damage through. More zoning than anything, as opposed to the true poke output that he can put on this god. So the Gladiators will step back. They're not moving forward just yet, but maybe that's because Kirmi wasn't ready to jump up with them.
They've also got vision in the pit. There's no reason to step up just yet. No threat on map. Baskin takes some poke and one up to the air. Inbound, likely just dead here.
Inbound gone. Cyclone credit for that one. And a boulder used by Baskin to at least put a little bit of poke towards Snoopy. And now with one down, Fire Giant under the watchful eye of the Six Ferrymen and under threat. Kirmi's going to push out the mid wave while Baskin's just going to zone through. Doesn't seem that anyone on the Gladiators are willing to step up this time through. Now with their support down for the next 30 seconds, the Six Ferrymen will claim their second fire.
That's the Sino classic. Just pick up the Titan's Bane, get a little bit more percent pen, and I will hit tanks, thank you. I'll skip the runaround. I don't want to look for the back line. I'm not going to be a solo agent. Take a tank up into the air and trust the team's got the damage to finish them off. And it's the right call. Six Ferrymen, power play here. Roll the dice. Are they going with a roar or are they going to push mid? It's with a roar, and he's brought the wave.
Brought at least the melees, and right side Phoenix goes down swiftly to the Six Ferrymen. Gladiators with no answer back and no way to respond to it, unsure maybe exactly where Roar is going with that ultimate. They banked on mid, and instead he zagged over to the right side, and the Ferrymen get their first Phoenix of the game, but already channeling some backs. Not willing to continue the push up for the Ferrymen. Maybe spend up some of that gold in pocket for a few players.
I mean, they already broke the base. Go ahead, spend your gold. They had done what they had come to accomplish, which is at least expose the Titan. Cyclone Spin in a bit of trouble here. It's the two-man core, the dual lane of the Six Ferrymen. Have they done too much? Have they stayed on field for too long? Cyclone isolated, but he's got some fight in him.
Stu gonna try and slow him down with the Gjallarhorn. Scary D gonna step in front, but that Odysseus
Oh my god!
He's doing a lot, but Scary D does a little bit more damage and a little too tanky. Now Cyclone's been without Fire Giant buff, and that might just be the end of the potential siege for the Ferrymen. I mean, they've lost maybe their best pusher for these Phoenixes.
It was Hurrywind, I believe, that had said, on Fire Giant Siege, the battery of your team is the hunter. If they haven't got fire, if they're not alive, makes it so difficult to actually push, unless it's a double hunter meta. And it is not right now, or at least not in this game. Paul on a standard mage. So the Gilded Gladiators, good target selection there. Do not get distracted by Aurora's positioning. Instead, walk directly past him and take out Cyclone Spin. But not without a bit of fanfare. I thought maybe for a moment Cyclone had enough damage to turn that around entirely. That Odysseus bow nearly able to knock down Stu. Does get the Aegis off of Snoopy. So some small openings for the Six Ferrymen, but it's still a significant win for the Gladiators. But at the end of the day, and I'd said it earlier, the Ferrymen have already done what they'd come out to accomplish with this first Fire Giant. Knocking down the right side bird, sure, the least valuable, but a bird's a bird. The Ferrymen have taken it.
Well, maybe one more, depending on how long they keep this grouping left. Aurora does walk over a ward, and the Gladiators recognize this. Will force the Ferrymen back away. Instead, it'll be a final prize of an Oni Warrior with this Fire Giant after having removed the right side Phoenix. Be a little while before the Fire Giant comes back up, a little over a minute for it, but Six Ferrymen have already done the damage across the map, and now the Gilded Gladiators have got to step up again. We saw that even 7,000+ gold down, they were willing to step up to the Six Ferrymen. It's just unfortunate for the Gladiators that Inbound was the one who got targeted out by Sino, picked up, dropped down, and made it for an easy fire for the Ferrymen after.
If Inbound can finish this Magi's before next Fire Giant, we might see them try and go for the same play. Otherwise, I just really do like the base defense of the Gilded Gladiators. Merlin always amazing in situations like that. Haven't seen it tested just yet, though. Even on the right side, the bird that falls down, it's uncontested. Aurora just delivers his team and a minion wave and deals with the Phoenix before the Gilded Gladiators are able to react. Is it the same thing here? Headed over to left. He's brought the whole team.
Has, but no minions this time. Trying to go for the play because Inbound got caught by minions, couldn't go back to base, but now could be using this as leverage for a wraparound scare, and he's already taken one out of the fight. Typhoon hits a roar, and Paul is just trying to deal with getting away from Inbound at this point through. Wall does connect, and it might be a roar going down. Kirby credit for that one as Inbound and Scary continue their chase onto Paul, who just can't escape for the time. The Dragonfly does hit Scary D, but that is 2 down on the Ferryman.
And they're going to get their Phoenix back here, J-Mac. Gilded Gladiators. The timing of that fight, just perfect. Knock down the duo lane, the Styx Ferryman. Right side Phoenix will respawn. Deal with one more enhanced wave, and Fire Giant is back up as well. Paul, no ultimate. Gilded Gladiators, 5 strong and plenty of burn. You've got Kirmi on wave duty. This could be the turnaround they were waiting for.
Fire Giant started. Gotta keep watch on Baskin, though, with Boulder. Sino could make some disruption with the ring toss, with a sash on a priority target. With Paul standing by, this cannot be a guaranteed fire.
You gotta commit,
for the
right?
Gladiators. Inbound getting crit by Sino. Baskin still sitting in the back line.
Like
this is a slow burn on the fire. Scary D's trying to tank this one up, but Stu, he's got to get a little bit more damage through. Sino and Baskin now to the back line. Fire not going to be taken away just yet. Boulder used. The Gladiators get the Fire Giant, but they're low on HP. They do find Baskin. It's a pit taking him down. The Gladiators find one. Paul goes 2 up on the ultimate, trying to take down Kirmi, but doesn't quite get enough damage. Can the Gladiators make it out with a sash off the mark? Seems just so.
Yeah, Magi's maintained by Kirmi there. So surprised that they had the damage to knock down Baskin. I love that call by the Gilded Gladiators. It's risky, to be sure, and if you die, you lose the game. But I'm thinking if you don't get the Fire Giant, you also lose the game, right? The Styx Ferryman so far ahead, had won out so consistently on the majority of these team fights that the Gilded Gladiators likely feel forced to actually take down the Fire Giant itself, and they are successful. Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5 members, and plenty of towers to collect gold from. Are you willing to continue stepping forward, though? And let's rewind all the way back. Can't let this go without saying, what is the call to go into the left Phoenix? I could not believe that. If you had the minion wave, I understand. And maybe it's a timing error from Aurora. But you could also see that the minion wave isn't there. Disengage, you would have been fine. But you put Cyclone Spin in such a poor position, he didn't have any relics available for that fight, immediately shut down. And the Gilded Gladiators, who had been waiting patiently, finally get their first opportunity to fight back, and they take it easily. Just seems like it was an avoidable play by the Styx Ferryman. Had they fallen back, could have grabbed some neutral objectives, or maybe just peppered in some damage towards the Phoenix. Instead, it's a massive swing, and the Gilded Gladiators in the driver's seat from 5K behind.
Gilded Gladiators now work towards the left side tower. That one gets knocked down quickly by the Gladiators. A full 5-stack from the Ferryman on defense. Meanwhile, a 3-2 split for the Gladiators to the tier 2 and Phoenix. Kirmi and Scary Deke knock down the tower pretty quickly as it is Enhanced Fire Giant. So no backdoor protections to be worried about. Gilded Gladiators. At least Magi is available on inbound. Should help him out. So long as he can avoid some of the CC from Paul, those rain sigils can knock that bubble away fairly easily.
Yeah, anybody really from the Ferryman could make short work of those Magi's. Paul likely the best target for it. The Gilded Gladiators running into a wall here. Still difficult to siege. It's not the best defense composition for the Styx Ferryman, but it's shored up a bit by the lead that they had established up until this point. Damage output certainly there. AoE damage from Cyclone Spin thanks to the Odysseus bow. Putting in a lot of work. 3-2 split. Call it 4-1. Kirmi in first.
Does blink in, throws out the Typhoon, slams through Paul, and Scary D's going to make sure that Paul is out of this fight.
Look
and
at the
allows
zone.
The bird to go down because of it. Scary D may die because of all of this, though. And it seems the Gladiators are willing to let their solo go down. But Aurora's going to keep up the chase. It might be inbound next on the menu. But he just throws out the wall to avoid one stun. Gets hit instead, knocked up, and knocked down. The Styx Ferryman answer back. But they lose their Phoenix for the 2 frontliners.
The most valuable Phoenix at that. But with Scary D and inbound dead for an entire minute, Fire Giant
will be spawning around the same time as Scary D. Takes about 10 seconds to walk from base, 10 to 15 from base to Fire Giant. Teleport might be able to close up that gap a bit. What can the Styx Ferrymen do with these next 30 seconds? Are they strong enough to siege? Maybe, but Merlin and Heimdall are still both alive. Snoopy and Stewart have got a whole lot of damage. It's not going to be easy. The Styx Ferrymen, though, willing to roll the dice here. 15 seconds on Scary D. This is a tight window, J-Mac.
Yeah, they don't got Paul, though. Paul is still back over by the Gold Fury pit, making his way back over to the left side, so maybe wisely by the Ferryman, not going to push up into the Phoenix in a 4v3. So instead, marching immediately over to the Fire Giant. It's going to respawn. And as you say, I mean, by the time it comes up, inbound is still just now coming off of respawn. Will take him and Scary D a while through, but Scary D going to make his way into the back line and won't be punished for it. Able to walk himself right out, still beats down for 50 seconds as well.
Yeah, if that sash connects, likely Scary D just dies. Windfire wheels immediately into damage follow-up of the entire team. Instead, slips his way away, and it's the Gilded Gladiators pulling the fire.
Snoopy and Stu dealing the damage. Scary taking this one up with
Look at
inbound,
Kierme.
getting those prods, getting the healing. Aurora in as well. Kierme hunting in the back line. Eyes
Spotted.
on Cyclone, but it's been spotted out. Blinks in anyways, finds a double pull and the damage with Scary. Channels the Typhoon, but it's just off the mark for one. Scary D dashes through. Fire Giant still active, goes to the Gilded Gladiators. But now it's Baskin and Aurora chasing through. Sino takes down Scary D, and Kierme barely finds the dash out, but he's caught by the sash. It's a double for Sino, and an ultimate from Aurora. Who will he catch out this time? It's gonna be Snoopy with no assistance and dropped down. 3 for the Ferryman. Stu uses the Aegis, but it only buys a moment. It's a triple for Sino. And the 6th Ferryman with the final kill by Baskin. Knocks the D aside, a kill, and game number 3 to the Ferryman.
That was so nearly amazing for the Gilded Gladiators. If Kierme's just a bit faster on that Typhoon, things could have been different. Instead, it's a commitment to the Fire Giant that cost the Gilded Gladiators their entire team fight and the game. Styx Ferrymen, they were in control for the first 25, 26 minutes. One team fight goes south, and the Gilded Gladiators keep things interesting. But at the end of the day, we only push on to a game 4. Styx Ferrymen, one clean team fight that late in the game, that's all it takes.
I mean, as you say, Gilded Gladiators keep things a little bit interesting at the end of the game, able to win out a team fight, push up to the Phoenix, take that one, but then losing their frontliners slows down their momentum. They're a little late to get to Fire Giant, even though they do start it up, but just not able to win out. The gold deficit's still just there, and maybe just the play on field itself coming out there. Sino finding another priority target in Scary D. You called it perfectly at the beginning, the Sino special. I don't care who you are, it's going to take you up to the sky and buy time for the team.
If you are a tank and Sino is on Naja, you are not safe. And that's simple arithmetic. I've given you the equation. Nobody's safe so long as there is that much defense shred on the other side, and there was. Clean stuff from the Styx Ferryman, who found some answers. Paul finds a pick that works. Sino on the Assassins. Things are starting to line up.
Styx Ferryman not going to go down so easily in this best of 5. They keep things going, take game number 3, and push us now into game number 4. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with game 4.
It's the beauty of playoff Smite as we go on to game number 4 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators. This is one that's a bit different from the other games we've had in this set, where it's the Styx Ferrymen really controlling things in the early, the Gilded Gladiators with really it's a base defense turned fire giant that kind of makes this game uncertain. Then we move back to the Styx Ferrymen, who are really controlling things throughout the team fighting phase. And the Styx Ferrymen never fully lost that gold lead, that map state advantage, and that's really what they're able to lean on in later Fire Giant fights. And just like that, I think the team we'd argue to be favorites coming into this matchup now have their first win and a chance to send us to a Game 5, depending on the conclusion of Game 4.
I think coming into today, I expected like 3 of those, right? More or less, right? The Ferrymen who have been looking really good. looking really good. I mean, this is just dominant for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes into this game. I mean, you're hitting 18, it's 3-1. You're up 3,000 gold. Maybe it's not as dominant as it could be. I think we've definitely seen some other teams essentially choke out their opponent insanely fast. But that's what the Ferrymen do here. I mean, there's never a chance where the Gladiators feel like they're fighting back into this the strong way until, like you said, a little bit of a defense goes their way. Ferrymen maybe push a little too hard. That causes a little bit of trouble, but you lose the Fire Giant, you still win the fight, you still get to proceed and chase down and just, I'm going to say it, whoop the Gladiators in the fight afterward. I mean, you stumble slightly, but you have such a recovery that it doesn't even matter. And more so, you have such a lead going into that it doesn't even matter. I mean, even right here, when you see the Fire Giant go down the other way, 37 minutes, it's 5,000 gold separating them. And I think that you get to see a lot from Sino. I mean, what was it, a triple kill at the very end? One of the things I had said on the desk going into this was that I hadn't gotten to see too much out of the Horus ults yet. And, one thing when you see Horus being proactive with the rest of his kit, but a really good Horus ult, in my mind, is what makes that pick so worthwhile. We get one there at the very end from Aurora. That's what gives Sino the 5-0 and 6. The Najah looks really good as opposed to what it did earlier, although I will say earlier it was, if maybe balanced out with a stronger mid laner than what we saw out of the E-Shell, maybe it would have been a completely different story. And so we get to see a lot of, I think, good impact coming from everything that the Ferrymen locked in this time.
Gordon, it feels like a bit of a return back down to earth from the Terra as well. Inbound has had a great first couple of games, turned into an iffy game 3, returned back to earth from Scary D, returned back to earth from Snoopy. And really, on the flip side, Paul able to survive the laning phase, isn't getting just relentlessly ganked by Kierme. And Morgan Le Fay scales nicely, looks good later in this game as well. Game number 4, picks and bans. For the first time, the Gilded Gladiators will flip-flop, and they'll be over in first pick. So the 6 Ferrymen, Gore? I was going to say they're not going to be able to first pick Hachiman, but they still might. They just might have a second pick to go along with it.
Yeah.
Those strategies tend to change, both pick and ban-wise, when you're first pick versus second pick. If you're the Ferryman, though, wonder if you're thinking now, well, we could have won the first couple of games, play on field was a bit sideways, we're happy with how our drafting has been, because that's certainly a possibility as well. Go the Gladiators, I think they'd still like to get back to the compositions they'd been winning with in Game 1 and Game 2, but they just lost with in Game 3. The Baba Yaga's a big difference, and I think that's why the Styx Ferrymen ban it out again. I could realistically see 2 teams who are confident with their drafts, just want to change up some stuff and play on field, and you could see some similar compositions going into Game 4.
What I'm really curious about.
Tell me, Gore.
The Gladiators, because they have left the mana open in their first pick. I would not be surprised, even again with some of the nerfs he ate, if that seems to be where they want to go, try to get some of the control. Ferryman might be able to control that, but Ram has been banned by them. Baba Yaga, and the Aphrodite was last game where they found a lot of success. I think the Baba Yaga is a must ban in some of these just because of what we saw Snoopy doing with it. I think the night and day of the Merlin versus the Baba, I mean, you're talking about someone who is getting first blood versus someone who's having to play very cautiously, very safe, and will take a little while to get online. So I like that the Ferrymen are getting rid of that and taking care of some of the other picks. It was also part of the conversation of Marty being banned by the Glads every game up to this point, not being banned when they're first. And so you have to imagine they value it highly, and they do lock it in up towards the top. The thing I like about him is that he does still have that flexibility. I think actually even more so now that you're not seeing crit. It's pretty easy to throw him over into the duo lane, get a lot of good late game damage from him without having to worry too much about it. But like always, when it gets into game, it has to have a very, very solid performance to warrant what you're going to give up for it. Stu, for a while on this pick, they were losing the games, but his KDA was still insane on it. He was going, like 3-0 and 8 every single time. Maybe not getting a lot of kills, but he wasn't dying either. And if the team's losing and you're not dying, there's going to be arguments, I think, on both sides about whether or not that's a good thing, but I think his KDA for this pick is something that can hold its own.
The dual lane for the Gilded Gladiators has needed some time to synergize. So any win condition that's funneled through that side of the map for this Gilded Gladiators team is going to need to defy history a bit based on the way the early season had started. But Marty gets a late game. Way you word it, Gore. Safety, big damage numbers, kind of regardless. Styx Ferrymen are going to steal away the Terra, grab the Guan Yu. Now they've got their frontline healers and sustainers. And really basking in a roar on a couple of their really good controlling picks. Gladiators could answer with some sustain of their own, though. Haven't seen the Yamoja for inbound yet this set. However, have seen Yamoja recently. Amidst all the healers that inbound's been playing, been a lot of Terra, 5 straight games. Some Aphrodite, little Yamoja. Loves building Thebes, Lotus Sickle on these heavy healer style picks. Though he's not gone for that build today on the Terra from, if we're comparing builds from today to builds of past. Gladiators singing long and hard about this second pick, but they'll think no further. Cirquette, which was not one of the initial hovers, will get secured as well as the Hachiman. So the support pick, not selected in the top 3. An opportunity for the Ferrymen to ban a couple support options out now in the second.
But honestly, I think I'm okay with it because, one, you're only going to get 2 support bans here anyway. Yamoja's a pretty easy one to maybe take off the board. If that's where you want your focus to be, solo lane might also warrant a little bit. Try to get rid of some Guan Yu matchups, control Scary D. I think you're in a good spot still if you're inbound. I mean, the top supports are the top supports for a good reason, and what we've been seeing in that role has been there for a good reason. Losing the Emoja is definitely going to hurt. Historically, that's not the best god for inbound, but I think that it can provide a lot for the team, especially in a matchup like this. You know, the walls from a River's Rebuke, nobody's getting through that. So I like that the Ferrymen ban that away. But I mean, if you're going to talk walls, I don't know. Ymir's in a weird spot right now where he's not bad, but he's maybe not bringing to the table what a lot of these others are going to bring. I am interested, really, really curious as to what the Gladiators are going to go ahead and pick up. I mean, I told you earlier, I've been loving Maui. I know that he's fallen off, and again, I think depending on who's playing him in the Pro League, you're going to see why, or you're going to wonder why he's not being picked up more. It's always an option. That's just a personal preference for me, though.
If we're banning, if we're pick banning based on what Gore loves, we'd pick Maui, pick Hebo,
and you'd pick Ymir, and then you'd have to figure out how to make it work.
We'd pick Katie.
That counts as like Neath, right? Probably.
Yeah, right. Neath. It's not a terrible team comp. You got something going there, Gord. Diversified.
You're cooking something.
That's right.
Maybe it's not the best dish in the world, but
we're letting you cook for now. TBD on how we finish off that draft, though. Morgan Le Fay for the Styx Ferrymen. Paul finally found some safety and security during the laning phase with the Morgan Le Fay. Of course, good range damage. Supplies a lot to team fights as well. So really, Gore, if you think about it, with the ultimates, the Styx Ferrymen, they're going to have good all-in poke advantage between a Jabalanque and a Morgan Le Fay. Kind of all at once, depending on when those ultimates fly through. Whether they use those in tandem or at slightly different times. Could be an interesting interaction. And Gore, we are drafting from your tier list. The Ymir. Not only hovered, but locked in.
Well, like I said, he's in a weird spot right now. Where he's maybe not like top of the meta, but he's not bad either, right? He falls in the weird like middle zone. Which a lot of it is just the fact that most of the time right now we're favoring healers. You're not going to have a lot of sustain on the Gladiators. Maybe if you're picking up, your Lifesteal, your Devil's Gauntlets, things like that, etc., etc., etc. The Gladiators might have some, but, Ymir's not providing healing. Cthulhu, I think good teamfight presence, good wall presence. If you look at something the Ferrymen don't have going for them, it's the fact that every single one of them are going to struggle with that wall. And so as long as Inbound is on point with that, I mean, you're almost guaranteeing lock-in for damage from Marty and Hachi, right? I think that you have a really good, I can't think of a better way to say it, just damage dump. You're just going to say, cool, I walled in this guy, kill him, dead. And that's something this comp should be pretty good at, while Cthulhu distracts him in the rest of the team fight, right? I think that it has a lot that it hinges on to find success, but honestly, I'm kind of vibing with it. It's different, but still good.
We're all about vibes on the desk here today, Gore. Are you vibing with the Thor? The final lock-in?
Man, I don't know. I saw that Thor game earlier that Sino played.
And it's thrown your vibes all out of whack.
Well, at least, when it comes to his Thor right now. Look, I think he can play it really well. And I honestly do think, in this comp, you needed someone who could get in, get out. You could have an initiator alongside the Guan Yu, alongside the Terra. I think Thor is going to fill that. But if you watched Game 2, you'll understand the hesitance. He needs to hit his ults. In game 2, that just wasn't happening. If he's, again, and I said it in that game, or after that game, if he hits even like 30% of the ones that he missed, all of a sudden we're probably either still in game or at least looking at a much closer matchup between the Ferrymen and the Gladiators.
Yep.
If you're missing as many as they did earlier, the Gladiators aren't going to have a rough time. If you are hitting 50% more, you're probably going to win this game. And so I think that it's really all going to be based on Sino's hit percentage for the ults. And there's a lot of good that's surrounding this comp. I think Guan Yu, Terra, Xbalanque, Morgan, all a really, really good top 4. The Thor is a still really, really solid pick. It just needs to perform.
Kirmi.
Yeah.
Makes a long journey
He's
over to
good
drink
at
his
Circuit.
water. I appreciate this from Kirmi. Not keeping his open water cup by his PC,
Yep.
right? But
I've
I also
lost
feel
many a
bad
keyboard to
because
that.
every time we go over to Kirmi, he's standing up and walking across the player booth to get a sip of his water. Could be coffee, I suppose. Also, Team Masseuse. You saw that? Gave inbound a little shoulder rub. Said it's all going to be okay. Don't let the Ymir inbound games of the past weigh on your mind. We're having a good one. That's what Kirmi's saying to inbound in that moment, I imagine. And I wonder if it'll work.
I mean, that's been a big talking point about Ymir, right? Like, if you look at the kit into this matchup, that's always really great. But the thing that we've seen from Ymirs in the past are you're either going like 0-0 and 19.
Oh yeah.
Or you're going 0-8 and 2. Like you are not finding anything in between. And so it is a pick that is very feast or famine. I think he should look good here, and I'm expecting a good game for it.
Gormazer, either it all ends here or we go to Game 5 in match number 1 of the playoffs. We'll find out which is which with J-Mac in Mifflin.
That's right. Game number 4 between the Gladiators and the Ferrymen to see if we're on the cusp of reverse sweep territory by the Ferrymen, or the Gladiators going to end this one here and move on in the winner's bracket. It's J-Mac, Miff, and Doug here for game number 4. And I think we can maybe pick up where the desk left off, at least on the frontliners for the Gilded Gladiators. So we do actually see a pretty wide swing back, actually, by the Twitch poll this time through. It's 50-50 in game 3. But all they needed was one win for the Ferrymen. They get some confidence, but let's maybe talk about the front line here for the Gladiators. It's a lot different than what we've seen prior, where it was Terra at least for inbound every single time. Now swapping over to this Ymir, has the one giant wall to throw up, and Scary D on a Guardian, something that we don't really see much in the solo lane much anymore.
Look, and the desk brings it up, right? This Ymir pick used to be one of inbound's bread and butter, something he would go towards consistently. It was a direct answer to Guan Yu back in the day. Cavalry charge is channeled, good luck, you're riding into a wall. Stay there, right? But looking at the rest of the composition of the Styx Ferryman, Paul's got no answer, Aurora's got no answer, and he's got a telegraphed dash in that Terra is not dashing until she uses another ability, and that ability will tell you exactly where she's going. Cyclone Spin as well. I mean, this Ymir pick could absolutely dominate the Styx Ferryman. I could see a wall in the late game, it locks down 3, and then Snoopy rains acid on them, and that's it. That's it for the team fight. So there is high highs and low lows. Ymir is also very susceptible to early game rotations, is similarly immobile, so walls can lock him down. If you start to fall behind on Ymir, you generally stay behind on Ymir, and if your first freeze is going to look like that, all of a sudden I'm losing a bit of confidence. But I think it's a strong pick. I think it's smart. I think it could certainly work, so long as Bobby is having a good game. And then I know you said frontline, and I'd almost entirely just talked about Ymir. I don't feel like I need to say what Cthulhu does, but I will. It's a whole lot of CC, some team-wide healing, and he's going to be doing it on a timer in the late game, tied directly to his ultimate.
Sino low. Paul trying to bail him out. Gets just enough time with that sigil thrown out to create some space for Sino. We'll add to the Cthulhu. He also takes up your entire screen and really just becomes a nuisance to deal with that. But
Cthulhu into Thor, legitimately, and it's probably a bit of a meme, is very annoying. If Cthulhu's descended into madness and Thor, there's like some sweet spots where you just can't see while you're up in the air. So maybe give some leeway to Sino on his ultimates if Scary D's involved in the team fight as well. But that's an interaction that nobody's aiming for. No one's saying, let me descend into madness so I can screen block Sino and make him miss. It's just something that might happen.
Snoopy walled off, blocked by Sino, has to use the beads quickly. Hammer misses, couple more shots will do it. But Dragonfly just misses. That might have been enough. Paul has to use the beads. He gets hit by the taunt by Kirmi. Spin by Sino is good, and the returning damage back to Kirmi and Snoopy. They're gonna force them both under the tier 1 tower. But even talking about this Cthulhu, maybe we won't get a moment as Stewart is low, dashes in, and gets the beads away from Sino. Dashing by Sino gets a lot, Cyclone gets a lot of damage. Stewart is on the run as Aurora tries to chase him out and inbound. Buying some space through, Root connects, gets the beads away.
No!
One more Dasher Auto will do it, and Aurora will clean it up. First blood to the Styx Ferryman.
Yeah, Stu waited a long time to start popping those potions. Maybe could have turned things around a bit there, but when Cyclone Spin is allowed to apply damage to Stu and inbound at the same time, it means that body blocking is just a little bit more valuable for Aurora, who was able to get in the face of Stu for that entire trade. Bobby does the exact same thing, but branching Bola means Stu was taking damage, so by the time they closed gap and actually barrel stuffed each other, Stu was already so much lower HP. And the Styx Ferryman's dual lane comes out ahead handily on that engagement. Take a peek at the relic difference as well. Both relics used by both dual laners, but one of them's got a shell, gives Cyclone Spin even more HP to play with, whereas Inbound had elected to pick up that horrific. Makes it easier to land those autos, but not great at keeping your ADC alive.
No, we'll just be used to slow down the opposition more than anything, which helps in some small pure regard, but when you have double dash from Aurora and then you get the CC immunity from Cyclone Spin's dash, feels like it almost is effectively nullified there. Scaredy going for a different start than what we've seen from Cthulhu's, though. When we see players like Final K or Haddix pilot it, typically it's that Pythags in first slot. Instead, Scaredy liking towards defense in the early game.
Yeah, a little bit of survivability. Maybe concerned about a rotation from Sino. Duo lane should be concerned about that rotation from Sino. No beads for Stu. A dunk could just absolutely dominate this lane. We talked about it earlier. Inbound's got no answer. Stu similarly just get locked down by that wall. Paul in some trouble here. Dragonflight's good. Damage is good. And survives this small skirmish. Death from above. A misnomer in that fight. Does not deliver anything but a TKO. Paul, he's found his survivability. That does not bode well. Games 1, 2, and 3, that play just works for the Gilded Gladiators. This time around, Paul's ready.
Yeah, landed that Dragonfly pushed Kirmi away. Meanwhile, Sino did go for the Duncan duo, but came out empty-handed himself this time through, so no bloodshed between the two skirmishes in mid or over by that shield buff. But does at least give a little bit of pressure over towards Stu and get some of that early farm in the lane. Maybe push one of those waves under tower and try and give back some of that lead that Cyclone has been able to develop. Over on the left side, thanks to that early death that came Stewart's way. Gilded Gladiators down early by a couple hundred, certainly not out of this one. Stu being bullied by Aurora, stunned out. Still doesn't have beads, but shouldn't need them. It's just annoying more than anything with what Aurora's able to do to Stu on this Terra.
Fortunately, Stu's got a little bit of lifesteal and a death toll, so should be able to resustain that. But the mental damage is done. You know, there's scars on the brain tissue after something like that. Aurora walks him, dog walks him down the lane. Just not a fun situation to find yourself in, but should be inconsequential at the end of the day. This is something I've really established in year 10, JMac. This new duo lane meta, it used to be 4.5 minutes to 5 minutes supports would leave lane and they would never come back. Seems like just support likes to hover until that 7 to 8 minute mark nowadays. Keeps that pressure up in duo. It's probably a byproduct of the neutral buff. You want to stick around, make sure that farm's going your way. But it has really turned the duo lane into the duo lane again, and it's been very entertaining to see.
I think maybe also the removal of the obelisk, where it kind of forced the supports to
true.
rotate out, get those cups through, has maybe also led to what we are now. But I agree with you. I'd really like seeing the amount of dual lane and true duo action, because now it can set up for moments like this. A rotation from Kirmi, a freeze is good. Doesn't want to use the ult, but does end up having to. Throws him outside of the range of inbound's ult. And Aurora might just live. No, he will not. Stu goes up with the ultimate, but it's a dunk down by Sino. But Sino whiffs everything onto Kirmi. Doesn't find a single bit of damage. Kirmi goes back in, finds the taunt, but gets the beads from Sino. One pick for the Gladiators.
Sino's got to clean that up, man. That simply can't happen. The Gilded Gladiators had used everything to secure that kill onto Aurora. If dunk connects, you're finding one at minimum. Or the hammer, or the wall, or the spin, something. Kirby's half HP and nobody hit him. That's minion waves doing the damage to him. Sino's going to have to clean that up going into the mid to late game. This Thor, so good at forcing relics, so good at getting involved and initiating the fight. But execution has always been the difference maker. Even back when I used to play this game, back in Season 2. The conversation is, if Thor is landing things, one of the best characters in the game. But some days you just have bad Thor days, and right now, seems like Sino is on the receiving end of that. He's been really struggling on this pick.
Oh,
he got the dash!
Cyclone's dash barely caught out. Not an easy window to take that one. Unfortunate that there's not enough follow-up to get anything off it immediately. But that is a very narrow margin that Inbound was able to find that stun.
Yeah, that's something you have to be concerned about. You're not doing that on purpose, but it might just happen. And when it does, you got to be ready and able to really optimize on it. Stu, no ultimate, though, means that one's just going to fade away. Aurora could be in some trouble here. Ymir's great in these jungle corridor fights.
Cuts off the path by Aurora, and now Stu has showed up to the party. Death from above. Procs the ultimate from Aurora, but he'll go down to Inbound's damage after. Nothing that Paul can do to bail out his support. The 6th Ferryman will fall once more. It's the 2nd kill for the Gladiators.
And what you just saw in that skirmish, you're going to see repeatedly. Inbound, if he's trying to lock down Aurora, will wait for that monolith and then go for the wall.
Kirmi gets the ultimate onto Paul, but gets the beads from him. Kirmi quick dash out. Sino does have ult, but not going to use it to chase through this time and try and go for that dive kill. Quick turnaround by the Ferryman, able to bail out the mid laner Paul, but did have to use his beads and his ultimate to get away from Kirmi.
Yeah, so now Paul susceptible to even more rotations. It's not just Kirmi that's a threat, though. It's Inbound as well. The wall into freeze combo is going to work until that Phantom Shell is finished by Aurora. Hasn't upgraded it just yet. Instead, eyes for Gauntlet of Thieves. Now down the Druid Stone path as well. It's going to be a little while until he's able to finish up that Phantom Shell. So until then, these walls from Inbound will continue to find full value against everyone except for Sino. He can get through it. But the other 4 members of your team, left high and dry, we've seen that the damage output from the Good Gladiator is enough to punish. Kirmi having a great game so far, stacking up his Transcendence pretty quickly. Snoopy also stacking up, double stack out of mid. Transcendence and a Soul Eater. So the Good Gladiators, who have got a high pressure composition, don't necessarily need to leverage it right now. They can spend a little bit of time farming on map and acquiring those stacks.
I wonder what that time frame is on the shell, at least. Scary D walled away, but well, it's just a little too wide between the 2 different walls, one being the map and one being Sino's, but no further threat there. Send to Madness now expended by Scary D, but going back to Aurora, I wonder how long it will be before we get that Phantom Shell online. Typically, once the support's at level 12, you see fully upgraded relics, usually pretty quick within then. I wonder if he'll wait for next 4 levels before he gets that, or maybe he's had one too many times caught out in the jungle. Maybe go for it as quick as possible. Kirby goes in, gets a dash away from Sino, catches Aurora, but not out of the dash. Aurora still able to dash away, and a big turnaround on a Kirmi. Has to walk away. Sino lurking through the jungle, ultimate available, but without a dive in from his team, will unlikely go in with ult.
And he's been spotted on Ward now, so Inbound will step up and play Disruption to his initiation. This will at least net the 6th Ferryman the neutral objective, the neutral farm, on the left-hand side. I thought Kirmi was in a lot more trouble. Used both of his mobility abilities, trying to jump onto Aurora there, or catch out Cyclone Spin. Takes the consolation prize that is Aurora. But Sino, a little bit too far away to follow up. Was not quite able to get into that ultimate. And look at the damage. Starting to stack up already. Forced to use the ultimate defensively. It's not a great start.
Soupy pushed against the wall. Sino worried about Anvil of Dawn. Goes up into the sky himself, just in case that ult does go through. So it'll be a 1-for-1 ult trade in the mid lane. Actually 2, because Paul expended his all the while. That rotation from Inbound putting some threat towards the mid laner once again. Which is something that in game number 3, Myth, really felt like the Gladiators were lacking, was that threat on Paul. Felt he was too safe on this Morgan Le Fay. Maybe now with adding Ymir here, cutting off some of that walkway for Paul, could be a better way to get to him in the backline.
Could be, but that's only in jungle corridor fights. Ymir Wall, not exactly the greatest in lane battles. Paul should be able to maneuver it well. One of the key counter plays to Ymir Wall in lane is to play in the center of your lane. If you're hugging a wall, of course, you can restrict your movement a bit, but otherwise, able to at least juke out if you're towards the center of the map. So we'll see whether or not Paul struggles throughout the early laning phase. And to answer a question you had asked earlier, when are we going to see this upgraded shell? Couldn't say exactly when. I can tell you when we should see it, though. When we should is around the first neutral objective team fight. If there's no team fight, no harm done, Pyromancer pulled by the Gilded Gladiators. Gold Fury on the other side should go pretty quickly. It's going pretty slow, though. Stu nearby. He might be able to make this interesting.
Stu's got banner. Does get spotted on the ward. Clipped by Paul. Maybe a collapse in by the Gladiators after, but it's just inbound there. So no further follow-up. It's a Pyromancer for the Gladiators in trade with a Gold Fury by the Styx Ferryman. And we're at a near dead even game until Tier 1 tower does go down. The benefit of that Pyro. And the adaptation we've seen by a lot of teams, Smith, is get that first Pyromancer, immediately beeline to the mid lane, take out that first tower.
Yeah, I mean, that Tier 1 towers are just so easy to knock down with that Runic Bomb. I wonder, I would love to hear the opinions of either of these teams as to what they really think is the more valuable of the two neutral objectives. Based on play on field, I think the Gilded Gladiators have answered that question. All 4 games this set, first neutral objective to go down is Pyro, and it's the Gilded Gladiators who have taken it each time. The Styx Ferrymen, on the other end, have at least been able to trade out Gold Fury on the other side. Experience at gold, largely even. I wouldn't say either team so far ahead that they can do whatever it is that they want on map. But it is the Styx Ferrymen fishing for a bit of aggression. You've got a little bit more burst potential. Aurora with that second item should help out his team a good deal in damage dealt. But I'm so concerned about rotations from Snoopy in particular. Feels like he, with Death from Above and all the defense shred that affords, could really make it difficult for the front line of the Styx Ferrymen. And I know the narrative is almost always, oh, mid laners go uncontested, Paul's going to win out on that. He's Paul. But Marticarus just does so much damage. Leaving him alone feels like it could be a misplay here from the Ferrymen, especially considering how the front line plays. If it's going to be Aurora dashing in on the team fight, dash into a freeze, Death from Above, Stewart shredding all of a sudden.
Sino finds Snoopy with an ultimate, but turns it around with a wall, gets the beads away from Sino. To Aurora wants to go for the Root, doesn't find Snoopy with one, gets him on the stun. Beads still there for Snoopy, goes into the ultimate very late, but Paul also using his own, spots out Stewart on a ward. The Ferrymen are grouping up, but Kirmi is on the way. Aurora walled off from his team, all by himself with Scary D in the backline. Kirmi and Scary D gonna try for the wraparound, doesn't get the Root, but slows down Paul and zones away for Aurora to be picked off by the Gladiators.
That was a slow death for Aurora there. I believe 2 walls channeled. Finally, once Stu gets involved, able to turn things around, and now it's Sino on the chopping block. Hammer instantly channeled, slow off the mark. Is he out?
It's the beads from Kirmi with the wall, and that's just enough for Sino to bail himself out. Did it use zone beads now?
Nice.
Paul is caught behind the wall. Scary D is here. Freeze gets beads from this one. A sense of madness from Scary D to chase down, and Kirmi will collapse on in with him. Aegis now gone from Paul. Ultimate channel by Basket to try and bail him out, but Paul is fine for the moment being. The knockup inside of the Shards of Ice is good. Inbound walks away with a kill of his own and a wall to block off the Ferryman. Cyclone is squeezed through, but he doesn't have much follow-up to continue forward.
Kirmi's got a lot of damage here too. Sino hammers forward, up to the air.
He lands on top of inbound and frozen in place. Might not be enough.
He's got
Inbound's just got to juke away from the hammer, but the wall will catch him instead. Quick dash out by Stu and an ultimate will bail them out, but that was inbound for Paul and a little bit more for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they were able to knock down Aurora as well in that fight. So 2-for-1 trade, support for support, plus Paul on the tail end. Will put the Gilded Gladiators in a very good position. Does cost them a few of their resources. Beads lost for Kirmi, so a little bit of safety off of the Surcat, but has already gone for a slightly tankier build. Should be able to stay involved on map pretty easily, as well as Stu losing out on that ultimate, so could be rotations from Sino towards duo lane in the near future. Pyromancer on the mend, has already rejoined the map. Gilded Gladiators always fast to this objective, will be there first. There's the counterplay option of an immediate Primal Fury on the other side, but Cyclone's headed back to base. The Gilded Gladiators have successfully desynced the neutral objectives. This is massive now for the team with the lead. They can group up and try and force the Fury, this time with Runic Bomb in pocket, to even further push themselves in the lead.
Scary D does have teleport. Can join this fight whenever given an opportunity. There is a ward in the back line, but we need to go now before that one fades away. Might just take his buff before he joins over, but he's gonna have to join quick because the full force of the Ferrymen are here for this Fury. Ultimate's up on all fronts aside from Stu and Scary. Still a few seconds before they get both of theirs up. The Gladiators taking their time. Because look at Scary D's all the way in the back line. Ultimate in from Snoopy and inbound. Gets some damage onto Baskin, but Scary D is now cut off the path with Paul. Sino dunks on top of Snoopy, but it's eaten by the Aegis. Cyclones is batting away at his health bar and takes down one. That's 2 for none so far. And Kiri forced out. What can Scary D, the lone Cthulhu, do against 5? Not much. It's a collapse back in by the Fair even, and they're going to take their 3rd kill of the fight.
They just weren't ready. The Gilded Gladiators for that Phantom Shell. Buys Paul a little bit more space and time. Also didn't love the teleport from Scary D. So deep into the back line. Can't help your team when you're alone, and Cthulhu is the team fight guy. Descent into Madness finds just about no value there. Just a massive target for Cyclone Spin to sink damage into, for Paul to sink damage into, and the Styx Ferryman take the clean team fight win, and immediately the Fury right afterward. The Gilded Gladiators, I like the idea, the confidence to play around the objective, the idea of having inbound go in first. He finds a high-value wall, but it was a fight on 2 fronts. Inbound trying to get involved in that backline, and his own backline simultaneously getting decimated by the dive of the Styx Ferryman. I wonder how different it is if Scary D just teleports into the backline. If he's just there with the rest of his team, maybe he's got the peel that they had needed. But tunnel vision, trying to secure the kill onto Paul, leaves him coming up empty-handed, and it's the Styx Ferryman who keep this game dead even.
As we start breaking towards the 19-minute mark, Fire Giant could be a threat, but with the game as close as it is, might need a couple of picks before that's a possibility for either team through. So then we look towards experience, maybe where some of the lead is coming for the Styx Ferryman. Well, it's nearly everywhere. Paul's the only one who's even in regards to the opposition. Everybody else at least 1 level, and Cyclone about a level and a half up over Stu, who just procced over to 17. And an ultimate from Cyclone Spin, maybe worried about a potential threat of a gank from the Gilded Gladiators. Now going cooldown for a little while, but doesn't seem that the Ferrymen are interested in fighting anytime soon.
Yeah, not much to fight over for now. A pick could very easily lead to a Fire Giant for either of these teams. We've crest that 19-20 minute mark, which seems to be the Fire Giant timer. Everybody approaching 5th item slot. Damage dealers for the most part starting to get there as well. So shred potential there. Seems like the junglers going to be all important for the next couple of minutes. If Sino can get things started, if Kirmi can get things started, could just open up the door for this next engagement. Key targets on either side. Keep your eyes on Snoopy, keep your eyes on Paul. Mid laners are very important in the current meta, but also the ADCs. If you could deal a Cyclone Spin before the engagement, even if you lose the team fight afterward on the Gilded Gladiators, you're not really all that concerned about losing structures or potentially the Fire Giant itself. Whereas the Styx Ferrymen have got 2 hunters they need to deal with. If it's a dirty team fight and the Gilded Gladiators win out barely, but at least one of Snoopy or Stewart survives, they've still got that potential to either knock down towers or potentially the Fire Giant as well.
Pyromancer about to respawn. Snoopy and inbound here, if they want to try and go for it, but all 5 of the Ferrymen in the mid or right side jungle. Try and maybe stop this one from happening. Snoopy throws out another patch of grass. The Pyromancer is start up. Half HP. Asarine to try and steal this one out, but leashed immediately away now from the Styx Ferryman. They've reset it, but they pulled it right back once again. The Gladiators steal that one away. Was that a shot from Stu, maybe?
Had to have been.
That grabs that one out. Those Eagle Eye extended ranged auto attacks may have just been enough to sneak one out from under the Styx Ferryman's noses and puts another Pyromancer Runic Bomb in pocket for the Gladiators.
It does, and look at what Scary D is doing. I love this as well. Has access to teleport, so split pushing on map, essentially daring the Styx Ferryman. What are you going to do? Are you going to rotate over to me? Who's going to stop me? If you don't, I'll take your tier 2. Are you going to pull the Fire Giant? I'll TP in behind you, and it'll be a clean initiation for the Gilded Gladiators. So great play there from the Soul Laner of the Gladiators, just generating some sort of threat on map. Styx Ferryman take option 3. Hadn't considered this. Group up, pressure tier 1 on right. Teleport can close gap there, but with Kirmi on the left-hand side, I don't think there's a whole lot of fight to be had. The Gilded Gladiators, they'll try and slow it down, and Ymir Wall very good at that, but not all that good. Tier 1 knocked down incredibly quickly. What's the answer? What's the call here from the Gilded Gladiators? They're just waiting on the Styx Ferryman, trying to play that reactionary counterpunch style.
Fire Giant started by the Ferryman. Inbound Scary, Snoopy all here. Stewart on the way. Kirmi He's got to book it through mid. Darks of Night's used, and inbound might be the one caught out here. Too much CC and a little too much damage. Cyno in the sky. Where's his dunk target? It's over towards Kiermi, but he misses Kiermi. Instead, it's a dive on a Cyclone in the backline. But Kiermi and Scary D don't have enough. They need the extra damage from the Hunters, but they're just not outputting it. It's a double for Paul, and now it's Stewart on the run. Caught out by the wall of Aurora. Too much damage fire back, but it's Odysseus bow proc takes down one in the back. The duo of the Ferryman still holding through, at least for Cyclone Spin. Scary D able to buy enough time for Stu to get out, but can Scary D make it out is the question.
That's a question that we'll have an answer to very shortly. Maybe Scary wants to turn things around. Cyno pretty low HP there. Contagion putting in some work. If the dash were available, maybe the damage would have been there as well. I like the call from Scary D once more. Says, look, I am not as valuable as Stewart right now. I might be able to make it back to base, but I need to make sure this Hachiman does. So steps forward, takes the brunt of the aggression of the 6 Ferryman. And Stu proves his worth in that fight. Odysseus bow putting in a whole lot of work, but you got to land your autos to make it happen, and Stu does exactly that. 4 seconds left on Paul. May have bought just enough time for Kiermi and inbound to regroup on map. Fire Giant pulled once more. There's a defense here for the Gladiators.
Collapsing in now are the Glads. It's 3 versus 3. Aurora on the way to make it 4, but
Deja
inbound might
vu.
just get caught again. Throws a wall to block off Cyno and Cyclone. Challenge into the ultimate. Cyno in the sky. Where is his dunk target too? It seems it's just right back in place. And Kiermi able to escape out. With both Hunters now back up on the map, the Gladiators have shown threat around fire, and even Scary D's rotation in. Seems the Fire Giant will have to be given up by the Ferryman.
Does cost Scary D his teleport though, whereas Baskin maintains his. This means that you've got double initiation from Baskin, where you've only got the 1 from Scary D. Go in with the ultimate, reset, teleport back in, and you're still a very healthy frontliner. Could be backbreaking here for the Gilded Gladiators, especially if inbound gets caught out again. Baskin, no ultimate until just now. Wall buys a second. Maybe enough space for him to survive.
Barton stun, but just out of range for Aurora to be able to connect one with his to get the chain CC. Inbound's still alive. Hasn't had an opportunity to hit level 15 yet. It's been doing so much fighting around the jungle. Hasn't been able to level up, be able to upgrade that starter item. That he might just need to try and help out his team here. As the dive from the 6 Ferryman, the CC as well. It's been just so potent against the Gladiators that they've been playing defensively for the last couple team fights.
And I've noticed that inbound has been a little bit less gung-ho with the walls. Hasn't been throwing up aggressive walls, hasn't been looking to lock down these jungle paths. For the most part, it's been very defensive. And Phantom Shell has remained off cooldown for that reason. There hasn't been any sort of fight that's forced it out. You want to see inbound try and line something up. Throw up a wall, and even if you're not necessarily trying to follow up with a freeze or a glacial strike, you've got long-range damage from both Snoopy and Stu that might be enough to threaten that relic out. That is so important for the Gilded Gladiators, is to work through that Phantom Shell. If it's available to the 6 Ferryman, they've always got that safety line. Even if a fight starts to go south, a wall won't be able to secure your kills because they'll still have it available. So I'd like to see inbound play just a little bit more aggressively for poke. Just throw up the wall. See what happens. Maybe some of those long-range autos from Stu can get something done.
Compassion now finished for inbound. A little tankier, but Scary D may just be caught out here. Walled off. Goes into Sense of Madness, but with 4 people surrounding him, not much that he can do. A quick pick for the 6 Ferryman, only having to use Paul's ultimate for that one, and maybe not even need is the correct word, just use to make sure to expedite that kill. But now the Ferryman to the Fire Giant. It seems the Gilded Gladiators are going to give this one up. Without Scary D, without that frontline solo laner, the Gladiators give up fire, instead trade it out for gold.
It's twice now this game. The 6 Ferryman have found opportunities before the Fire Giant. Previously, it's Kiermi on the wrong side of the map, so they're able to pull fire and take a clean team fight, picking off inbound. This time, it's Scary D just a bit too far up on his side of the map with no allies nearby. Immediately costs him his own life. 6 Ferryman now, Fire Giant on all 5 and plenty of gold to collect on map. Should be able to push their leads around that 5, maybe 4,000 to 5,000 mark after they knock down these structures. The Good Gladiators, though, still relatively even in resources, might be willing to try to defend the 2 remaining Tier 2 towers. Soft defense, pretty decent. You've got persistent damage on field thanks to Snoopy. Stu's poke has been ridiculous, and with Odysseus bow, will maintain its ridiculous nature. Anybody tanking up his autos will feel that pain, tanks included. So I like this. Just slow down the Ferryman. Don't roll over. Don't give up these structures. And you can even just use the wall defensively to block autos.
That's what Inbound's going to do, but it actually holds at least 2 in the tower for a moment. But quick back away from the Ferryman to regroup, waiting for that next minion wave. But it's so far away at this point. The Gladiators have quite a defense for their name. Kiermi going to try and snake around. See if maybe he can find a pick against somebody. Scary D throws out the root. Only going to connect with Aurora for a moment there, but stops immediately after. Wall from Inbound. He's really doing a number on keeping these autos out. Range damage from Snoopy, keeping the minions at bay, but with that Doris nice use, it's a collapse in on the tanks, funneled out, but Kiermi tries to take down Sino. Big shield comes through,
it's
but
spread.
the poison is spread over to Paul. That's a kill for Kiermi before he goes down, and it's 2 for the Gladiators, nearly 3 if they can find Baskin. But they might just have to let him go as Scaredy and Snoopy rush down the mid. Baskin gonna teleport. Nobody stopped by Inbound, and one more auto from Stu will cancel that channel, and the Gladiators take a 3-for-1.
Man, Inbound was working hard to lock down Baskin there. Stu did not trust his support, decides to walk away. Fortunately, that's a 7-second wall, so Inbound has got just enough CC to make sure Baskin falls down. 20 seconds left on either respawn. Sino and Paul, 40 for Baskin. And 4 members strong from the Gilded Gladiators. Stu's got to play careful here. A little bit of damage from Cyclone Spin might just knock him down. So a Phoenix, not the target. It's just the tier 2. Fall back, maybe a Pyromancer for your troubles. That's the concern for the Styx Ferryman. It is not easy to siege into this composition from the Gilded Gladiators, especially with Kiermi having a performance like he just did. Finds his way into the backline, gets onto a priority target in Sino, and then spreads the poison to the next best guy, which is Paul. Just great scalpel-like precision from the Gilded Gladiators jungler. Opens the door for this.
Hi-Rez started. Aurora, Sino, Cyclone, they're all here. Could maybe steal this one away. They've in fact given it up. The Stairfit, Styx Ferryman take the Pyro and Inbound Sino to the sky. His dunk target is easy, right on top of Stu. Relic's burned away by the Hunter. The hammer is just off the mark, and the wall's not enough damage. Stu's able to ride to freedom. Meanwhile, Kiermi on the run from the other 3 might just have enough mobility to stay out, and Snoopy doing his best as a bailout, but Scary D left by himself. It's just going to be the carries alive on this next defense.
So they stop the Fire Giant siege, go to the Pyromancer, get picked out, and now it's the Styx Ferryman exactly where they had left off. Tier 2 tower knocked down, Phoenix taken as well. Fortunately for the Gladiators, it's easier to defend that mid Phoenix than it would have been the left, so maybe not the most valuable bird taken by the Ferryman. Should be able to show some presence around that Fire Giant. And that's something I think the Gilded Gladiators will want to do. Taking fights in neutral territory in the jungle just favors your Ymir so much. Those walls will find a whole lot more value. I like the idea from the Gilded Gladiators to do the Pyromancer J-Mac, but when they had started it, there was maybe a 3-second period where they were shooting autos into a non-pooled objective. Whole lot of immune damage. Maybe had they been a bit cleaner on their leashing, could have grabbed it before the Styx Ferrymen were ready, but instead, it's the Ferrymen who are able to piecemeal, take apart the Gilded Gladiators one at a time, and put themselves in an advantageous position for this Fire Giant.
Now wards down at least one grass pile to know where the Gladiators might be standing, but there are now currently 3 of them in the same exact area for the Gladiators to maneuver around. Inbound is spotted. Does get hit by the CC of Paul as the Fire Giant is started by the Ferryman. Half HP, and Kiermi on the wraparound might just be enough threat from the step forward of the Gladiators. 6 Ferrymen back away from fire, and Kiermi will do his best to defend the minions in mid. As fire is pulled once more, and Scary D pushed back.
Yeah, Paul's getting a whole lot of poke off onto this front line. That's going to stack up quickly. Good wall from Sino. Is it Inbound on the chopping block?
Inbound goes for the ultimate channel, but the carries have stopped their focus on him. Instead, it's on towards Scary D, who's zoning away 2. Finds a knock-up onto 1 and gets the relics away from Cyclone Spin as Kiermi takes him down, and the poison spreads again. It's 2 kills in the back line, and Sino can't get the job done in the back. 3 now for the Gladiators. A knock-up on Baskin, a knockdown for Stewart. It's only Aurora left alive.
Kiermi has been allowed to do far too much this game. The Circuit has found the precision, right target every single time, and with 4 dead and 3 members caught 4 from the Gilded Gladiators moving their way down the mid. All Kiermi has to do now is prevent a back. This could just be it, J-Mac.
4 pushing down mid. Kirmi misses the taunt onto Aurora, but Aurora still can't go back yet. Instead, Kirmi is just going to keep funneling damage through.
Letting it
The
happen.
Gilded Gladiators will go to the Phoenix. Kirmi going to join the squad. It's going to be Aurora versus 5. Some low health bars, some tanky Titan. Aurora's got to do a lot of work against all 5. He gets frozen in place. The Titan down
10
to
seconds.
half. The wall to block off Aurora. A quad root by him, but it's just not enough damage and just not enough defense. The Gilded Gladiators take the first set of the weekend.
And it's a convincing win at that. What is that? 3-1 for the Gilded Gladiators. Only one fight back match from the Ferrymen, who were a clear favorite in this set. I mean, even just look at the Twitch predictions every single game. The best odds the Gladiators had seen was a 50-50 when they were up 2-0. They did not have the fans at their back, but they were able to cleanly win out here. And I think MVP of this set is evident. It's got to be Kirmi.
I mean, Kiri's doing the work every single game. Even on the game that they were losing, Kirmi was doing his best to try and keep this team alive. And I think that's evident of their entire phase so far has been Kirmi dragging this team up along with them, getting those early picks to set up for duo, for solo lane. Does just so here once again in game number 4. Did in game 1, game 2 up against Paul. Paul was a problem in game 3. Looks like they found their answer here in this last game.
And the answer was Kirmi every single time. Stu has a pretty standout performance here in the last game of this set as well, but hard when you're getting outshined like that. I mean, Kirmi just does way too much, finds so much value. Great draft as well. Top to bottom, a clean win for the Glads.
Yeah, 3-1 for the Gilded Gladiators to start their weekend out. And that's going to be it for Myth and I on the cast. We'll throw it to the desk to break down the set.
Gilded Gladiators, they came to play. They take game 1 and 2. Game 3 gets away from them a bit. Game 4, they're able to turn around what was a pretty dire situation and end up finding the win. Gore, look, I didn't mince words going into this set. I'm favoring the Styx Ferrymen.
Yeah.
They had a better run to the end of the phase. The Gilded Gladiators, they had a couple good wins. Didn't find the consistency. Ferrymen 2-0'd them easily at the beginning of the phase. This is a totally different story and ends 3-1 fashion. The casters, they're throwing MVP votes over to Kirmi, Gore. And while I do think that holds some merit, felt like a big team effort in the turnaround here in game 4.
Yeah, I think that you really get to see, I mean, just so much that's good for them. And it starts, honestly, I feel like you really start to see things pick up for the Gladiators. Actually off that Pyromancer, right? That one little steal seemed like it opened up a lot of conversations for them, opened up a lot of opportunities. I think that their team fight looked really solid. There were times where it maybe didn't clean up as well as they would have liked, but I think the walls from the Ymir looked really good. And it sets up a lot. And I mean, come on. It's so easy to, I'm trying to avoid Kirmi for a little bit just because, Kirmi Circuit has been talked about for, 6 weeks, 7 weeks so far this year. It feels like something that we can try to shy away. So we'll talk about this guy, right? You get a really good performance, I think, out of the Marty in mid. A lot of good damage that's going to come out of it. You'll see those numbers. You get really good plays from Stewart as well. Help pick things up. I mean, this one was one where I at least finally felt like it was a little bit of everybody, right? Kirmi definitely, I think, is the facilitator. That's one of the things Circuit's going to bring. And when you're getting 8 assists, that's what it is. But you're not getting there without Stewart going 5-1-6, without the 7, actually should say 10 affected kills from Scary D, 10 affected kills coming down from Inbound as well. I feel like the team finally felt like they were working together, and it felt much more like a 5-man siege overall. And it was fun to watch, man, right? I mean, a little bit of back and forth for the game, keep us excited, but make sure that they still come out on top. Yep. They get the win, and they look mostly good doing it throughout the entire set.
I think Stu needs some shouts at the end of this set as well,
for sure.
Because you talked a lot about his KDA, but really good damage numbers there. Ends up going 5-1-6 on Hachiman there in game 4. Gilded Gladiators came to play here this weekend. Kirmi included. Few good games in this set, and standing by with J-Mac for the postgame.
Yeah, that's right. I got Kirmi here, jungler for the Gladiators. First off, congrats on your big win to start this weekend out. Was this a match that you guys maybe expected when you've only played against the Ferrymen once so far this season, coming in maybe as the underdog in this one? Was this an expected win for your squad?
Yeah, I think going into the set, we all knew we were going to win. I think it was, I expected it to go 5 games. I think they messed up in draft a lot in most of the games. They kind of didn't understand what we value, and some of what they didn't play a lot of the gods that we did, which made drafting for us a lot easier. So overall, that helped a ton.
Now, coming into this last game, there was maybe some concerns when we saw the Cthulhu, the Ymir as a lock-in, just given some of the old history from Inbound. Was there any worries from you guys knowing that Inbound was going to be able to have the step-up performance in Game 4, with that Ymir pick?
None of us were worried at all. We were really happy with every pick we got in that final game. I was really glad he played it because even though he's getting walled and Guan ulted and everything, he's eating all those resources. So our carries get free engages. If I play it well, I get to go in the carries really nicely. Like, it just gives us a lot of space with what he was doing.
And how does it feel kind of getting some shouts for, I know it's only set number 1 of the weekend, but already getting early shouts for MVP on the team? I mean, how does it feel being able to have a step-up performance like this on this weekend and kind of get some of that high praise?
I would be lying if I said the praise didn't feel nice. But for me personally, I'm doing this because I felt in the last week of the regular phase, I played miserably and why we lost. So I was really frustrated with myself and I wanted to turn that around and do better. MVP is nice. I'm sure I'd enjoy it if I get it, but that doesn't matter to me. It's still just about playing better, being more consistent, and just winning with the team,
That's exactly what you guys have been doing in this set. Congratulations, Kirmi, on the 3-1 win up over the 6 Fairman. I'll let you get back to the team to celebrate. We'll throw it back over to the desk to keep going.
Thank you.
I think what always feels good for this Gladiators team, Gore, is when you pivot to the team booth after the win, you just see how excited this team is to really string together a good set. Walking down the hallway, see how good it feels. Scary D's jumping up, hugging the team. It really just means a lot to this Gilded Gladiators team, and clearly means a lot to Kirmi that he's able to put a good performance in. And I think throws out some well-deserved shout-outs to the rest of his team as well. That is our first best of 5 of the day and of the playoffs in the books. 3-1 win for the Gilded Gladiators. Ferrymen are not out of it, not by any stretch. They will be awaiting the loser of Camelot Kings versus the winner of our next matchup. So we've got a few matches to go through before we know who the Styx Ferrymen will be playing over in the losers bracket. But the first official second round match is set, and that'll be Atlantis Leviathans versus Gilded Gladiators. That'll be happening tomorrow. But Gore, the Camelot Kings are awaiting the winner of our next matchup, and that is Jade Dragons versus the Eldritch Hounds, which I think if you look at the standings and predictions from the beginning of the seasons to where they are now, a closer matchup than maybe we would have anticipated, but I think this one could be a really interesting match just because of the way the Dragons have been playing, the way the Hounds have been playing, and some history between these two teams.
And the Hounds probably coming in with like a little chip on their shoulder, right, considering the way last week went. Maybe would have had a higher, I guess, seeding overall in this tournament if things go a little better for them against the Ferrymen. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do. It's a team that's been exciting to watch, and like you said, the Dragons have given us really interesting sets, sometimes not for the best reasons, but interesting sets nonetheless. I'm curious what we're going to see out of them today.
One best of 5 in the books, one best of 5 yet to go here today. Jade Dragons, Eldritch Hounds, first round matchup coming up next.
When I was in I think it was like the beginning of the scares, when Scream and I joined, I think it was like more of like a building phase, so I didn't really mind being 7th or like 8th, because I think the 8th, the Vox were 8th, but it was more of like a building phase, and it was just like me getting into the league, so I didn't really mind being 8th or 7th, wherever we were. Oh, I think for the most part everyone was happy. There definitely was arguments. It's a competitive scene, so like they're gonna happen, but it was just all in like a competitive spirit. It wasn't like any bad blood or anything.
No longer were we able to see each other's point of views. It was mostly just, I'm right, you're wrong. And obviously, in a team environment, that's not going to be good. So slowly, scrims kept getting worse and worse. SPLs not doing any better. And then losses pile up. Scrims aren't going well.
Solar Scarabs on that base defense just looking like roadkill, steamrolled by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, everything kind of just blows up in your face at that point.
stop. In your eyes, I see a fire lighting up as we're getting away. There's no going back, and I'm loving the chase. Where you go, I follow. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back, and I'm loving you, I'm loving the chase. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back, and I'm loving you, I'm loving the chase. I can hear my every heartbeat. I can feel the blood rush through my veins. You know, you know. Somewhere in the distance, the sun's coming up. Everything is blurry, the trees flashing by my side. My side, we're far ahead. The horizon never seems so close. The sky is red. We're not out of the woods yet, you know. Don't stop. In your eyes, I see a fire lighting up as we're getting away. There's no going back, and I'm loving the chase. Where you go, I follow. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back, and I'm loving you, I'm loving the chase. In your eyes, I see a fire lighting up as we're getting away. There's no going back, and I'm loving the chase. Where you go, I follow. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back, and I'm loving you, I'm loving the chase. We're not giving up, never hitting the brakes. There's no going back, and I'm loving you, I'm loving the chase.
to the SPL playoffs. Our first match of the day and our first best of 5 now wrapped up. We move into our second match of the day, which will be the Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds, still fighting here on the winner's side bracket in a best of 5. We can take a look at the bracket to see how the entirety of our weekend is going to pan out. Because remember, it's 4 days of play, best of 5s every single day, 2 of them to be exact throughout those ones, so make sure that you are tuning in to all of our matchups there. Guild of Gladiators found their first win with a 3-1 to start the day out, and now we move into the Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds. Winner of that Gladiators match, that being the Glads, now going to face off the Leviathans in that next matchup for themselves, and then the winner of this set will face off against the Camelot Kings to see who will be able to continue moving on that winner side bracket. Those 2 matches will be taking place tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, so congrats to the Gladiators for that first big win. But now we can jump into our second set here, Gormizer. It is the Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds facing off. One team that, at least at the very last week, was able to get themselves a nice little win there. The Jade Dragons finding success over the Leviathan. Still ended up notching 3rd seed just because of the head-to-head, the plus-minuses and whatnot for them, but still ending their season on a win. Meanwhile, Eldritch Hounds ending on a bit of a tough loss up against the Styx Fairmen in their final week.
Yeah, and it's one that, you know, I think that they wish maybe they could have, for seeding purposes, gotten. But at the end of the day, I feel like what we've seen out of the Hounds, if you ignore that set, although admittedly those 2 games were actually pretty close as well. But if you look at what the Hounds have been able to do over the last few weeks, I think that they honestly have hit the scene a lot harder and a lot faster than a lot of teams and a lot of people would expect jumping into the SPL, right? I think that this is a team that has done a lot of work. I think they kind of figured themselves out. It usually takes a little bit longer in the SPL before we've gotten to see that kind of solidification. But instead, what we got was a really good performance from the Hounds, a really good set from the Hounds, and every single week they came in. And even if some of them go 3, which I was actually looking at it the last time they went against the Dragons, it did go 3. They were still really, really solid games 1 and 3 for them when they won it.
Yeah, it's been a pretty impressive performance by the Eldritch Hounds to start their new season off in the SPL. And we've had a moment to now sit down and talk with the mid laner, Benny Q, standing by for our pregame interview.
I got Benny Q with me. Benny Q, are you the mid laner for the Eldritch Hounds?
I'd hope so.
Good. Glad we've established your credibility as we head into this interview. Otherwise, you know, who knows how to take it seriously. Ben, we've had a couple weeks of downtime. Do you feel like the mid lane meta has changed up all that much in the last couple weeks? Couple updates rolling through, or are we expecting more of the same from the end of the phase?
Yeah, the good mages are still good.
Is that Merlin? I know.
Yeah.
Because you've told me you would play Merlin every single game, always, if possible, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
If you could only play one god forever and always, would it be Merlin?
Yeah. Big gap, Merlin.
So is well, we saw a little Merlin in our previous set. You up against Dardes. Dardes has a bit of a unique god pool. Is that something you and your team feel like you're prepared to handle?
Yeah, I feel like for the last 2 years, it's like kind of always have to think about that. He has like these few picks that he's just really good on and makes draft kind of difficult.
Yishel? Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe not for you guys. In general, do you think competitively, you think Yishel is?
I don't think so.
You're not on board with the blind?
Nah. Well, if you're hitting it more than once a game, maybe.
Well, and it's you, so
Yeah.
what? Is that
Well,
once a game, 0 times? On it or off it?
maybe 2, actually.
Maybe once or twice
Yeah.
a game. Overall, look, you guys ended your phase on a bit of a hot streak. It's all chaos over in the order side. I think we talked to your team a lot. Surpassed expectations, but now your expectations are set on this team moving forward. Going up against the Jade Dragons, who have struggled a bit, how do you feel like your play style matches into them specifically?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, fair enough. I imagine you'll favor yourself in this matchup.
Yeah,
though.
I'm pretty confident.
Okay, understood. Benny Q, I think the mid laner for the Eldritch Hounds. Prep for the first matchup. Best of luck, and we'll go back to the desk.
That's right. The Eldritch Hounds are going to have to square off up against the Jade Dragons. A little bit of fun with the interview, talking to Benny Q. When we saw a little bit of Yishel earlier today, had kind of mixed performance, maybe some mixed thoughts through it. A very early struggle. Maybe that was just given the matchup that it had there. And we'll see if maybe that does get kind of picked up as the day goes through there. But I think right to maybe kind of bring up here, Gormizer, the god pool of Dardes is not traditional from a lot of the other mid laners in the league, where most of them are sticking to the standards. You know, your Merlins, you throw your Marticrosses in there if you want to get one of the Hunters. You throw some of those other top mages like the Baba Yaga. But then you have Dardes, and he's just doing whatever he wants to. Things like Hera typically pop in. Discordia also kind of comes to mind when I think of this player. So maybe it does make the drafts a little bit more difficult against the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and I think wholeheartedly so. I mean, even the last time I was just looking at it, like the last game they played against the Dragons, they only matched up against them once because it was cross-division. 3 games, and the last game, Dardes plays AMC, and it's like, who else is playing AMC? They've only played it twice so far, but then, like you said, you start looking at it, and you go, okay, well, there was also Agni picks, and Tiamat picks, and Hera picks, and Morgan Le Fay picks, and I'm not even halfway through the rest of the Dragons list when you're getting there. So it just feels like mid lane has so much stacked behind it that you've got to worry about. And the problem is if you're worried about those so heavily, you kind of let the others slip through, right? You let Lasbra get on something that he's really good at. You let Mike get on something he can control at. So I feel like this team, both the Dragons and the Hounds, have something interesting going for them. The Hounds in the sense that they have been very flexible, I think, all year and kind of showcased that. The Dragons have showcased flexibility, but the consistency of that is what you're really missing out on. Standings-wise, I want to say, 3-7, something like that. Was not glamorous for the Dragons this entire year. 9 total wins in terms of games, 16 total losses. So not really the most successful run for them. Couple of picks that really stand out that I think are going to overlap here between these two teams. But the biggest thing for me today is just to see a Dragons team that is capable, right? I mean, I think we've seen a lot of their high end. I just need to see it more. I feel like we've seen them push games to 53 minutes. We've seen them struggle sometimes with sieges. We've seen them do a lot of these things that are like, okay, you're holding on, you're maybe staying competitive, but like, you're not winning. So change that part, right? And it's so much easier. Like from where I'm sitting, it's very easy to just say that as compared to actually having to enact it. But then you look at some numbers and you're like, okay, well, your most picked God is Hell, and you've lost 2/3 of the games you played on her. That seems like a big red flag to me, right? And so there's things like that where they had some picks and bans that the Dragons were maybe obsessed with. Don't need to be the options here and can maybe find some more flexibility for them. I think the team's capable. I mean, we've seen what these guys can do in the past. I mean, Mike is one of the guys on teams in the last few years who have been known for making the runs during this exact style of event, right? This is the time to shine. But it's been this combination, it's been this blending of this team that just hasn't worked out the way that I think that, well, some people expected, some people didn't expect. That, maybe seems like it could have been a power team, but as of right now, it's left us wanting more, right? Or at least left me wanting more. And I'm hoping that today we get to start seeing what more looks like.
I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the phrase,
that chair's supposed to be empty.
Throw stuff against the wall, see what sticks. Well, now with Dart is in studio, maybe they can find something that actually works out with this team. But it feels sometimes like with the Jade Dragons, they keep trying a bunch of things. They keep, throwing out, throw a dart on the board and say, okay, it lands there. Let's see what we can do with it. And then the dart falls out partway through after it hangs there, and they say, well, maybe we just need a sturdier dart. And they try it again, but they just haven't found something that consistently works with this squad. They haven't really found that true team identity that we're used to. And when we think of the Oni Warriors of old, which is what the core 3 of this team is made up of, at least outside of their jungle and their support. You think of waiting for late game, get those hard scalings, get that real big team fight late. Then you throw in some of the identity in the core that Mike and Lazar brought, which is they run it down very early style of game. And it feels like kind of that clashing of ideologies with this team hasn't really formulated into anything just yet, and they're still trying to kind of work things out. But, I mean, you're right to highlight that when the Dragons and the Warriors get down to these more playoff style of modes, whenever we get into the real tournament setting, this is where the gears are typically turned a little bit faster. Yeah. Things pick up for these squads, and more often than not, making themselves at least into kind of the top 2, top 3 spots for those ones, if not winning out the phase. So I think a step up here for the Jade Dragons is probably the most concerning thing for them and their fans to be able to find a win, not just here, but maybe throughout the entirety of this playoffs.
And it kind of gets glanced over there, but Dardes, and he was on camera, so, maybe
back.
That's not glanced over,
He's
maybe that's
now.
just showcased. Him being in the studio, I think actually does make a huge difference, though, right? A lot of gods that otherwise would suffer in performance or otherwise would suffer from ping, or just not be available to him because of ping and things like that, suddenly available. I mean, we're talking about a pretty nasty god pool to begin with. Now you're talking about one that spans even further, and I think we finally get to see it. Talk to him, what was it, earlier this year, And one of the things he used to describe himself was the fact that he calls himself a playmaker, and I want to see that, right? I want to see the playmaker portion of this team. I want to see the playmaker portion of this mid 3v3 between Lasber, Dardes, and Mike. I think it has a lot of potential. And it's got to come in and show up. I think they're going to need all the stops. I think that if you are looking at this on paper, if you have not watched Phase 1, you're probably favoring the Dragons on name power and a whole lot of other stuff. If you watched Phase 1, I think that this one comes down, honestly, maybe 70-30 in favor of the Hounds. I feel like they have played more consistently. They've played better. They've been better looking. I think that they've had opponents that have been more difficult that they have been able to take down. And so right now I'm looking towards the Hounds as maybe even favored in this matchup. And so I need to see what the Dragons are going to provide. I think having a 5-strong is going to be very important for them.
I mean, you want to talk about flexibility just in their mid laner in general. I mean, talking about Dardes, he's playing picks that I would never try and play on ping. Things like Chronos, Cernanos, Hachiman. Hunters are not the easiest thing to play on ping, but Dardes was playing those to success just prior. But as the picks and bans do roll through for game number 1, Horus, Yamoja, Guan Yu banned by the Dragons. Opposite side, Martikaros, Serket, and Famana opens up for a first pick Hachiman, which we saw a lot in our first set. Not to the greatest success. Typically, the Hachiman doesn't really get the job done necessarily for some of those first pick positions. And then you give over the Hercules and the Aphrodite over to the Eldritch Hounds.
Yeah.
Some strong front line and the ability to keep that one hyper carry style player alive with this Aphrodite pick as well.
I honestly think that I don't know, it didn't win me over last time around. I'm still willing to give it the benefit of the doubt, but first pick to me has to have so much weight behind it and has to have so much going for it to really make it scream worthwhile. I mean, a Hercules and an Aphrodite are definitely going to cause a lot more disruption in the team fights in general. I think a Hercules, honestly, I'm still kind of baffled. He's just been so good, man. But he does kind of, I want to say, I guess, shimmy behind the Hachi here because that's exactly what we see. If Vote's the one playing this, it's got to look impeccable. I mean, it's got to look really good for it. You also get the Tear in the Hell, so I don't think you're off to a bad start. Where this hell goes, though, is what's going to shape my opinions here.
Yeah, because both Dardes and Mike have played this one, and they both hold at least a similar win-loss record on it at least a 33% win rate, although Mike has 2 wins and Dardes only 1 of his 3. So to be determined where this hell goes, if it ends up in Mike's hands or in Dardes. Along with the hell, though, Tyr locked in for the Jade Dragons to go over towards what we can assume to maybe be the solo lane for Nika. And that opens up the Bakasura. You want to talk about giving a pocket pick over with this Afro, something that can just run down the back line and become that hyper carry. Bakasura might fit that bill just fine for the Eldritch Hounds and for Oath. And as the second wave of bans rolls right through, Hebo, Nemesis, Rom, all banned so far. Still one more to the Jade Dragons. No Hunter in sight. Might be a target that the Jade Dragons continue with their bans alongside this Rom.
Marty's still available. I wonder if the Dragons are considering it. I mean, he's not been... Oh, yeah, no, he's first banned. My brain just completely fried. In that case, Heimdall. You start going down the list. There's like 3. I'm actually still of the note. I looked at it again. I don't think Kern looks that bad anymore. I mean, he's definitely not the high priority #1, but you lose a little bit of damage on your heavy glaive. That actually kind of hurts, because again, it was percent damage nerf, 30% to 25% of the basic attack damage on the glaive. But at the same time, that's such a small portion, it feels like, of maybe your encompassing damage. And then Wild Hunt gets half a second taken off of it, right? Instead of 2-second polymorph, it's 1.5, which hurts. But you're still polymorphing people for 1.5 seconds, and it does a decent amount of damage. Your Thorns are still doing a lot. I mean, I feel like he's still got a lot going for him. That the fact that you get hit with a nerf, and sometimes it's kind of like touching a hot stove. You knee jerk back. I don't think that's necessary here. I think you reached out and the stove was off this time, right? And it's like, oh, it's actually not hot at all. I feel like Kern's nerfs weren't that bad. I like seeing him here. I'm surprised maybe to see the Heimdall actually banned out over something like the Kernanos, considering how heavily he was prioritized just a few weeks ago, and considering nothing too crazy. I mean, again, those nerfs are so small that it feels like he could eat them with no big changes.
Yeah, it's one of the things where it's like overall damage output hasn't really gone down much, because if I'm not mistaken, the heavy glaive is just whenever he's in that melee
Yeah,
range and gets
you
that,
have
that,
to be
that,
next to him.
that bonus cleave damage that comes along with
How
it.
often are you doing that in a team fight against players? That's just a farm thing.
That's the 1v1 boxing and dealing with the minion wave kind of deal, but might just be enough to push him down a little bit in priority. We did see how strong Heimdall was earlier on today, so maybe some worry about that, but will be Atlas and Pele. So Hell going to be going over to Dardes in the mid lane, and then Atlas for PBM this time through. Haven't seen a whole lot of success out of Atlas, if I'm not mistaken, Gore. So far in the 4 games he's been played, only a single win, that being by PBM. But haven't seen the greatest performance out of him just yet. But now that we've gotten a full look at the team compositions with this Agni kind of wrapping itself through, how do you kind of feel about both these 2 team compositions for these squads?
Honestly, I like the fact that we're seeing the Hell go mid. I'm going to start off with that because the times we've seen Hell support lately, it's just not been great, right? I feel like this year it hasn't looked too solid, and there were a lot of moments where we're starting to question. I think there were some games that were like, oh, hey, that's why you're picking it right there. That's the moment. But then you see like Paul play it in mid, and you're like, oh, you could be doing that this entire time. And you were, oh, okay, and you were in a different, I don't know why. There were a lot of moments like that where it just, I don't know, it felt like a bizarre disconnect. I think Atlas does a really, like you said, maybe not the best performance overall this last phase, but he does a good job. He's got good CC, a little bit of a global ultimate that works out in your favor. I like Pele in the jungle. Feels like you have a team that can engage, get things done here for the Dragons. And specifically, you have the players that need to carry on gods they can carry with, and players that need to set up on gods that they're going to be very well set up with. If you look towards the Hounds, though, you've got a Hercules, an Agni, an Afro, a Baka. Like, you've got power picks top to bottom, and not only just power picks, but picks that we've seen you perform incredibly well on in the past. I think the Hercules Bakasura is enough to start having me lean a little more in favor of the Hounds, considering what we've seen them do. Oath is an absolute powerhouse, and definitely someone that you have to worry about. I think this has been one of Ducky's better performing gods, just in general. I think the Hercules has been one this year that has really worked out well for the Hounds. And then you look at immunity from the Aphrodite, right? You choose one. You've got 3 good carries around you, a Bakasura, a Kern, and an Agni. More than likely, you want to be connected to the Bakasura. He's going to be diving deep. But if you can give him a second life, a second attempt, all of a sudden he's able to dive in deep, ignore a lot of the damage and burst that's being thrown his way, get some more work done. Kernanos, I think, is going to be able to, like I said earlier, still be pretty powerful. And then there's Agni, who is honestly, I think, maybe not like the #1 mage right now, but if he's not the #1, he is fighting damn hard for that spot because of his damage output, his CC, and his survivability, what we've seen out of him. And again, he's always been this kind of like pinnacle of balance. I feel like what we're seeing out of him right now is just really, really good. And I think that the Hounds have found themselves a composition that works well with itself, has good setup, has good carries, has good survivability. It's kind of bringing everything for me.
The Dragons have struggled during the phase. The Hounds have succeeded during their phase, but it's all going to come down to playoff time now and tournament time. Which team will come out on top? Let's kick it all off with game number 1 with Dulcin and Trelly.
That's right. It's the beauty of Tournament Smite is regardless of what has happened throughout the phase, you now have a best of 5 to move forward in our main bracket. I say that mainly to the Jade Dragons, who have probably performed beneath their expectations, Trelly, but a team in the Jade Dragons that is far too talented to be completely quiet at an event like this. Clearly still carry a lot of fans.
That's wild.
51% of the vote for the Jade Dragons over the Eldritch Hounds, who sit right around 49%. Goodness, I would have gone into this one feeling maybe 60-40 in favor of the Hounds over the Jade Dragons. But who knows? They got Dardes now. Maybe this team has got it all figured out.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think if you were given the percentages beforehand, probably close to 60-40. The Hounds have been looking real solid. If you get to see the drafts and then vote, maybe that leans you a little bit more towards the Dragons. These are all picks that I think the Dragons do like to go to. Seeing Lasbra on pressure, that's always nice. But Oath on the Baka has been problems for teams in the past. You know, he's able to find some quick farm, get to level 5, and he's able to get active, which is a big deal. If your junglers are starting off getting first blood, that usually bodes well for the rest of the team. And I do tend to like what the Hounds are doing as well. The Hercules for Ducky has been a standout performance pretty much since the start of this season. Quig on the Afro, not my favorite pick, but when you're kissed to a Baka, or in this case, an Agni from BennyQ, lots of damage that could be coming through later. In this duo lane, not ones to sit back. You know, they do like to get active. Quig and Coast are trying to find fights whenever possible. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to out-pressure Mike and Vote at the moment, but maybe once you get some abilities online, once you hit level 4, even level 5, it does start to become a little bit easier.
Love a brawl, 2v2 over in mid. Oath will get out, so will BennyQ. Knock up from Lasbra was just around the side. It's always interesting to interview BennyQ, isn't it? I said, BennyQ, how do you match up into the Jade Dragons? And he looked at me and said, I don't know. So we'll find out. How does your playstyle match up? And he said, I'm not sure.
He's not one to give you the fake answers, though, which I appreciate.
And you know what? This is important, you know, advice to anyone in life. Whether you're going through an interview process, you're working at your job, pretending like you know something is rarely a good thing, right? I mean, being able to admit, hey, I'm not so sure, but let me go find out for you.
Yeah.
Is usually a pretty good way of answering those questions. I like to think that's what BennyQ is thinking. You know, Dave, I'm not sure how we match up, but let me go find out for you. I got a quick best of 5 to play, and I'll get back to you in the post-game interview is how I imagine BennyQ answering that question.
It's just so easy to say, you know, well, we got to play our brand of Smite. You know, they're a good team. We're going to try and find pressure on the map, play smart objectives, and, you know, we feel good about our chances.
Maybe it's a bad question by me. Maybe it was too open-ended.
Well, I think these darn SPL players don't want to reveal their strats pre-game, which is smart. There's a lot on the line. You know, Masters is a big deal.
Well, you know, Mike, he's tuned in to the stream, right? He's listening to that interview.
Not only is he tuned in, he's one of the few players that'll give us the nitty-gritty. He'll be like, well, first and foremost, I'm going to diff Quig. That's easy. I'm the best support in the league. Also, my whole team, if they throw, it's their fault. I'm nuts. We'll see you guys at the...
Third of all, stop interviewing me, please.
Exactly.
Nobody wants this.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But then he gives us interviews like that, and we have no choice but to go back. Mike will have his hands full, as you've mentioned, between Quig and Porsche Coast over in duo. Atlas relatively out of the standard support rotation, and I'd argue Mike's rotation at that. But still a pick that we've seen find some success in the SPL this year. Actually, a couple games in mid with BennyQ on the other side of this matchup, but we've had a lot of conversation about Mike and Mike's God Pool and what is Mike playing. Should he give up on the mage supports, go back to the Guardians? Are you looking for warrior-style supports with Mike? This is the type of set, a best of 5, where you can kind of pick, counter-pick. You build more of a storyline in picks and bans, where Mike will be able to find a bit more of an identity. I'm going to pull onto Oath right now to start things off. Oath, though, needs the Undying Love. Looks like it avoided the stun that Vote sent forward. Vote does not have dash, does not have ultimate. Little more damage from Lasbra.
Wow.
And one last shot from Vote finds its way in. And the Jade Dragons in a 3v3 brawl on left, able to pick up first blood.
Man, my guess is O thought he was good because I saw his blink flash up. He had a moment there where he was able to blink out. Either A, he thought he was fine, or B, he thought the kiss from Quig was necessary and tried to wait for it. But was able to juke out the ult from Lasbra, and that should have been enough. He ate a lot of damage. It was a great grab by Mike that forced out that damage, forced out that fight. You are giving first blood over to Vote, which is dangerous, especially on this Hachi, man. With the buffs this guy's received, is extremely good in the 1v1. The boxing just helps out so much, and finishing up that Dev Gauntlets first goes a long way. So the Jade Dragons are going to have a lot of pressure on the left side of the map, and we've seen how easy that an early first blood in duo can translate into an early Gold Fury. Just a little bit of pressure, pushing Coast and Quig underneath the tower. Maybe Quig rotates out because he realizes there's not much that can get done. And then you just leave a lot of that map state, and here comes Lasbra again.
I don't think he's got Undying Love. Sure doesn't. Lasbra blinks over the wall and ganks duo once more. We talk a lot about Lasbra. Think about early in the phase as well, when the Jade Dragons had not started their landslide down. A lot of it was around Lasbra and the great brand of Smite that he was playing. And the conversation was, what types of gods can he do that on? Pele has always been one of those types of picks for Laz, alongside the Cirquettes of the jungle world. Those styles of picks, Pele's right in there. And that's just a heads-up play. The Ultra Challenge not having their purple buff warded, unfortunately, fall prey to another gank. And an early Soul Eater's now gotten a few stacks.
Certainly has. And that's going to bode well for your healing later on, which Lasbra definitely appreciates. Just goes well with Pele's kit. But as I said, I'm curious if Quig decides to rotate out early. That's the real question. Now that this lane is essentially dead, Coast could still find some pressure, but there's going to be a lot of sitting underneath tower and not really looking to fight. Does the Afro leave and say, hey, I'm going to let you solo farm, good luck, I'm going to look for pressure elsewhere? Or does Quig stay here, sap farm, sort of babysit, and try and make sure the left side of the map doesn't just go away? It does seem like the Jade Dragons want to keep the pressure up. They are constantly positioned on the north side of the map, staying very high in enemy territory. And there's probably another gank heading over to Duo here. Look how far up Quig and Coast are. This could be dangerous.
Wow, and they have it's all Jade Dragons wards on this side of the map. Quig has Undying Love, uses it early, but man, he's gonna fall once more. The Wild Hunt actually looks nice from Coast. Gets the beads off of Vote. Maybe Vote sensing that Oath was in and maybe could have gotten a return kill. I think the wards tell you enough of a story here, Trelly. It's an arc of 3 wards for the Jade Dragons on the Hound side of the jungle. And it's the exact pathing that the Dragons were able to use. And now this has just gotten simple for the Dragons over on left. And you imagine Gold Fury, not right now, but in the next few minutes in consideration, just because of the state of the left side.
Well, I want to be clear.
Okay, be clear.
I look foolish now because I said that the Hounds would stay back because that lane is dead.
Yeah, but just because they didn't doesn't make you
right,
look
I'm
foolish.
just saying it was the objective right call, and now it looks like Coast dashes forward, trying to find the kill onto Mike.
Gotta
Couple
get it.
more autos will do it, but he does not have the damage. Benny Q makes a good rotation over, not able to find that kill. But yeah, staying back would have been a smart call. That's not in the Hounds playbook. Once again, getting aggressive in the duo lane. They do not care. They said Lasper's not here. Maybe we can get aggressive, make a play. Benny Q rotates out. Doesn't pay off for him, but still does open up some space on the left side of the map.
Now, Coast still doesn't have his ultimate. Used it on the 3-man gank to try to save Quig. I'm really splitting hairs here. If there's a Wild Hunt there, maybe it catches Mike. And Vaporish Coast is able to pick up the first kill of the game for the Eldritch Hounds, but neither here nor there because Mike lives on and the ultimate wasn't available for Vaporish Coast. Finally, a ward drops for the Hounds in the purple side of the duo lane. It's really just, the bracer from Quig is what I'm spotting out. And now, a more official ward is there as well. So the Hounds should be a bit more safe over on left. Which will leave Lasper up to farming up a bit. They haven't really had time to check into the solo lane matchup, Trelly. This combination of gods a bit more frequent now, Tyr and Hercules. Some recent changes to Tyr. You can find a stun on his ultimate. Depending on what stance you're in when you leap in. And I'm all for a Tyr meta. I think it's a really dynamic pick, and I think Nika the type of player that can really play Disruptor, which is what you need to be doing on this pick.
Yep, it is a playmaker at the very least, but you're safe in lane. You shouldn't be having too much problems up against a Hercules. It's just what I found is the contagion is so annoying when you're Tyr. It's not going to be gone here. Ducky actually goes for the full regrowth. Could have been a possibility, though. So many instances of proccing that ability, especially in lane, and the anti-heal helps out. But it looks like not going to be an issue here for Nika. Going into the Transcendence, this is a build we've seen pop up. Specifically on the Tyrs and the Guan Yus of the world, you get a little damage online. So hey, I'm already very safe. I have CC immunity. I've got lots of movement. Why not try and 100 to 0 some carries once I'm able to rotate out? See if that's a possibility for Nika. Won't be coming online for a while, but definitely shows that he's feeling fine in lane against Ducky and doesn't fear his life at the moment. But the Hounds are fearing nothing as they step into the Gold Fury, but the Jade Dragons know this is coming. They've got the rotation.
It's just a faster grouping from the Eldritch Hounds, and the Hounds will get the Gold Fury, but a fight to be had after the fact.
See ya.
Quig has used his ult, and it only delays the inevitable. Benny Q now chased down by Dardes. Where's the burst of damage? It's not there. Benny will dash away. That said, Polar Bear Mike has a roundabout entry into the Tier 1 tower of the Eldritch Hounds. It looks like Benny Q will survive. And so it actually ends up being Eldritch Hounds Gold Fury, and you only lose your support, despite the Jade Dragons truly building up a bit of a lead over on left.
I'm wondering if anything else comes from it. Oath did proc the Butcher Blades, decided not to go in with them. And Dardes is absolutely swinging. I thought there was going to be more of a chase down there. The Eldritch Hounds recognized they had burn, they had map pressure. And it was a bit of a 50-50, but not too much damage built here for the Atlas just yet. Mike was not able to go for the steal, so in that case, ends up being pretty worth there for the Hounds. The Jade Dragons want to try and get the Pyromancer. Not too much steal potential besides the Boulder, and it's too late.
It is, but there's a Runic Bomb still sitting. The Jade Dragons haven't been able to get their prize. Mike could be the prize for the Hounds. Looks like he will be. Ducky finally notches a kill for the Eldritch Hounds. Nika doubles back and ends up picking up the Runic Bomb. So at least the Jade Dragons able to get the objective. So trailing now in the last couple minutes, we've seen supports traded out for objectives on either side of the map. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, largely doesn't really end up changing much. It's the 2-level lead for Vote and the 3-kill lead we must keep our eyes on. Lasbra made dual lane waves early in this game, but has since had to slow down a bit. Now looking for his next target.
I love talking about the ins and outs, the very small investments you can make in Smite. Things like chalices,
Small
for
investors
example.
For passive income?
Yeah, where you know, buying low, selling high, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. The great buzzwords of Smite.
And Nika and Mike have both purchased ward chalices, right? That puts them 800 in the hole.
Yep.
But now they don't have to buy wards for the rest of the game. That's going to slowly help them out. They've got crazy vision. They should have constant objective wards, which is interesting because the Gold Fury got snuck from them.
Because
But
they got it stolen, right?
yeah, I digress. It will start to pay off later on. But because Nika picked up the Runic Bomb, I was like, oh no, with this chalice, he's not going to be able to get wards. No, he didn't buy a chalice. He got a ward chalice, so we'll lose a little bit of sustain. But again, it didn't seem like he was ever too worried. Maybe a gank on a Ducky, though.
Could be. And a fight happening on left. Ducky should fall here. Nika's got ultimates. He got the chase down. That's a kill for the Jade Dragons on right. But it's answered back by the Hounds over on the left side. Forces beads off of Vote. And a cleanse from Dardes, who held on to both relics. Eldritch Hounds now going eye for an eye on a couple of these kills. Few waves happening on right. Early Runic Bomb usage from Nika as well. This will open up the map just a bit further. And maybe allow Lasbra to have a bit more of a presence over on the right side. So Tower may be the big difference maker in this last trade.
Certainly could be. As Ducky goes back to base, recognizes he might need a little bit more FizzD. And he does end up picking a Sunder in that second slot. I was curious if he was fearing for his life. Does not seem like it. Doesn't need a survivability relic. Doesn't need a blink. He's getting Sunder to try and blow up some of these tankier targets on the side of the Jade Dragons. Mike's getting surrounded here by 4. How long can he survive? It looks like a lot of damage coming his way, but he will be fine thanks to the cleanse from Dardes. The Jade Dragons might want to try and chase this down, though, because Nika has arrived.
Yeah, Nika's here. Blinks forward. Shoves Quig aside. No pick for the Jade Dragons. They were hoping to fight, maybe grab a kill right before the Fury respawns in 15 seconds. Can't get that done. So maybe a bit of pressure applied over in mid. Mike has fallen both times on the Jade Dragon side of things. He's picked up 4 assists out of 5 kills in the meantime. Tied for top kill participation in the game. Mike will get a bit tankier. Right now only 12 stacks in the Prophetic. Stone of Binding. We're not unused to seeing Atlases build a little damage at some point in the build, so I'll keep my eyes peeled on what Mike is building. Vote wants a solo. He'll get the beads from Vaporish Coast and the ultimate. Lasbra had blink, but gets the timer set, and Ducky pulls half of Laz's HP and ultimate. Value trade from the Hercules over towards left. I wonder if that's enough presence for the Eldritch Hounds to just pull this primal.
I mean, you said it, Lasbra had blink. That's a very easy ability to just blink away from. It seemed like he didn't want to use it, but ends up ulting out anyways, so doesn't end up being a worth trade. As you said, the Hounds do feel confident. They are going to start the pull. Remember, Coast doesn't have beads anymore.
Doesn't, and might have a Pele lurking instead. Oath is initiated on Lasbra. Dardes cleans up Ducky in the meantime. Laz has lived, but not long enough for his team to come help him out. The thorns on the ground from Vaporish Coast enough to trade out 1 for 1, but the Jade Dragons now, remember, they've got sustain. They've got healing from Dardes. Or keep these health bars nice and full. BennyQ's in range. He would be the real steal potential, but he'll think twice. He'll head back. 1 for 1 trade, but a Primal Fury for the Jade Dragons. So now the Dragons, on a couple of instances, Trelly, they've gone 1 for 1. They've lost the guy over here. They picked up a kill over there, but they've gotten towers, they've gotten objectives. It's that one extra thing after the fights that has made a bit of a difference. Now a kill on a BennyQ. Really the beads, the difference maker. Hounds, though, will go the opposite of the initial trade and pick up the Pyro after losing the Fury.
Yep, both carries on the sides of the Eldritch Hounds. Not looking too good relic-wise. In fact, no one really on the Hounds are looking great relic-wise. It's pretty much just BennyQ's Aegis. Everyone else says, hey, we don't want to fight, which means the Jade Dragons can step forward and attempt a tier 1 tower. That's going to go uncontested. But a Runic Bomb in pocket for Oath, maybe that comes in a little bit later in the game. He's not going to be able to use it now. But usually in situations like this, Oath does not group up. He does not team fight. He does what you're seeing now. He says, hey, I'm going to steal some farm over on right. Do you mind if I push some waves? I'll get some towers. When I come back, I'm going to be level 20. Like, we cannot try and engage with the Bakasur with 2 items. It's just not going to work out. The rest of the enemies are just too far ahead. I mean, you can tell. Oath is trying to deal with Dardes. He steps up, gets half health, says, all right, that was fun. Not going to do that anymore. I need more itemization. And it's probably the smart call. The Jade Dragons are in the driver's seat of this game so far, with both neutral objectives gone and Fire Giant uncontested for the time being. It's just going to be who can get free farm in the meantime. And because, again, the relics on the side of the Hounds are down, it's not going to be them stepping forward anytime soon.
No, it won't. Lasbra has largely been kept in check. If I'm thinking about the player who's been stepping forward a lot, again, you go back to the 3 or 4 kills Lasbra was able to get going on left. It was a 3 and then the 1 on right for a total of 4. But the Pele has been searching for those targets here as of late, has not been able to find them. Erentite added into the build. I wondered if Dardes, we're looking at builds across the board, wondered if Dardes would follow the Paul school of thought. A little regrowth in the build, a little defense.
Little sickle.
A little sickle maybe at some point. Because Paul was still swinging that game, if I remember correctly, despite some defensive itemization. And really felt unkillable by the end of the game. And this is, look, Dardes is not at that unkillable status, but thinking about Dardes makes me think of the storyline that we've been following with the Dragons. It's been, Dardes is not here, this team looks a bit lost. Maybe they'll get things together when the team is all together. And at least early indicators, and this is about as early as it gets for the game 1 of a best of 5. Early indicators seem to be they've got something figured out with this team comp specifically.
Yep. I think Dardes, as you said, not unkillable, but about as close as you can get at the moment, just because there's no threat on the side of the Hounds except for BennyQ, and he hasn't been really getting too close to this Agni, just trying to stay away, cleanse his teammates whenever necessary, and walking up and half-healthing Oath, just like that, whenever he gets the opportunity to. Does not pull beads there, but did use the ultimate for the CC immunity, so Oath's not going to have that for a little bit longer. And it does seem like these fights are being attempted whenever the Gold Fury's about to spawn back in. The Hounds step up, they try and get vision on Oracles. The Jade Dragons are there. They meet them halfway, pull an ultimate, pull a relic, something like that. But Oath was able to grab at least the bladed boomerang. That's trying to buff this Bakasura's damage. I've seen a lot of Quig being kissed to Oath recently. Doesn't seem like the top damage dealer on the side of the Hounds, but the only one who might need that safety in order to do damage. BennyQ's safe. He's got plenty of range. He can poke from a distance, but Oath has to get up close and personal to do his damage, so probably smart that Quig sticks around. But look at where the Hounds are posturing. They've got a lot of presence on the right side of the map. I'm curious if they're waiting for an attempt, but it looks like Nika's not waiting.
Nika lets BennyQ know exactly where he is, and Lasbra's got gap close. Blink plus ultimate, and the Wild Hunt mitigated by the sustain of Dardes. Might still be some more chase here from the Jade Dragons. My goodness, BennyQ got about as far away from that fight as you possibly can. But double blinks, double gap close between a Tyr and a Pele means the entire lane is not safe. Fortunately for BennyQ, that'll be his first death here this game. Now, what are the Jade Dragons able to do? Maybe open up the map a bit further. Lasbra's got some assistance. Nika rounding behind the dual lane of the Eldritch Hounds. For now, it's just Pyro. But positioning might tell you that word clearing and Fire Giant Trelly is considered. Is this the right call?
Seems like it's pretty free. Ducky will be able to walk up. It's just trying to stop the boulder, and you've got plenty of CC to do so. It looks like Ducky's not going to show himself. He's just going to go for the steal attempt. So for the Jade Dragons, this is free, right? They've got no idea. It's all about timing here for Ducky.
Ducky. Is it just a boulder, or no, it's not a rock.
Nope.
And it's the Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons and the Gold Fury for the Eldritch Hounds. Lasbra will get the ultimate off of Quig as well. Dragons, of course, will take a Fire Giant for a Fury every single day of the week, and I love the aggressive call from the Dragons team. And Trelly, this has been a team where games have dragged on. It's been one of the longest average game time teams in the league.
Oh, yeah.
this has been a faster-paced Jade Dragons.
Yep, you're 100% right. This is the kind of change-ups we need to see from the Jade Dragons if we're to believe that they're a top-seeded team. And so far, I've liked everything that we've seen. The early aggression, playing to these objectives. Sure, they let a couple slip through because the Elder Towns just got there sooner. But it's been a lot of aggressive plays, a lot of blinks in, a lot of just forcing relics, which is trying to create space. And it's been working out for them. Now that they've got FG, left side of the map is the target. This is usually when I would expect to see Oath just ignoring his team, but it looks like it's actually Coast who he's trying to split push. There's a reason you don't send your ADC to do this work, because they don't win 1v1s usually.
Coast has his actives and his ultimate, but Lasbra dodges all the damage from Coast's ult. It's either going to be Lasbra or it's going to be Nika. Right now it's looking like Nika. Aegis though used after the fact. Takes a minute, but Oath, he gets sundered now and tossed aside. Coast uses just about everything at his disposal outside of the beads. He gets 2 targets down to half, but neither of the targets down to empty. Dragons will clean up the ADC from the Eldritch Hounds and shove down a couple of towers on this map. Great value early on from this Fire Giant buff. They were initially at a gold deficit, but I think some towers here will start to pick that back up.
Certainly will. The Jade Dragons have not stopped those aggressive plays, and it's all about not giving the Elder Towns an inch, right? Coast went for a Bastion and a Tier 1 tower. And Lasbra and Nika said, nope, you don't get those. We're going to grab all 3 Tier 2s if possible, and we're not even going to try and give you 100 gold for free. In this case, doesn't end up working out. Coast drops, and you lose your Aegis in the process. I'm surprised about the Phoenix call, but I like the aggression, right? The Jade Dragons, they don't have a full grouping here. They recognize that it was a bit of a split engagement. Maybe they try to go for that left side bird. No way they had the damage to do so, but it was a bit of, just checking to see how long it would take for the response time there of the Eldritch Hounds, who are not going to let the base be broken so easily. So now full-on retreat call here for the Dragons, but you said it yourself. The problem has been sieging. I think we've all noticed that. The Jade Dragons get to this point, not relatively easy, but they do get here a lot. It's been, how do you translate that into breaking the base? And Ghost once again dashes forward, forcing out the ultimate. Not going to find a kill, but Boat does have to use the cavalry charge, or the mounted archery to get away.
Coast uses beads there. He might have seen something that I just didn't, but now nearly 3 minutes. 2.5 at least without the beads for Vaporish Coast, which is going to be iffy if this Fire Giant gets pulled immediately by the Jade Dragons, which it maybe should. Although Fire Giant and Fury, they'll be coming up around the same amount of time. Hound's got the last Fury. Dragons got the last FG. The Dragons can really min-max the map. The Hounds have a lot of damage. They might be able to burn the FG if left alone with it for too long. And the ward coverage on that side isn't the best just yet. Maybe as hinted at by a trap the Eldritch Hounds have set for Nika, but he'll spring the trap, get out just fine with the cheese. And a Pyromancer pull for the Jade Dragons. Adds a Runic Bomb, which will help us sieging here in just a bit of time. The Hounds are playing very cautiously back on their side of the jungle.
Rightfully so. Nika just ulted forward into 3 just because he could. He's like, hey, I was able to step forward, try and pull a relic. But Nika doesn't have Aegis for a little bit longer. And I'm guessing the Jade Dragons wanted to go for Fire Giant immediately, so not a bad time to ult in. Nika does lose a bit of that engage, but still has the Blink and a Sunder available. Dardas is taking a lot of damage, though. He's got plenty of heal, so should be able to heal up just fine.
Takes a whole heap of poke from the Eldritch Hounds. One more rotation of those abilities, though, will get that health bar right back towards full. Lasbra lurking, hunting. He's picked up a Spectral Armor, so he's imagining if he's going to brawl out with Oath a little bit. He wants those crits to swing just a little bit less, and it's exactly what's happened. I'm thinking, without that Spectral, Lasbra is in a bit more trouble. Oath will use his ult, Lasbra will use his as well. Blink, though, down from Oath. That's the difference maker in this fight. So a bit of defense in the build for Laz. Maybe he's sensing, Charlie, there's going to be plenty of 1v1s in the jungle at the end of this game.
Yep, it is a fight that you usually would not be willing to take, even from ahead. Bakasura just gained so much value in the 1v1. The Flaming Blink in from Mike. And it looks like the dive is coming through.
Double stun in from Nika, but the Polymorph instant from Vaporish Coast, but it simply hasn't been enough. Lasbra's joined the fight quicker than Oath has been able to, and Nika has controlled this pre-objective fight to the tune of 2 kills, 1 on either side of the map for the Eldritch Hounds. Solo, ADC, both dealt with. And now it's a double back for the easy FG.
Yep, Nika can do no wrong. He's stepping forward, he's creating space, he's unkillable, and he's 4-0.
But how many wards does he place, Trelly?
I would assume a heck of a lot because he's got that ward chalice locked and loaded.
11.
Yep, and it's not gonna stop. Once he goes back to base, he gets 2 more. And it looks like the Jade Dragons are running it right down right side of the map. And look, Nika knows they're on the Fury, and he's going to stop some backs here. I have to assume Benny Q gets away, but Quig, no shot. He's back. And oh, the Sundering Blast. No. AoE, make sure to stop that back. So 1 Phoenix goes down for absolute free.
Should. Oath close by. Oath's smarter than a player who's going to jump in. It was 22 wards placed by Quig, by the way. Diffing everyone. But Jade Dragons are able to min-max the early portion of their Fire Giant buff, and they've all got nearly 2,000 gold to go back and spend up. Deal with the right side Phoenix. Is this a matter of scaling here, Trelly? Do the Hounds even have that going in their favor? Or is the 8,000 gold lead simply too out of control for the compositions that are built?
I'm not going to say that the game going later wouldn't help the Hounds. It certainly would. It's just the Jade Dragons, I feel, have not hit all of their power spikes. Mike is building some damage here. Vote still has some itemization he would like to get online. A lot of these players traditionally have been foregoing the upgrade toward their relics to try and get a 3k pot, all of which would still benefit the Jade Dragons. They just have so much more gold in hand, or about that they've been earning, and they just backed and spent it all. So that lead becomes very prominent here. If the Elder Towns can hold the door and keep the rest of their Phoenixes alive and fight an Enhanced Fire Giant, yeah, that'd be great. But that's asking a lot here. 2 Phoenixes up, and the Jade Dragons have the opportunity to play this slow and wait for the right side minions to push forward. Once again, Nika probably the one who wants to initiate this fight. Blink to the back line, start with an ult, pop some Sunders, all of which have been very difficult for the Elder Towns to deal with, even without having a right side Phoenix down.
It's like a matter of time. Mike has finally gotten tanky enough to where he feels like he can just step forward. And he's also started to build a little bit of damage. Damage Atlas, something the Elder Towns know plenty about. Their mid laner, Benny Q's built it a few times this year. Mike will prefer the outcome of what this game looks like, however. It should be a resounding Game 1 win for the Jade Dragons. It all started on left with Lasber early in this game, often in this game. Now we transition to talking about Nika just a bit. Tier with Blink and Sunder. Going up and over, finding stuns. Importantly, taking beads away. We'll try to shove Ducky aside. Won't do so. Luckily, won't take that much damage in trade. Fire minions are on right, but there's only 20 seconds left on this FG buff, Trelly. Runic Bomb there for Dardes, but unsure if that's enough to really soften up this defense for the Hounds.
That's what I'm talking about. The Jade Dragons, I mean, you get the right side Phoenix, that's all well and good, but it will spawn up here shortly. It's very easy to step forward to defend that Phoenix while trying to defend EFG. And it looks like the Jade Dragons are backing up here. Not the greatest siege attempt, but they don't want to bite off more than they can chew. Not without Enhanced Fire Giant. That is when things become a lot easier. So the Elder Towns have done the hard part, right? That was making sure that you don't lose another bird before EFG. Now someone can push up right, and the rest of the team can go for their defense. The issue, however, is that if you fight for EFG, you haven't been winning your fights, right? If it's not underneath Phoenix, it has not been a very even trade. 10-3 hasn't been looking too good here for the Hounds. So winning an Enhanced Fire Giant fight is going to be the most difficult part. Maybe you go for a steal attempt and try and get out. But there is a lot of movement speed, a lot of chase down potential here from the Jade Dragon. So if you step up, it's got to be all or nothing. You got to say, hey, we're going in for the steal, we're going in for the fight, or we are going to retreat and just try and turtle against this Enhanced Fire Giant once it spawns in. And that does seem to be the call. The Elder Towns are stepping forward. Benny Q's clearing out those fire minions. And that right side bird will spawn in any second. Enhanced Fire Giant just touched down. And it's the Jade Dragons first to arrive. They're looking for some engage, trying to pull some relics. So far, everything's available except for Nika's Blink. That means the Hounds are going to have to deal with one more wave of fire minions at the very least. And the Jade Dragons know this. They're sieging forward. They're not going for any objectives.
They want to fight. This is the Jade Dragons fans have been waiting to see. One where Nika's allowed to spearhead and the team can really follow in behind. They won't find their pick before the Enhanced Fire Giant, however. However, they should feel comfortable should a fight break out. So Benny Q from range can cause some trouble. Right now it's Nika who's learning that the hard way. Fire Giant down to half, and it's reset by the Jade Dragons. Polar Bear Mike's been left alone.
He's gone.
And man, Benny Q has opened up the killing here with the opening pick for the Eldritch Hounds. Jade Dragons, I guess just a bit on a different page there. PBM crippled in place by Oath, and there was no escaping. Can the Eldritch Hounds now turn it around and pick up the FG?
One more fire wave going down that right side, so that Phoenix could drop. Nika finally does get chucked out, and it looks like they're sieging forward. Lasbra's got big damage.
Lasbra doesn't die, but neither does Coast or Oath. Razor thin margins in the health bar for Lasbra. Benny Q starting to put up those damage numbers, Trelly. Top of the game by about 5,000 over his ADC, but about 7,000 over anyone else in this game. I mean, you're near full build on an Agni, you've got range, you've got poke. You expect those numbers to be exactly where they are. So it's going to be poke versus sustain battle is what we imagine. Can Benny Q out-poke the sustain that Dardes might supply? Lasbra has rejoined the fight. So has Nika. Nika flips over the wall. Dardes rolls forward, but it's right into a boulder. Lasbra's dealt with Benny Q. That's your top damage dealer in the game. He's got a double kill. All the while, it's a fight for the Jade Dragons to regain control and regain stability around the FG.
It looks like the Hounds just lose everything. That was a 5v4. Mike made it out of base and sent his ult through, but that was just about it. And they're just sieging forward. The Jade Dragons, they don't care. Ducky's back gets stopped. And now Mike's going to chase him to the ends of the earth. It's going to be Coast trying to keep this alive, and one grab will stop that teleport. It's Coast versus the world. He's got to keep his Titan alive.
But now it's the Jade Dragons who really dominate the early game, have a slight stumble towards the end, but are able to make the win happen nonetheless. And they'll take a Game 1 lead here in this best of 5. Trelly, it's maybe the best look at the Jade Dragons we've gotten all season long.
Yep, I was a big fan of the Hell. Big damage. The cleanses were on point. I think that Dardes was looking clean. And then in this case, Nika on the tier. I mean, there was no answer. It was content of the backline. Lasbra finds the delete key, which is what they've been looking for to start that siege. I mean, it just really did seem like they were playing slow, right? They still had to be, they get the right side Phoenix. They still had to make sure they were playing as smart as they could. But once they opened the door, there was one throw where they dropped Mike, and then they just found the 5v4. It was the fight just lined up so perfectly.
It's a great start early from Laz. Again, you talk about the kind of transition plan that you set for games like this. Lasbra getting active early. You set up the duo lane for success. That eventually the baton gets passed to Nika, who's starting off the fights, getting involved. Lasbra with a massive dive, though, late in this game. Picks up a double kill. Nika gets a kill on the other side of the fight. The Jade Dragons able to make good on what was a great start. Game 1 of the Jade Dragons. Game 2, it's up in the air, and it's coming up next.
The upward trend continues for the Jade Dragons. They've notched game number 1 of their best of 5 against the Eldritch Hound as a win for themselves. If you want to support the Jade Dragons, the Eldritch Hounds, or any team in the SPL, then you can go over to shop.hirezstudios.com/SPL. And thanks to our good friends over at Skulls, you can pick up a jersey, hoodie, t-shirt, and all kinds of apparel for the SPL. Once again, brought to us by our friends over at Skulls. Thank you so much for joining us once again in the season. If you want recommendations, at least for me, I know we're not supposed to have bias of any teams, but if we're going just by personal looks bias, I think, in my opinion, the Ravens kind of win out in the jersey department this time through. It's solid colors as a look there. But if you want to support anytime, now that you've had a full phase to kind of look at some of these players, get familiar with the teams, find your favorite through, what better time than right here before playoffs and moving in towards Masters as well to try and pick up one of those jerseys for your teams. But, Gore, game number 1, Jade Dragons is just completely commanding this one through.
Yeah.
Early game, a couple of quick kills over to the Dragons, and from there, able to continue to snowball this game in their favor towards the late game.
Yeah, it's a story in 2 parts. Part 1 is Lasbra, and Part 2 is Nika, and that's pretty much it, right? I mean, you get the jungle starting off to, I think, a very stellar start. The Pele has a lot of phenomenal moments, and when you have the lulls from Lasbra throughout that game, Nika is a shining pillar for the Dragons to help bring things forward. I think that you're going to see a lot of similar highlights and a lot of this. I think that you do get a lot. I mean, Haji looked really good for vote. You cannot really gloss over that one. I think that it was very important. I also think that the front line and the healing is definitely a huge factor for why this team was able to find success. But the ones that were at the forefront of the success were going to be coming out of the solo lane. I think Nika just looked phenomenal. And again, when things maybe got a little rough overall for the Dragons in parts of that game, Nika more or less kind of got his hand on the wheel and said, we are not losing this. We are not throwing. We are not going to put ourselves in a position where the Hounds find their way back in. And after such a dominant early game, you tend to have a little bit of leeway in the late game. Like, you can make a couple of mistakes. And dominant is the only word I would use for the early game here. I think it just looked incredibly good. Again, mid, you maybe get a couple of clapbacks from the Hounds. But by the time we got towards the end of the game, it was just nothing but strength coming down from the Dragons. I think every single one of them gets to look good. Every single one of them gets to put something out there. Damage is spread pretty equally across the board for them. And they didn't have a lot of opportunities to maybe make and pump the numbers up to make them look even better because they were just winning so hard for a majority of that one. Unfortunately, on the other side, I mean, you look at it like Benny, Agni into Hell is always going to feel a little rough, right? Because the cleanse is just going to undo any of your CC, especially if it's just single target. If Hell's not in there, then good luck. And if Hell is in there, then you have just enough time to pop a cleanse right before the stun actually goes through, which can then help you with the reset. So that one felt like an unfortunate matchup. We didn't get to see much from the Bakasura, but the dual lane didn't really shine either. It just feels like a lot of stumbles for the Hounds.
Yeah, and for the picks and bans in Game 2, I wonder what adaptations are going to be made for some of these teams out here. For the Eldritch Hounds specifically, I wonder then, maybe Gore, if we see this Hell ban, while not the most well-performing god over in the support role, has been shown by Dardes, by Paul in the past, that still has a place in that mid. We could maybe eliminate some of that healing that does come from that mid lane, some of that big damage burst that can come from the Hell as well, as shown by Dardes in that game. So I wonder if maybe there would be some priority to banning that one away. I'm also personally just going to say, not a fan of the Aphrodite in support. With all the nerfs that have come her way, with some of the change-ups that have happened in her itemization, just feels like she's not quite all there anymore, and it hasn't been a very winning god for the Eldritch Hounds.
That's the other key factor, right? Like, Afro right now is question marks, right? Is she still good? Is she not? I mean, we've seen, look, Jake playing her has a little bit of a pass. Hurry playing her has a little bit of a pass. Most of the other players, and notice that those are the top two from each division, or the top one from each division, the ones that went straight to Masters, that aren't having to deal with any of the seeding because they were just better throughout the phase. Although maybe a little closer for the Ravens. But then you come to this, and like you said, maybe there's some itemization changes you don't like. There were teams that I was already not a big fan of the Aphrodite to begin with. Go back a few weeks and we're talking about a 28% win rate for her, and 2 of those wins were Hurry, 2 of those wins were Jake. And so you're looking at it here, and much like you had said, we were talking about this coming into this room and into the break. Now 0 for 4 when Quig is piloting the Aphrodite. It's not just it doesn't look that great. It's like, no, after 4 games, it's not a coincidence, man. Like, you're just not winning on this pick. It's not providing for your team what maybe you need. In the ideal world, you've got 10 games of data plus to be able to truly say, is this good or not? But I think after 4, especially if they're all losses, and we'd have to go back and look to see how much trouble it has truly caused, but is it enough? It slows things down. It does empower. In theory, it's great, because if I had a god that would make Oath just be better, in theory, that's going to carry you out. There's definitely a lot more that goes wrong in that game. You can't just point it all at the Aphrodite. But the Aphrodite has been a very common factor in some of the losses for the Hounds. And so I think actually the Dragons may be doing the Hounds a favor here, forcing Quig onto something that could be a little stronger. You also got rid of the Yamoja, though, which is going to maybe slow that roll out of the support. I'm really excited, I guess, to see where they go. Wouldn't be upset watching Quig play something like a Terra, considering what we've been seeing. Still have a personal bias towards Maui. I recognize it's a personal bias. Has nothing to do with the Pro League. I just really like the guy. And I think that in the right hands, in the right composition, that's the other key. The right comp that you're playing into, he can look pretty good.
Well, as for the bans, along with the Afro and the Emoji, Horus was the final ban for the Dragons. So all focusing over on Quig in the support role, maybe right to do so, trying to limit his god pool. Bans for the Hounds with the Serket, Hell, and Hachiman, but it gives over a first pick for the Mana. Now, coming into this patch, a 5.2, or no, 10.5. Wow, 5.2. Where am I? Well, how many
I'll tell you where you are.
5 years
5
in the past.
years ago. And in the spring,
Yeah,
nonetheless.
I might even still be in the winter at that point. Though, the 10.5 bonus patch a few nerfs coming over towards Vamana through his passive, through his ultimate, just trying to weaken him overall on the curve, but still, at least as of the first couple of games, have seen a lot of ban and pick priority towards him now. It's his first pick for the day and for the playoffs, along with Terra and Merlin for the Hounds. Merlin, a comfort pick for Benny Q, as mentioned in the interview, said that it's probably the widest gap of gods that he would at least play if he had to pick one there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hebo Marty and Guan Yu on the opposite side of the board. Feels like ease of application on anti-heal so far. Pretty strong for both of these teams. The Merlin, Divine Ruin easy, Marty with his own kit, even throwing things like a Brawlers, or even maybe something from the Hebo to kind of pick up an answer there.
Yeah, I think that this, again, it's such an interesting playing field that we see out there because of the gods locked in. Guan is someone I'm keeping my eye on, right? A couple of nerfs that were thrown his way, nothing too serious. The Vamana one I am really interested in because we've seen him banned out. We've seen him focus heavily here for the Hounds. And a lot of what his nerfs were affected. So what was it, last week, 2 weeks ago now, that we saw Baskin go like 9-1 on this pick, or 10-2, whatever it was. It was absolutely insane. A lot of that, to me, is maybe going to get quelled in terms of the kill capability, right? Because Sleeping Giant, for those of you who don't know, Vamana's passive, you get physical power and attack speed based on physical procs that you have, which is really nice. They reduced that 25% to 20 for physical power gained from physical protections, and then 15% to 10 for attack speed gained from physical protections. So in theory, just in general, he's not going to be smacking you as hard as often. That being said, it's only 5% off each, which earlier today I was saying is a relatively large change in certain circumstances, depending on where you're looking at it. Here, it feels like it's a big change, percentage-wise, but it doesn't quell how tanky he's going to be. And I think that that's still going to cause a problem. They also reduced physical power on his ultimate, right, that you're gaining from just popping into the Colossal Fury. So that maybe changes a little bit. I still think he's going to be able to disrupt the squishies. So now we're not talking, can he kill you? It's just, can he get back there and get your relics? And then maybe actually still kill you. We might still see him be capable of it, but I do think that at that worst case scenario for Vamana right now, is get to the back line, make the Hebo or the Marty, or in this case now the Rom, just feels so uncomfortable that they have to pop beads, they have to pop their Aegis or Shell if they have that, just to get away from you, and then your team comes in as backup, right? Then everybody else steps up to the plate.
So it was an E-Shell Hover, then locked into Rom, so double Hunter for the Jade Dragons, the Hebo Jungle most likely for Lasbra, opposite and Fenrir, often the answer towards fighting up against the Hebo early game. No way to really break that. Brutalize does have the Hebo, or really anybody on this squad so far. It would take Rama to go into his ultimate, or to do the back roll into the cripple shot after Guan. You'd have to use ultimate to do so. And same for the Martikros. So far, not a lot of great answers to at least dealing with this Fenrir. Now, with that E-Shell Hover, and I doubt we'll have any actual discussion point on there, but I wonder if maybe there's potential that Mike could be running that one support, has a lot of healing in the kit, has a lot of CC in there. I mean, a blind, a root, a knock-up, as well as the healing for your allies, so all kind of baked into there. So maybe potential, but so far I've only seen Paul played over in the mid-roll, as it's Fenrir and Cernos locked in for the Hounds.
I do feel, and it's a conversation that comes up, I mean, I think Nox is in that conversation as well for good reason. When a lot of your kit matches up with what you would want from a support, and you're just like, you know what, like, we could run that. Like, you have the builds to be able to do so. Baron Somebody's been able to do it. I don't think I would hate seeing E-Shell in support, at least to test the waters. And if anyone was ever going to do it, it would be Mike that I think would be the one to pick it up. And probably the one to maybe prove that it can do something as well.
Well, it won't be E-Shell, it'll be E-Set instead for the Jade Dragons, likely to round into their support role for Mike. So still going with a mage support, just not the one that we were maybe hypothesizing as a possibility, and not one of the more traditional ones that we've seen. It actually feels like it's been a while since we've seen not just E-Set, but E-Set in that support role for the Jade Dragons. But it feels like a very squishy composition. You've got maybe some ranged initiation with the E-Set with that Spirit Ball, but it really feels like this is a Dragons composition that kind of falls on the weight of Nico more than anybody on this Guan Yu to be that initiator for the team.
Yeah, that's the thing I think that is really going to be strong. I mean, you're leaning a little heavily, like you said, on the Guan Yu. That being said, ESET does have some strengths to her, and honestly, when it switches to support, this is where it gets really interesting, because if you're in mid, I'm talking about Wing Gust, I'm talking about your Spirit Ball, the damage output. I think no matter what role you're in, you're obviously mentioning the ultimate. I think that's one of the best secures in the game. Even if you build tanky, which it does take away the damage. We've actually seen this in the past where some ESETs have been out-secured despite having their ult because they've built so tanky that their ult is doing no damage even at a full charge. I think the Dragons will probably not be too worried about that. I think they're still going to be able to control it, and I think in this game, at a quick cursory glance, the only thing that might steal it on the other side would probably be the Wild Hunt from Akernanos, which is kind of a long shot to go for a steal. So you have plenty of opportunity there, I think, to make it work. The biggest one is really just Dispel Magic, because I think we saw Dispel Magic looking really good as a support. And yeah, you're still looking, you've got a stun, that's really good for you. You've got move speed on the Wing Gust that's going to help you get out of there. But Dispel Magic, having a slow on it, having a magical prot debuff on it, which admittedly isn't helping as heavily with a lot of this team, but guess who it helps? Helps the Hebo. And that means a lot, right? You all of a sudden have this guy who's hitting a little harder. You're also getting some shields. You're causing a lot of disruption with this one ability. And I feel like with them being able to kind of lean together, you're stunning, dispelling magic, then Hebo smacks him real hard, and suddenly you've got a hyper carry in your midst that was already going to be a hyper carry, already going to be a late game good pick. And now you get that maybe even earlier in the game, stripping away some of those protections. And because they've gone for the Rom, the Marty, and the Guan, if you're building magical prots to try and counteract that, then guess who's hitting harder? The rest of the team. I feel like they've diversified their damage types really well here. The double Hunter feels really good. The style of Hunter feels really good because you got an ability and an auto-based one. So now you can really kind of switch it up. One for pushing towers, one who's still good at pushing towers but is also going to shred health bars, and then a Hebo who's just going to absolutely bomb anybody who stands in front of him.
Jade Dragons start off the set hot with a Game 1 win, but can the Hounds bounce themselves back in Game 2 to tie things up, or are the Dragons going to put them on match point? Let's jump right into Game number 2.
Goodness, the Jade Dragons, they officially laid down the gauntlet in Game number 1. And Trelly, they'll move into Game 2 with a bit of momentum, and they'll do it with a unique composition. They've got Nika on Guan Yu solo. That's about the least unique thing about this team comp. They've got Lasbra on Hebo jungle. That feels pretty standard as well. And between Marty and Rom, it's Rom in mid, Marty in duo, and it's Mike on ESET support. What do you make the 5-stack here for the Dragons?
Well, I'm gonna quote Barracuda on this one, because I think something that he once said shines a light on what we're seeing here. They might have too many cooks in the kitchen. that is something that could come into play here. I do like the Marty ADC. I've got no problems with it. In fact, Dardes on Rama mid has been shown to work time and time again. I don't hate that either. It's really just the ESET for me that's the question mark. It has been in the meta in times, and this is not currently one of those moments. So I'm curious how Mike pilots it. That's my one and only concern with this composition is the ESET support. I'll have to see how it ends up working out. Especially up against Oath on the Fenrir, who takes a lot of damage in the early game here, but does have some good initiation. You pull those beads, you have a pretty easy engage later on in the game, especially if Lasbra is your target. Always a good matchup into the Hebo, the Fenrir that is, especially early on without beads, which Lasbra doesn't have. So could be a target here, but at the moment, I would like to see this duo lane just because of how much pressure Marty Cross brings. He's got some great poke, he's got some great clear. ESET is only going to enhance that. It is really about these objectives. That's my main concern. You know, the ESET ult used to be just easy confirmation for any objective you decide to pull when you're building full tank. Not quite as good, but still some decent confirmation stacked out with a crushing wave, and it seems that the Jade Dragons have shown their hand with what they're trying to accomplish with a draft like this.
Ultra Towns, however, this is a team that has had to fight back in plenty of their sets this year. Be careful with Lasbra lurking just over the corner, though. God, so interested to see how this mid lane ROM goes. I mean, worst case scenario for me in my brain is that literally nothing happens and Dardes does the ADC thing just over in mid and sits back and farms. Best case scenario is it feeds or gets fed, because at least that's unique and provides some insight onto this style of pick. For now, safe enough. Roll away from Oath, and Ragnarok is there. yes, going to the skies buys you some time, but I mean, it's telegraphed. A Ragnarok can be waiting just around the corner if you don't immediately have your roll ready to go. So there's some interesting interactions that maybe we'll see. I like the Fenrir for Oath. It's a very solid pick.
Oh yeah.
It's far too quiet in game number 1. Didn't see much of him. There's really Lasber running the show. In Fenrir trailer, you figure you got to get active and got to make your presence known.
You certainly do. Are you a fan of it's quiet too quiet? Or is it?
It's a bit overplayed.
That's what I'm saying, because if it's quiet, it's already too quiet.
It's already too quiet.
Exactly.
Right?
So.
Or is what they're saying, like, it's too quiet for this situation. Like
Considering we're at 3 minutes into game 2 of a 5-game set, it's quiet. But this is the right amount of quiet.
Sure.
I'm not going to double down. I'm not going to say it's too quiet.
Well, I can't get any more quiet, right? It's about as quiet as it gets right now.
I would argue this is the right amount of quiet for the Jade Dragons for their composition. The Eldritch Hounds do have the ability to get a bit more active just with their pressure, but I think that's why the Jade Dragons are staying under tower, right? I mean, Coast and Quick can't get more loud. They are at the tower line trying to find pressure. And the Jade Dragon said, hey, there's no Fury to fight over. There's no buffs to look at. We don't have to leave this tower if you don't force us to. So that's the current issue. But because of that, Oath wants to get that ultimate before he decides to get active. He wants to get Ragnarok. He does have it now, and he's heading over to the left side of the map where Lasbra is also. And remember, this Hebo doesn't have beats. He's got Blink. He's got Crushing Wave, but a stun from the Fenrir would be enough to just 100 to 0 this Hebo, essentially. Jump into ult, into Brutalize, and Lasbra says, see you later. And it looks like that's the reason he's not fighting for this shield buff. He's going to go elsewhere.
Smart. You know, I feel similarly about how I feel about Dardes on this pick. I want to see something happen, just because you don't get to see it all that often. I feel the same way with Hebo, even though we do get to see a lot of Hebo, or we have seen at least a lot of it at the beginning of Season 10. The Hebo games we've seen, I feel like have severely gone one way or another. We have seen some stinkers, but we have seen some one-shot style games, and it just feels like it's one way or the other basically all the time. Lasbro, of course, loved the latter, but at risk of the former. A lot of the time you'll see Crushing Waves just be forced defensively. You never get to use that ult in a team fight, and that's what he'll be hoping to avoid throughout the course of this game. Soul Lane could be quiet throughout the landing phase, Trelly. Maybe too quiet. The question ends up being, though, because remember last game, it was when Nika started to rotate out. The tier was unkillable.
He was a menace.
Are we going to get there with the Vamana? That's the question. Maybe we'll slow that down and blink towards Ducky. Oh, yeah, it's a Vamana. One of the more annoying skins in the game, if I do say so myself. And he'll be okay for now. But is this Vamana going to be deal-withable later on in the game?
There is shred for it. Yeah. You're up against double ADC and a Hebo, as we've mentioned, if you're not having a stinker performance. Candace absolutely one-shot. You vote forced into the ult. It looks like trying to dive this tower is the call with the beads. He doesn't actually use it. He holds on to the ultimate. He should be going down here. And Quig's ultimate ends up grabbing the last hit. That is going to be first blood on the left side of the map, and I thought the ult might have been enough. But man, the amount of damage that came through. Brutalize, Ragnarok. This is what Fenrir brings. And finally, Oath decides to get active early, pulls the beads, pulls the ult. Oath's going to be sitting on our tower for a little bit longer. This was one of my main concerns with this composition. Yeah, you have to sit back. You have to play a little bit reserved. But what if you never get online? What if you never get this double ADC composition out the gates and you just get snowballed over? Fenrir brings that sort of pressure that you have to worry for. But it looks like at the moment, just going to net a first blood over to Quig, which is probably best case scenario. Oath gets that kill. You're looking a little worse, but Dardes?
Whoa, Dardes, he'll go up. It's a flicker forward from Benny Q. The snipes have maybe bought enough time. 2 and 3 hit, and it's Lasbra on the Crushing Wave that now trades out a kill, as Oath was close enough to kill off the Jade Dragon's mid laner. A little scrap over on the right side of mid. Ends up getting an assist for both mids and a kill for both junglers.
Yep. Benny Q wanted the solo. He's got level 9. He got so much points in his abilities there. Unfortunately, the burn damage just did not kill Dardes before he went up to the sky, which means either Benny QA is going to hide there. Mike, he's going to have to use the ultimate. The pre-beats on the stun, but here comes Lasbra. Do they have enough damage? No!
Mike lives! Mike lives! Quig can't finish off the kill this time. Neither can Oath. Oath Also had to leave. One more stun might be enough. Hasbra doesn't get the knock-up Quig. Use the last bit of mana to dash away. Goodness, some of these low health targets narrowly escaping. Mike on one side, Quig, no Oath on the other. So the pace hasn't necessarily slowed down, Trell. It's just the kills haven't fallen in the same way that they have in game number 1. Call it 1,000 gold with that extra first blood bounty for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yeah, I think Oath put all of his weight on the pre-beads basket there. He said, hey, if I get this full brutalize off, maybe we kill Mike. Unfortunately, he said, provides that Dispel magic, provides a shield. Enough damage, enough peel comes through from the rest of the Hounds. And it just didn't seem like the damage was there. So Jade Dragons are not going to lose their support. They will lose the beads, but Mike's okay with that. He gets out with his life. Benny was out pressuring Dardes pretty consistently. That's what you'd expect from a Merlin up against the Rama. You just have better clear. But after that scrap in mid, it seems like Dardes is relatively close to evening that XP gap. Just a little bit. It's about half a level there for Benny Q. The objectives are still what I would have looked towards. That's probably where the Jade Dragons drafted this composition for anyways. They've got Double Hunter, they've got 2 mages with Confirm, and of course Nika's going to be able to heal them up. But they have to sit back for a bit because of Oath. They have to fear their beads, they have to fear the Ragnarok just making the fight a 5v4 before it even begins. So I want to see the Eldritch Hounds get aggressive towards these objectives. That Gold Fury could be pulled at any moment, really. Coast provides some great damage. I think that Bennyq's got the burn to back it up. It's possible they're just fearing the snipe attempts from Dardes to steal it away, or even from Vote, Death from Above. Can provide some safe range damage up towards those objectives. But at the very least, you're baiting in a fight, which I think the Hounds are happy to do with their positioning.
Could be a pivotal fight the first 9 minutes of this game. Hounds are going to begin the Gold Fury. Remember, they did the same thing from behind in game 1. They are quick on the first Gold Fury of the game. The Dragons won't be here in time. I mean, there's a circle of protection in the back pocket of Polar Bear Mike, but won't be able to use it for steal or confirm attempts because the Dragons simply weren't there. Now, that might have been an active choice, but it's a choice that's lost them a Gold Fury for the 2nd game in a row. And now a 2,000 gold lead for the Eldritch Hounds, though there is some counter pushing going on over in mid. Pull back a little bit of gold, a little bit of presence for the Jade Dragons, but this is the pace of game the Hounds have really been winning with all season long, it feels like. Remember, the Hounds end at 5-5, contested sets through and through, had to figure out the siege thing for themselves, but eventually able to do so. Could be a match for the Jade Dragons if this slow, more methodical pace is able to continue.
Looks like Ducky might be under a little bit of pressure here, trying to CC chain him before he goes into Colossal Fury, but Oath calls it out. He says, hey, there's a lot of people over here. You should watch out. Ducky says, okay, I'll just ult early. No CC chain possible. But maybe he steps up way too far. Ducky?
Yeah, wait, his ult timed out. Crushing Wave just hits Ducky. One
He's
more
alive?
snipe needed, but Ducky won't get hit. That is unbelievable. A double stun from Mike. But it's a double kill from the Eldritch Hounds. The ebb and flow continues, but it's all flow for the Eldritch Hounds. Ducky, the most recent Hound to nearly die but survive. And the Jade Dragons empty-handed yet again. They have lost a Gold Fury and 2 team members in the last couple minutes.
Ducky had faith that I certainly did not. I thought Lasbra had the damage to just ult, hit him with the water hands, be on his way with a free kill. That was not the case. He knew, number 1, his team was on the way, and number 2, was hoping he did not die, and he didn't. There's not enough damage there from Lasbra. And now Pyro started up. Mike wants to go for the steal attempt. Spirit Ball's decent, but it's not enough damage. And actually the snipes from Dardes will come through too little too late. Quig picks up the Runic Bomb. And once again, the aggressive play from the Jade Dragons thwarted by the Eldritch Hounds, and the objective still going in their favor. I'm surprised to see Lasper this far forward, though. Looked like he was looking for the backing Fenrir that was just not available. As a 1v1 happens over in duo lane. So much scrapping going on. The Jade Dragons are not happy to be down 1-4, but it doesn't seem like they have a choice because these objectives are gone, which means they can't really step up to fight any longer. At the very least, the Hounds won't go for it. We saw ult come through. Coast said, okay, death from above, later. I'm going to back up. I've got a 2-level lead. I have no reason to try and 1v1 in that situation.
Nope. The impending doom, Trilly, that I feel, I'm talking about the game here, not life, with the Soul Laners rotating out.
Yeah.
It's pretty heavy because look, Nika, yeah, he's been ganked a couple times. He's only fallen 1 level behind. Can the Guan Yu change the game? Can a gank from Oath change things?
Oh, eclipse him.
For now, yes, but in the wrong way. Lasbra's here in time. Finally, a bit of damage, and finally for the Dragons, a confirmed kill. After what had been really, really difficult few minutes of starting kills, not finishing them. And your top player, damage player, Lasbra, 6K to start things off. And both of the kills for the Jade Dragons. I won't call them a problem just yet, but could be a problem once those items continue to stack.
Becoming a problem.
Becoming a problem.
And in this case, the physics of it doesn't really make sense. A crushing wave just clipping.
Equals MC squared right there.
Yep, that is. That's true. Ducky doesn't have to worry about the crushing wave, but
force equals mass times acceleration? No. Acceleration equals force times mass? I forget.
Times the speed of light, square. Doesn't matter. We're sitting here, and I think that Lasbra, as you said, could become a threat. This crushing wave is an issue that at the moment has only been able to net 2 kills, but I think Oath loses that late game fall off, right? Where Fenrir is really sick in the early game. Yeah, he's 2-1-2, been active, being able to force so much. But Lasbra is just going to get better, whereas Oath will have that fall off eventually. So that's why we see them looking for these fights, trying to step up, trying to force as much as possible. They don't want to be the ones caught late game with, oh, we let Vote, Dardes, and Lasbra get to late game. Nika finally started making some rotations. Mike has so much CDR and he's constantly silencing us. These are the kind of things the Elder Towns have to worry about. And that's the reason they're going for these buff invades. They're trying to spend the majority of their time on the top 50% of the map that doesn't belong to them, just making the Jade Dragons feel uncomfortable. Primal Fury has spawned back in, though. And it seems like the solo laners aren't rotating out yet. I saw Nika start to step away, but he just used teleport. Ducky's not going to have it either, so if we do see a grouping towards this objective, it's got to be on foot. The solo laners cannot just go over magically. I guess it's not magic.
No.
The relics are just, you just use them.
We've been talking about magic. We've been talking about real science. Trelly?
We have.
We're being educational.
We're trying.
We're doing our best.
You're not just going to learn about SMITE watching this broadcast.
No, you're going to learn about the viscosity of water and the magic of teleportation. That's for sure. Now the Jade Dragons, again, maybe willingly gave up an earlier FG, but they were closer to even. Now they're 4K behind. This is just or not an FG, excuse me. It's a
You're
GF.
ahead of yourself.
A GF, a Gold Fury is what they gave up earlier. The Primal Fury is what stands.
You know how you give up a GF?
Too much smite.
You forget to cherish her.
Oh. And the only way that happens is too much smite.
Yeah.
And relationship advice, we are on it.
We are on
in
point.
Game number 2.
When there's not action, we're going to be bringing you something. And in this case, again, it's going to be the Hounds that are trying to find that action. I wouldn't be surprised. Ducky's teleport just came up, just off cooldown. He backs up, teleports over to left. That's the play I want to see. That Primal Fury is prime for the taking. And the Elder Towns have quite the level lead. Ducky ticks over to 16. This Vamana is a threat, especially once he gets that item online.
We got the same level lead on both sides of the map. Coast, however, is low. Looks like Vote has won that trade. Vote is actually sending his ult forward right now. Won't get the kill. Maybe a kill for the Hounds, however, over in mid. Circle of protection, I'm not sure. Did anything for Mike, but had just gotten out of range. And an easy pickup for the Eldritch Hounds. Vote was able to win the damage trade against Vaporish Coast. Won't get the tower, however. And it looks like the pick is enough for the Eldritch Hounds to immediately go to the Pyromancer. Grab the Runic Bomb. But the Jade Dragons pick up Primal Fury.
This is risky.
Yeah, they're dropping this, and they should. Have the shred with double ADC, but maybe not fast enough. Hounds, Queen pick, Queen Pyro.
Yep, I love that call from Oath. Recognize the circle protection's down. Said, hey, I'm going to pick you up and pull you out of the circle protection. Now it's a circle of no protection. Mike goes away. His beads are off cooldown for another 2 minutes or so. Now this E-set has a target on her head. Oath's ult already getting close to being off CDR, which means that the Hounds have an easy option to try and look for a fight once again towards this Primal Fury, and that's where they're headed. Already going for the pull. Vote's going back to base. No one else even close. The objectives going overwhelmingly in favor of the Eldritch Hounds here. I've been loving this aggression. Once again, they recognize that late game might not suit them too well. They want to make sure they're getting the most out of this early, and it has been working out for them. As long as Lasbra has not been able to find any impactful ultimates, everything's been coming up Hounds so far. But translating that to a Fire Giant, is a little bit scary. I think, you know, picking Mike is all well and good, but the steal potential, the burn potential, is going to be through Lasbra and, of course, the double ADC. Benny Q is getting some sweet farm, but gets 3, so much damage. Did they body block each other?
Yeah, I think so.
They couldn't do anything. He just got all the farm, threw some damage out, was fine.
That's a dream Merlin moment, too.
Yeah.
They're all just 3 sitting inside your circle. That feels just about as good as it gets. You talk about scary pulling an FG, Trelly. You know, we haven't gotten to philosophy yet.
Okay, please do.
And, you know, that feeling of discomfort is where growth happens.
That's true.
You know? And so the feeling of discomfort the Hounds might feel pulling a Fire Giant is where a gold lead may further grow.
Gotta get out of that comfort zone.
For them, exactly. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take.
Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
Yep.
That's right. I'm glad you got that one right.
I'm trying.
Oath over on left. He's trying for a kill on the Vote. Vote's got beads, well timed, and a death from above. Ultra Challenge without much to fight over except for that Fire Giant on the map. They won't be forcing it anytime soon. And you talked about maybe a timer. Maybe the Jade Dragons, obviously this game has gone a bit out of control. They wanted to sit back and have a nice even gold lead. They've fallen pretty far behind, but they're maybe still not at a spot, Trilly, where they're trying to make these risky plays. Maybe they're still this finish line where a couple of these carries can get there in a reasonable amount of time.
I do want to highlight what Oath just did, because I think
Please do.
What a lot of these teams are struggling with, that are not the only Warriors, is trying to force a lead when there's no objectives to do so. You know, you see grouping up, going for towers maybe. You see, hey, we're just going to continue farming and do nothing with this lead. Oath is constantly jumping in. He was able to pull the beads off of Vote there, didn't overcommit, didn't try and force anything, said, okay, beads, I'm gone. And I think he's going to continue to do so. That's why he's positioning here towards Lasbra. He knows, hey, I could have a nice 1v1 attempt on the right side of the map. So he's trying to chase down this Hebo. He's not able to pick him up, kill him with the Brutalize. That's as easy as it gets.
Crushing wave right into a wall. Unfortunate for Lasbra. Could be more on Tanika, though. Cavalry charge will be enough. Coast actually trading out somewhat effectively.
They're going to dive him.
In some serious trouble here. Double Wild Hunt. A root, though. A stun. Beats the Aegis. All of it. Not enough. Everything in the world for Vaporish Coast. And still he'll fall. As will a tier 2 tower on the right side of the Jade Dragons map. On the left side of our map, a tier 2 also taken from the Eldritch Hounds. So, got tier 2 for tier 2. And pick for pick. And in an ocean of lopsided trades, the Jade Dragons have finally found one that feels somewhat even.
Yep, you could tell. The Eldritch Hounds looked at it for a second, said, can we do Fire Giant without Coast?
And then the fear struck their heart again.
Yeah, they said, okay, let's not go for a play like that. Ducky goes to make sure that left side bird doesn't drop. And it looks like just grabbing another Runic Bomb this time in Oath's pocket is going to be the call. Trading the tier 2 towers is not the end of the world, but losing both relics on Coast and him dying is a little bit unfortunate. I don't think he was able to live regardless. Maybe didn't know exactly how much damage was coming his way. But it was not enough to try and survive that onslaught. So now Fire Giant and Gold Fury are going to be contested here on the map. The question now becomes, do the Jade Dragons want to step forward? Or are they just going to say, hey, we'll take the consolation prize. You guys get fire, we get gold because of the lead. It seems like the Jade Dragons are confident. Their group is 3. They're going for a tier 1 over on right. Everyone but Vote is feeling pretty confident, I should say. Vote's hiding in the grass. He's terrified. But
way on his own side.
The rest of the team, they're feeling pretty good about this. They're at least going to grab that tier 1 tower. I'm surprised the Hounds are taking this long to go for a pull. Again, their lead should be able to net them a little bit of farm. I guess they're probably waiting for Coast Relics. They say, hey, we got 70 seconds, then we'll step up towards the Fire Giant.
Gold Fury for the Eldritch Hounds. Looks like they'll be able to do both because there's no Fire Giant pull, no sneak attempt by the Jade Dragons. Good enough ward coverage from the Eldritch Hounds. They would have been able to spot that out anyway. Rich get richer. The Eldritch Hounds at the 21-minute mark. In a solid spot. A lot of this finally funneling through Oath, where Oath didn't necessarily make the plays happen in game 1. Finally found his footing a bit here in game 2, affecting all 6 of the kills that the Hounds have built up. And now the Hounds rotating to FG. Looks like the Jade Dragons, despite a slight grouping over on right, they're going to let this one go. We haven't seen that circle protection around any objectives. I hesitate, but it's true. You look at all the Pyros, all the Furies, it's all been Hounds all day long, and the Fire Giant is the same. Dominance continues. Fire Giant and all 5 of the Eldritch Hounds.
Vote might have caught himself out, though. Already gets jumped on. Ducky has the chase potential as well. Dardes and Nika are close, but it looks like they're just going to try and bail on him if possible. The question becomes, how close can you get to this Marty? Beautiful body blocks from Nika, and already the siege is happening on the right?
Yeah, Mike, he'll get healed up a bit. But so will the rest of the Ultra Challenge. Ducky finally finds a kill on Devote, who's been just farming up the left side of the map for a little while. Asbra knock up. Crushing wave, but what has it done? It's forced Benny Q out of the fight. One more snipe needed, and the snipe doesn't hit. Lasbra killed off. Oh, but Nika's here. And Nika looks like he hasn't been able to find the kill, but he's finally turned it. And the rest of the siege is in. A double kill from Vaporish Coast, while Ducky stomps away. And the right side, Phoenix is the last bit of hope for the Jade Dragons.
I'm wondering if they go in for the end here. They've got a wave, and it's just Nika with no horse. It looks like they've got the damage, and they're feeling confident, but Nika's got good damage as well.
This game has been sent right back. This set appears to have been equalized unless Nika can make some magic happen. He's stepping in front of Vaporish Coast. But Coast has damage for the Guan Yu. Or does he? It's a respawn through from Vote. But the Eldritch Hounds as 3 stay grouped on the Titan. What? But they will leave. They will not end the game. The Titan resets, and the Jade Dragons live on.
I mean, I think they might have had the damage to do so. Just some auto attacks would have sufficed, but it seemed like Oath and Quig decided to back up. They didn't want a full-on throw. You lose the right side bird, you still get plenty of pressure, and now the Titan sits at a very low amount of HP. But the Jade Dragons have been gifted a second life in this game because of the overextension, because of the confused comms. Or maybe it was just, hey, let's just go for it all. Okay, it's out. Ducky said, all right, I'm just going to get a little bit lower. I'm dead regardless. Either way.
And this game is over now. The Hounds, they've the entire lead gone.
It very well could be, Dave. It all depends on where we go from here. And I've seen time and time again with a low health Titan and the team, the Eldritch Hounds, in this case, just, you know, W key, try and get in there, get stopped at the Phoenix. And look at this. The Jade Dragons are going for a wraparound play.
Wow, this has got a lot of damage.
Who are they going to catch out? Right now it looks like Coast. But you don't want to find Ducky.
Yeah,
that's not who you're looking for. Oh, he's on a ward.
Lazarus spotted here. He's probably wondering why in the world the Eldritch Hounds have their bat camps warded when the rest of the game has been played on the other side of the map. Oath might have a pick here onto Polar Bear Mike. Insta cancel, or insta drop rather, of the ultimate for the Absolution actually works out really well for Polar Bear Mike. And that's gotten one of the big ultimates off the board. Vaporish Coast, he's dropping on the other side, but Ducky will trade out effectively. And Ducky's able to stomp on Dardes, chase through, burnt down, but he takes one with him.
That's game.
Benny Q still left in this fight. Nika hoping to chase out one more, he won't. Fire minions working their way down right, and they may just end this game. Vote still stands, but won't for much longer. It's a killing spree for Ducky, and it's a Game 2 win for the Hounds.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Jade Dragons, they were on a timer. Even if they win that fight, Vo would have had to get back and chew through some big health bars. It looks like the minions are going to do it. I don't think they're even able to show up. Mike's up at 8. No. I think that the fire minions have enough damage to end before he even spawns in.
Mike might just match the minions, but the minions and Quig will get it done in game number 2, and we have guaranteed ourselves a game 4 between the Hounds and the Jade Dragons. I want to point out the Absolution. I love it. You don't have to get to see it. There was a moment there where it looked great from Mike, insta-cleanses. The Fenrir ult literally didn't matter at all. No. Jade Dragons, they fell far too far behind, and truly it was one of those games where the objectives just stack up against them. The Hounds just keep all the Furies, all the Pyros, all the Fires. The Dragons never found their moment to answer.
Yeah, it seemed like the Jade Dragons drafted an objective-based composition that took too long to get online, right? You're putting a lot of weight on double ADC. You're hoping Lasbra can bridge that gap to late game. And you hope the E-set isn't going to get farmed in the early, and I don't think any of those things really came to fruition. They found some split push potential over on left. They said, hey, if we 3-man coast, we can kill him. That's not going to bridge you to late game, unfortunately.
I'm trying to figure out an equation for how this game works. We talked a lot about magic, a lot about physics, relationships, philosophy we even got into
the story has
a little bit in that game. And that's going to be history, Charlie. We're going to look back here in a couple games and see how Game 1 and Game 2 shaped the story, maybe the literature of how the Hounds and the Dragons met in the first round of the playoffs. Game number 3, the tiebreaker, but not the finisher, coming up next.
Ooh.
The Eldritch Hounds are going to keep this set interesting, tying it up with a win in game number 2 and keeping their chances here on the winner's bracket alive up against the Jade Dragons. And again, for all this playoffs, it's all playing towards seeding towards the Masters event. We're going to see the SPL teams there. We're going to see some SCC, but we're also going to see some SCC teams next week during our relegation. So once playoffs is done, make sure you tune in next weekend, June 10th and 11th on that Saturday, Sunday, where we'll have the SCC relegations, our top 2 SOC teams from the open circuit, and our bottom 2 SCC teams are all going to be fighting in each division. So 4 teams per, or not division, region, I should say. 4 teams fighting out for just those 2 spots in the SCC. The losers, the 2 bottom teams of those ones, well, they're going back to the SOC, and they're going to have to fight for another chance at another time. The 2 winners will then join into the SCC. So there's a possibility we'll see some new talent jump up from the SOC to the SCC, and maybe see some of those other teams that were up in the amateur circuit now drop maybe a stage lower. So make sure you're tuning in next Saturday and Sunday for those relegations. But until then, we still got to get through the playoffs right now, Goran. Game number 2 was a flip of the script where it was a game 1 dominant Dragons. This time it's a game 2 dominant Eldritch Hounds.
Yep.
And it feels like it's all pilot off the back of their jungler Oath. This Fenrir pick has been a crucial pick for not just himself, but for the team as a whole. And it's worked out really well for Oath to get the Eldritch Hounds the momentum they need here in game 2.
Yeah, there were a lot of good moments throughout that entire game, and I think Oath is at the center of a lot of those great moments. I mean, dominant, that is the key word to latch onto. You watch this game, you watch the beginning of it, and there's, I mean, a certain point where you're having the conversation where you're questioning whether or not what the Dragons can do to get back into this. I think that Quig had a hell of a game, right? It maybe plays further into that conversation we were having about the Aphrodite going into this one. But then when you have the setup that this team had, plus the chase down that this team had, I mean, the walls were great. Even sometimes when you weren't even thinking that's what the intent was, the Fenrir just worked out so well. Again, the way that it countered a lot of these picks and dealt with a lot of these picks. I mean, if you didn't have beads or ult, for a lot of the gods on the Dragons, that was just free pickings for the Fenrir, so that made things super easy. I also think, and you know, if it works, maybe we're having a different conversation, but Rom mid caught me off guard. The E set definitely catches us, I think, off guard, considering what we've seen in the past. There were some merits to, I think, each of those, but not where we've been seeing them find a lot of success, so just kind of leaves you shrugging afterward. You also get to see that Vamana, at least in my mind, after a performance like that, still very much worthy of the first pick and the bans he's been receiving. I don't think we're going to see him disappear anytime soon, especially if he's still playing like that. I mean, you go, what, 6-1-6? I don't think anyone can complain, but I have to give massive shout-outs to 0-12. I think Quig was absolutely on point this game. I think it made a huge difference for them, and I think that what we got to see out of this Terra made life a lot easier. They're probably still finding success if it's another Guardian, but I think that made it so much smoother, so much simpler, and for a lot of those kills, just ease of access. I mean, you're locking a Hebo down, you're locking somebody down inside the walls, you're getting a stun, you're getting a root, something that is working so well for your team that it just, the lockdown was instantly there, and then it's just free damage.
I mean, it almost makes you wonder, with a performance like Quig had here in game number 2 on this Terra pick, it almost makes you wonder, why is he even picking things like the Aphrodite? If he's not finding success on those ones
give me
throughout
Terra
his
every
matchups, just give me Terra every single game. I have no complaints if he wants to try and run that for the remainder of this set. Though maybe after a performance like that, we see it banned away here in game number 3. We're ready to jump into the picks and bans for that third game of the best of 5. Don't be mistaken, it's not a best of 3 like usual. We are in best of 5s all weekend long here in the SPL playoffs, the lead up towards the Masters event. And it all comes down now in game number 3 to see who will take advantage in the set and put the other team on match point. Jade Dragons took game 1, Hounds game number 2. And as the picks and bans start to roll through, at least the first wave of bans, Horus and Cirquet, no surprise seeing those ones taken away. But I wonder how many change-ups the Jade Dragons will make with theirs. Last time it was 3 bans towards Quig. It was Horus, Yamoja, and Aphrodite. Wonder if we'll see that Aphrodite slot back in, or maybe some respect is thrown, or maybe even a pick taken away from Quig, try to push him further down his list.
I'm also keeping my eyes right now open for Vamana. If he gets let through, Nika had a really good performance in game 1. Don't know if you want him on something that's going to have a game-changing performance like that again. And yeah, I think the Hounds make a pretty smart call there, just because it's dangerous otherwise. They had banned it earlier as well, as alongside Marty in the Circuit. So a couple of changes from them from game 1, but I think good changes going into this zone. I'm really curious what they're going to first pick. We've seen a lot of Hachi first picks. And by a lot, I mean almost every single game sans the last one of so far each set, so, right? Now, we're seeing a little bit of a shake. And J-Mac, you don't seem too happy about Afro anymore, period.
No.
I think I'm in the same boat. I don't know. It depends on the picks and the players.
Man, Quig was 0-3 on the Afro going into his game.
Yeah.
And he lost, so he's 0-4. Mike is 0-3 on the Aphrodite. Not
What
saying
you're
he's
saying
going to
is
make
there's
it.
a pattern.
Not saying that it's going to go 0-4, but at a point, 0.7 KDA on the pick. I have not been impressed by the mage supports from Mike so far this phase. I'd much rather see him on something like the Terra. I think it could have been maybe a good pick going up against it, but maybe the J-Dragon's got something up cooking that I'm not aware of. Or maybe it could just be going to Dardes.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be going to Dardes.
The thing that's really weird about this team, maybe it's going to be the hell conversation, but part 2, maybe Afro just fits better over there. You know, especially considering if you think about what some of the mages have built, prots get thrown in there, so it's not like you're completely sacrificing what you would get from the passive link. It does feel, I mean, almost every single one of those changes feels like a support-oriented change, though, right? And that's the thing that maybe leans it that way. Definitely flexibility, specifically because Dardes has played it in the past. We've seen a few mid laners play it in the past. It's still not the go-to, right? I mean, I don't think we've seen it. I mean, we've seen it in solo more than we've seen it in mid. And so still has some flexibility. With Fenrir, it definitely starts to create an interesting dynamic, though, right? Now you've got 2 really good carries I think that you could link up to between the Fenrir and the Rom, both who need the survivability. And that one threw me for a pause. It's been not a while since we've seen him, but a while since it's been not adapting.
Yeah, Ao Kwang to come along with the double hunter of the Eldritch Hounds this time. Martikros, Hachi, and Ao Kwang. For the Hounds, Dragons get the Aphrodite, Fenrir, and Rom. So you have your hyper carry in Fenrir to maybe go alongside the Aphrodite. Taking that one away from Oath, probably the smartest thing for the Jade Dragon, considering how powerful a pick that one has been for Oath on the side of the Eldritch Hounds. Now we go into the second wave of bans. And we talk about how annoying it is to try and pick a ban against Dardes just because he plays the classic picks and then he plays the stuff that nobody else is playing. Immediate representation of that.
Yep.
Hera. Nobody aside from maybe on a rare whim big man Tings besides Dardes is really running a pick like this. So the Eldritch Hounds in the second wave maybe try and solidifying that this Aphrodite is going to be going over to Mike, or maybe trying to force it to Dardes' hands as a possibility.
Honestly, I wouldn't be upset by that. Like you said, maybe trying to force it. I doubt that they're going to be successful. I mean, looking quick glance, Merlin's still available? Like, so it's not like you're lacking in mage damage. They also just went double hunter. I mean, if you want to, you're playing AMC again or something ridiculous like that, right? So Dragons, kind of hard to predict, and for good reason. It's just because they've got very deep pockets when it comes to the God pool. I do like, however, the Dragons bans here, right? Hercules, because, again, we had mentioned that earlier. Even though he lost with it, it has been one of Ducky's better picks so far this phase. Now, actually, with that loss earlier, it's technically 50-50, so maybe it shimmies away. But at the time, it was doing better. And then, of course, the Terra, which I don't even care about the numbers for phases or anything like that, although the numbers for the phase, at a quick glance, are okay. For the Terra, nothing too crazy. It's 1 out of 3. That bumps it up in that last game, but it also looked really good, so I think that even if it was, like, just percentage-wise, if you're going off win-losses, you probably ignore that in favor of performance, and I absolutely will in this instance. That was a good Terra game. I like that they control that. Looking for, I mean, mid and support, it feels like either or is available right here. If you're looking for disruption, it might be easier to wait for your support pick, see what you're going into, but honestly, I wouldn't be upset with them waiting on their mid pick either, knowing not just where the Fenrir's going, but also, like, are you up against the Afro? Probably not, but if that's the case, then you know that opportunity, or not that opportunity, that option is available for you. So I don't mind the Hounds hanging and waiting. Also, because now that I'm looking at it again, that Marty is going mid, absolutely, so I don't even know why I'm looking for a mid laner. It's a solo laner that they're waiting for, and absolutely you want to push that down to your 10th pick. Hold on, see what you get. Get Ducky on something that is going to be well-controlled. And, I mean, at this point, you've got a roll. Afro doesn't have a jump. Fenrir has leaps. But if they go 2 more gods that don't have, like, leaps or anything like that, an Odin wouldn't be that bad.
Gib, 4th pick for the Eldritch Hounds. Go over into Quig's hands. Maybe something to try and answer to the Fenrir. You get picked up by that Ragnarok ultimate. Immediately throw him with the Stone Shield, cleanse him through there. Potential counter option, unless you're the one who's getting picked up as the Geb. But now, hover by the Jade Dragons of Ishel and Tyr. Again, we've seen Ishel once so far, played in mid by Paul, now locked in by the Jade Dragons. And with a Tyr hover potential lock-in as well towards the solo lane for Tyr, or for Nika, I should say. Is Ishel towards the mid? Support? Question marks. If history is any indication, though, Aphrodite likely for PBM, and then Ishel in the mid lane for Dardes. But an immediate answer back. You were talking about a 10th pick solo lane or something to play as that counter.
And I'm going to say I will this into existence. Or just Ducky recognizes the patterns that I recognize.
Maybe so.
They're real smart.
You're thinking on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
I put you on the same wavelength as SPL player. That's
Look,
some props.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. Maybe like a coach. With like a somewhat like with a middling influence in the picks and bans. But I mean it's just a good pick here, right? Afro, no leap to get out of there. Fenrir, he's got 2, who cares? Rom, no leap. Ishel, no leap. Tyr, guess what? He's either using his ult to get out, which is kind of excessive considering what he has, or no leap. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities for this Odin to lock him down. Admittedly, Tyr, because of his passive, is going to be pretty, just annoying, right? Only being CC'd for such a little amount of time. But then you get the Geb into that conversation. Odin, Geb, like, it's an arena combo. Like, you're locking people down and doing your best to hit them with 2 ults at once. I think there's a lot of opportunity for it. I also think the shields are going to be very helpful, right? Help deal with the Fearless, deal with stuns or kisses from Aphrodite. So plenty of opportunities for the Hounds. And something that we've seen, admittedly, while it doesn't find a lot of success, Geb has been like just here or there every now and then. And we've seen him as like a big counter, specifically, I think, to Nox, who, a lot of single target CC. I see a lot of single target CC. Geb loves that. He loves dealing with it. And so towards the late game, maybe even in that early game because of where the jungle's going to be, should be able to get a little hands-on and cause some disruption. Is also admittedly not the best in lane. He's not like there's a reason he's not your first pick. He's not like the greatest Guardian in the world, but I think the shield is really helpful. The cleanse is really helpful on that. The ult is really good for engage. The downside is we're talking forced relics, I think, at this point. Feels like you almost need a Blinka as a Geb if you want to get the engage. Rollout is very telegraphed. Sometimes it's easy to block if you get him before it gets the knockback. And so something that you can maybe absorb if you get the blink, it gives you kind of that more instantaneous fight. The other side, though, you're still talking forced relics, right? If you do not get a Phantom Shell, this Odin really gets to run away with some things, have a lot of control, and we've seen if you opt out of a Phantom Shell, how devastating that can be. You've got some auto attackers. You could theoretically knock down the wall, but is that something you want to risk? Is that something you want to commit to as opposed to just popping a Phantom Shell? If you don't get it, you're not going to need it early on. He's off in the solo lane. A lot of you aren't going to have to be worrying about that, so maybe it's a level 12 relic for the support here for Mike.
Well, it's a tie set moving into game number 3, and the winner of this will be put on match point. Who is going to take the lead in the set with the Dragons or the Hounds? Let's jump right in to game number 3.
We've seen 2 dominant performances along the way. A game 1 where the Jade Dragons felt completely in control. A game 2 where the Eldritch Hounds were much the same. Game 3s tend to slow down a bit, but here in these best of 5s, it's the game-ending ones that you've really got to look for. Wow, the widest gap in Twitch chat that we've seen so far. It's been near 50-50 and now just over 60-40 in favor of the Eldritch Hounds. Trelly, what stands out to you? What do you think is the big reason here, the big swing? Is it just what happened in game 2, or is there an obvious advantage in the draft?
I don't think it's the obvious advantage in the draft. I think chat saw the picks and bans, and there is a bit of a, I don't know how to describe it. It's not a meme, but when Mike goes magical supports that are not Guardians, usually it doesn't go as well, and he's on an Aphrodite. I don't think that's fair to put all of that on Mike. I think the Aphrodite, there's a lot of people playing it, can look very good if you have hard carries on your team, which in this case, Votes on the Rama, Lasper's going to be on this Fenrir. There is opportunities to use this Afro, but it seems like chat, more than anyone, is weighing in on that Aphrodite pick. And also probably putting a lot of faith in Oath, because his Ao Kuang has been disgusting. He's been able to do some pretty great things on it, so my guess is they saw picks and bans, they saw magical support, and they saw Ao Kuang, and that's the reason the Hounds are getting the majority of the votes, and I tend to agree Oath has been looking real solid. A dash in from Voth, though, trying to get some damage onto Coast. Not every so often that you're going to get out pressure when you have this Aphrodite and you have this Rama. You're going to get pressure, that is. But Geb just does not bring the wave clear, so Quig maybe forfeiting just a little bit of pressure in the early. Coast should be just fine once the game continues and you get some more points into that banner.
Wondering how this E-Show will end up looking throughout this set as well. Throughout this game, we've seen one instance of it. It was Paul, did not look great. It was simply ganked on cooldown, it felt like in that game. Oath might have similar ambitions. Once the bead from Dardes are gone. Once a mobile mage, a little bit of self-peel in the kit, but didn't quite matter earlier on here today. So I is still returning over to mid. Now maybe I should be on dual lane, because dual lane's getting ganked. The Jade Dragons think they've got some early damage, but Oath is about to round his way into lane, or is he? No, he's just going to double back for the shield buff, despite showing a little bit of face over on left early on here in this laning phase in the first couple of minutes. I mean, obviously you're trying to limit any character's snowball, right? You don't want anyone on the opposing team to snowball, but it feels like Al Kwong-Trelly is the type of pick that we've seen a couple of times. And it's maybe a bit more prone to getting out of control, which is not what the Jade Dragons want to have happen here in Game 3.
Yeah, Al is not an early slanted jungler, but if you find a nice tank to just continuously gank, you can certainly build up a lead off it, and I think you're right, it could be scary. Nika actually beads is there. I was going to say, because Nika has the beads, we'll be safe against the Al Kwong execute for now, but it looks like forcing that out, Ducky wanted to get some more damage, or at the very least,
Where did the stun?
Just wanted to, yeah, get slowed into the stun. I'm assuming he thought there was either A, he was going to be able to find a kill there because, of course, Lasper was turning the corner, or B, was worried Oath was there. Regardless, those beads are down for quite some time, so that could be an opening here for Oath. But it's just, you don't have that much damage. You're not looking 100 to 0 until you get some itemization online. You really are hoping that you can find someone without CC immunity, get that execute, and just go up into the sky, which it doesn't seem like the opportunity is going to prevent itself anytime soon here for the Elder Towns. But Ducky on this Odin can force the ult very easily. I mean, once you're in the cage, Nika's not going to love it. Can't get that heal. Can't get too much damage off. You're not going to be able to knock up Odin very easily. With that spear charge, Fearless loses so much value in that matchup as is. But it looks like, man, Dardes returning a lot of damage in mid. I was curious as well. You highlighted it early on, this E-Shell can be very deadly given the right situations with that ultimate great end. Can just channel for such a long time as long as you're healing someone and doing damage. So if the Jade Dragons are used to playing with an E-Shell and they just position in front of Dardes, he can change a team fight. The issue that everyone has when playing this character is that self-peel is very lacking, and it is also very difficult to try and get out of sticky situations. You get some movement speed, you get a knock-up, you get a root, but it's not like you're in Anubis. You're not able to just turn immediately and just 1v1 someone. It is going to be a little bit late game when you're finding E-Shell hit that damage threshold where she's a real threat in the team fight.
I joked about Game 3 slowing down. I didn't realize I was willing it into existence. Though, I often talk about Game 3 in these sets and how important they are. One of these two teams going to be on set point. They're going to have a couple bites at the apple to try to get there. The other team's going to have to win 2 straight. So you're looking at a totally different dynamic in a set where both games have really snowballed out of control, it's felt like. We'll be stacking up just a bit further. Transcendence for Ducky, Transcendence for BennyQ.
We haven't seen this in a while, where 5 people are stacking.
That's right, we're getting there though. We'll be there this game. Nika doesn't have beads, he's slowed, and he's executed. Oath finds first blood over on right. That'll help out Ducky. Give him some freedom to stack up in the lane.
Yep, that's as easy as it gets. Beads are down. 8 more seconds until Nika's were available. And because of that, Ducky said, hey, I'm going to find the cage, make him ult out, and as long as that slow hits, trouble comes through. Dardes should be fine here. Does not have enough damage from death from above, so BennyQ will not be able to grab a return kill, or I guess the second kill here for the Eldritch Hounds. But still, that's going to start a snowball. You give a kill over to Oath. Once again, 5 stacking items on the side of the Hounds. Doomorb is a bit of a cop-out, but still does build up stacks. Once again, BennyQ's getting dope. This time doesn't have ult, though. And that's going to be gone.
Yep, simple, easy enough for Lasbra. And an important answer back by the Jade Dragons. Didn't even need to use the Undying Love, so it's Benny Q who ends up getting ganked, despite Dardes being the one who's a bit lower on the other side of mid. Feels good for the Jade Dragons to be able to answer something back here, but slowly again falling behind. This is exactly what happened in Game 2, where it felt like they were just not able to keep up and farm. Every single objective on the map went to the Eldritch Hounds. The Dragons never drew that line in the sand. Remember, it's been back-to-back games. 1 win, 1 loss, that said. But back-to-back games where the Hounds have quietly, quickly, and easily pulled the first Gold Fury of the game about 3 or so minutes from where we stand now. A trend, of course, the Jade Dragons would hope to avoid, but really some of the Hounds have been able to make work to their advantage at least a couple of times. Maybe eyes for Benny, maybe eyes for Quig here. Talk about some of the setup that E-Shell has. You're able to layer some of those abilities onto one another. Wow, Lasbra just walks face first into this. What just happened? Lasbra walks around the corner. I feel like the Jade Dragons knew where the Hounds were. Lasbra was clearly on a different page. It's the second kill of the game for the Ao Kuang. Oh, and it could
They didn't
get
back
worse.
up?
Oh no, Polar Bear Mike, he's got Undying Love. Could it get forced out? Yes, for now. But this might be the third kill of the game for Oath on the chase in, maybe a fourth. Once Vote crashes back to Earth, Oath is getting it done. A double kill on left, and the Ao Kuang is on a 4-0 start.
I mean, it was a beautiful gank onto Lasbra, don't get me wrong, but the fact that the Jade Dragons stayed pushed up at tower level is what perplexes me. You know Oath's in the sky, you know he can get across the map in an instant, and they stayed so far up. Now the Fury, you highlighted how easily it could be pulled, and it will. Lasbra wants to step forward, not going to be able to find the steal attempt, it looks like. Yeah, that goes down for free. Dardes is tickling Benny Q because the ultimate, like I said, does not do a lot of damage early on. This E-Shell is going to need some itemization before she starts to swing. And the gold lead certainly swinging one way, and that's in favor of the Eldritch Hounds off the back of some great initiation and a 4-0 Ao Kuang here for Oath.
Well, I willed the quiet start into existence, and now I've willed what seems like an Ao Kuang snowball into the forefront of things. Do more finish for Oath. 1,300 gold to go back and spend. The drop of a hat, a 3K gold lead is built up for the Eldritch Hounds. I'm not going to call it 2.5. I'm calling it 3K because by the time the farm gets built up, we're going to be there. Lasbra considering a dive, but thinks twice. Big cataclysm from Quig could have sent a tower dive right back. This is always an awkward spot for a jungler. Your opponent's 4-0, you're 2 levels behind, you need to farm, but you also want to try to help out your lane. It's a weird spot to be a Fenrir right now.
Certainly is. Benny Q will take a little bit of burst, but again, get out of jail free card in that ultimate is coming off cooldown soon enough. Nika does have the ultimate. Ducky wants to find the cage, and it looks like he's not going to go for it. They were thinking about the dive, but just on different pages there. Definitely want to drop that Ring of Spears, but waited a little bit too long, and because of that fact, loses a free gank attempt. Nika did not have any way to get out, even with the no execution. Still would have been able to find a kill there just by nature of how much damage Oath is able to do. But holds onto the beads, holds onto the ult, and Tyr gets to live to see another day. But I'm curious as to where Oath starts to get active once again. It doesn't seem like camping Nika is going to become easier now that that magical defense is getting worked on. The beads are going to be even harder to force. I think the one and done is probably all that solo lane's going to be good for. And in that case, Ducky should probably be rotating out here soon. Primal Fury is not available, but Oath is chasing down Lasbra over towards duo lane, knowing that shield buff is about to spawn in. Has beads, and it looks like wants to stay far away. Uses that water illusion to juke the stun. And it's going to be just fine over on this side of the map. But the Jade Dragons, they don't have an opportunity to try and fight, and they don't have to. Again, with that Fury being down, it's not the end of the world. You just want to clear your waves, find camps, and make sure that you're not losing any neutral farm that's safe. And that has been the name of the game here. It is still in the Eldritch Hound's favor to try and get active and force fights. All the while, the Vote is able to grab a tier 1 tower. That's surprising. Coast, honestly, the entirety of this set has been getting pretty pressured over in duo lane. That's the way the Jade Dragons have been trying to play. But now the Hound's finally making an attempt on that Pyromancer. Only Dardes is here, and he doesn't seem to be in a good spot.
Dardes, gotta use the beads, but Oath, oh, he goes behind the ultimate, and enough healing finally and damage from an E-Shell ultimate. After he gets a massive shutdown, that has now brought Dardes and maybe the Jade Dragons right back into a point of contention. Yes, Pyro for the Hounds, but an incomplete kill from Oath, and a 4-0 shutdown. Now nearly a kill on a Benny Q. Giving us some signs of life from the Jade Dragons. Big stun and big cage, but zero follow-up from the rest of the Eldritch Hounds. Means the Jade Dragons have a bit more pressure mounting in mid. Vote rotates over. He's got snipes, but no targets. Really a wonderful option right now. Oh, with the counter dive. It's in, but it's not in time from the Eldritch Hounds. The Dragons have found the first. Coast, Oath, they've rotated over, however, and they've made it a 2-for-1, but they've lost the tower.
Oh, what a long, drawn-out fight as well. That starts out with Oath getting shut down. He tries to get a kill with the water illusion, but remember, Dardes has plenty of sustain built into that kit, especially with that great end ultimate channeled. And I'm pretty sure he got the max channel time. You get an achievement for that, 6 seconds, and I'm pretty sure he was able to grab it. Now Oath is able to take away a red buff and go to the right side of the map, but it is the Primal Fury that the Eldritch Hounds are still after. They're going to make sure that they get vision. Benny Q is, that is, on the Oracles. So now the Primal Fury can't be grabbed anytime soon by the Jade Dragons without them knowing. But letting Oath die, come back into the fight, and go ahead and grab a 5th kill is a bit surprising. I think just because of the sustain, Mike was keeping Lasbra nice and healthy. He was able to jump in pretty consistently there. And because of that, the Jade Dragons felt they could stick around just a little bit too long, but still, a shutdown is big. Dardes is sitting level 13. He's able to finish his second item, the Divine Ruin. Those are the kind of things that you need. Quig, unfortunately, gets baited. Is he able to run into the CC Immunity? He is. Lasbra
goodness.
Misses the ultimate. Wow. I mean, Lasbra played it perfectly. He used the Ragnarok. He went in for the bite. Didn't bite onto the Cataclysm, which is the smart call. But unfortunately, Quig was too fast. The rollout. That movement speed with the Relic Dagger was just enough to get him out of trouble.
The problem is, there's a lot of what was happening to the Jade Dragons in game 2. They were getting targets low, not able to kill them off. Might happen again here. Beads off of Quig. CC immunity, it's long duration. Out of Dardes, he's used the Aegis as well. He's got an Undying Love awaiting. A leap in from Lasbra. Has added a stun, but no kills again! Quig is able to live. Mike's repelled. A blink forward from Oath. Doesn't get the stun. Vote standing, fighting. Not delivering just yet. Both teams will limp away. Nika first to the fight.
Yep, and here comes Ducky as well. It looks like Nika will blink forward, not to find anything, but Ducky's got a lot of damage. This Odin could make a big impact, and it's Benny Q's getting chased down, but he might be baiting for his team.
Might be. Benny Q sidesteps the damage, killed off by Polar Bear Mike. A 3-man cage. Oh, goodness. It's set up for a double kill from Oath. Goodness, it's another. A triple from the Ao Kuang has arrived. Coast on the killing spree. And Oath dies off at 4-0, and he's right back anyway with 3 more kills.
Yeah, Benny Q didn't realize it, or maybe he did, but he was setting up the perfect ambush for Oath and for Ducky. I mean, the damage was there from the Ao Kuang, of course, but that cage was massive, and that's exactly what you'd expect. Big XP numbers, the levels are in favor of the Hounds, and they were able to make that play happen. Primal Fury drops, and, you know, in this case, sure, you want to give your Quadra over to the Ao Kuang, but I think Coast probably needed that kill just a little bit more. Oath's got 8 to his name, and Coast is able to get some extra pressure online. This Hachiman is essentially mirroring the build of Vote with the Executioner and the Transcendence, or in this case he wants the kin size, but the dominance is going to be built there from Vote. And you want that extra attack speed to proc your passive. That's the reason that Coast needs that extra golden pocket. He wants to do just a bit more damage, and he should be able to do so.
Man, this Ao Kuang, so nimble, difficult to deal with. Also, 8 kills. Doesn't exactly help the Jade Dragons or their cause. Been able to find the backline pretty consistently. Triple kill in the last fight. We've seen a bunch of double kills so far as well. And all in the meantime, there's damage rolling for the rest of the Eldritch Hounds. Gold Fury's already been dealt with. just a few moments ago. Now the Pyromancer for the Hounds as well. Unfortunately for the Jade Dragons, Trelly, it seems like we're starting to snowball our way towards an early FG. Coast attempting, and actually doing more than attempting, successfully defending left side tier 2. But Oath lurking. Nika has beads and has ultimate. Good, applies plenty of CC to the Ao Kuang. And Oath uninterested in continuing this fight. Nika 3 levels behind.
Lazarus coming.
4 levels behind his lane opponent and 4 levels behind the opposing jungler. Is at least able to live.
Yep, Lazarus didn't make it in time, so that right side gank is all for naught. And we've seen that play before. The 3-man grouping of the Jade Dragons trying to dive Coast. Remember last game they were able to grab a kill, get both of his relics, but they lost Fire Giant for it. This time, Coast doesn't step up, he doesn't give his life over, and he loses nothing in the process. I do like the attempt there from Oath. I think that Nika still could be ganked if the ult is forced early enough, but Nika knows, hey, number 1, I'm fast, number 2, I'm very tanky, and I've got mobility. So should be able to run away whenever the opportunity presents itself. Now a gank towards the left side of the map. This time Oath is not ganking solo. Vote's trying to turn and fight. I don't know if that's the play when the Ao Kuang shows up.
Vote rolls away. Might have a bit of damage. Wow, buys enough time actually. Yeah, no, he doesn't.
Boing.
Oath is turned right back around and a rampage now for the Ao Kuang. And 1 more kill. On to Vote. Jade Dragons, they made their way to the finals of the kickoff tournament, remember. We were wondering if we were in for a year of Dragons v Oni Warriors dominance back and forth, but it's been the case for one of the teams. Dragons were great in game number 1. Fortunately, have fallen into their old ways in games 2 and now game 3. We're starting to consider what they might need to ban a bit later on. It would take a big fumble for the Ultra Challenge to end up dropping a game where they are 3 levels ahead. Most of the opposing players 4 levels ahead in the case of the supports. And that's your solo and your jungler and your mid laner and your ADC. At 18 minutes, Trelly, I'm wondering if we're looking at an early, maybe a pre-20-minute Fire Giant.
Certainly would be the case, and again, the Hounds have not been shy of making calls like that. That's why I was a little shocked at the grouping over on left. They went towards tier 2, decided not to go for it. And Lasper wants to take a 1v1 versus Coast. I was going to say, I don't think he wins that trade. He was hiding so he could get the wave for free. He wasn't trying to find a fight. I mean, as long as you're able to use that EI Jutsu just to stun out the Brutalize, there's no world where Fenrir wants to take that fight. And I'm thinking probably a smart call to run away. But the Hounds, like we were saying, are posturing towards the right side of the map. Fire Giant is certainly in the realm of possibility when you've got a Hachiman with 4 full items. And Nika tries to go to the backline and ends up taking more damage than he does. That's kind of the worst case scenario for a tier, especially when you aren't able to pull the beads off of BennyQ. So the Hounds are on the right side of the map. It looks like this might be a trade. Yeah, I think so. The Jade Dragons are well aware that they are losing Fire Giant here. They're just going to let it go through and take the Fire Giant trade. All the while, Oath is on the left side of the map, maybe making sure that tier 2 doesn't drop. But probably, yeah, I think that goes down regardless. So the Jade Dragons grab Fury. They'll grab a tier 2 over on left. The question becomes, do the Elder Towns go back and defend, or are they just going to push? So far, it looks like they're just going to push. How long did the Jade Dragons stay on the left side of the map? It looks like they're just going to grab the tower. And yeah, now the Hounds know, oh, there's 4 there? Okay, we have to go back. We're crazy, but we're not base race crazy now with this lead.
Nope. The Hounds will be able to get back in time. And it looks like the Jade Dragons will be able to get out in time as well. It's at least a win condition. The only exposed Phoenix right now is on the left side of the Eldritch Hounds base, however. I expect that to change here in just a few moments' time. Mike, or maybe it's Coast who's lurking right now. Little bit of an envelopment from the Eldritch Hounds. Nika, nimble enough. A bit different from the tier game that we saw earlier in this set. Been held completely in check. For now, we'll be able to catch up and experience a Ducky and Oath, but he is level 16, equal with his support and only 1 level behind the rest of his team. Just 4 levels down.
Does Mike have double Lasper's damage? Not quite, but
2 team members of the
just
Hounds.
about.
Yeah, you might be right. Where is he? Where's the Afro? Oh.
He did build Dessa. Mike has been trying to get active. He's been trying to do a little bit more
Nika,
damage.
they're at 4,000 and 5,000. Mike nearly has more than Both of them combined. Mike might die. Around that number, Undying Love is used, and the last bit of damage, it rolls through from Quig. But now what can the Hounds get done? I mean, you've gotten an early kill here. A little bit of damage is going to roll through from Dardes. You've gotten rid of Mike. Some of the sustains the Jade Dragons have on defense. Time to siege up this mid lane Phoenix and can send your pressure to left or right.
Yep, pretty early for a Phoenix to go down with a lead like this. Does come relatively unchecked. Phantom Shell, still not an option, by the way. Mike only had regular Shell and Undying Love. That's not enough to get you out of the Ring of Spears. That cage is going to be a free kill. And once it comes back up, could be a problem. Remember, Ducky has a lot of CDR. Yeah, he's already pretty close to a cage. It looks like they're not going to go forward and go in for the left side Phoenix. They have no idea that Lasbra and Dardes were over on the right side of the map. That would have been a free bird over on left, but probably smart to just back up, spend some of that gold, because the Fire Giant does fall off in about 40 seconds. It looks like Vote stepping forward. Coast is not dumb. He's like, yeah, I win this 1v1, but you're dashing forward for a reason. Probably someone else is showing up. And it looks like Lasbra didn't get the memo. He's going to have to run away here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch him that easily, but yep, too much damage in the slow from Benny Q.
Man.
10 kills for Oath.
10 and 1 on Oath. He's affected 100% of the kills. 10 of those 14 are kills he's confirmed himself.
Oh, 1v1 here.
Now, oh no way, I was gonna say this is Coast we're talking about.
This is vintage Coast.
He's not taking this fight. He's got minions against him. Those last
he's
couple
terrified.
of auto attacks.
Who is this guy?
Might have made the difference. Boat does some damage. Nika's here as well, but in the meantime, a push happening. Remember, Coast is kind of keeping 2 members of the Jade Dragons occupied. At least turn into a tier 2 without Coast. Despite having Benny Q, it's still a bit slow on the towers. And with that, Fire Giant falls off. Trelly, 1. Phoenix falls. It's 1 in mid. It's not worst case scenario for the Jade Dragons. However, I'm far pressed to see a world where they're able to step up and fight. They've got 3 stones of binding, but feels like all the CC is being applied to them.
Yep, they do not have the option.
Stones of binding or stone of bindings?
I think they have stones of binding.
Stones of binding?
There's 3 stones. Yeah,
Right.
so they have 3 individual stones for themselves. And in this case, no stones in the world are going to let you step up to the Eldritch Hounds. They're going to go to the opposite side of the map. And look at the Hounds. They're like, nah, we're not going to let you run away from us. We're going to chase you down. Who cares about Fire Giant? They're running left. All the while, Dardes and Lasbra pushing up the left side of the map, trying to go for a Phoenix. That's going to force Ducky back. And Benny Q trying to defend the Phoenix. Fire Giant has touched down, and the Hounds had that option of just saying, okay, we'll go for the Fire Giant, let you get some free gold. They actively chose to make sure the Jade Dragons couldn't catch up even a bit. Did not give them any free farm, which is the correct call in this case. You don't lose any pressure on Phoenix, you don't lose the Primal Fury, and you're still able to grab the Fire Giant uncontested, unless Vote wants to go in for some snipes. That's the only reason there's a Rama here right now. He's going for the possible attempt at a steal. But it looks like that's all he wanted to do, the possible attempt, because he's walking away just as quickly as he stepped over. And it's going to be Fire Giant into a retreat call, defend on left, and push up once again. No, the Hounds aren't doing it. Once they realize how many are over here, nope. It looks like because Ducky backed up, the Jade Dragons decided to retreat. They don't want to lose their Phoenix for free, and that is a smart call as well. Right side Bird being looked at, but the Eldritch Hounds have all the pressure.
They do, and they have. Since Oath really got this game going. I was wondering if that shutdown, the 4-0 shutdown, I was wondering if that was going to be a turning point in this game, and it was. It was the turning on of the angry point for Oath, where he then just skyrocketed up through the rest of this game. Benny Q's been there as well, 0-2-9. He's affected 9 of the 14 kills. I mean, you just can't out-confirm Oath with the way Oath is playing right now, but...
Just not as cool. 100% kill participation. 10 of those kills finished. Unfortunately, at the highlight reel, it's going to be hard to show up besides being Oath.
Yep. Oath is getting his name in the paper after this one, that's for sure.
Local jungler decimates dragons.
Crushes Jade Dragons. That would be... What a crazy actual newspaper headline that would be. Imagine you waking up tomorrow, you're sipping your coffee, you're reading your newspaper as you do every morning, and it's like local woodsman...
It's just Oath with his backpack.
Right.
He always has the backpack
That's
on.
right.
And it's just all the Hounds inside of it. which is an understatement. I do think the Hounds are playing well as a team together, but like we said, it's a highlight performance here from Oath.
They're playing around their hard carry.
Yep.
I mean, that's about as that's about as good of team play as you can get. The mid Phoenix respawns. And with that, the left Phoenix will be sieged successfully. Big knockups from Quig. And damage out from Vaporish Coast. Ducky makes his way forward. A cage gets used. And a Phantom Shell to follow from the Jade Dragons. Mid Phoenix also crumbles. Dardes uses and stops the ultimate. Sieging still difficult. 1 minute left on the FG. The Hounds have, for now, gotten what they came for.
Yeah, I'm guessing Dardes either A, fat-fingered it, or B, was thinking there was going to be more of an engage, and unfortunately uses that ultimate for not much. The Eldritch Hounds, though, are able to heal back up. Ducky was the main issue, and he teleported back in. And now the right side Phoenix is the last target. Oath spots out Lasbra and is going to get some good damage, but actually returning fire onto Oath has been the call. And Nika dives
that's
the backline.
big. That's massive from the tier. But all it does is set up Lasbra for death. The Hounds quick enough on their disengage. Now we'll step forward. Third Phoenix of the game. Cleaned up, taken down. Mike left scurrying. Doesn't have Undying Love for now. We'll have it up here in just a moment. Vogt still has his ultimate as well. Big poke damage into the Aphrodite. 10 seconds on the FG buff. Wonder what the call is from the Hounds. Do you just hope that someone from the Jade Dragon steps too far forward? You try to end this game while Lasbra's off the map. For now, the answer is the latter. It's Polar Bear Mike who's stuck on the front line. The cage from Ducky corrals the Jade Dragons in. But they're Titan. It hasn't gotten taken down that heavily. It's down to half. Oath finds Vogt with a little bit of damage. Uh-oh, Dardes steps forward, he gets his ult back. And the snipes from Vogt are enough for now. A double kill from Mike. Or a double kill from Vogt. And 1 kill from Mike. It's the duo lane of the Dragons with 3. And it was kind of a half commitment on an end from the Eldritch Hounds. Has now made this game really uncomfortable, and the Jade Dragons might be able to get something done.
Yeah, the most they could do is a tower and then a grouping towards Fire Giant.
What can Oath get done?
I mean, that's the thing. Oath knows that Titan's weak, and Lasbra is the only one to defend.
Laz, yeah?
He can easily kill Lasbra. The question is, can he kill the Titan? Without minions, no. Ducky's on stall duty, and Oath is going to step forward.
Spotted.
Someone's going to have to go back. I mean, Oath wins this 1v1 handedly.
Couple backs now being channeled. This might end up fizzling into nothing. Up and over goes Lasbra. Oath has got the damage.
Oh,
no, he doesn't. Lasbra lives, but Nika completes his back. That would have been a big moment for Oath, and the Eldritch Hounds at that. Nika blinks forward. Oath has already used his ultimate here.
That's everything. Turn and fight.
Oath sends some damage right back towards Nika, but Lasbra's going to respawn. Fire minions on the Titan. For
this
now,
fire
the
call
game
is
goes
wild.
on. The Jade Dragons pulling the EFG. Ducky has dropped the cage. He's leapt away. Has a stun for 1 member of the Jade Dragons. It's Dardes who's caught on the Ring of Fire. He's actually taken half of his health and damage. Some sustained from Mike. Hounds will respawn. They'll get back. 3 Phoenixes down in the Jade Dragons base. Tense moments, but still the Eldritch Hounds maintain control.
Yeah, the best you get is 2 towers there. I think Oath is a menace, and Ducky is unkillable at this point. So trying to go for Fire Giant was just a risky call that would have never worked out. The cage slows your DPS. Everyone got stuck, and Ducky got the stun onto Dardes on the Ring of Fire. That was able to shut that call down real quick. And Lasbra, once again, does not clear waves fast enough. But here comes the Eldritch Hounds. They're just barreling down. Lasbra might get caught out. Unfortunately, jumps over the Cataclysm. He'll be fine for the time being. And I don't think that same end call is going to mess up twice. The Eldritch Hounds need to decide if they want to commit full on to the engage or look for a fight, look for picks. But 2 of these Phoenixes will be spawning here shortly, and that seems to be on the minds here of the Hounds.
It is as it should be. This has got to be the last couple of moments of this game, though this is where the Jade Dragons have been able to delay things time and time again. Such a hard team to siege against. Remember, we're talking about 4-level leads a few moments ago. Double, maybe a triple stun from Nika. That's gotten a lot of the defensive utility away from the Hounds, but death from above from Benny Q hits its mark. The Dragons, they got some death from above of their own. It's Vogt with his snipes, and he's caught out Oath. But still, reinitiation from Ducky. Doesn't have cage, a little bit of damage. They're still waiting for that opening. But without the 10-2 Ao Kwong, what more can you do? Maybe just take down this left side Phoenix one more time.
The Jade Dragons can chase this.
But how low are the Eldritch Hounds? This is now very awkward. And at least, Trelly, it looks like we're going one more reset.
I mean, Nika should be able to chase down here. I guess the right side Phoenix is coming back up. You have to deal with fire minions. Unfortunate for the Jade Dragons. In a situation like that, Ducky Siege is forward. He does find a cage. It looks like trying to kill Vote is the call. He's getting weak, uses both relics, and dashes away. No one's got the damage to finish him, though.
Man, the Eldritch Hound, so they've got the health, they've got the range. And it looks like they might have a couple more kills. Mike, gunned down by Benny. A double kill for Ducky. And now Nika and Lads hoping to save this game. You've got to get a kill onto Vaporish Coast, but Coast far too healthy and far too supportive. The Eldritch Hounds, they'll get it done without their outclawing by the end of it, and they'll take a 2-1 lead.
Yep, the ADC said we're tired of both hogging all the highlight clips. We're going to make sure that we've got plenty of damage to come through and end this one. The Jade Dragons had some great stops, though. You got to give props to that defense. It's not easy being that far down and being able to keep your base alive. In fact, if they didn't chase out that far, we may be looking at a different endgame there. At the very least, that game would have stalled out a bit longer. But because they chased out so far, Ducky was able to find a good re-engage and a second cage in the fight. That's usually when these Odin comps start to look good. You get the Phantom Shell down with the first one, that second one wins you the game.
It sure does, man. This is a really standout game from Oath, because think about early in this set, Trelly, where it's Lasbra dominating things in game one, and Oath was very quiet. Oath picked things up in game two, and now Oath just absolutely dominates here in game number 3. The game ends without him around, but really set the stage and allowed the rest of the Eldritch Hounds to have a good moment, have a winning moment at the end of game number 3. Game number 4, maybe a winning game 4 for the Eldritch Hounds right after this.
Hello, welcome back to the SPL Playoffs. Game number 3 between the Dragons and the Hounds goes the way of the Hounds. And usually in some of these kinds of games, say, okay, well, one team was winning across the map over here. One team was, one solo side dominant or dual lane dominance. This one, Gore, came down to just purely Oath in the Jungle. Starts off on, I believe, a 5-0 start this game. Dies one time in a mid lane fight. Comes back to life and immediately goes back to fight once more over on the dual lane. This just felt like the Oath show for the Elder Challenge, able to command out through game number 1 and just steamroll through the, or not game 1, game 3, and steamroll through this game.
Yeah, I think you get to see a lot out of the jungle. I mean, look, Alquan gets locked in. You got to be feeling yourself, man. There's not a lot of people who are playing him. And then on top of that, there's not a people who are playing him incredibly well. And I think that this was one of those incredibly well games, right? I mean, you get a lot of good highlights from him specifically, good executes that come into it, good damage, right? You've got double hunter, so you know your team's going to do well on sieges. You've got the Odin cage. Like, you could talk about Geb, you can talk about some benefits from him, but let's be honest, like, you can lock people down into a composition where you've got a lot of damage and nowhere for them to run. And it feels like it was just going to work out well for them. Like you said, I think Oath just runs away with a lot of early game pressure and presence. And the thing is it's sometimes so simple looking, right? I mean, you see these plays, and I don't think there was anything crazy about what he just did. But it looked damn good, and he got a triple kill out of it, right? And it's just the way that you are getting, like, when you're hitting your autos, where you're using your ult, when you're choosing to execute versus some of the others. I think there's a lot of little small details that really push Oath's Ao Kuang up into the list. And then, like you said, you finally die, you finally kill him towards the end, and it doesn't even really matter that much because everybody else is super far ahead. They've got a lot of damage. They've got control of the game. You've been able to cause some speed bumps in the road overall for the Hounds, but I mean, everybody just gets to look really good. I think the Odin was just a phenomenal pick. I mean, 12 assists for good reason. Locking people down in cages, nothing you could do. Unfortunately, poor Lasbra, poor Nika, maybe get the brunt of it. Mike as well on the Afro. Just not a lot that they could lean on. The Hounds make it look good, and to a certain extent, I won't even say maybe make it look easy. I mean, they get ahead quickly in that one, and they hold on to that lead and extend it as time goes on.
And maybe at least that first blow, I mean, dialing all the way back, 20-some-odd minutes ago, when Ducky maybe forced, I don't know if force is the right word, maybe it was an error on Nika's part, but he beads in solo lane, and then just within the last 20 seconds of beads being on cooldown, Oath hits level 5, he rotates immediately over to solo lane, gets that first blood, and kind of gets the ball rolling for the Eldritch Hounds to start out game number 3, and then goes into a 4-0, then 5-1, and then ends the game 10-2 there, but holistically, the Eldritch Hounds looking great so far in their set and looking to maybe close this one out. Match point now in game number 4 with the Eldritch Hounds up 2-1 against the Jade Dragons. Dragons got to do a lot to fight back in up against the Hounds. And a lot of priority has been thrown towards Quig as far as his support picks have gone through, but it's now shown that he's able to bring out picks like Geb even when you try and put so much focus into him. The Jade Dragons at least continue to follow that same echo. We'll take away the Horus, and actually the Marty gets banned away this time through.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine that if you are the Dragons, you probably might be banning the Yemoja away from the Eldritch Hounds, or maybe leaving it and the Vamana up as a possibility for something to coin flip in that regard, because really, in my eyes, this Yemoja has been such a crucial pick for Quig, and it's also one that PVM has had a lot of success on as well.
It's just a good pick. I mean, look, when you talk about, I want to say, like, grandstanding over the meta, Yemoja, I think, is one of those gods that just is good. And unless they get hit with, and when I say this, I mean it, massive nerfs. And, like, it's been attempted, right? I mean, if you look at what has happened to Yemoja since release, it has been nothing but smackdowns. And so there's, like, some changes in there that are positive, but, like, you've got an ult that's longer than 2 minutes to come back up, which is one of the longest ults in the game. And it doesn't matter because the rest of your kit's really good still. You still can technically spam the stun on cooldown. You can, Riptide is an insanely good ability. Like, her kit's just really good. And because of that, she stands above and beyond, I think, in a lot of metas. Does that mean she's always going to be high priority? I think the answer to that is no, right? We've seen a lot of instances where sometimes we'll go a full 10 picks and 10 bans, and not a single Yemoja will even grace us with her presence. But at the same time, you see games where you're like, oh yeah, that god exists, right? They deserve to be up there. And I think it's just dependent on the players that are in the game. Like you said, Quig and PBM both really solid at Yemoja. And you have to be careful with a lot of those picks, because last time we were talking about the Odin, a lot of it was because of the walls. Can you imagine what a Yemoja could have done? And in that instant, maybe the cage is coming up a little more often, so the Odin gets a little more. But the lockdown that you're going to be experiencing otherwise from that support is just, it's just too much to handle.
Well, the Dragons don't want to deal with Yemoja, so they ban it away. However, it will be a Vamana instead left open, and the Eldritch Hounds will snap lock that pick for themselves as a top pick. Now the Jade Dragons hovering Hachiman and Aphrodite. I'm going to give that same sigh that I gave in game number 3, Gore. If the Aphrodite gets locked in, it's a, I don't know how I feel about it kind of pick. It didn't work out so hot in game number 3. Now 0-4 for Mike. It is a trend. If you start 0-3 and you go into another Afro, it might just be an 0-4 for you. And I was not overly impressed with it in game number 3. The Jade Dragons, though, will lock in the Hachi and the Afro here in game 4.
We will overrun our enemies.
You know, Hachi, man, I'm trying to look. I'm grasping for something.
We're trying to figure out, you know, is this kind of the worthwhile? Because with how good that Terra was for Quig, I don't think he cares that the Aphrodite got picked. He's probably happy that it is because now he doesn't feel like he needs to play it.
I certainly am, because I think again, and it's not a slight against the Aphrodite. Actually, maybe it is a slight against the Aphrodite. If the only people that we've seen consistently win on the Aphrodite are the supports who made it first seed, and one of them's on an undefeated team so far this year, then maybe it's the Aphrodite and Jake's just really good, right? Like, there's something's got to be balancing it out. I don't know what it is, but in the Hachi, look, he got a lot of good buffs. I got to give you the credit. As far as carries go, he's probably in the number 1 right now, and I don't know that it's particularly close. Although, from what I've been seeing, Rom is still pretty decent. Maybe not the matchup toe-to-toe where he's going to be perfect, but Hachi has not been a win condition every single game. And so when you start seeing things like that, you just start to wonder, really, you know, what are you picking and what is it going to give you outside of just something that's bog standard? Like, Hachi is best in slot, throw him in there. Afro, depending on the matchups, can be really solid. I like this Morgan pick, though. Gives you the opportunity to say, you know what, you've got a Vamana, we've got a Vamana. So now we can at least match some of that energy and try to figure something out. But you go back to that Vamana game and just look at what the top 3 was. I mean, this game 2, literally all over again. Serket, Hell, admittedly the Guan Yu was let through that game. Instead, it was a Hachi ban. But then the top 3 were Vamana, Terra, Merlin. And it looked so good. And while some of the other picks I think need to, like the Fenrir, probably not going to be as solid here as it was earlier. But knowing that you've played this top 3, and as a core, it has done so much for you, I expect a lot from the Hounds here. And it just feels like they're getting away with a lot of good.
Getting away with murder almost. Vamana, Terra, Merlin, though, the top 3 for the Hounds. The Morgan to round out the draft for at least the top 3 of the Jade Dragons. Yeah. And for the bans, a couple of Hunters, Heimdall and Rom, banned by the Jade Dragons. Meanwhile, Daji and Pele banned away by the Hounds. Taking a shot over towards Lazarus Godpool, but one assassin that has made its way into plenty of hands at least for our junglers throughout the league has been this Susanos. That will go over now to Lasbra, who so far has not found success on it through the regular season in his hands, but maybe looking to turn that one around here in game number 4 up against the Eldritch Hounds in this playoffs. Meanwhile, opposite side, Eldritch Hounds going for maybe an unconventional jungler, one that we don't see too often. Nemesis being hovered at the moment for the Hounds. But given so far what we see for the Jade Dragons after we pull away from the Hachi Afro, how do you like this Morgan-Susano combo as their next 2?
Honestly, Morgan-Susano is a combo I can get behind, only because I feel like we've seen, one, again, Morgan gives you a lot of opportunity on the other side, but specifically the Vamana. And it technically can give you a Susano transformation. I feel like that's maybe going to be overlooked in favor of the Vamana, but still, having 2 knockups on your ultimates like that could be massive for you. Dive capabilities are going to exist there. I feel like Morgan Susano, it gives me a lot more hope than the first 2, right? And that's just because Hachi has been kind of 50-50 and Aphrodite has been 0 so far. I do like the Nemesis, though. Kernanos, we saw this again in Game 2. Most of these picks are pretty much the exact same. It's literally just the Fenrir that has been shifted out in favor of the Nemesis. And I like the Nemesis into this draft a lot more. If you know and are mostly certain that Morgan is going to be transforming into a Vamana, you know that there's going to be another front line. You know the Afro is going to be tanky. You want someone who can burn through that pretty quickly, and Nemesis is going to enable you to do that. Kern, Merlin, Vamana all have decent damage on them. Nemesis has great damage as well. And the Terra, as we had mentioned earlier, was phenomenal in Game 2. And so I feel like the Hounds get back to a draft that is going to be good for them, good for their style, and admittedly, from what we saw earlier, good into the Dragons. And so I think the Wukong pick tells me more or less what the Dragons are trying to do here. It's survive. It's just stay alive, withstand the onslaught, hope that Oath doesn't get off to a tear like he did last game, try to drag the game out a little longer, and see what you can do in some of those late-game team fights with a late-game Morgan and a late-game Susano.
Maybe while I ramble here, I can have you find a fun stat for me to see if we can maybe get some hope with this Jade Dragons comp. Win rate with Aphrodite Susano as a combo team. I don't know if you're able to pull that one
Like
up.
this year or in general?
Let's just do this year because this is like the first real relevancy we've had
Man, you
with
said
them as a combo. All time might be a bit, but maybe a combo of Afro Susano just for this year so far, since that's when the two have gone through here. But the Eldritch Hounds have been a team that have been somewhat on an upward, at least for the beginning of this phase. Started out, and I should say at least ended this phase with a 5-5, put themselves way higher than expectations out of really any new team jumping from the SEC up into the SPL with some of the talent on here. Jade Dragons have been a bit lackluster so far in their phase, but have at least found a little bit of success in this playoff. Jade Dragons now looking for themselves to get a second win and extend this to a game number 5. Gore, I don't know if you have been able to pull a stat, but if not, at least what are your thoughts on the Jade Dragons in this game 4 up against the Hounds?
I'm going to tell you right now, they haven't had a lot of Aphrodite so far this year. That's causing a little bit of trouble for it. I mean, I think that as a combo, it looks really good most of the time. I mean, there's a reason it's kind of the memed duo. You've got a hyper carry and someone who can keep a hyper carry alive. And so what we're looking at through the past, I think, is going to be a lot of success for them. But the biggest in theory, right? That's always in theory. The biggest issue I'm running into is I'm looking at any of these Aphrodite games, and there's hardly any wins when they've actually had that. It just feels like whatever it is, it hasn't been able to click for the Dragons.
Well, we're going to have to see if the Jade Dragons can make something click here in game number 4, because they need it if they want to extend this set further. Eldritch Hounds on match point. To do it, we'll throw it over to Dave and Trelly.
Dragons are fighting all against momentum right now because the Hounds, after a game 1 loss, have roared back into this set. And they have simply started to dominate. Oath has been at the forefront of that discussion. 68%.
I told you 70. I was close.
You were really, really close. Jade Dragons at 32%. It has slowly slipped away from the Dragons from the minds of Twitch chat as the game and as the set has gone on. Talked a lot about what some of the reasons for that might be, Trelly. I think after a dominant game 3 like we just saw, no surprise. Another mage support for Polar Bear Mike, so that is a conversation to be had for sure. We're expecting better things from this pick, or I'm hoping for better things from this pick. Also, the odd Sun Wukong pick up here for Nika. Not used to seeing it. But in a must-win game 4, the Jade Dragons are going to it.
You gotta try something new in this case, and I think the Wukong has always been a very safe solo laner that can do damage, can one-shot carries late game if you build correctly, or I guess not correctly, if you build a certain way, which it does seem like Nika is already posturing towards with the Soul Eater star in the Bluestone. Those kind of things do make life miserable for carries if you're able to rotate out, especially from an ahead perspective, but the Morgan, this is a pick that I've been calling for a while now. I think is heavily slept on. There's a lot of tick damage that can interrupt her, which is maybe the reason that she fell out of favor a bit. But with all these high-impact junglers like the Susano, for example, that are so heavily in the meta, it's always nice to have another hard carry on your team that can transform into another Susano at any given moment. So I think I for one, am a fan of a good portion of the Jade Dragons draft so far. I've always been vocal. I don't really like anyone on the Afro, but some people have been able to make it work. In this case, the Jade Dragons are still pretty confident about it. It's been able to get them lane pressure at the very least. Vote and PBM have been able to get some things done over in duo. Fortunately, Dardes takes a lot here. That's it.
The slow!
No, the auto
the burn was so close. One more auto, a little bit more burn from either Oath or BennyQ would have been first blood, but Dardes able to survive. Lasbra in the meantime rotates over to duo.
Oath has blink.
Wow, they want it.
He's not going to go for it. He wants it so bad.
Oh, man, he wants to blink forward, but Dardes, now you're kind of passively sustaining up just outside of what would have been kill range. Pressure on one side of the map building for the Dragons. Pressure in mid. Might also be there for the Dragons. Porsche Coast is low on left. Blinks exchanged, beads exchanged. Oath low.
Oh,
gotta be first blood. Yep. Gotta be a kill, and it is. Lasbra teleports into Oath after Oath overextended. The Jade Dragons are on the board.
Yep, that stun was perfect from Dardes, able to stall out just enough for Lasbra to retreat, give up on the kill on a BennyQ, and go in for the easy kill onto Oath there. Just went a little bit too hard, a little bit far for that kill, which I understand. Again, Dardes took a lot of damage. One auto attack. The enhanced auto attack from BennyQ should have killed, unfortunately missed, or was juked out, whichever you prefer. But that does mean the kill opportunity was lost, and the J Dragons once again get to siege forward in this duo lane. Vote wanted to find an opportunity to kill Coast, but didn't quite have that damage. And giving Lasbra first blood can be disastrous. If he starts off with the Hydras or the Transcendence, either way, the Susano, you're also buffing Dardes in the same line, because you know he could always transform into that Susano. Now you got 2 that are ahead, and that can be real scary to try and go for. If you just have to deal with double Typhoon or just your backline, especially while you have an Aphrodite Kiss to one of them, I mean, it just becomes disastrous. So not the best look for the Hounds, but I'd rather them die on an aggressive call like that as opposed to sitting back and getting dove. So it was Oath sieging forward using his blink that actually caught him out. It wasn't like he was just sitting back. Right. It is showing that the Hounds want to try and get active still. They are looking for that aggressive play. They recognize they're on match point here, and they want to make it happen.
I do, but out again, you got to keep up that pace. Remember, Oath has laid down the gauntlet. He's kept the pace going. Now Lasbra with an early kill. Realizes no beats for Benny Q. Needs some help from his jungler. Gets it. Benny Q was slow. Lasbra had ult, but won't be enough to commit to the fight, commit to the dive onto the Merlin. Look, J Dragons fans are already going to like it. You're 4 minutes in, you've seen Lasbra get beads, you've seen Lasbra get a kill, you've seen Lasbra show up on left. A welcome change to what has been happening in game 2 and 3. Wonder if Nika being on the Sun Wukong, and maybe Ducky being on the Vamana for that matter, slows down jungle presence over on right. You know, Wukong really good at getting out of things. Vamana can do the same as well. Hold that thought. Oh. Benny Q being ganked yet again. There's a slipstream on him. Just a couple of those key abilities missing in mid.
Yep, if that pull lands, maybe things go a bit differently, but Benny Q uses the flicker perfectly to make sure that dive was not going to be a success. But the Jade Dragons have shown that they are also trying to, you know, throw something at the wall, see what sticks. A pull means Dardes and Lasbra get the double Typhoon, and that's going to guarantee a kill onto Benny Q. They're still trying to find those aggressive calls, which you love to see, especially when they get that first blood. Shows that they are trying to set the pace of this game early on, which was an issue for them in game number 3, that is, because Oath got off to such a great start. So Lasbra's trying to keep that pace up and saying, all right, you know what, we didn't just get one and done. We are constantly trying to pull relics. But Benny Q's beads now are back up. They weren't then. Just did come up. It's probably duo lane if you want to get active, right? Merlin has, I mean, that's the issue with ganking mid has always been, and this map currently, that it's so short, right? You can get under tower pretty easily. You're not going to get caught out right in the middle unless you're overcommitting and looking for those bastions. So Benny Q can just hide underneath the tower, but duo lane is just so much longer. They've got a long way to try and run away. Of course, Quig's got 2 dashes, but Coast has no CC immunity. He could be a great target as long as you know where Oath is. So I do want to see Lasbra sort of head over towards the left side of the map and just try and play through this Aphrodite early on. That Undying Love means that even though you started Blink, you're not going to have to hold out for a pair of beads before you get aggressive. You have that CC immunity as long as you're near Mike at any given moment.
Benny Q just staying alive feels good for now. He's gone Chronos Pennant early in the build. Loves playing this pick. Kind of gave me a wishy-washy answer on that as well. I was like, Benny, you'd probably play Merlin every single game forever if you got given the choice. And he said yes, but then hesitated. And then went back and confirmed. He was like, yeah, I guess if I had to play one god forever, it'd be Merlin.
He doesn't want to be on the record for anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the phrasing, right? Because if I said you would probably play Merlin every game forever anyway, and that he wasn't ready to commit to. However, if the question is you're forced to play, you can only play one god forever and you have to, then he was like, yeah, it'd be Merlin. But like,
you even gave him the cop-out of probably.
Right.
As long as you put that in, he could always be like, oh well. I said probably, not 100%, so right. I didn't want to do it regardless.
Yeah, the cop-out king. It's unreal. I'd like to have some words with Benny Q.
I mean, that's the thing. He never wants to be 100%.
Well, they're not going to be 100% win rate in this set, but could be really close if the Ultra Challenge were able to flip around the pacing of the early game of Game 4. One way to not do that is have your support get poked out and have Oath not be able to find the same amount of pressure. Interested to see how this Nemesis does, though, Trelly. Not a pick I've gotten to see too much of recently, though. Coast steps forward again. Beads are off. Slipstream never connected. Oh, Wild Hunt. That's well timed. And the last bit of damage from Vote's not enough either. Vaporish. Coast places the ultimate well, places the beads well. The 3-man gank will not hit home for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, it seemed like the easier call was to just kill Quig. He was way too far up, was absolutely free. They had plenty of CC, but they wanted Coast. They pulled the beads, and that Wild Hunt was able to CC him to death, so he goes down. I guess call it picky or call it just, overindulgent. They had their option, and they did not find it. Lasper's still here, though. Cannot pull Quig when the stones are up, so that doesn't seem like they're going to go for any kills here. But Oath and BennyQ were rotating over. They lost sight on Dardes, and I think that was the fear. They didn't know where the Morgan was, and because of that, you don't want to go in. Lasper's ult's down, but the Morgan could have provided a second Susana, which would have been even scarier, so probably smart just to back up and provide your help to your team through a distance and say, hey, we're here if you need us, but try not to eat us. We need farm. And I think that's what Oath has been prioritizing. Despite falling down for first blood to Lasbra, does have that level lead. He hasn't been going for these failed ganks. He's just been Golden Blade, running to farm consistently. Has been leeching a bit from BennyQ, which is probably why he's fallen behind Dardes. But still, that will start to add up, especially if a 1v1 were to happen. I think Nemesis, if she times her shield well, is able to get a bunch of value in that 1v1, which Lasbra doesn't like, especially in the early. Later on, Susano can just one-shot you, but you have to be very careful about when you're timing that shield. But Lasbra's been spending a lot of time over here, and for good reason.
A Forest Ghost pulled in by Laz. Again, the Wild Hunt's good, but this time Vote has to chase down. Quig left alone. Is there any fight to really continue here? Oath is rotating in. He's level ahead. He looks more pretty than is anything actually functional for Quig, and he's got to be careful now. He's maybe baited himself and his jungler into the fight. Goodness, Quig danced around for a while there. Oath was never really ready to commit. And now it's a duo lane death. Both of them. Jade Dragons pull 2 kills and a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, the only way, hold on, I was going to say Lazar might try and chase down again. I mean, Quig never dies there if he leaves a stone up, but unfortunately he used them all, so he got pulled back in, and then all the CC came through. He was in such a good spot, but it did seem like he was confident Oath could return a kill, and that obviously did not end up working out. The Jade Dragons putting themselves on the map 3-0 in the first 10 minutes. Not quiet this time, but still, they are looking towards objectives, which I like. I mean, not quite haven't going for the pull, but I've seen them sort of look towards the Gold Fury once they have about 4 on this side of the map. Like, could we go for the pull? Or should we just play it safe and try and push our lead naturally? I do think that Dardes is a bit of a ticking time bomb, though. Already level 12, has the Spear of Deso and the Doom Orb. I mean, the Morgan really should be swinging here, especially with the link from PBM. The Aphrodite is here. This could be a nasty combo if they're able to get to the back line. And that's what the Jade Dragons want, an opportunity for Dardes and Mike to just sort of slip behind without being noticed. And that would be the end of the Hounds, at least in that team fight. And Coast is stepping forward here. Not a great idea. It has to Beads, and that's free. That's just a kiss for Beads. You'll take that every day of the week.
Absolutely. Coast has just been under such immense pressure this game. Feels like Beads, Wild Hunt. It's been basically used immediately off of cooldown. Dardes slowed here by Oath. He'll transform, though. Sends a bit of damage back. Typhoon knocks up the real Nemesis, but Lasbra baits himself in. Oath, though stunned, killed by Neek on the Sun Wukong rotation out of solo. A bit more damage from Ducky. Really disengages this fight. So we end up going jungle for jungle, and the Hounds find their first kill of the game.
They do. The Soul Laners rotated through. Doesn't seem like any objectives will be pulled. Remember, the Pyromancer's here. So it could have been done pretty easily by either one of these squads, but because you lose your junglers, you don't feel as confident. I did like the ult from Dardes there. The Nemesis was an easy solution to get some extra HP back, get some survivability, a lot of movement. That's sort of what you want in that situation when you're getting dove. You do lose the beads in the process, and now it's the Dragons' time to make a pull on this objective. Finally, the Gold Fury. Looks like it's going to go down for absolute free. No one on the side of the Hounds want to step forward. They're just going to go in for the Pyro, but Lasbra wants to go for a steal here. He doesn't have Typhoon, and that's actually enough for the Jade Dragons to grab the Fury, and it looks like they won't be able to get anything. Lasbra stalled out this Pyro long enough. But the Hounds are here. I mean, they should be able to grab this for relative free. I thought the stall in from Lasbra was going to be enough, but he might be dead.
Whoa, Lasbra's low. Lasbra lives, however. Pyromancer to the Hounds, at least. For the Hounds, not a total loss, but still things starting to trend in the wrong direction. A tower would salve the wounds just a little bit, and the Runic Bomb will finish the job. So it's Pyro immediately into Runic Bomb use over in mid. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not clean. Nika's just mounted pressure up over on right. Now pull the tier 1 and 2 levels of a lead. Similar storyline, but different sides of the coin. The Jade Dragon's the one starting to run away with things a bit here, Trelly. Not sure it's completely out of control to that point just yet. No one is that fed on the Jade Dragons, but the Eldritch Hounds have simply just not felt comfortable stepping forward, it seems.
Yeah, I was going to agree with you until I saw Nika go back and get a full Glad Shield and tier 1 Kusari there. That was a big back for this Wukong. It was level 15, 3 levels on Coast, 2 on everyone else.
The build is drastically different from Ducky's.
No, definitely different. He's going more damage, which I like to see because you have that get out of jail free card with the Somersault Cloud as long as you're able to use it at the correct time. But once we see Nika rotate out and get towards BennyQ and get towards Coast, we're going to see this build and the reason that Wukong can be played in a swishier team comps like this. I mean, so much safety. The CDR is there, but the damage is going to come through as well. But my point is Nika has not been rotating. He's 1-0. Pushed down the tier 1, has been getting free farm. He's got that 2-level lead over Ducky. But unless he rotates out, he's not going to use it. Oath ults, but there was never going to be a chase down anyways. That was just going to force something out. And does not force out much. Just going to be a full-on retreat call there from the Jade Dragons, who are now stepping forward. They realize that may have been an overcommitment with the Nemesis ult down. They might try and find a pick here, and here comes that Wukong. A tower dive might be in the future of the Jade Dragons.
Uh-oh, this is bad news for Oath. He'll heal up a little bit. So maybe a attempt from the Jade Dragons there, and more of a delayed back and annoyance for Oath. So we're okay for now if you're the Eldritch Hounds, but the slight grouping from the Jade Dragons makes you think something's afoot. Porsche Coast again is on it with these wild hunts. Just so unfortunate they've all been defensive. They've been clipping everyone right at the proper time. Ducky's rotated out of solo, and goodness, he's got damage for Dardez. Still has Colossal Fury as well. Might be the first attempt at a big fight for the Eldritch Hounds. Vote's got on the wrong side of this engagement. He does not have his ultimate. Neither does Polar Bear Mike, but none of the auto attacks connecting the slow from Oath. And
that's enough.
Not
but
enough.
He's out.
And Vote will use the Aegis, but right back in goes Lasper. Has a pull for the Vimana. Somehow with all that, both teams completely live. Oh no, Coast. He's going to get jumped on here. There's your damage from Nika. And finally, the deadlock is broken. But back in go the rest of the Jade Dragons, as do the Eldritch Hounds. The burn from BennyQ might send the fight right back. It's actually a 2-for-1 trade. Could get worse. Oath can chase down PBM. Quig can chase down Nika. And what has happened here? The Jade Dragons, they're fighting without their mid laner, and they might lose 4.
They weren't able to lose the rest. Nika gets out there. Beautiful chase down. I mean, Oath finding the perfect time to engage. Ducky was chasing down so much damage onto Vote. The slow from Oath, though, that's what I was waiting for. Got stunned out once, but once they were able to find it, Ducky gets out of Colossal Fury, was not able to chase down. The rest of the damage was there, the Hounds. That's a huge swing in their favor. They're able to grab the Primal Fury off respawn, essentially for free. Can they defend the Primal, or the Pyro rather, that's going to spawn in here shortly? It looks like Ducky is on defense, dude. He's going to sit here and watch, because he knows the Jade Dragons want to step forward and grab it before the Hounds have the opportunity to rotate over. Dardez is nearby, but it looks like just going to get some vision down. Now the pull begins. But Ducky has Colossal Fury already back up. It's not going to be easy to make a pull with the Vimana around, and it looks like he's just trying to be annoying while his team can get here from base. They already backed up.
Whoa, burst damage on a Ducky. Colossal Fury. That'll roll through in time, and it's a double big baby battle. But Dardez, the one who's able to step forward. Ducky should be out. He should be okay. Quig steps forward with the rest of his team. Man, the Jade Dragons, they are ahead, but things just suddenly feeling like they're slipping away just a little bit. The kills haven't felt as clean. The health bars haven't looked quite as full from the Jade Dragons in the last couple of engagements. BennyQ on this Merlin, a big reason why. They started to stack the damage. It's an ultimate out of Polar Bear Mike. Say his name, he'll appear. A killing spree for BennyQ. And a Pyromancer for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yep, Pyro goes down for free. They know that Vogt's on the left side of the map. Doesn't seem like they're going to go in for the Fire Giant, though. Still too scary. Dardes doesn't have the ultimate. Seemed like it would have been a decent call. But Nika with the Somersault Cloud could have stalled that one out for a long time. You're right, though. These fights have been inching ever so closely in the Eldritch Hounds' favor. I mean, not even close. A 4-for-1 is massive, but still, everything has been turning up Hounds as of recent. These XP leads have been shrinking. Suddenly, Nika's not 3 levels ahead of everyone anymore. He's only 1 level ahead of Ducky. Only 1 level ahead of BennyQ. He is actually 3 levels ahead of Coast, but this CERN hasn't been farming too much. Both ADCs have had to been fighting pretty consistently, so they're going to be looking pretty rough when they try and fight up against the tanks. But at least in comparison to each other, Coast and Vote are relatively even. Have the same style of build once again, the dominance as opposed to the Executioner, which is just a personal preference. But Coast actually dashes forward, and I can see why, because Quig and Oath have the cutoff.
And do they have the kill? They might. Vote's got to use his relics. Could have been a tower dive. There was not full commitment from the Eldritch Hounds. They want to maintain what they've got for now. Just a bit of momentum building up in this game. Gold Fury, about a minute and a half. That'll be big in either completely eliminating or maybe extending back the lead that the Jade Dragons have. BennyQ the target. He's gone Chronos Pendant. Charon's Coin, Spear of the Magus. He's gone some percent pen, some cooldown. He's gotten 4 stacks on the Charon's Coin as well. That feels good here early in the game. Feels like the leads that have built up for the Jade Dragon starting to wither away a bit. Nika was in such a strong spot, but now Ducky right back to equal with him. And Oath has built a 2-level lead over Lasbra. Despite Lasbra's great start to this game, suddenly the Nemesis controlling things a bit. This is not to say the game is suddenly in the Hound's favor. It's just no longer in the Jade Dragon's favor. We're right back closer to where we started at the beginning of this game. Momentum-wise, working against the Dragons, as intangible as that can be sometimes. Charlie, we should have a bit of downtime here before the Fury, before the Pyromancer spawn. You would think, but these teams have not shied away from fighting.
You would think. I saw Nika and Mike stepping forward. That is a pretty lethal combo. You already have an unkillable Wukong, and BennyQ might be in some trouble. He was able to flicker out the kiss. That's a good play. Didn't want to use the beads. But you already have an unkillable Wukong. Attach him to an Afro, that becomes even more annoying. The slows, the constant CC immunity and the damage, the survivability. I was talking about how it would be difficult if you don't start rotating Nika out of lane early on. Remember, he was 1-0, becomes 2-0. But that's pretty much it. This lead is essentially all gone. This fed Wukong, I'm not going to say is no more. He's still, again, 3 levels over in ADC means he can get active relatively easy, but he also dies a little bit easier. And look at this. They're going for a wraparound play. They did step on a ward, though, so Benny and Quig know exactly where they are. But Gold Fury is available, so are you going to spend time chasing the Mike and Nika show, or are you going to let that Gold Fury go down? It looks like they're just going to go towards the Fury. Probably the smart call.
For now, it is. What a difference. This suddenly looks like the 20-minute mark. The Eldritch Hounds are the ones quietly and confidently pulling the Fury. That is beads off of Lasbra. Now the fight brews just a bit. Ducky chasing down the backline. Dardes has to transform. Should be successful. Polar Bear Mike chased down once again. Wild Hunt from Vaporish Coast finally used in an aggressive standpoint. That'll pick up a kill. Meanwhile on left, Quig. He's faring just as well, Ducky. Somehow survives on the other end of his Colossal Fury, but Vote is able to fix that. His mounted archery comes to a close. BennyQ on the other side of this Aegis has damage, but it's Oath who saves the day. Just as we saw 4-for-1 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, got a 3-for-1 now for the Eldritch Hounds.
They do. What do they get after, though? Minions are not pushed up. The Jade Dragons have done a great job of clearing out those minions at the very least. Mike and Nico are able to clear mid, so it looks like left side tower is on the mines here of the Eldritch Hounds, but Nika's rotating over. He still has good damage, and these health bars are low. BennyQ, if his back gets stopped, this could be bad. And it was. It looks like Oath didn't leave him, though. Thank goodness you don't leave your mid laner behind, because Nika would be able to chase him for quite some time. That bird is able to get you across the map, essentially. And it looks like that tier 1 tower will be saved. And it's actually the Dragons who are going to step up to Pyromancer. Do they have enough time to grab it before Quig shows up is the question. It looks like no, the walls are at least going to CC Lasbra.
Whoa,
and they'll
he's
steal
low.
it away.
Oh, goodness. Quig steals it away. Lasbra Lucky that Coast wasn't here immediately because that would have been another kill for the Eldritch Hounds. Is that an immediate FG pull? No, it's just a little bit of ward coverage. Goodness. It's one of those games where suddenly things just stop going your way. You can't even confirm a Pyromancer. You started to lose kills on the left side of the map. The mid-game swing for the Eldritch Hounds has put them 5K gold in the lead. I was going to say 5.6K experience. I got them flipped. It's 4K gold, nearly 6K experience. The point is the Eldritch Hounds are ahead after being behind all game long. Benny Q's been at the front of a lot of it. So is Ducky, who's zoned out heavily in these last few fights. Vamana build starting to take shape, just as the Wukong build had earlier in this game. Fire Giant started. This one less risky. You'd love to win a fight first and make it simple for yourself. Both will zone out Dardes. We've seen Vamana transformations recently.
Going.
Goodness, he's got Hasten Katana. Polar Bear Mike has got a solo ult himself. And it won't do anything. Benny Q lives a bit longer.
Alternate
timeline. Benny Q stands one last time.
No shot.
A double kill from Ducky in the mid laner for the Eldritch Hounds. He rumbles on in the team fight. He flickers back. Oh my! From Benny Q.
The blue stone, he's still
alive. Unreal.
61.
That is wild from Benny. On the verge of death, but Benny Q stares it down and fights back. The Eldritch Hounds, they might have just finalized this game mentally for the Jade Dragons.
I've seen many instances of that item getting a little bit of use, but that was absurd that Benny Q is able to live. He jukes out Dardes, his team saves him, and then the bluestone ticks from Nika. Not enough. And the 3-0 Merlin gets to live another day. The Eldritch Hounds. I mean, they've got all the luck in the world. They must have their 4-leaf clovers, just about everything. And they're going to pull this Fire Giant. PBM's the first one here. Remember, he died early. I mean, he's already back up. Nika, a little bit late to the party, but he's on his way as well. The Shade Dragons don't want to give this up for free.
My goodness. Ducky played a massive role in that fight as well. But have they done enough? The Fire Giant burning in favor of the Eldritch Hounds. We've seen one objective stolen this game. Will we see another? Lasbra's already used everything. The Hounds get Fire Giant, and the Hounds get a kill on the Laz. A last fight after the Fire Giant may just end this game. And it's looking like what's happening. A rampage for Oath. He's made his way there yet again. And goodness, the Eldritch Hounds are taking it to the Dragons in Game 4.
But once again, the minions are gone. How about Vote? What are you still doing? Can't even get run down here. Has to be forced into the ultimate. Look at the minion waves, though. Right side, mid, and left are all pushed up. It's not easy to grab a Phoenix without a wave, but it looks like the Jade Dragons aren't going to step over the defense. Dardes is gone. So mid Phoenix at the very least will drop here. That's going to go down for free. The Eldritch Hounds will retreat. They've got a Primal Fury and a speed buff to grab on their way out. And that's just going to be free real estate at this point. They've got plenty of time to just retreat. Lasbra and Mike have just spawned back in. My goodness. I'm still amazed Benny lived. I don't know if that's already died down for you. But we
of course not, Trelly. It's a massive moment.
And in reality, if he died, it wouldn't have changed too much. You just would have lost the Fire Giant buff and not have a cool play. But still, the heartbreaking nature of that play probably weighing heavy on the Jade Dragons right now.
Yes.
You get the 3-0 shutdown. Nika looks 3-0. He looks a little bit better. Maybe you don't lose Dardes in the process, who has to go in to try and confirm that kill. But because of it, I mean, the Eldritch Hounds can walk up. They have taken all of the structures in the mid lane, but still tier 2s and Phoenixes to be grabbed on right and left. And it looks like Oath might be trying to chase down Dardes here. Does not have an ultimate target yet, but if he gets it, the Erendite will be able to show him where Dardes goes. I don't imagine you want to dive that tower, though. You know, once he turns into Vamana, you're probably not able to burn him, especially while tanking that tier 2. So right side tower is the call. All the while, Vote and Lasbra trying to get some free farm over on left. Lasbra's in level 18 for quite some time. Finally ticks over to 19. I mean, Oath hit level 20 like 7 minutes ago. It has been,
it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a lot of farm that Lasbra's been missing out on. Still not able to upgrade that starter item.
Benny Q, 145 seconds away from alternate timeline coming back.
2 minutes.
Yeah, somebody do the math for me. 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'm excited.
No, yes. Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
You're right, yes.
Won't be during this fight. early untying glove out of Polar Bear Mike. Benny Q, though, he's finally been dove by the Jade Dragons. Benny Q has lived. Once again, the Typhoon will finally clean it up. Unstoppable as Oath, but Nika's returned a double kill his own. A triple kill for Oath, one auto attack away. And there might be more kills to chase down. This could be a massive moment for Oath, a massive moment for the Eldritch Hounds rookie. If there's just a little bit more damage, Oath will rejoin the fight. No! Nika knocks him up and tosses him aside. It's got to have been reset by now. Divine for Oath nonetheless. But goodness, the Eldritch Hounds, they've turned around a miraculous Game 4. And unless Mike can make a miracle happen, which I don't think he can, the Hounds will send down the Jade Dragons, and they'll advance to play the Kings.
Not even going to give him the delayed Penta. But looks like he's going for it now. Mike doesn't have enough damage to try and stop this one, and the Titan will die slowly but surely. And I am amazed.
Wow.
I'm not going to say a full-on comeback because it wasn't like the game was ever about to end, but the gold deficit, certainly a big comeback to make. I mean, it was not easy for the Hounds to find those fights. It looked like Nika was 3 levels ahead of everyone on the map. This Wukong was a disaster to the carries on the side of the Hounds. But that early grouping, this Vamana became very impactful. I think that Ducky was a big threat. Once he got that hastened katana, we saw him just run down Mike.
Yep.
He wasn't even kissed anyone. You lose so much value as Afro when you're not with your team, and unfortunately, he's like, guys, I got to run away. Like, there's nothing I can do.
The best he can do is pull the Vamana away from the team at that point, it feels like, and it wasn't enough. Man, the tough road continues at this point for the Jade Dragons. Things look so promising for them at the beginning of the phase. They still have a lot of promise and a lot of talent on this team, but they have not been able to put it together. And really, Game 4 here feels a bit backbreaking for this Jade Dragons team. You'll see them at Masters nonetheless, but their seeding is going to be a bit worse now after dropping out of the early portion of this tournament. Eldritch Hounds, they continue on in the upper bracket. They'll face the Camelot Kings tomorrow. That one's a lot of fun to look forward to, but for now, the desk will break down this one.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Eldritch Hounds with a 3-1 win over the Jade Dragons to move on in the upper bracket and keep their chances of a higher seeding alive moving through this playoff tournament. And Gore, I'm just going to open with the fact that Benny may have gotten the most valuable alternate timeline I have ever seen in Smite history. Look, 99 out of 100 times we see that item used to dive the fountain, to dive the Titan, dive the fountain, get the reset, and then win off that because you're already winning the game. The fact that he not only got the reset, lived after, and got a kill or two, that is insane.
There was a lot of game that happened there. I don't think I care about a lot of it. That play was just, I mean, it was exactly what you would have wanted, right? I mean, you're getting an impact play. He stays alive. He's baiting people in. I mean, it really does open up a lot of the conversation. But for the sake of the rest of that game, I think we got to talk about it very similarly. I mean, look at this. First highlight's not happening until 15 minutes in. It's because the first 15 minutes there it feels very Dragons-oriented. But then you start to see, I think, some of the slip-ups, right? And a lot of these moments, like the casters had said, fights aren't going completely their way. You get good damage elsewhere, though. And you start to see the kills go in their direction more often than not. And then you just get alternate timeline the hell out of your mind. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities that you're going to have to do this. Because what is he doing right here? It is buying time more than anything, but also still getting out some damage. A lot of people soak in and tried their best to kill off Benny Q, and they were unable to. And then when they do finally proc the alternate timeline, you chase him down, he gets some more damage out there, and you commit so much to trying to kill him that you don't get anybody else, and it sets up the rest of the team for a lot of success. That moment, I think more than any, was the, I don't want to call it the nail in the coffin, but it was the start. They started digging the grave at that point, and the rest of it was just making sure that it was, 6 feet deep. That's where they left the Dragons to lie. I think it was just a really, really good play, and it led into a really controlling lead after that. 9-2-7 for Oath. You got to talk about the KDA. I feel bad because it gets outshined by Benny's play with the alternate timeline. I think you also have to mention it just because it goes grand scheme set-wise, but Ducky's Vamana looked absolutely insane in Game 2. And you'll never guess what, but it looked really good in Game 4 as well. Letting that through was definitely something that I think the Dragons had to struggle with when they were doing picks and bans. And unfortunately, it was a pretty easy first pick, and I think, again, it showcases that it is worth that first pick. Looks really good in both of the games that they had, and the Hounds look better because of it.
Yeah, it's been an insane performance by the Eldritch Hounds, not just through their regular season, but here in their first set of the playoffs. The big win for these guys. We talked a little bit about the Vamana that Ducky had in his couple of games, the wins that it's brought him. Now we get a chance to talk to Ducky for our post-game interview.
That's right. Oh, no, they pulled the camera out wide. I told you it was only going to be hip down. Here, I'll do one of these for you, Ducky. I don't know what to do for you, buddy. I'm sorry. All right, look, the set it starts off in a pretty rough way for you guys. The Jade Dragons really build momentum early in game one. Feels like everything was all Hounds from that point on. Obviously, there's some back and forth throughout the rest of it. Zone in for me, if you will. Game 4, just won it. Dragons off to an early start. Where do you feel like that game changed? Felt like you guys kind of flipped a switch. You got a 4-for-1. What'd you see, and where'd the game turn around for you guys?
I think every fight, as long as we find the Morrigan first, we win, because they're just going to turn into me most fights. So as long as we can force it to ult and ult out, they just have one less player in the fight, so it's just 5v4.
What'd you see from Oath this set? Obviously, grabbed a lot of the headlines. Rookie jungler into the SPL. Now you're in your first kind of big tournament event. Talk to me a little bit about how he's kind of stepped up to the plate this year.
You're going to boost his ego. He's just last hitting. It's just Benny going in.
Okay, so we're taking the ego down a bit. It's unfair because you on the Vamana, you were wrecking the backline in a lot of those fights, right? All right, we'll turn the script around a bit. It was really you opening up all the space, right?
I mean, it does take me 10 seconds to kill an Afro, so while I'm doing
true.
that, he can just run about, last hit all the kills.
Yeah, this is good.
Bump his KDA.
Yeah, good. We won't boost the Oath mental. Might be better for the rest of the league if we don't do that. Feels like a team, though, that's really starting to play with some good synergy and what was a really chaotic order side throughout phase 1. You guys were able to string some wins together. Another one of your teammates had a big play this game. Benny Q, alternate timeline, somehow stays alive. I'm trying to figure out how animated Benny is in a moment like that. How loud and how excited does he ever really get when a play like that happens?
When was that fight? Because I was just running it down.
Right, got it. You're on the other side of things. You might not even know what was going on.
No, all I hear is when Benny died, he's like, "Oh, they got me, guys. 5 ults, they got me." Ooh. And then we end the game.
In a different world, though, Benny lives and maybe you're around, but you're just running down the back line, Ducky, and that's all that really matters. Excited to see you guys play later on this weekend. Congrats. We'll go back to the desk.
Thank you.
Always love getting a little bit behind the scenes on something like that, where it's just like, oh no, guys, they dumped everything to get a kill on me. Anyway, we'll just go ahead and win the game instead.
I just got to call him out. Egoth was right there. Like you got to make sure that his Egoth isn't too big. Yeah.
Maybe that can go over on Twitter now. Maybe that can be the...
We can just, like, dub it over. I sound virtually the same as Dave.
Yeah, I mean, you sound very similar. Let's take a look, though, at the bracket, because this is going to be a very long weekend of Smite. 2 best-of-5s every single day, Thursday through Sunday, all to determine the seeding to move on towards the Masters event. With wins in 3-1 fashion by both the Gladiators and the Hounds, they move forward in the winner's bracket. Gladiators versus Leviathans tomorrow, as well as the Kings and the Hounds. Otherwise, the Styx Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons will now be awaiting the losers of those matchups there. It'll be the loser of match 3 between Gladiators Leviathans. They'll face off against the Dragons. Loser of the Kings Hounds will face off against the Ferrymen later on this weekend. So make sure you're tuning in every single day at 11 a.m. to catch these best of 5s. Again, best 5s for every single one of these matchups throughout the course of this weekend. We still got plenty to go between the playoffs and the Masters later down the road. It's going to be a long month of Smite, more than anything, to say the least there, Gore.
A lot of Smite, a lot of opportunity. I think we're seeing some of the teams. I mean, look, the way today went, right? Gladiators win, which is something that most people probably wouldn't have expected coming into today. Hounds win, which is maybe something you would have expected if you've been watching, but still, I think seeing these two teams that had to earn their spots in the SPL, being able to come in and find wins like this is a huge way to start off an event. It's just the first half of the year, which means there's so much Smite, not just for this month, but for the year to play. I don't know. It gets you excited.
Some pretty big headlines from our rookie teams jumping into this year. But again, we still have plenty more Smite to go for the weekend. So make sure you tune in at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning as you catch day 2 of the SPL playoffs. But that's it for us today. On behalf of myself, Gore, all casters behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.